Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 228, 119, The New Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, to Battle, _1. Chapter 228, Chapter 119, The New Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, to Battle, _1. To be caught by the family head, that's really. As Lu Changsheng walked back, he thought about how he had just been held by Lu Miaowan when Lu Yuanding appeared, and he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. However, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Nowadays, the second Mrs. temperament has also improved somewhat. Lu Changsheng was also somewhat confident that he could handle the second Mississippi. In such a situation, he could also consider taking the second Miss back to his family. So, being seen was just being seen. He would just treat it as giving his future father-in-law some mental preparation in advance. Speaking of which, should I let the family head unintentionally see me with the eldest Miss someday, to give him a bit of mental preparation? But as soon as the thought arose, he felt it was better to put it on hold for now. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Lu Yuanding would chop him up with a sword. After all, no father could stand it if one man snatched away both daughters he had raised. But, there's still a long way to go. Thinking of the eldest Miss's current situation, Lu Changsheng shook his head. It seemed that taking both sisters back to his family wouldn't be so simple. There's a saying, let things flow naturally when the boat reaches the pier, so Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it and went home. In the following days, Lu Changsheng still spent his days cultivating, making talismans, and spending time with his wives and concubines. In his spare time, he also used his skills in puppetry to create simple wooden oxen and horses, mechanical men, and mechanical beasts as toys for the children. This was also a way to let people know that he had dabbled into some puppetry skills. Seeing the children's love for the toys made with puppetry, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a saying. Interest is the best teacher for a child. He then thought he could perhaps stimulate the children's interest in puppetry through this approach. If the children had some talent in puppetry, they could then be trained towards becoming puppet masters. Although puppetry wasn't as esteemed as other skills like alchemy, formation, equipment, and talisman making, it was nevertheless considered a decent skill. And for children without a spiritual root, having some knowledge in puppetry, when venturing into the mortal world, would certainly be a useful skill. They could create things like wooden oxen and horses, wooden birds, mechanical beasts, armillary spheres, earthquake instruments, among other mechanisms. Straight away, whenever Lu Changsheng had free time, he would work with the children to create some simple mechanical toys. And he would explain some knowledge related to puppetry. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. During these times, Lu family disciples continually returned to Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Changsheng heard from Lu Miaoyan that quite a few Lu family disciples had been attacked and killed on their way back. Moreover, due to the summoning of the family's disciples, many of the Lu family's territories had been encroached upon by the Qin family. Like the spirit stone mine that was contested between the Lu family and the Qin family, it was now under the control of the Qin family. During this period, some of the Lu family's guest elders also chose to leave the family. Lu Changsheng saw all this happen and knew it was inevitable. After all, to most people, in the current struggle between the Lu family and the Qin family, it was clear that the Qin family had the upper hand. Once the Lu family ancestor died, the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain would essentially be extinct in name and in reality. As an ordinary guest elder, it was natural not to want to share in the family's resources and rise or fall with the Lu family. If he wasn't so deeply tied to the Lu family with so many wives and children, even Lu Changsheng would choose to leave. But Lu Changsheng always felt that this wave of summoning all the clan members back wasn't so simple. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand what was the point of gathering all the clan members. It certainly wasn't just to defend Qingzhou Mountain. Or to fight a decisive battle with the Qin family, right? This kind of act was completely against the logic of the cultivation world. There's a saying, if you preserve the people but lose the land, both will eventually be lost. If you preserve the land but lose the people, both will eventually be preserved. For a cultivation family like the Lu family, what should be done at this time is to preserve their strength. Wait for a new foundation establishment great cultivator to emerge. Not to defend Qingzhou Mountain or struggle for immediate benefits, potentially sacrificing the entire family. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. Because of the current situation of the Lu family, and the need to consider fleeing with his wives and children at any moment, Lu Changsheng did not let his wives and maids conceive during these times. After all, it would be quite troublesome if the Lu family crisis happened just as a child was being born. Or if his wives were all pregnant at that time. Thinking that the situation of the Lu family would last for some time, Lu Changsheng decided to postpone having more children for a while. And he let his wives and maids have a good rest. The absence of new births for such a long time made Lu Miaoyun, Chu Zhenzhen, and the other wives feel that something wasn't right, and they asked Lu Changsheng what was going on. If not for the fact that Lu Changsheng was still vigorous and passionate every night, it would be difficult for him to explain. Lu Bo came to Lu Changsheng's residence. He said that the family head had summoned all Lu family disciples to gather at the central plaza of Qingzhou Mountain. All Lu family disciples gathering. Lu Bo, has something happened? He had been in Qingzhou Mountain for 10 years now. He had never encountered such an event. He couldn't help but speculate whether the Lu family was preparing for a major battle with the Chen family or planning a mass relocation away from Qingzhou Mountain. I'm not sure about the details, I'm just relaying the message, you'll know once you get there, Lu Bo said. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't ask any further questions. He walked towards the central plaza of Qingzhou Mountain with Lu Miaohuan. Upon arrival at the central plaza, Lu Changsheng saw the many Lu family disciples and guest elders gathered there. Chapter 229, 119, The New Foundation Building Great Cultivator, to Battle, _2. Chapter 229, Chapter 119, The New Foundation Building Great Cultivator, to Battle, _2. This was the first time he had seen so many people at Qingzhou Mountain. After all, he usually led a reclusive life and barely went out. Or it could be said that most cultivators did not like to venture outside. People kept arriving one after another. After about a quarter of an hour, nearly everyone had arrived. In the plaza, many people were whispering amongst themselves, speculating about why the family had summoned everyone here. But none knew what the matter was. It was at this time. 2 surging and majestic auras of spiritual pressure burst forth. Everyone looked up. They immediately saw an elder with the appearance of a young boy despite his white hair, wearing a Qingzhou robe and with a dignified face, flying through the air. Next to this elder, there was a scholarly-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, about 40 years old. To everyone's surprise, this middle-aged man, just like the Lu family ancestor, was exuding a terrifying aura of spiritual pressure. And he was also flying through the air. We pay our respects to the ancestor. At this moment, everyone shouted in unison, bowing in salute. Flying through the air. Has the Lu family brought forth a new foundation building great cultivator? Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng was also astonished and bowed in salute. Flying through the air was something only achievable after breaking through to foundation establishment. It was also a symbol and characteristic of a foundation building great cultivator. This scholarly man who was flying next to the Lu family ancestor was indicating that he was a foundation building great cultivator. Silence. The Lu family ancestor spoke indifferently, quieting the clamor in the plaza. Then, he swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Today, I have an announcement to make. As you all can see, Yuan Zhong has broken through to foundation establishment." The aged voice of the Lu family ancestor was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. We pay respects to Ancestor Yuan Zhong. We pay respects to Ancestor Yuan Zhong. Upon hearing the words of the Lu family ancestor, confirming that Lu Yuan Zhong had become a foundation-building great cultivator, all the Lu family disciples were overcome with excitement and fervor. The Lu family members, who had felt a bit repressed during this period, suddenly swept away all traces of gloom. With their emotions surging like a tidal wave, they shouted together, "Lu Yuan Zhong, the Lu family has actually brought forth a new foundation-building great cultivator." Lu Changsheng, hearing these words, was also thrilled inside. After all, the emergence of a new foundation-building great cultivator in the Lu family meant that the crisis at Qingzhou Mountain would be resolved. He no longer needed to worry about the need to flee with his wives and children. He could continue to live in Qingzhou Mountain peacefully and steadily. Because, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Changsheng really did not want to reveal his true strength. In the eyes of others, he was only a ninth-grade spiritual root. Exposing too much strength would easily draw attention and make him a target. It was bound to bring about many unnecessary troubles. By the way, the family head, the second elder and the others, could they have already known about this ancestor Yuanzhong of the Lu family? Lu Changsheng looked at the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong on the high platform and suddenly thought to himself. He recalled Lu Yuanding and the second elder's reassurances that the Lu family had a hidden depth. Moreover, Lu Changsheng knew that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would provoke the spirit energy of heaven and earth, causing a significant disturbance. In those 3 months, he had always been in Qingzhou. And he hadn't sensed any signs of someone breaking through to foundation establishment. This indicated that ancestor Yuanzhong might not have achieved his breakthrough in this period. Of course, it was also possible that the Lu family had used some means to conceal the signs and phenomena of the breakthrough. The Qin family has bullied us Lu family too far. Today, with my achievement of foundation establishment, is also the day for our Lu family to counterattack. The ancestor has already formed an alliance with 100 Birds Lake by family and intends to march to Red Leaf Valley today to destroy the Qin family, eradicating Red Leaf Valley Qin family from the cultivation world. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhong, the newly promoted foundation establishment ancestor of the Lu family, looked at everyone and declared with a resonant voice. The simple words set the blood of all Lu family disciples boiling. For these past few months, or even years, every member of the Lu family had been harboring a sense of frustration. Their hatred for the Red Leaf Valley Qin family had accumulated for over a decade. Now that the Lu family had given birth to their second foundation-building great cultivator and was preparing to counterattack the Qin family, how could they not be excited and moved? They felt as if they were invigorated with renewed energy, their hearts tumultuous with excitement. They could hardly wait to follow the two ancestors and make their move against the Qin family. So urgent. It seems that ancestor Yuanzhong broke through to foundation establishment a long time ago, but kept it a secret, consolidating his cultivation realm or waiting for the right moment. No wonder the family head has been urging me to make more talismans all this past year. During this period, the family has also been covertly acquiring talismans, elixir medicines, puppets, and other treasures. It appears it was all in preparation for this battle. Lu Changsheng, hearing Lu Yuanzhong's words, had a sudden realization. He finally understood why the Lu family had called all their family disciples back. It was all in preparation for this moment. The Qin family wanted to devour and take over the Lu family. But similarly, the Lu family also wanted to take down the Qin family and advance further. With the Lu family ancestors' grand birthday approaching, it seemed that they wanted to use this opportunity to give their last bit of strength to the Lu family. With two foundation-building great cultivators, allied with 100 Birds Lake by family, that makes 3 foundation-building great cultivators. True, although the Qin family has only one foundation establishment ancestor, Red Leaf Valley is also protected by a formation. If there were only 2 foundation-building great cultivators, it still might not be enough to break through. And even if the Lu family did conquer the Qin family, there would be significant casualties. Relying solely on the Lu family would make it difficult to take over the spirit vein of Red Leaf Valley, hence why they brought in the 100 Birds Lake by family who has had good relations with the Lu family for generations. With the addition of the Bai family ancestor, with 3 foundation-building great cultivators, this battle should be nearly certain. Even if the Qin family seeks reinforcements from Wugong Ridge Jing family, the Jing family would not be able to assist in time. Chapter 230, 119, The New Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, to Battle, _3. Chapter 230, Chapter 119, The New Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, to Battle, _3. The Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain had been on good terms for generations with the Bai family of White Bird Lake. As for the Qin family of Red Leaf Valley, they also maintained friendly relations with the Jing family of Wugong Ridge. But now, if the Lu family and the Bai family, with their 3 foundation establishment great cultivators, were to strike the Qin family with the force of thunder, it was improbable that the Jing family of Wugong Ridge could come to the rescue so quickly. After Lu Yuanzhong finished speaking, Lu Yuanding and a group of Lu family elders and clan seniors appeared. They summoned all the Lu family disciples who were at the late stage of qi refinement or above. Following the 2 ancestors, they set out to strike at the Qin family. There would be rewards based on merit afterward. And every person who registered was to be issued talismans, elixir medicines, magic artifacts, and treasures. Changsheng, Miaoyun, follow your grandmother over later, said the fourth elder as he came over with 2 packets containing talismans, elixir medicines, and magic artifacts for Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun, and spoke out. This battle was a general mobilization of the entire Lu family. All Lu family disciples above the middle stage of qi refinement had to take part. Consequently, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun were no exception. For the Lu family, this battle was deemed a sure-win situation. There was no danger anticipated. Having all the family disciples participate was also an opportunity to gain experience, expand horizons, and strengthen their sense of belonging to the family. Yes, grandmother, Lu Changsheng replied. He had wondered if he could avoid going. Just wait at the Lu family for the good news. But unexpectedly, the fourth elder came and involved both him and Lu Miaoyun. He understood that such a full family mobilization was unavoidable. To not participate would be akin to desertion. So he accepted the call. Went along to see what a battle at the level of Foundation establishment great cultivators looked like. After all, he had yet to witness the power of a Foundation establishment great cultivator. This would give him a chance to gauge the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. So he would know what to expect when facing one in the future. Good, just follow your grandmother later. There won't be any danger, said the fourth elder in a gentle and kindly tone. All right, grandmother, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Changsheng also noticed Lu Yuanding instructing his 2 daughters about something. Apparently, they were also going to participate, no one could be exempted. Half a day later, the Lu family gathered all the disciples who were going to battle. Besides the 2 Foundation establishment ancestors, there were a total of 4 cultivators at the 9th level energy refinement, 13 at the energy refinement late stage, and more than 50 at the middle stage. Those at the initial stage of qi refinement were not allowed to join in. Even though this battle was expected to be an easy victory, the Lu family would not bring along cultivators at the initial stage of qi refinement, since such strength would not only be of little use but might also drag down the others. Changsheng, Miaoyun, called the fourth elder. He released a flying boat, calling Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun aboard, along with a few other Lu family disciples, filling up the boat. Depart for battle, shouted the Lu family ancestor after the assembly was complete, leading the way with Lu Yuanzhong on flying swords. 5 small flying boats followed, carrying a legion of Lu family disciples. Some Lu family elders and guest elders rode on flying mounts on both sides of the boats. They left Qingzhou Mountain in a mighty procession, heading towards the Qin family of Red Leaf Valley. Meanwhile, Qingzhou Mountain was left with only a few clan seniors who activated the mountain protection array, guarding the mountain, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of their absence. Simultaneously, in Red Leaf Valley, a slender youth was cultivating bees and insects, when suddenly, he felt somewhat unsettled in his mind and spirit. It's uncertain how many years the Lu family ancestor has left. Otherwise, if this delay continues, the effect of the Lockhart Gu will become increasingly significant on me, murmured Meng Xiaochan to herself. Because of the Lockhart Gu, she could not directly kill Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing that the Lu family ancestor did not have many years left and learning of the enmity between the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain and the Qin family of Red Leaf Valley, she came up with a plan and went to Red Leaf Valley to become a cultivator of the Qin family, hoping to use the might of the Qin family to annihilate the Lu family. Then she would find a way to have Ancestor Qin indirectly kill Lu Changsheng and retrieve the Lockhart Gu. Chapter 231, 120, No, Lu Lang. _1. Chapter 231, Chapter 120, No, Lu Lang. _1. Qingzhou Mountain wasn't very far from Red Leaf Valley. The journey was just over 1,000 li. It was precisely because of their proximity that both families often fought over resources around their clan territories, leading to conflicts. An incident involving a spirit stone mine over 10 years ago had become the flashpoint for all these conflicts. It had led both families into an all-out conflict, creating an irreconcilable blood feud. After the Lu family's main forces had traveled several hundred li, Lu Changsheng saw a formidable and impressive army heading in their direction. Leading this army was an elderly man with an old face and a tall figure, wearing a robe embroidered with flying birds. He stood with his hands behind his back, his black bird-embroidered robe fluttering in the wind, riding atop a black hawk with a formidable presence. Following him were 3 flying boats and a group of cultivators riding spirit birds. Brother Lu, Taoist Yuanzhong. The old man greeted the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong with a clasped fist. Brother Bai. Taoist Bai. The Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong also returned the gesture to the Bai family ancestor. After a brief exchange, they led their respective troops and hastened towards Red Leaf Valley. It was clear they had planned to meet here. Is this the 100 Birds Lake Bai family and the Bai family ancestor? Lu Changsheng looked towards the large troop from the Bai family traveling with them. About 60 people in total. Aside from the Bai family ancestor, who was a foundation-building great cultivator. The strength and the number of the energy-refining cultivators seemed roughly equal to those of the Lu family. However, Lu Changsheng knew that excluding Lu Yuanzhong, who had just recently achieved foundation establishment, the overall strength of the Bai family was slightly stronger than the Lu family's. It seemed the Bai family hadn't, like the Lu family, completely emptied out their clan's forces to commit to this battle. 100 Birds Lake is teeming with spirit fish and other aquatic products, attracted by many spirit birds that come to the lake to hunt. Thus, Bai family cultivators are mostly adept in the art of beast taming, not just fishing but also capturing and domesticating spirit birds to earn spirit stones. Lu Changsheng once again observed the spirit birds ridden by the Bai family troops. They were noticeably quite good. Not just typical transport spirit birds like iron feather eagles. They ought to possess some combat capabilities. The majestic black hawk beneath the feet of the Bai family ancestor, for instance, was probably a peak first-grade demon beast. When we arrive at Red Leaf Valley, you don't need to disembark from the flying boat, just follow my instructions, said the 4th elder as they neared Red Leaf Valley. He began to instruct those on the flying boat, including Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun, on what to do upon arrival. The first step was to form up. Then, using talismans and attack formations issued by the family, they would begin breaking through the formation. Once the great formation was breached, they would follow the 4th elder in the assault. Clearly, the Lu family and the Bai family had a detailed plan prepared for this battle. Yes, Grandma. Yes, 4th elder. The people on the flying boat nodded and replied. 2 hours later. Everyone, get ready, we're approaching Red Leaf Valley now. Lu Yuanzhong announced, his booming voice reaching everyone's ears. The eager Lu family young disciples, stirred upon hearing this, braced themselves and focused attentively. So this is Red Leaf Valley. Lu Changsheng gazed forward. Immediately spotting a place shrouded and obscured by formations, hazy to the point where only a vast expanse of crimson could be seen. This was his first visit to Red Leaf Valley. He knew that, like Changsheng Mountain, Red Leaf Valley was known for a particular type of red leaf tree. Meanwhile, within Red Leaf Valley. Not good, enemy attack. The Chen family scouts stationed for patrol, seeing the flying boats and cultivators approaching from afar in the sky toward Red Leaf Valley, instantly changed their expressions, realizing something was amiss. They urgently relayed a message to their clan, signaling an enemy assault. At the same time, they activated the Great Formation's defenses at full strength. The large forces of the Lu family and the Bai family arrived around Red Leaf Valley and began to fan out systematically. They surrounded Red Leaf Valley from various directions. 2 array masters proficient in formations then took out their instruments, beginning to set up formations around the perimeter of Red Leaf Valley. One was a formation to prevent the Chen family cultivators from escaping. The other was to break through the Chen family's second-rank Great Formation. Everyone, get ready, begin breaking the formation. The Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor didn't bother with pomp and ceremony. With a simple raise of their hands, they ordered everyone to start breaking the formation. The next moment, all Lu family and Bai family cultivators pulled out talismans, cast spells, and launched bold spiritual light attacks slamming into the second-rank Great Formation of Red Leaf Valley. The formation's shield rippled and thundered in response. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun, along with the 4th elder, joined in the assault from the southeast side of Red Leaf Valley, activating their talismans to bombard the Great Formation. It seems that war is always a drain on resources, no matter where, Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking to himself as he watched the unfolding scene. Even with 3 foundation establishment great cultivators from the Lu and Bai families, breaking through the Qin family's second-rank great formation was not going to be easy. They had no choice but to force their way through. And such an assault was, frankly, just burning money. Each wave of attacks cost hundreds of spirit stones. To break through the Qin family's second-rank great formation would likely require tens of thousands of spirit stones. In front of Red Leaf Valley, the Lu family ancestor looked towards the great formation of Red Leaf Valley and transmitted a message to Lu Yuanzhong, who was beside him. Yuanzhong, when the great formation breaks, you stay back and press the attack, try not to get involved. Otherwise, in desperation, old Ghost Qin might decide to target you for a suicidal struggle. I, the ancestor, don't have much longer to live, so I have no worries. It's a good opportunity to exterminate him and remove future troubles, said the Lu family ancestor in a grave tone. Although they had 3 foundation establishment great cultivators on their side, facing a single ancestor Chen, success seemed almost certain. But there was always the chance that ancestor Chen had some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 232, 120, No, Lu Lang. _2. Chapter 232, Chapter 120, No, Lu Lang. _2. In a desperate struggle like a cornered beast, they staked everything in a fight to the death, hoping to take down Lu Yuanzhong and plunge his Lu family into crisis. After all, the Lu family ancestor's time was almost up. For the sake of Lu Yuanzhong's foundation establishment and this battle, the Lu family had expended a great deal. They no longer had the ability to cultivate a second foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, Lu Yuanzhong absolutely could not have any mishaps. Ancestor. Lu Yuanzhong was visibly moved. He knew in his heart that the ancestor had already resolved to face death in this battle. He was prepared to gamble with his life to kill ancestor Chen. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly have convinced the Bai family ancestor to come and join this battle with so many people. Because once a family war like this began, it was essential to slay ancestor Chen, this foundation establishment cultivator. If not, letting ancestor Chen, a foundation-building great cultivator, escape would result in endless troubles for both the Chen and Bai families. Lu Old Ghost, Bai Old Ghost, do you really want to bring ruin to both our families? As the great formation spiritual light dimmed in Red Leaf Valley, a streak of light emerged, exuding a terrifying aura of spiritual pressure. It was ancestor Chen. He quickly took command of the second-rank great formation at Qingzhou Mountain. The once dimming light, under the siege, now burst forth, shaping like an upside-down crystal bowl, indestructible. The fish may die, but the net may not break, the Lu family ancestor said with an indifferent expression. Then he shouted loudly, talisman to break the ban, break the formation. At his command. Immediately, the cultivators of the Lu family and Bai family in the late stage of energy refinement each sacrificed a first-grade talisman towards the weakest part of the formation. The giant bowl that had just burst into light, looking like an upside-down crystal, abruptly became less luminous. Lu family's Lu Yuanzhong, you've actually broken through to foundation establishment. At this moment, ancestor Chen saw Lu Yuanzhong standing next to the Lu family ancestor, his eyes narrowed sharply. The Chen family and Lu family were mortal enemies, so he naturally knew about the Lu family. He was aware of who had the potential to break through to foundation establishment. He recognized Lu Yuanzhong at a glance and saw that he had achieved foundation establishment. Lu Old Ghost, I didn't expect that before your death, your Lu family would actually produce a foundation establishment great cultivator. Ancestor Chen looked at the Lu family ancestor with a sullen face and spoke. He had thought that in a few more years, the Lu family ancestor would die. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the Lu family had a new foundation establishment great cultivator. He also understood that the Lu and Bai families came fully prepared, clearly intending to destroy his Qin family today. If the formation was breached, not only would the Qin family be doomed. Facing the encirclement of 3 foundation establishment cultivators, he would hardly escape calamity. Old Ghost Chen, do you really believe my Qin family is so easily bullied? Ancestor Chen let out a cold laugh, his expression extremely calm. He immediately transmitted a message, Meng friend, please assist. In a short while, a streak of light flew through the sky, transforming into a skinny young man. Foundation establishment great cultivator. How is this possible? How did the Chen family also have a second foundation establishment cultivator? No, this person isn't from the Chen family. Even though the young men did not emit the pressure of foundation establishment, the Lu family ancestor, by family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong could tell at a glance that he was a foundation establishment cultivator. All their complexions changed instantly. They dared to come to Red Leaf Valley for this battle, relying on the strength of 3 foundation establishment cultivators against the only one from the Chen family. With a 3-to-1 advantage, victory seemed certain for them. However, if it was 3 against 2, slaying Ancestor Chen would become very difficult. Moreover, in this battle, they had to make a quick decision. To take down Red Leaf Valley with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Otherwise, once the Wugong Ridjing family received the Chen family's call for help and hurried over, they would have no hope of capturing Red Leaf Valley. Ancestor. Lu brother, do we fight or retreat? Lu Yuanzhong and the Bai family ancestor turned to the Lu family ancestor, inquiring about his plan. The 3 had not anticipated that the Chen family would have a second foundation establishment great cultivator. For this trip to Red Leaf Valley, the Lu and Bai families had distributed resources to all their disciples, all of which were pure spirit stones. If they failed to capture Red Leaf Valley, it would mean a massive loss for both families. And now, choosing to retreat would greatly demoralize their families. The Lu family ancestor did not speak. His expression was extremely grim. He had not anticipated this situation. His life was nearly over, without much time left. Once he passed away, the Lu family would be left with only Lu Yuanzhong, a great cultivator who had just broken through to foundation establishment. At that point, the Lu family would struggle mightily against the Chen family. And the Chen family might even join forces with the Wugong Ridjing family to attack their Qingzhou mountain. Fellow Taoist, you shouldn't be from the Chen family, right? This matter is a dispute between my Lu family and the Chen family. As long as you leave and do not join this battle, my Lu family is willing to offer a handsome reward. Or if you have any demands, you can state them, the Lu family ancestor said courteously to Meng Xiaochan as he made a polite gesture with his hands. He had noticed that the other party was not from the Chen family. He hoped that they would leave and not get involved in this battle. Meng friend, I have already sent a message to the Wugong Ridjing family. As soon as Ancestor Zheng arrives, the crisis will be resolved. And my Chen family will not let you take action in vain. There will be a generous reward. Ancestor Chen also hurriedly spoke to Meng Xiaochan. Meng Xiaochan, having come over due to an old grudge with the Lu family, wanted to join the Chen family in destroying the Lu family for revenge and to gain a share of the spoils. But now, with 3 foundation establishment cultivators in front of him, he dared not bet that Meng Xiaochan would leave. Therefore, to get the help of Meng Xiaochan, a foundation establishment cultivator, he naturally had to pay a price. Meng Xiaochan did not speak. Because at this moment, she finally understood the source of her previous unease. Chapter 233, 120, No, Lu Lang. _3. Chapter 233, Chapter 120, No, Lu Lang. _3. Lockhart Gu. After her breakthrough to foundation establishment, she could barely suppress the influence of the Lockhart Gu. But at this moment, her heart couldn't help but palpitate, as affection began to permeate. Her divine sense involuntarily looked towards the southeast direction of Red Leaf Valley. She saw a handsome and upright young man on a flying boat in the distance. Kill him, he must be killed. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng, the effect of the suppressed Lockhart Gu burst forth like a tide, instilling a sense of fear and dread in Meng Xiaochan's heart. The only thought in her mind was to kill Lu Changsheng quickly and retrieve the Lockhart Gu. Patriarch Chen, I can help you, but I need you to help me kill a cultivator from the Lu family right now, she said suddenly, clutching her chest and suppressing the agony brought on by the Lockhart Gu with a grave tone. Kill whom? Ancestor Chen directly inquired. I have taken an oath not to harm him, so as long as Patriarch Chen is willing to make a move, I am willing to help your Chen family through this calamity. He is on the flying boat in the southeast direction. Meng Xiaochan said through clenched teeth, her face contorted with pain and her voice strained. She took out a jade slip and handed it to Ancestor Chen. It was a portrayal of Lu Changsheng. Ancestor Chen saw Meng Xiaochan's painful expression and couldn't help but be surprised by her condition. He believed half of what Meng Xiaochan said. He surmised that she must be under some oath or curse. He internally remarked how overbearing the oath must be. To cause a foundation-building great cultivator such pain simply for harboring malice towards someone. However, in the cultivation world, there are all sorts of strange and bizarre methods. For example, some master-servant pacts that would cause the servant to be like this, unable to break free. Once they harbor malice, they would suffer from the backlash of the pact, leading to unbearable pain. Fine, I, Chen, will take on this task. Old Ghost Chen immediately agreed. At this moment, he also had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if Meng Xiaochan left, Red Leaf Valley would be in danger. Moreover, seeing Meng Xiaochan in such a state, he also knew. If Lu Changsheng did not die and the great battle commenced, it might even affect the performance of his own strength as a foundation establishment adherent. Lu Old Ghost, give up. This Meng Daoist friend is a cultivator under my Chen family, she will not leave. I have already sent a message to Daoist Zheng, it's still not too late for you to leave now. Immediately after, Ancestor Chen looked towards the Lu family ancestor and said coldly, "Continue breaking the formation." Upon hearing this, the Lu family ancestor ground his teeth and responded. For him, at this moment, the situation was like an arrow on the bowstring, impossible not to launch. Facing these circumstances, the Lu family also had no option to retreat. Brother Bai, don't worry, when the time comes, I will use a secret technique. Even if I cannot fight off Old Ghost Chen, I will make sure he suffers a severe blow and lead to a short life. The Lu family ancestor said to the Bai family ancestor with a heavy voice. Compared to the Lu family, the Bai family's situation was somewhat better, and they could still retreat. So he had to continue fighting and ensure the Bai family ancestor was on board. Alright, since Brother Lu says so, I will continue to fight. Upon hearing this, the Bai family ancestor nodded in agreement. He also did not wish for the Chen family to become too powerful. He hoped that before the Lu family ancestor died, he could take the Chen family ancestor with him. Suddenly, the three foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances and began to act, attacking the formation ahead to accelerate the breach in the Great Formation. Everyone, form up. Ancestor Chen shouted loudly. He prompted the Chen family clansmen to operate their energy simultaneously, melding their qi into the formation to counter the attacks. But the Lu and Bai families came to this battle prepared and had made comprehensive arrangements. They not only distributed plenty of talismans for their clansmen to launch attacks with. They had also prepared many formation-breaking talismans, continuously weakening and lifting the restrictions of the formation. Furthermore, at this time, the array masters of the Lu and Bai families were also affecting the Red Leaf Valley second-rank Great Formation with external formations. This won't do, at this rate, it will be difficult to hold out until Daoist Zheng arrives, Ancestor Chen knew. The current situation made it hard to rely on the formation to last until the arrival of Bai family Ancestor Zheng. Moreover, if the stalemate continued, his and his clanspeople's mana would be continually drained by the formation. By the time the formation was breached, he would be weakened and unable to avoid a disaster. Meng Daoist friend, I shall fulfill the agreement right now. Ancestor Chen made a decisive call. Planning to give up the Great Formation's defense. Relying on himself and Meng Xiaochan to hold out until the Zheng family's reinforcements arrived. As his words fell, he took charge of the formation, causing a huge, glass-like hammer to appear above the second-rank Great Formation like a crystalline bowl, and smashed it heavily towards a flying boat in the southeast. What does Old Ghost Chen think he's doing? Does he actually want to break through the defense and escape? No good, it's in the direction of the fourth elder. The Lu family ancestor, the Bai family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong, upon seeing this scene, were all shocked. They did not expect Ancestor Chen to counterattack at this moment. Believing that he intended to tear through their defensive formation to flee, they hurriedly flew towards the southeast direction. In the southeast, aboard the flying boat, the fourth elder was commanding everyone to break the formation. Seeing Ancestor Chen suddenly take control of the formation and launch an offensive against them, her complexion drastically changed. With a slap on her storage bag, she activated a stack of first-rank supreme talismans for protection. All of them turned into layers of golden light, enveloping everyone. She also sacrificed a blue treasure bead that soared into the sky, bursting forth with dazzling light, in an attempt to block the towering hammer. Lu Changsheng witnessed this scene, his own complexion changing. He never expected that in the midst of an advantageous battle, the Chen family would begin to counterattack. And it was aimed right at his side. He could clearly feel the terror of this strike. This was no longer a mere attack from an average Foundation establishment great cultivator. With the first-rank talismans of the Fourth Elder, it would likely be very difficult to defend. At this moment, Changsheng could no longer afford to hide his capabilities. He took out the only second-rank middle-grade defense talisman he had on him and immediately activated it. In the blink of an eye, a dense, golden divine light burst out from the talisman, forming a golden barrier that enveloped the entire flying boat, giving off an indestructible aura. Is that a second-rank talisman? The Fourth Elder, seeing the talisman Changsheng used, was shocked, recognizing it as a second-rank talisman. She did not expect Changsheng to possess a talisman of such rank. Without any time to ponder, the giant hammer from the heavens had already smashed down hard. It directly crushed the blue treasure bead that the Fourth Elder had sacrificed into powder, causing the Fourth Elder's complexion to turn pale, and she let out a muffled groan. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer kept falling, causing the defenses formed by the Fourth Elder's several life-saving talismans to rapidly shatter within a few breaths. Only Changsheng's second-rank middle-grade talisman managed to slightly hold up for a moment. In that instant, Changsheng activated another second-rank lower-grade talisman, which formed another layer of golden light barrier. The Fourth Elder, with no time to be surprised or to think, drew several more talismans from her storage bag, activated them, and formed additional defenses. Ancestor Chen, seeing this scene, was also somewhat surprised. He had thought that one strike would easily kill everyone on the flying boat. Yet, these people actually had so many talismans. And even ones as protective as second-rank talismans. Kill. Ancestor Chen's expression turned ferocious. He continued to draw power from the formation, seeking to annihilate Changsheng and the others. However, at this moment, Lu Yuanzhong and the Lu family ancestor also arrived. Seeing the Fourth Elder and Changsheng struggling to resist, they immediately brought out their spiritual artifacts and cast spells to block the formation hammer. Meng Xiaochan inside the Great Formation watched this unfold. Seeing Ancestor Chen controlling the formation to attack Changsheng, she felt not the slightest pleasure. Clutching her chest tightly, she was in extreme agony, gasping for breath, with heartache as if being cut by knives, and tears starting to flow from the corners of her eyes. Quick, quick. She could feel the influence of the Lockhart goo and the affection in her heart causing her to gradually lose her sanity. The last bit of reason in her mind urged her to implore Ancestor Chen to quickly kill Changsheng. But in the next instant, under the influence of the Lockhart goo and the affection spreading through her heart, she finally could no longer maintain her clear consciousness. No. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochan suddenly looked up, crying out loudly, her tearful eyes gazing toward Ancestor Chen as he moved against Changsheng, feeling a surge of murderous intent fill her heart. All of a sudden, she soared into the sky, charging at Ancestor Chen, who was controlling the formation. Chapter 234, 121, is Lu Lang Changsheng, _1. Chapter 234, Chapter 121, is Lu Lang Changsheng, _1. What's going on? Why is Preceptor Meng attacking the Ancestor? Ancestor, be careful. Inside Red Leaf Valley, as the Chen family cultivators were channeling their energy to fortify the Great Formation, they were shocked to see Meng Xiaochan suddenly soar into the sky with purple flames appearing in her hands, launching an attack on Ancestor Chen. Not only them. Outside Red Leaf Valley, the Lu family ancestor, Lu Yuanzhong, and others who were breaking the formation were also startled by this scene. They were utterly confused. They couldn't understand the situation with this Chen family preceptor. Why she suddenly made a move against Ancestor Chen. But they saw Meng Xiaochan conjure a cluster of purple flames between her hands. Then, with a clap of her hands, a purple fire serpent formed, radiating strong mana fluctuations as it charged at Ancestor Chen. Preceptor Meng, what are you doing? Ancestor Chen also sensed something was amiss, quickly turned around, and exclaimed in alarm upon seeing the approaching fire serpent. He hastily took out an ice blue talisman and activated it. In an instant, a horrifying cold wind swept out, seemingly freezing heaven and earth, creating multiple ice walls in front of him to block the fire serpent. The fire serpent roared, rapidly melting the ice walls. Dare to hurt Lu Lang, die. Meng Xiaochan, her eyes filled with killing intent, looked at Ancestor Chen and shouted fiercely. She unleashed a set of flying daggers, striking out swiftly. At the same time, she slapped her spiritual beast bag, and a swarm of colorful bugs of various sizes buzzed out, charging directly at Ancestor Chen. Lu Lang. Who is this Lu Lang? Could it be someone from the Lu family? Is Preceptor Meng possibly the Lu family's backup plan? The Lu family really knows how to endure, to have planted a foundation-building great cultivator in our Chen family so early. Your Lu family has 3 foundation-building great cultivators. You have been conceding step by step, showing weakness. It's simply despicable and hateful. We're finished, the Chen family is finished. Chen Shuisheng, the Chen family patriarch, and all the elders witnessed this scene and heard these words. Their faces turned pale with despair. They thought Meng Xiaochan was a mole sent by the Lu family. When Meng Xiaochan first came to the Chen family, they naturally investigated her background information. They found no connection with the Lu family. Moreover, they had been cautious with Meng Xiaochan, not revealing too much information. But they never expected Meng Xiaochan would betray them at such a critical moment. Facing the combined forces of the Lu and Bai families, 3 foundation establishment cultivators, the Chen family was already struggling to defend themselves. Now with another foundation-building great cultivator turning against them and launching a surprise attack on Ancestor Chen from within, they were entirely powerless to resist. In a flash, a wave of fear and despair spread among the Chen family cultivators. Lu Lang. Who is this? The Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong, who were grappling with the heavy hammer of the Great Formation, looked at each other, equally baffled. They did not understand what was going on. Who was this so-called Lu Lang? They certainly did not know this foundation-building great cultivator. Old Lu Ghost, I had no idea you hid so deep. Bai family ancestor, witnessing the scene not far away, was also utterly astonished. Hearing this Lu Lang, he subconsciously thought that Meng Xiaochan must have been a secret pawn of the Lu family. This made him even more wary of the Lu family. Just in case he might also be targeted by the Lu family one day. After all, the 2 families had been allies for generations, without any conflicts of interest. But if it involved fundamental interests, such relations could be severed in a heartbeat. It's him. While everyone was puzzled about who Lu Lang mentioned by Meng Xiaochan was, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but curse silently. He recognized the thin young man at a glance. It was the same person who had managed to escape from him once when he had led a diversion using a foundation establishment spiritual object at 9 Dragons Market. Because he was the only one who had escaped from his clutches. And also having invited him to explore a cave dwelling afterward, which caused the peach blossom goo to indicate some romantic fortune. Lu Changsheng had a deep memory of him. Unexpectedly, they would encounter each other here today. Moreover, the other party had become a foundation establishment great cultivator. This Lu Lang couldn't be calling for me, could it? Lu Changsheng, watching the thin young man commanding the swarm and attacking Ancestor Chen, suddenly recalled something. That was, back at 9 Dragons Market, a girl in a purple dress had attacked him out of nowhere, laying a goo on him. But at that time, he hadn't understood why. Where had he offended her? Now, seeing this thin young man, he suddenly had a guess, an intuitive feeling. The person before him, the thin young man, was actually the girl in the purple dress. One reason being the romantic fortune indicated through the peach blossom goo, letting him know that this thin young man was actually a woman in disguise. Another reason was that goo and bugs were akin, and this thin young man was skilled in bug control. If that's the case, does it all make sense? Her sudden betrayal and attack, could it be because Ancestor Chen just attacked me? If that's the case, then the effects of that love goo are a bit too overbearing, aren't they? He felt it was very likely that things were as he surmised. But he did not speak out. After all, it was just a guess in his heart. He was not 100% sure that the thin young man was the girl in the purple dress. As Lu Changsheng was contemplating, Meng Xiaochan's purple fire serpent had already broken through the ice wall and was upon Ancestor Chen. Detestable, utterly detestable. Ancestor Chen, seeing Meng Xiaochan's murderous look, had no time to think or ask what was going on. He brought out a crimson flying sword, erupting with intense mana fluctuations, and made a fierce cut at the fire serpent before him, splitting it in 2. But at that moment, swarms of bugs were closing in on him, a terrifying sight. He quickly formed a spiritual art with his hands, his robe fluttering, as billowing red flames spread out around him, resembling a sweeping fire cloud, annihilating the swarm. Chapter 235, 121, is Lu Lang Lu Changsheng, _2. Chapter 235, Chapter 121, is Lu Lang Lu Changsheng, _2. Break the formation, break it with all your might. Lu family ancestor saw that the battle of spells between Ancestor Chen and Meng Xiaochan had significantly weakened the power of the formation before them. He knew Ancestor Chen couldn't multitask at this moment, both maintaining the great formation and battling at the same time. He immediately shouted out loud. With the command issued, cultivators from both families surrounding Red Leaf Valley all brought forth magic artifacts, activated talismans, cast spells, and bombarded the great formation. Several array masters also, at this moment, pushed the formation to its limit, leveraging it to pry open Red Leaf Valley's great formation. Break. Lu family ancestor, Lu Yuanzhong, and by family ancestor, at this moment, also combined their strength to strike Red Leaf Valley's great formation. Boom rumble. Red Leaf Valley's great formation, already converted from defense to offense by Ancestor Chen, was significantly weakened in defense. Now that Ancestor Chen was also dividing his attention, unable to fully control the great formation, its power plummeted yet another notch. Under the relentless assault, and with a loud, explosive noise, the second-rank great formation, like a glazed bowl, shattered into pieces. The Chen family elder in charge of this formation turned pale at that moment and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It wasn't just him, all Chen family disciples connected to the great formation also groaned, their breathing disordered. Watching the great formation break open, Ancestor Chen, pale-faced and eyes nearly splitting with fury as he struggled against Meng Xiaochan, roared in unwillingness. He knew their Chen family was finished today. The great formation is broken, kill. Lu family ancestor gave the command. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Yuanzhong, hold back the enemy. After speaking, he held a Qin Zhu flying sword, bursting with sharp energy, and attacked Ancestor Chen, who was locked in a standoff with Meng Xiaochan, to prevent Ancestor Chen from escaping. Ancestor, you must escape. Inside Red Leaf Valley, many Chen family elders, with resolute expressions, shouted loudly towards Ancestor Chen. They were very clear in their hearts. The Chen family was finished. After today, there would be no Chen family in Red Leaf Valley. But if Ancestor Chen managed to escape, he could take the disciples outside to develop in a faraway place. Their Chen family would still have the hope of rising again. However, if Ancestor Chen died too, the chance for their Chen family to rise again would be extremely slim. Old Ghost Chen, your time has come. By family ancestor, too, issued commands, ordering the by family cultivators to attack Red Leaf Valley. He then turned into an escape light and moved to strike Ancestor Chen. Even though he was wary of the Lu family at this moment, he couldn't possibly break the agreement and not exert effort. After all, now that Red Leaf Valley's great formation was broken, it was time to divide the spoils. Lu old ghost, you've hidden your plans well. Since when did you start plotting against my Chen family? Ancestor Chen, with his robe fluttering and hair dancing wildly, surrounded by fierce flames, burning the thick swarm of insects, asked, looking towards Lu family ancestor attacking him. Just go on your way with those doubts in your heart. Lu family ancestor said coldly. He himself was confused, unaware of what Meng Xiaochan's situation was while fighting Ancestor Chen. But regardless of the situation, this was an opportunity. He intended to seize this chance to slay Ancestor Chen and end the blood feud between the Lu and Chen families. Very well, I concede today. Ancestor Chen, seeing the three at the Foundation establishment level besieging him, also knew that he could not escape today's calamity. He tapped several acupoints on his chest, smacked his dantian, causing his body's energy and mana to surge, making even his pale face turn somewhat rosy. Clearly, he was invoking some secret technique to suppress his injuries and temporarily increase his combat power. Even if I am to die today, you will pay the price. Ancestor Chen glanced at Lu Yuanzhong in the distance with a hint of regret. Then he turned to by family ancestor and roared, attacking him. He knew very well among these three besieging him at Foundation establishment, it was by family ancestor who would dare not clash directly with him, the point of breakthrough. If he could kill by family ancestor in a desperate move, it would throw the Bai family into chaos. As for Lu family ancestor, his life expectancy was no more than 2 years. With Lu Yuanzhong around, there was not much point in fighting Lu family ancestor to the death. Old Ghost Chen, do you think this ancestor is easy to bully? By family ancestor, seeing ancestor Chen attacking him, cursed inwardly. This whole affair was clearly led by the Lu family. Why come after him? But he also guessed ancestor Chen's thoughts, wanting to treat him as a weak link, and quickly summoned a colorful feathered garment, radiating colorful divine light. Chen family cultivators, kill. Those who resist and refuse to surrender, kill. Those who intentionally damage property, kill. While the 3 at Foundation establishment level besieged ancestor Chen, Lu Yuanzhong stood over Red Leaf Valley, holding the line, watching the 2 families' cultivators assail the Chen family. At this time, 4th Elder did not question Lu Changsheng about the second-rank talisman. Driving the flying boat, along with Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoyun, and others, they entered Red Leaf Valley, wielding a flying sword, and began the slaughter. Alas, this is the cultivation world. Lu Changsheng watched the slaughter before him and sighed softly. He too had been through several massacres. Usually, when encountering robber cultivators, he felt no ripple in his heart when killing. But at this moment, the large-scale carnage before him did stir some emotions. However, he wasn't overly sentimental. Over the years, he had gradually adapted to the law of the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. If you don't kill, others will kill you. If the Lu family had been the ones to fall today, this would have been their fate. I'll fight you all. A Chen family cultivator at 9th level energy refinement, utilizing magic artifacts, controlling puppets, activating several talismans, clashed against 3 Lu family elders. But in the next moment, Lu Yuanzhong, standing firm above, made his move. A mana hand came down and squashed him with a single clap. Chapter 236, 121, is Lu Lang Lu Changsheng, _3. Chapter 236, Chapter 121, is Lu Lang Lu Changsheng, _3. Lu Changsheng recognized the Chen family cultivator. It was none other than Chen Shuisheng, the Chen family patriarch and leader of those who had ambushed them on their way to Qingzhou Mountain from Qingyun sect with Lu Yuanding. But now, this same Chen family patriarch was slapped dead by Lu Yuanzhong with a single palm strike, emitting only a muffled grunt. This is the gap between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Lu Changsheng thought quietly to himself. Family head. Even in death, our Chen family will never submit. Let's fight them with all we've got. Except for some cultivators not related by blood who knelt to beg for mercy, the bloodline of the Chen family fought to their last breath. Because they knew they were certain to die. Better to go down fighting than to wait for death. At that moment, not far away, a Chen family cultivator with a fierce face commanded a flying sword, aiming it straight at Lu Miaoyun. Yuner, be careful. Lu Changsheng instantly activated a talisman, forming a protective light shield around Lu Miaoyun. Following that, the green-face sword was unsheathed, transforming into a piercing sword light that shot forth, piercing through the cultivator's chest. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The Chen family cultivator, blood overflowing from his mouth, looked unwillingly at Lu Changsheng and the others before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Yuner, stay by my side. Lu Changsheng said calmly to Lu Miaoyun. Though Lu Miaoyun had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, she had never really engaged in combat and had poor practical experience. This was also why the Lu and Bai families brought their clan's disciples here. Cultivation isn't about sitting back and relaxing, meditating daily, and leisurely riding on cranes. It's about fearlessness in the heart, slaying countless demons, braving brambles and thorns, to seek the path of true self. This endless road of cultivation is destined to go through countless calamities, honed by blood. Lu Miaoyun obediently nodded, somewhat surprised by the strength of her husband. In such a slaughter, he remained so composed. The 4th elder, watching this scene, was likewise taken aback by Lu Changsheng's performance. Feeling that her grandson-in-law was becoming more and more mysterious, unfathomable. Not only had he just used a second-rank talisman, but now he calmly killed a 6th-level energy refining cultivator. To think, Lu Changsheng had merely reached the 6th level of Qi refinement himself. No wonder Changsheng managed to escape from the hands of 3 energy refinement late-stage cultivators back then. The 4th elder thought to herself. She then instructed, Changsheng, Yuner, be careful and don't stray too far from Grandma. Though this battle was victorious, a cornered beast will still fight. The desperate retaliation from the Chen family was bound to injure, or even kill, some of the Lu and Bai family disciples. Such things were inevitable. Grandma, rest assured. He had no desire to rack up merit by killing enemies. If a Chen family cultivator charged at them, he would counter and kill. If not, he would stay with Lu Miaoyun by the 4th elder's side. Above Red Leaf Valley. Ah. Ancestor Chen, amidst the siege of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, hair disheveled, spitting blood, wounded all over, was driven to madness. The moment the great formation broke, his mana had been damaged. Now entangled by 3 adversaries and witnessing the slaughter of his clan, he was driven to extreme desperation. All of you will die. Realizing his own end was near, Ancestor Chen pushed the secret technique he was using to the limit. He detonated his spiritual artifact and took out a blue pearl, hurling it towards the Bai family ancestor. After all, in his eyes, although this battle was due to Meng Xiaochan, he hated the Lu family and Bai family even more. He wanted to drag someone with him in death. Boom. 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 Amidst the explosion of the spiritual artifact and the heavenly thunder pearl, the sky erupted with a thunderous noise and a dazzling white light. It made everyone in Red Leaf Valley turn their gaze towards the spectacular white light in the sky. Lu Yuanzhong and the Bai family had hurriedly rushed toward the center of the white light. Cough cough, if it hadn't been for my early precautions, that old Ghost Chen's dying struggle and the self-destruction of his spiritual artifact along with this heavenly thunder pearl, I might really have been done for. Lu family ancestor said, coughing up blood. It's fine, I had anticipated that the old fiend would fight desperately at his death. Bai family ancestor, too, was coughing up blood, his spiritual clothing and feather cloak damaged. He was infuriated at the thought of Ancestor Chen trying to take him down with him. The injuries from this battle would take 3 to 5 years to heal properly. And with that mighty explosion, as Ancestor Chen perished, Meng Xiaochan's mental spirit also regained a sliver of clarity. Her disguise of shape and appearance was broken in that moment. She transformed from a thin young man into a delicate-featured, stunning girl clad in purple, with an ethereal and vivacious aura. She too had been injured in the fray and the explosion of the spiritual artifact. Her complexion was somewhat pale, making her gorgeous face appear all the more pitiable. Such a terrifying Lockhart Gu. At this moment, Meng Xiaochan's recognition of the horror of the Lockhart Gu deepened. She hadn't laid a hand on Lu Changsheng herself. Merely let Ancestor Chen make his move. But watching Ancestor Chen attack Lu Changsheng, the affection flooding her heart directly caused her to lose her sanity. The only thought in her mind was to die for love. Once the Lockhart Gu takes effect, breaking free from it is extremely difficult. I can't continue like this. While I still have not completely lost myself, leaving Jiang country and never seeing him again is the best strategy. Moreover, this man seems to be my nemesis. At this moment, Meng Xiaochan felt nothing but fear towards Lu Changsheng and harbored no ill will, only love. She no longer dared to suppress the effects of the Lockhart Gu. Knowing that the more she resisted, the more she suppressed, the faster she would fall. Especially when the affection surged like a tidal wave, instantly causing her to lose her reason. Moreover, having been thwarted by Lu Changsheng 3 times, she had abandoned the idea of seeking revenge. The first time, she nearly lost her life and forfeited 2 Foundation establishment spiritual objects. The second time, not only did she lose the Lockhart Gu, but was also backfired on by the poison Gu, which almost cost her own life. Now this third time, for the sake of Lu Changsheng, she fought with Ancestor Chen and almost sacrificed her life. She dared not contemplate what the outcome would be if there were a next time. Thank you for your assistance, Taoist friend. Lu family ancestor expressed, without concern for Meng Xiaochan's change in appearance, with a polite bow. This battle would have been impossible to win so easily without Meng Xiaochan's help. Even if they could have taken Red Leaf Valley, he, the Lu family ancestor, would have had to fight to the death with Ancestor Chen and possibly perish here. There's no need for thanks. I assisted you all for the sake of Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochan said with a lamenting tone. Saying so, her beautiful eyes filled with longing and affection as she looked towards Red Leaf Valley, at a handsome young man standing upright with a magical sword in his hand. Lu Lang. Lu family ancestor, by family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong were all somewhat taken aback by this address, not knowing who this Lu Lang was. Following Meng Xiaochan's gaze, they immediately saw the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoyun, and others. Lu Changsheng. The moment Lu family ancestor saw the group, his eyes immediately locked onto Lu Changsheng. He surmised that this Lu Lang must be Lu Changsheng. This made him, a Foundation establishment ancestor, feel a surge of shock in his heart. He had always thought Lu Changsheng was extraordinary. A person with grand opportunities and destiny. But this was beyond belief. Despite still being in the Qi refinement realm, an energy refinement cultivator had caught the heart of a Foundation establishment great cultivator, who now looked at him with such a lamenting gaze. And, he remembered that when Lu Yuanding and the fourth elder reported to him about Lu Changsheng, they mentioned that Lu Changsheng liked to marry and sire children, having many wives and maids. In such circumstances, yet another Foundation establishment great cultivator had fallen for him. This. Lu family ancestor didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Yuanzhong also followed Meng Xiaochan's gaze, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion as he looked towards Lu Changsheng. He was not very clear about the situation with Lu Changsheng. But Meng Xiaochan's words and eyes left him utterly bewildered. The current situation made by family ancestor feel that something was amiss. It seemed that this Foundation establishment great cultivator wasn't arranged by the Lu family ancestor as a covert collaborator within the Chen family. It appeared to be due to a Lu family disciple. Watching Meng Xiaochan's tender and longing gaze directed at an energy refining cultivator, he felt almost like he was in a dream. Even though this energy refining cultivator was indeed handsome and striking. Since when did the cultivation world care so much about appearances? While the three Foundation establishment ancestors were in the midst of questioning life, Meng Xiaochan, with her dress fluttering in the wind, flew down towards Lu Changsheng in the midst of Red Leaf Valley. Chapter 237, 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _1. Chapter 237, Chapter 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _1. At this point, the killing in Red Leaf Valley was almost over. The bloodline of the Chen family's cultivators had been nearly wiped out. All that remained were cultivators with different surnames, as well as slaves and mortals. Then, following a thunderous boom that shook the heavens and earth from above Red Leaf Valley, everyone raised their heads to look at the piercing white light in the sky. As the white light gradually dissipated, the figures of the Lu family ancestor, the Bai family ancestor, and a purple-clad figure appeared. But there was no sign of Ancestor Chen. Everyone knew that Ancestor Chen was dead. From today onward, the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley would be no more. As for the previously seen thin young man, he had disappeared. Instead, there was a purple-clad girl with a stunningly beautiful face and an ethereal, elusive temperament. The crowd also guessed that this purple-clad girl was actually the thin young man in disguise. To this, they were somewhat surprised, but it also seemed inevitable. After all, just now many had heard Meng Xiaochan calling out Lu Lang. From this address, it was clear that this Lu Lang was most likely a man. One man calling another man Lu Lang might make sense, but it also seemed a bit strange. However, if it turned out to be a female cultivator, it would appear quite normal. Watching the exquisitely beautiful Meng Xiaochan in the sky, everyone thought to themselves, wondering who this Lu Lang she mentioned could be. To have captured the heart of a Foundation establishment great cultivator in such a way. Is it the Lu family ancestor or Yuanzhong? Members of the two families gazed at the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong in the sky, speculating in their minds. It's really her. Lu Changsheng, looking at the purple-clad girl in the sky, thought to himself that it was as he had guessed. He knew he had guessed right earlier. The thin young man from just now was the same purple dress girl who had placed the goo on him back then. Although the girl in the purple dress had a pretty face which was only considerately beautiful and varied greatly from the current exquisitely beautiful features and the ethereal, elusive temperament. The contours of her eyebrows and eyes, together with her current attire, allowed Lu Changsheng to see a resemblance. He was 100% certain that the two were the same person. Does this mean that the Lu Lang she called out was me? Did she suddenly attack Ancestor Chen just now because of me? Because Ancestor Chen attacked me. He felt he had mostly figured out the cause and effect, and his confusion was clearing. But then, Lu Changsheng's thoughts halted, and another question came to mind. Under these circumstances, she wouldn't come over and greet me, would she? This thought made Lu Changsheng suddenly feel a bit panicked. If she were to come over and greet him in front of this crowd, and call out Lu Lang again, wouldn't he be exposed? He would draw attention and be remembered. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lu Changsheng saw Meng Xiaochan, in her purple dress, drifting down from the sky towards him. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but curse internally. This was really setting him up. Under the gaze of everyone present, Meng Xiaochan approached Lu Changsheng. Her delicate face was slightly pale from the recent battle. Her eyes, full of sorrow and apology, looked at Lu Changsheng. Then, with a voice mellifluous and shy, she said, "Lu Lang." At that moment, everyone around was shocked, stunned, taken aback. The fourth elder was stunned. Lu Miaoyun was stunned. Lu Yuanding was stunned. Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaohuan were also stunned. Just a moment ago they were speculating how deeply the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong were hiding their true strength. Having even kept a foundation. Establishment great cultivator as a spy within the Chen family. But never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that this foundation establishment great cultivators Lu Lang was actually Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, who was outside, actually knew such a foundation establishment great cultivator. And at that moment, this ethereal and fairy-like great cultivator looked tenderly at Lu Changsheng with a voice as soft as water, calling out, "Lu Lang." From their tone, everyone in the moment heard endless sorrow and affection, which caused everyone to gasp in unison. Lu Changsheng sighed inwardly. He could clearly feel that at this moment, countless eyes filled with shock, surprise, doubt, admiration, and respect were fixed on him. He knew he could no longer keep a low profile. "Miss, glad to see you're unharmed." Lu Changsheng, looking at Meng Xiaochan before him, said somewhat awkwardly. While speaking, he stealthily slid his hand into his sleeve, clutching the golden light brick talisman treasure. Although he suspected that she had fallen in love with him due to the backlash of the affection goo, the underlying reasons and effects were mostly his own speculations. He was still unclear about the exact effects of this love goo. He didn't know if she would still try to harm him. After all, their first two encounters had not been very pleasant. Lu Changsheng also found it too much of a coincidence that Ancestor Chen had suddenly attacked him. And he suspected it might be related to her. This made him extremely cautious. Nevertheless, considering he had the profound origin bead on him, he was still quite confident when facing the current Meng Xiaochan. If Lu Lang recognized me yet was unwilling to meet, how could I be unharmed? Meng Xiaochan's delicate lips curved slightly, and her starry eyes full of sorrow spoke. It was as though she was looking at a heartless lover. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng watched her sorrowful expression and twitched in annoyance. "Big sister, we've only met 3 times in total. I don't even know your name." He thought to himself that this affection goo was far too domineering. Ever since the goo backlash, he hadn't seen her, and now upon meeting her, she was like this. He was relieved that he had the peach blossom goo, or he would have been in the same state. Just the thought gave Lu Changsheng shivers. And at this moment, everyone around him gasped again. Chapter 238, 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _2. Chapter 238, Chapter 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _2. If it wasn't for fear of speaking loudly and disturbing this foundation establishment great cultivator, who might be addressed reverently, they surely would have given their opinion and said that Lu Changsheng did not recognize what was good for him. Even more extreme, some directly plopped to their knees. They felt that at this time, they should be kneeling to listen to how Lu Changsheng would reply. Not just them, but also the 3 ancestors high in the sky were stunned. Just now, when they learned that the foundation establishment great cultivators Lu Lang was Lu Changsheng, they were too shocked to speak. But now, seeing this foundation establishment great cultivator show such a demure daughterly attitude in front of Lu Changsheng, felt even more like a dream. This Lu Changsheng, what kind of charm does he possess? To actually make a foundation establishment great cultivator display such an attitude. One must know that in the cultivation world, there are far fewer female cultivators than male cultivators. And as the cultivation realm increases, the disparity between the number of males to females becomes even more severe. Hence, in such a situation, female cultivators with beautiful looks and profound cultivation levels are especially popular. Most female cultivators would have several, or even dozens of suitors. Yet at this moment, a foundation establishment great cultivator resembling an immortal was showing such an attitude to an energy-refining cultivator. It truly made them question life itself. They felt as if the decades or centuries they'd lived had been in vain. Only at this moment did they truly educate their eyes. Seeing that Lu Changsheng did not speak, Meng Xiaochan sighed softly. She spoke to herself, Xiaochan knows that Lu Lang holds a grudge against me in his heart, hence he is not willing to acknowledge me. But now, my heart towards Lu Lang is sincere. This is the gift Xiaochan prepared for Lu Lang, a token of my feelings, please accept it, Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochan said with a melancholic sigh. She handed a storage bag to Lu Changsheng. A gift, a token of affection. Lu Changsheng eyed the storage bag before him, his gaze narrowing slightly. He felt that the other party was sincere, but the current situation, quite frankly, baffled him, and he did not know how to respond. Plop. 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 Sounds of knees hitting the ground rose. One could see young cultivators from both the Lu family and by family kneeling, looking toward Lu Changsheng. They felt that they could only kneel and learn from this level of conversation to show their respect. They did not dare to hope to be like Lu Changsheng, to have a foundation establishment great cultivator talk so humbly and offer gifts. They simply wished that in the future, when they had a companion to cultivate alongside, their companion would be so considerate and well-behaved, which would be more than enough to satisfy them. Does Lu Lang not want to forgive Xiaochan? Meng Xiaochan saw that Lu Changsheng wouldn't accept it, and her exquisite face showed a crestfallen sigh. Such demeanor and speech could melt even the strongest of steel. It virtually stunned and astonished everyone around. A foundation establishment great cultivator is actually fawning over Lu Changsheng like this. Not far away, Lu Miaowan watched this scene in astonishment, biting her lip. She hadn't expected that Lu Changsheng's charm could reach such a degree. To make a foundation establishment great cultivator, who in appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to her own, act like this. This caused Lu Miaowan to feel an intense sense of crisis in her heart. But the next moment, when she saw Lu Changsheng's indifferent attitude toward Meng Xiaochan and thought of how Lu Changsheng usually treated her, she couldn't help but puff out her chest with pride. What does it matter if she is a foundation establishment great cultivator and beautiful? But Lu Changsheng likes someone like me. Lu Miaowan's heart leaped with joy as she found a reason to be happy. Lu Miaoga also quietly watched this unfold. She knew that Lu Changsheng had some secrets. But she had never imagined that Lu Changsheng had hidden them so deeply. She couldn't understand how Lu Changsheng had made a foundation establishment great cultivator fall for him like this. Husband, since it is the senior's goodwill, you should accept it, said Lu Miaoyun, holding Lu Changsheng's hand, speaking softly. She too was shocked by the situation before her. She never thought that the Lu Lang mentioned by the senior was actually her own husband. She was simply at a loss for words. But seeing a foundation establishment great cultivator act like this, she too wanted to show her own closeness and magnanimity. Yes, Changsheng, since it's the girl's sincere feelings, you should accept it, the fourth elder also spoke up. She hadn't expected that the Lu Lang spoken of by the foundation establishment great cultivator was actually her grandson-in-law. And to display such humility in front of her grandson-in-law. Seeing this, she was somewhat tempted to tell Lu Changsheng that he did not appreciate what was good for him. After all, usually, a foundation establishment great cultivator was an elder master that anyone would respectfully greet. But now, a foundation establishment great cultivator was apologizing and making amends to Lu Changsheng, an energy-refining cultivator, which made her feel that even if there was a fault, it was enough. Fine, thank you, Miss Xiaochan, I will accept the gift, and we can put the past grievances aside, said Lu Changsheng, carefully reaching out to take the storage bag. But his heart remained vigilant, prepared to react at any moment. After all, if the other party really meant to strike at him. Even with the profound origin bead at hand, a slight carelessness could still mean danger. Lu Lang is willing to forgive Chaner. Upon hearing these words, the wistfulness disappeared from Meng Xiaochan's eyes. Her stunningly beautiful face revealed the innocent joy of a young girl, with shallow dimples that were captivating. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. If there had been no one around, he certainly would not have nodded in agreement, as he needed to observe the effects of the goo of affection. But now, in front of such a large audience, with so many people around, it would not be good for him to say too much. Lu Lang is willing to forgive Chaner, that's wonderful, said Meng Xiaochan, her voice filled with genuine emotion, but Chaner has important matters to attend to and cannot stay by Lu Lang's side. Once I have attended to my affairs, I am willing to cast aside all vanities to boil soup and cook meals for Lu Lang, and spend the rest of our lives together. Having said that, with eyes full of reluctance, she rose gracefully into the air and turned into a beam of escape light, leaving. Seeing Meng Xiaochan depart, Lu Changsheng also exhaled a breath of relief. Chapter 239, 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _3. Chapter 239, Chapter 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _3. With the backlash from the love goo, I felt that the other party truly bore no malice toward me. If we meet again in the future, I can try to learn more about the situation with this goo worm. Changsheng, can I learn from you? At this moment, a Lu family disciple looked up to Lu Changsheng as if on a pilgrimage. Brother Changsheng, you are indeed a role model for our generation. Does this count as being kept by a woman? What being kept by a woman? This is eating soft rice with gusto. Indeed, the most devoted lover of Qingzhou Mountain. Ah, I thought I had been through thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching me, a master of love, only today did I realize how vast the world is. The most ruthless should be that Sister Miaoyun from the Miaoyun clan is right beside him, shouldn't it? I can't learn this, I can't learn this. Just now I didn't dare to miss a single moment, waiting eagerly for Lu Changsheng to speak, and in the end, he said nothing. Silence is more eloquent than words, just this move is enough for us to ponder for a lifetime. Once Meng Xiaochan left, many Lu family disciples dared to voice their discussions. The situation had just about suffocated them. Many Bai family cultivators also deeply remembered this scene today, as well as the name Lu Changsheng. I really didn't intend to live off a woman's support. Watching the gazes around him, Lu Changsheng reluctantly thought to himself as people approached him for guidance. He felt like he had become someone living off a woman in everyone's eyes. Cough, cough. At that moment, the Lu family ancestor descended from the sky, coughing lightly twice, signaling everyone to quiet down and disperse. Lu Changsheng, what's the matter with you and the fellow cultivator from before? The Lu family ancestor also inquired of Lu Changsheng. The recent event had truly dumbfounded him. He was immensely shocked inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment. Later, with a bitter smile, he said, Ancestor, I encountered her severely injured on my way to the Nine Dragons market, and I saved her life. After that, she invited me to explore a cave mansion, where some things happened. Lu Changsheng vaguely stated. After all, he didn't have any way to explain such matters, so he could only make up a story. As for whether they believed him or not, that was no longer his concern. Changsheng, we owe you a great deal this time. Rest assured, we will reward you for your service and credit you with the highest merit, the Lu family ancestor said in a mild tone. Everyone had their own chance encounters and secrets. It would be embarrassing for him to pry further. He only knew that if it weren't for Lu Changsheng knowing this foundation establishment great cultivator today, the Lu family would have been in trouble. Moreover, as long as Lu Changsheng stayed with the Lu family, relying on his relationship with this foundation establishment great cultivator, they would have an additional deterrence against others. Thank you, ancestor. Lu Changsheng slightly bowed and said. Okay, you all rest here and stay vigilant, said the Lu family ancestor, not saying much more. He then began the task of cleaning up Red Leaf Valley with the others. Yuner, I didn't mean to keep this from you, Lu Changsheng said to his wife Lu Miaoyun, feeling the need to explain. It's okay, husband, as long as you have Yuner in your heart, Lu Miaoyun replied softly, shaking her head. She had long come to terms with Lu Changsheng's situation regarding wives and concubines. Now, seeing a foundation-building great cultivator falling for her husband, it was false to say she didn't feel threatened. But at the same time, she also felt a sense of achievement in her heart. She thought it was well-deserved that it was her husband. Changsheng, did you also get your second-rank talisman in that cave mansion? At that moment, the fourth elder asked. Yes, Granny, The elixir medicines I used to save Sister Miaoga and these few second-rank talismans were gained from that adventure in the cave mansion, Lu Changsheng explained. Right away, he attributed some of his chance encounters to Meng Xiaochan. Hearing this, the fourth elder did not continue to question further. Allowing Lu Changsheng to rest here, she went about her business, beginning to tally the spoils and collect the resources of the Qin family. Dusk dimmed, the setting sun was like blood, mirroring the Crimson Valley, hugely beautiful. As the sun set, the people from the Lu and Bai families felt heartily content, a sense of peaceful beauty filled the air. The cultivators from the Qin family turned into angry and desperate ghastly heads filled with rage and despair. The upper echelons of the Lu and Bai families were organizing the situation in Red Leaf Valley. Lu Changsheng was chatting with his wife Lu Miaoyun on the side. Lu Miaowan had brought her sister Lu Miaoga over to join in the fun as well. However, it was only Lu Miaowan speaking the entire time, chirping questions non-stop. Lu Miaoga sat quietly on the side, a picture of serene beauty. At that moment, whose spirit boat is that? Be careful, on guard. Someone looked to the sky and shouted loudly. Lu Changsheng raised his head. He immediately saw a spirit boat hurtling towards them, stopping above Red Leaf Valley. Right after, 3 cultivators descended from the flying boat. An elderly man with gray hair and a black robe. A middle-aged man around 40, with an imposing face and dressed in a blue-green robe. And a young man in a crimson brocade robe. The elderly man in the black robe and the man in the blue robe emitted a terrifying aura and pressure. 2 Foundation Establishment Great Cultivators. Noticing these 3, Lu Changsheng could tell, aside from the young man in the crimson robe, the other 2 were Foundation Establishment Great Cultivators. The young man in the crimson robe looks dressed like a Qin family member from Red Leaf Valley. As for these 2, could they be the Wugong Ridge Jing family ancestor and the Bai Lake Mountain Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator? The nearby major cultivation families all had their own family colors. Qingzhou Mountain was known for its green, with clothes often featuring bamboo and bamboo leaf patterns. The Qin family of Red Leaf Valley was known for their red color. Whereas Wugong Ridge's Jing family was black, and Bai Lake Mountain's Yu family was blue-green. Therefore, seeing the sudden appearance of these 3 people, through their clothing and appearance, Lu Changsheng made a guess about their identities. Chapter 240, 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _4. Chapter 240, Chapter 122, I really didn't mean to live off a woman, _4. After all, there are only so many major cultivation families around. Now that the Lu family and the Bai family have made a move against the Qin family, the Yu family and the Jing family are unlikely to just sit by and watch. Once the Lu family and the Bai family swallow up the Qin family's cultivation resources and gain Red Leaf Valley as a spiritual land, they will be able to develop rapidly. By then, the birth of new foundation-building great cultivators will pose a threat to those around them. Beforehand, the Lu family had anticipated the possibility of the Wugong Ridge Jing family getting involved, hence the need for swift action. If this man in blue robes really is from the Bai Lake Mountain Yu family, it seems that the Yu family has also been paying attention to the affairs between the Lu family and the Qin family, hoping to get a slice of the pie. Lu Changsheng contemplated in his heart. Thinking of the earlier matter when the 3rd young master of the Yu family had come to recruit him. He felt it was quite normal for the Yu family to want to intervene. Just now, both the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor were injured, and with the Yu family having 2 foundation-building great cultivators, plus the Jing family ancestor, that makes 3 foundation-building great cultivators. It's hard to say how this matter will be resolved. Lu Changsheng sighed internally. He knew it wouldn't be easy for the Lu family to take down the Qin family. Before he could think further, he saw 3 streaks of rainbow light flying out from the depths of Red Leaf Valley. They were the Lu family ancestor, Bai family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong, who were in the process of cleaning up the Qin family. Greetings to Lu Daoist, Jing Daoist. May I ask why the 2 esteemed Daoists have come here? The Lu family ancestor said to the men in blue robes and the men in black robes. The Bai family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong also looked at the 2 with disfavor, vaguely guessing the purpose of their visit. This old ancestor came here at the invitation of Patriarch Qin to visit Red Leaf Valley. The Jing family ancestor in black robes replied, looking at the 3 of them. He was inwardly shocked. He had received a call for help from the Qin family, learning that the Lu family had given birth to a new Foundation establishment great cultivator and had joined forces with the Bai family to attack Red Leaf Valley. To his surprise, the Qin family had fallen so quickly. He couldn't help but feel fortunate to have encountered the patriarch of the Yu family on the way. Otherwise, coming here alone would have been dangerous. Lu Daoist, a few days ago, Patriarch Qin sent young Master Qin to our Bai Lake Mountain, stating that the Qin family is willing to become a vassal of our Yu family. So, I have come here with young Master Qin, intending to discuss this matter in detail with the Qin family. What are you doing here in Red Leaf Valley? The patriarch of the Yu family said calmly to the Lu family ancestor and his group. He was also surprised that the Qin family had already fallen, and that both the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor were still alive. He had received news of the Lu family and Bai family joining forces to attack the Qin family. He had initially thought that this battle would at least result in the demise of both the Lu family ancestor and Patriarch Qin, with the Bai family ancestor seriously injured. Then their Yu family could reap the benefits of the fisherman. But unexpectedly, both the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor in front of him were not dead. They were only injured, with their aura in disarray. Becoming vassals. The Lu family ancestor, Bai family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong's faces all darkened upon hearing this. It was clear to them why the Yu family and Jing family had come. The Qin family of Red Leaf Valley and our Lu family are mortal enemies. With my impending death, I wish to settle the grudge between our families before I pass. What, do you, Lu Daoist and Jing Daoist, plan to interfere? The Lu family ancestor spoke, no longer courteous, and said coldly. He was prepared to die, and after uniting with the Bai family and spending a massive amount of resources, they had finally annihilated the Qin family. Now that the Yu family and Jing family had come, they expected him to spit out the meat that was already in his mouth, as if such an easy thing existed in the world. Even if the Yu family was much stronger than their Lu family, with two Foundation establishment great cultivators, their Lu family was not to be trifled with. The words of Lu Daoist are incorrect. We of the Yu family naturally would not intervene in the grudges between your Lu family and the Qin family. But since Patriarch Qin has expressed his wish for the Qin family to become a vassal of our Yu family, this is a matter we have to care about. The patriarch of the Yu family stated with a serious expression. You say that the Qin family, having become a vassal of your Yu family, makes it your vassal. Now that old Ghost Qin is dead, why not let him speak for himself? Bai family ancestor also snorted coldly. Clearly, the opposite party was setting up a clear opportunity for plundering in the wake of disaster, and he naturally was not in a mood to converse nicely. Young Master Qin, please explain the situation to the two Taoists. The patriarch of the Yu family turned and instructed the young Master Qin in a crimson brocade robe beside him. Indeed, my Qin family has decided to become vassals of Bai Lake Mountain's Yu family. Therefore, this Red Leaf Valley also belongs to the Yu family. Young Master Qin said, looking towards Red Leaf Valley before speaking with eyes full of hatred. Who are these mongrels, presuming to speak for the Qin family? There is no longer a Red Leaf Valley Qin family. The Lu family ancestor said coldly, taking action at once. He launched a mana-filled longsword towards young Master Qin. With a gesture, the patriarch of the Yu family broke the mana-filled longsword. Then he spoke indifferently, Lu Daoist, if that's how it's going to be, are you saying you wish to be at odds with my Bai Lake Mountain? Quite at odds, indeed. The Lu family ancestor chuckled derisively and said, in ordinary times, my Lu family might indeed fear your Yu family by 3 points. But this old man doesn't have much time left, and before death, I'd like to recklessly challenge Lu Daoist's divine skills. While speaking, he turned his gaze towards the Jing family ancestor and said, Old Ghost Zheng, do you intend to meddle in this matter? The Lu family ancestor spoke calmly, but his eyes carried a fierce and ruthless menace. To grow into a Foundation establishment ancestor was not merely a matter of talent or meditation cultivation. He had also experienced countless bloodbaths. It was only as he aged and became an ancestor that he began to cultivate his temperament and nature. I have no intention of meddling, the Jing family ancestor said with a smile. But the Qin family once owed my Jing family a debt of resources. Now that your Lu family and the Bai family have destroyed the Qin family, to whom should I turn for the debt? After all, you know the situation of my Jing family, Daoist Lu. Absorbing the Qin family, you wouldn't miss that bit of resources, would you? Said the Jing family ancestor. Naturally, he could see that both the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor were injured. But he did not wish to conflict with either of them. After all, if a foundation establishment cultivator truly fought with all their might, it may not end in death, but significant injuries would likely result. Moreover, aside from the Lu family ancestor, there were also the Bai family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong, the latter being a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator, present. Yet he couldn't just walk away without a share of benefits. Lu Daoist may indeed bargain for a few moves without issue. But our Golden Sun ancestor is also on his way here. Do you really think you can defeat me? Said the patriarch of the Yu family as he unleashed a crimson-yellow wheel and an ice-blue crescent wheel from his sleeve, readying for battle. Spiritual light surged around him, and he exuded an incredibly fierce spiritual pressure and bravery. Golden Sun ancestor. Upon hearing this name, the Lu family ancestor, the Bai family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong all narrowed their eyes, aware of the formidability of this Golden Sun ancestor. And their current state left them with no confidence of capturing the patriarch of the Yu family alive. Besides, there was also the Jing family ancestor nearby. It seems that your Yu family has resolved to be the fisherman who benefits from the quarrel, said the Lu family ancestor. But aren't you curious, Patriarch Yu, as to how our two families managed to breach the Qin family so swiftly? He continued. Upon hearing this, both the patriarch of the Yu family and the Jing family ancestor were visibly taken aback. Inside Red Leaf Valley. Is a fight about to break out? Lu Changsheng mused as he watched from below the tense standoff above, with the patriarch of the Yu family summoning his spiritual artifacts and showing a ferocious stance. But the very next moment, he saw the patriarch of the Yu family's crimson-yellow wheel turn, unleashing a wave of crimson and yellow flames that swept over and instantly reduced the nearby young Master Qin to ash. Right after, 5 foundation-building great cultivators ascended to board the spirit boat in the sky. What's this? Could it be that they've negotiated a truce? Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow in curiosity. He hadn't expected that one moment there seemed to be an impending clash. And the next, they ceased hostilities, killed that Qin family youth in the red robe, and together boarded the spirit boat. If these two really are foundation establishment great cultivators from Bai Lake Mountain and the Jing family of Wugong Ridge, then the Lu family and Bai family will have to concede some benefits this time. After all, it's not just about seizing territory, but also being able to hold it. Only when you have the strength to defend and gain recognition from the surrounding area can you truly take possession. Otherwise, as the saying goes, lose the people and you lose the land. Although the Lu family and the Bai family had taken down Red Leaf Valley and killed Ancestor Chen, they had yet to take full control of the valley. Moreover, both the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor were not in the best condition. And Lu Yuanzhong had just reached foundation establishment. Under these circumstances, it would indeed be difficult to hold Red Leaf Valley against the Yu family and the Jing family. If the conflict were to escalate, his survival would become all the more precarious. I hope for a peaceful resolution, Lu Changsheng silently wished. He hoped that the families would maintain peace and stability, allowing him time to grow and develop quietly. From the earlier battle where Meng Xiaochan, the Lu family ancestor, and the Bai family ancestor teamed up against Ancestor Chen, he realized that killing a foundation establishment great cultivator was still a daunting task. With the help of a second-rank puppet, a talisman treasure, and the treasure bone technique, he could defeat a foundation establishment great cultivator. But if the opponent fought desperately and used all their methods, he too would get injured. Though he had life-substituting talismans and was not overly worried. At this stage, Lu Changsheng still preferred to avoid encounters with great cultivators of foundation establishment. He simply desired steady growth, secretly advancing all the way to foundation establishment. Chapter 241, 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _1. Chapter 241, Chapter 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _1. How come 2 foundation establishment great cultivators suddenly came here? That black-robed elder must be the ancestor of the Wugong Ridge. Jing family, right. That should be the case. As for the other one, if nothing unexpected has happened, it should be the foundation establishment ancestor from the Yu family of Bai Lake Mountain. Why would the Yu family of Bai Lake Mountain be together with the Jing family of Wugong Ridge? They must have seen us conquer Red Leaf Valley, so they want to get a piece of the action. Exactly, just now from the looks of it, they were almost going to make a move. Now that our two families have just taken down Red Leaf Valley, the Yu family and Jing family have sent people. It's obvious they want to take advantage of the situation. Inside Red Leaf Valley, many of the Lu family and by family cultivators looked at the scene in the sky, guessing the intentions of these two Foundation establishment great cultivators, and couldn't help but become filled with righteous indignation. Today, their two families had finally taken down Red Leaf Valley and were about to enjoy the fruits of victory. But now, before they could even pick and enjoy the fruits, the Yu family and Jing family had Foundation establishment great cultivators arriving. Clearly, they wanted to snatch away the fruits of victory. Naturally, this made everyone very unhappy. Even if they were unhappy, everyone only dared to discuss it quietly. Lu Changsheng, thanks to you knowing that Foundation establishment great cultivator, or else today we might have really been taken advantage of in the chaos, said Lu Miaowan, also speaking up indignantly. Obviously, she was very upset about the two Foundation establishment great cultivators coming to take advantage of the situation. Right, Lu Changsheng, what's inside the gift that Foundation establishment great cultivator gave you? Lu Miaowan continued, with no hint of her initial aloofness, chatting away like a chatterbox with a curious look on her face. Just some spirit stones and cultivation resources, Lu Changsheng replied casually. He hadn't yet carefully checked the gift that Meng Xiaochan had given him. He'd only taken a quick glance at it. He saw that the storage bag was filled with a bunch of spirit stones, along with 2 porcelain bottles and a jade box. Cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaowan didn't ask any further. She went on to say, when we return this time, the family will hold a ceremony to honor our contributions, and you'll definitely be greatly rewarded. Then you won't be lacking cultivation resources. I suppose so. Lu Changsheng wasn't very concerned about the reward. After all, with his talisman-making skills and occasionally earning a side income, he wasn't lacking cultivation resources. If there was anything he was lacking, it would be a Foundation establishment elixir. But it was clear that the Lu family didn't have a Foundation establishment elixir. Even if they did have one, they wouldn't give him a Foundation establishment elixir as a reward. Looking at the chattering second miss in front of him, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said, "Second miss, what if I don't ask for any resources as a reward but instead ask the family head for an engagement? What do you think he would agree to?" Ah. Lu Miaowan gasped in surprise upon hearing this, subconsciously thinking that Lu Changsheng was considering asking Lu Yuanding for her hand in marriage. A wave of shyness overcame her, leaving her mind completely blank. Her delicate face, fair as white jade, instantly turned a heated red. How would I know such a thing? Lu Miaowan cried out, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she shouted loudly. Then she quickly stood up and left, stirring up a fragrant breeze. Is she that easily embarrassed? Lu Changsheng watched as Lu Miaowan, graceful and flustered, hurried away, shaking his head with a smile. He found that teasing the second miss was quite amusing, especially since she often appeared cold and noble, but in reality, was quite susceptible to teasing. Just a little teasing would make her shy and flushed, far too interesting. But his words weren't entirely for the sake of teasing Lu Miaowan. He indeed had this thought. But not about asking Lu Yuanding for an engagement. To marry Lu Miaowan. Rather, it was about asking Lu Yuanding for an engagement to marry Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaowan together. After all, his relationships with both sisters had reached this point, so it was time to clarify things. Quietly seated by his side, Lu Miaoga was also slightly startled when Lu Changsheng asked that question, and she lightly pursed her lips. After seeing her sister blush and flee, she sighed softly. Then, with a serene expression and a gentle tone, she said, "I'm going to check on Huan Huan." "Sister Miaoga," Lu Changsheng called out to Lu Miaoga. "What is it?" Lu Miaoga turned to look at Lu Changsheng, her expression calm. But her eyes, deep as autumn waters, revealed a hint of panic. "Sister Miaoga, if I ask the family head for an engagement, would you be willing to marry me?" Lu Changsheng asked her through a transmission. He felt that Lu Miaoga's mindset was such that she would struggle to get over her own reservations. Especially since the relationship he had with Lu Miaowan would likely increase the tension for Lu Miaoga. So Lu Changsheng thought that he needed to be more proactive with Lu Miaoga. "It's okay, Sister Miaoga, you can give me an answer later," Seeing that Lu Miaoge was pursing her lips without speaking, Lu Changsheng didn't press her and said so. He knew such matters couldn't be rushed. He needed to give the other person some time to think it over. Then Lu Miaoge nodded slightly, giving a simple acknowledgement, and left with a heart in turmoil. Husband, when you ask Uncle Yuanding for an engagement, is it to propose to Sister Miaowan or Sister Miaoge? Or do you intend to marry both Sister Miaoge and Sister Miaowan together? Lu Miaoyun asked, pouting towards Lu Changsheng with a hint of jealousy in her teasing voice. Lu Changsheng felt a bit awkward being teased by his wife, and he unconsciously touched his nose. After all, there he was, flirting with other women while his wife was by his side. And those women were his wife's sisters. Even though Lu Miaoyun had previously brought up the topic, it was still somewhat embarrassing for him. I think Sister Miaowan has long harbored deep feelings for you, my husband. If you ask Uncle Yuanding for her hand in marriage, I'm sure he'd agree, she said. But if you, my husband, ask Uncle Yuanding for an engagement, intending to marry both Sister Miaoge and Sister Miaowan at the same time, that might be a bit difficult. Chapter 242, 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _2. Chapter 242, Chapter 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _2. Lu Miaoyun looked at her husband in this state, and tilted her head adorably as she said. Yuner feels wronged. Lu Changsheng didn't care about his wife's jesting and gently embraced her, whispering softly. Lu Miaoyun hugged Lu Changsheng, resting her head against his chest. She indeed had come to terms with Lu Changsheng taking more wives and concubines. But to say she felt no grievance at all was certainly impossible. Or rather, when Lu Changsheng had only bought some maids, she didn't mind. But if Lu Changsheng truly married Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaowan, it was certain that neither woman would become a concubine. Under such circumstances, she would inevitably feel somewhat jealous as his wife. If husband really wishes to marry Sister Miaoge and Sister Miaowan, he could ask the family ancestor to grant the marriages. Lu Miaoyun said softly as she snuggled against Lu Changsheng's chest. Though she felt a little jealous. Considering that even a foundation-building great cultivator behaved that way towards her husband. Who knew whether her husband would marry other women in the future? Rather than that, it was better for her husband to marry her sisters instead. At least they were family, well acquainted, and capable of living together harmoniously. Yuner. Lu Changsheng was even more remorseful hearing his dear wife giving him advice at this time. He made up his mind that he must properly compensate Lu Miaoyun in the future. Changsheng, Yuner, come back with me. The busy fourth elder and two family elders prepared to steer the flying boat, taking some of the disciples and the wounded back to Qingzhou Mountain first. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun promptly boarded the flying boat, returning with the fourth elder. After all, there was nothing left for them to do in Red Leaf Valley. It was better to return and rest sooner. Grandmother, are those two foundation establishment great cultivators from Bai Lake Mountain Yu family and Wugong Ridge Jing family? Once the flying boat set off, Lu Changsheng asked the fourth elder. Although he had already guessed that the two foundation establishment cultivators were from the Yu and Jing families. He still wanted to confirm it with the fourth elder, to understand the current situation. Yes, those two foundation establishment cultivators are indeed Bai Lake Mountain Yu family's foundation establishment ancestor and the Jing family ancestor from Wugong Ridge. The fourth elder nodded and said. The Yu family has wolfish ambitions. We had already noticed the Yu family's interference during the disputes between the Lu and Qin families. Now it seems, many incidents from back then cannot be separated from the Yu family. Changsheng, we were fortunate to have you this time, prompting Elder Meng to help us out. Otherwise, we would have truly let the Yu family profit from our misfortune. The fourth elder continued, with a tone mix of indignation and relief. She was very clear. If it hadn't been for Meng Xiaochan's intervention, allowing the Lu and Bai families to quickly break the Great Formation. And the two family ancestors only suffering injuries. Today they would have most certainly fallen victim to the Yu family's ploy. The Yu family. Lu Changsheng muttered, nodding slightly. He thought of the time when the third young master of the Yu family had tried to recruit him. And the incident where Lu Miaoge was attacked by 4 robber cultivators, as well as his and the second elder's encounter with an ambush on the way back. At that time, he had obtained a Yu family token from the 3 robber cultivators and felt that the attackers were sent by the Yu family, yet he was not certain. Now, hearing the words of the fourth elder, he knew in all likelihood it was the Yu family's doing. Aimed at weakening the Lu family's power, as well as deepening the animosity and friction between the Lu and Qin families so they could profit from it. "Grandmother, what's the situation now?" Lu Changsheng continued to ask. "The Yu family, though tyrannical and overbearing, does not wish to completely fall out with our Lu and Bai families and come to blows. But this matter won't just end peacefully. The current situation involves our Lu and Bai families conceding some interests to the Yu family. As for the specifics, grandmother is not clear. We must wait for the family ancestor to make a decision." He realized that's how the matter was settled. What followed would be the division of interests. While the Lu family has 2 foundation establishment cultivators, our overall strength is far inferior to that of the Yu family. Now the Lu family ancestor doesn't have much time left, but the Yu family's 2 foundation establishment cultivators have quite a few years ahead of them. Previously, the 3rd young master of the Yu family mentioned that within 10 years, the Yu family would have a 3rd foundation establishment cultivator. If they really do produce a 3rd foundation establishment cultivator, I'm afraid the Lu, Bai, and Jing families would have to form an alliance. He felt if the Yu family truly produced a 3rd foundation establishment cultivator, there would likely be no peace. And it wouldn't be so easy for him to lie low as he wished. I still need to achieve foundation establishment sooner to truly gain a foothold. If the Yu family really causes trouble later on and affects my development, I might as well use the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates against them. Changsheng, can you still contact that elder Meng? At that moment, the 4th elder asked Lu Changsheng. Grandmother, I did not keep a contact method with Miss Xiao Chan. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. Understanding that probably the 4th elder wanted him to invite Meng Xiaochan to stand by and deter others, giving the Lu family more confidence and weight in the upcoming hearings and profit distribution. But he truly didn't have any way to contact Meng Xiaochan. No matter, grandmother was just asking. The 4th elder responded with a slight nod, without further comment. She could tell there was something unusual about the relationship between Lu Changsheng and that foundation establishment great cultivator. It was only because of the current situation of the Lu family that she had asked. Hoping that through Meng Xiaochan, a foundation establishment great cultivator, the Lu family could alleviate some of the pressure. After all, the upcoming division of interests was simply a matter of strength. Under the full-speed flight of the spirit boat. Chapter 243, 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _3. Chapter 243, Chapter 123, Foundation Establishment, Sorted, _3. 8 hours later, they returned to Qingzhou Mountain. Under the pitch-dark night, the entire Qingzhou Mountain emitted a faint spiritual light. It looked like it was draped in a layer of green gauze, solemn and mystical. Lu Changsheng could tell that this effect was due to the activation of Qingzhou Mountain's Great Formation to a certain extent. Keeping the Great Formation active must have consumed a considerable amount of energy. The clan elders guarding Qingzhou Mountain saw that it was 4th elder and the others, and they immediately opened part of the formation to inquire about the frontline situation. Upon learning that the Lu family and Bai family had successfully taken Red Leaf Valley, they were overjoyed and welcomed everyone inside. Changsheng, Miaoyun, you have also worked hard all day, go back and rest early. After entering Qingzhou Valley, 4th elder said to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun. She still needed to arrange treatment for the wounded with the other elders. This battle had resulted in quite a few of the Lu family disciples sustaining injuries that required treatment. Grandma, you should rest early too. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun nodded in agreement. They immediately went back to rest. There were still lights on in the house. Chu Zhenjin and a few maidservants had not yet rested, obviously worried about them. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun return, they immediately felt relieved. It's all right now, go to sleep early. Lu Changsheng wrapped his arms around his beloved wives and returned to their room to rest. He did not overexert himself. After such a busy day, although he was not tired, Miaoyun clearly seemed exhausted. Lu Changsheng woke up and, after showing affection to his wives, proceeded to the study. He took out the storage bag that Meng Xiaochan had given him the day before. He checked to see what was inside. In an instant, a pile of spirit stones appeared in the room. Lu Changsheng counted them, and there were a total of 2,000. He then turned his attention to the white jade porcelain vase and the white jade brocade box in the storage bag. It was clear that these jade porcelain vases and brocade boxes were used to hold more valuable elixir medicines and treasures. Out of caution, Changsheng took out his second-rank puppet. Then he stood aside, letting the puppet open the porcelain vase and the jade box. Seeing the vase and the box open safely without incident, Changsheng knew he had been overthinking. Is this blood spirit Ganoderma? Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately saw in the jade box a Ganoderma the size of a baby's arm, enveloped in a mist of red, a blood-colored Ganoderma. He recognized the Ganoderma immediately. Having read widely, he knew that this Ganoderma, like the blood sun fruit he had acquired from Xiaolong, was a Foundation Establishment spirit object. It was helpful for challenging the blood and energy barrier among the 3 barriers of Foundation Establishment. Is this because I had previously obtained from her Foundation Establishment spirit objects for the mana barrier and the divine sense barrier, but lacked one for the blood and energy barrier, so she specifically brought this to me? Changsheng looked at the blood spirit Ganoderma in front of him, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to actually bring him a Foundation Establishment spirit object. Although he already had a spirit object for breaking through the blood and energy barrier. And during Foundation Establishment, one could only use one of each type of Foundation Establishment spirit object at most. Nobody would complain about having too many such objects. Not to mention keeping it for his children's use. Selling it could at least fetch 3,000 spirit stones. Seeing the blood spirit Ganoderma, Changsheng was more anticipative of the contents within the 2 porcelain vases. He closed the jade box and looked inside the porcelain vases. What's this? Changsheng looked at the elixir medicines in the porcelain vase, his pupils contracting sharply, hardly able to believe it. He then poured the crystal-clear elixir medicines from the vase into his hand to examine them carefully. It really is a Foundation Establishment elixir, and there are 2 of them. Changsheng, looking at the 2 elixir medicines in his hand, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. For a time, he didn't know what to say. He had been wondering where he would find a Foundation Establishment elixir for his own breakthrough. But unexpectedly, Meng Xiaochan had directly delivered them to him now. And she had given him not 1, but 2. This Foundation Establishment elixir has a dark color. It looks to be a substandard product that would result in some elixir toxicity and have a somewhat lower efficacy. But this one is a genuine, high-quality Foundation Establishment elixir. Changsheng looked at the 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs in his hand and again did not know what to say. Initially, he had held some grudges against Meng Xiaochan in his heart, thinking that he would seek revenge when they met in the future. But now, seeing these 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs, Changsheng felt that the animosity between them could be considered settled. With these 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs, I don't have to worry about finding one anymore. There is no need to devise a way to acquire them. Next, I just need to stay safe and cultivate until I reach the perfection of Qi refinement, then I can directly attack Foundation Establishment. Changsheng felt excited in his heart. He had originally felt that he had a 50 to 60% chance of successfully reaching Foundation Establishment. Now that his spiritual root had improved to middle grade, and he had Foundation Establishment elixirs to assist him, Changsheng felt confident his Foundation Establishment was in the bag. However, where did she get these Foundation Establishment elixirs from? To be able to give away 2 at once. No, she has also achieved Foundation Establishment, which means she had at least 3 Foundation Establishment elixirs. At that moment, Changsheng was somewhat astonished by Meng Xiaochan's wealth. She seemed like a truly rich woman. The first time they met, he had obtained 2 Foundation Establishment spirit objects from her. The second time they met, he received a goo insect, and Meng Xiaochan fell in love with him. Now on their third encounter, she had brought him gifts. Not just 2,000 spirit stones, 1 Foundation Establishment spirit object, but also 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs. If Foundation Establishment spirit objects can be considered rare treasures, then Foundation Establishment elixirs are priceless commodities. Even the inferior Foundation Establishment elixir among the 2 could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones if sold, desired by countless people. 3 Foundation Establishment elixirs just like that. Could it be that she acquired the materials to refine them in the Purple Shadow secret realm? Changsheng speculated in his heart. After all, besides the Purple Shadow secret realm, a loose cultivator hardly has any means to obtain Foundation Establishment elixirs. Considering Meng Xiaochan's capabilities, it would be normal for her to make some gains in the Purple Shadow secret realm. Still, before foundation establishment, I must not reveal this substandard foundation establishment elixir, or I'll surely attract unwanted attention. Lu Changsheng placed the 2 foundation establishment elixirs back in the porcelain vase and stored them in his storage bag. He resolved not to expose the foundation establishment elixirs until he made his breakthrough to foundation establishment. It's difficult for a loose cultivator to obtain a foundation establishment elixir, one reason being they're rarely seen. Moreover, even if a foundation establishment elixir appeared at a large auction, you would need the strength to keep it. After all, such elixirs aren't just needed by chi refinement cultivators. Many factions and foundation establishment great cultivators also require foundation establishment elixirs to nurture their juniors. Hence the pricelessness of foundation establishment elixirs, each appearance sparking a violent and bloody frenzy. Receiving a foundation establishment elixir so effortlessly, and from a girl at that, does this count as being kept by a rich lady? Lu Changsheng thought about the foundation establishment elixir he'd been obsessing over, which had come into his hands so easily, and he felt like it was a dream. He remembered the jade pendant given to him by a nascent soul immortal. As long as he achieved foundation establishment, she would offer him an opportunity. Sigh, I really didn't intend to live off a woman. Lu Changsheng sighed softly, feeling that if things continued this way, he really would end up being supported by a woman. Chapter 244, 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _1. Chapter 244, Chapter 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _1. Lu family ancestor led a group of Lu family cultivators back to Qingzhou Mountain, signifying that the matter in Red Leaf Valley had come to an end. Lu Miaohuan and her sisters returned along with Lu Yuanding. Sister, do you think Lu Changsheng will really come to propose? After returning home, Lu Miaohuan shyly asked her sister Lu Miaoge. These past few days, she had constantly been pondering the words Lu Changsheng said before, wondering if Lu Changsheng's talk of proposing was real or just a joke. It had left her feeling anxious these past days. As long as you nod to show your willingness, maybe Lu Changsheng will come to propose today. Lu Miaoge, watching her sister's shy appearance, smiled gently and said softly, knowing that her sister had deep feelings for Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for the restraint and shyness of being a woman, she would have probably agreed already. Thinking this, she sighed softly in her heart. Not just Lu Miaohuan. She, too, felt unsettled these past days. Lu Changsheng's words continuously echoed in her mind. She wondered, if Lu Changsheng really came to propose, would she agree? After 3 days of deliberation, Lu Miaoge had roughly come to a conclusion. Should it really come to that, and if Lu Changsheng indeed came to propose, she would still agree and not refuse. But even having reached such a conclusion, she still couldn't get over her emotional hurdle. Unsure of how to face Lu Changsheng, how to answer his question. Can't he see whether I'm willing or not? Does he still need to ask me? Could it be that I should take the initiative to speak up? Lu Miaohuan's tempting red lips pursed, and she said somewhat bashfully. She felt that such matters shouldn't require her to take the initiative to tell Lu Changsheng that she was willing and for him to come to propose. That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, this is something that Lu Changsheng should take the initiative to do. Then she herself, upon her father's inquiry, should state that the matter of marriage is her father's decision, and she would abide by her father's arrangement. I just happen to have something to discuss with Lu Changsheng. Since that's the case, how about I probe a little for you, drop a hint to him? Lu Miaoge, seeing her sister act this way, could not help but speak up. Although she now felt a bit scared to see Lu Changsheng, fearing what Lu Changsheng might ask her in return. But as the saying goes, an elder sister is akin to a mother. For the sake of her sister's happiness, she still chose to have a talk with Lu Changsheng. Lu Miaohuan lightly hummed a response, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. If it were before, her pride would never allow her sister to take the initiative in giving hints. She would wait for Lu Changsheng to propose of his own accord. But having initially thought Lu Changsheng had died, she had a change of heart. She had let go of her pride when it came to Lu Changsheng. Lu Miaoyun was also at home pondering the matter of her husband and her cousins, Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaohuan, thinking of how to facilitate the marriage proposal. After all, she could see that her husband indeed had feelings for her two cousins. In such a situation, as a wife, it is natural to share her husband's worries and difficulties. Of course, she also had her own selfish reasons. Meng Xiaochan's appearance had inevitably made Lu Miaoyun feel a sense of crisis. She wanted to do something for her husband. Moreover, she hoped that after her husband married Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaohuan, he would concentrate on cultivation, focus on the talisman path, and stop spending too much attention on other women. Although I suggested to my husband that the elder could give a marital blessing, I'm certain he will not do so. He will definitely seek the consent of Sister Miaoge and Miaohuan before proposing. Lu Miaoyun thought to herself. Having lived with her husband for so many years, she knew his nature well. She knew that in such matters, he would definitely respect the other party's wishes and seek their consent. He would not rashly propose nor let the elder grant the marriage without the other party's agreement. It's clear that Miaohuan likes my husband, and if he proposed, she would surely agree. But as for Sister Miaoge, Lu Miaoyun continued her contemplation. She delved deep into thought about her cousin's situation. And she didn't know how to describe the relationship between her husband and Lu Miaoge. I remember that Sister Miaoge used to interact with my husband not as they do now, right? This reflection suddenly made Lu Miaoyun feel that the relationship between Lu Miaoge and her husband had become somewhat strange. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange. It seemed that they were still close, yet they both appeared somewhat constrained. Especially Lu Miaoge. I recall that in the past, Sister Miaoge used to treat my husband much like she did our younger brothers and sisters, very naturally. But now, Sister Miaoge seems different around my husband, lacking that easygoing vibe. That's right, it's that naturalness that's missing. Although they seem to still be close, Miaoge hardly speaks to my husband recently, as if she is somewhat avoiding him. Lu Miaoyun continued to ponder, recalling the circumstances between her husband and Lu Miaoge. No, it's not just when facing my husband, it seems Sister Miaoge is also a bit unnatural around me. It was right after Sister Miaoge returned injured, things seemed off. Lu Miaoyun thought carefully, realizing that something had been amiss with Lu Miaoge for about half a year. But she hadn't given it much thought at the time and had not paid much attention. Now, on reflection, she immediately sensed that there was a problem. She felt that something must have happened between her husband and Lu Miaoge at that time, which was why Lu Miaoge was acting this way. During that time, Sister Miaoge had a close brush with death at the hands of a robber's cultivator, barely clinging to life, and it was my husband who rescued Sister Miaoge. Something must have happened during that, and that's why Sister Miaoge is behaving like this. Chapter 245, 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _2. Chapter 245, Chapter 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _2. Lu Miaoyun pondered incessantly in her heart. Suddenly, a thought struck her, could it be? How is that possible? Lu Miaoyun was also startled by her own guess. But apart from that reason, she could think of no other at the moment. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was indeed the reason. If that's really the case, Sister Miaoge would surely be willing to marry my husband, right? Lu Miaoyun's elegant brows furrowed slightly, somewhat puzzled. That's right, Sister Miaoge has always been aloof, non-competitive, and extremely caring towards us. Even if Sister Miaoge truly has feelings for my husband, under such circumstances, she probably feels guilty towards me and unwilling to marry my husband. Moreover, Sister Miaohan also harbors feelings for my husband. The idea of sisters marrying the same man must be somewhat unacceptable to Sister Miaoge. In addition, Sister Miaoge is wholly devoted to cultivation and has no intention of marrying. If she were to marry my husband, she would inevitably think about having children, which would cause her some worry. Lu Miaoyun speculated and inferred non-stop in her heart, based on her understanding of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge. She felt that she had guessed the heart of the issue. If that is the case, I need to talk to Sister Miaoge about it. Lu Miaoyun thought, preparing to seek out Lu Miaoge for a talk. To see if it was as she had guessed. Just as she stepped out the door, she saw a strikingly beautiful woman standing outside, with long flowing hair, dressed in white surpassing the snow, and exuding an ethereal and refined aura. Sister Miaoge. Lu Miaoyun was surprised to see Lu Miaoge outside the door. She hadn't expected to just be preparing to look for Lu Miaoge when the latter was already at her doorstep. Lu Miaoge hadn't expected Lu Miaoyun to suddenly come out of the door. She had come to speak with Lu Changsheng about her sister's matter. But upon reaching the door, she hesitated for a while, unsure of how to face Lu Changsheng. Fearing how to respond should Lu Changsheng ask. "Sister Miaoge, are you here to see my husband? I also happen to have something to discuss with you," Lu Miaoyun said with a smile on her face. "You have something to discuss with me?" Lu Miaoge was taken aback, somewhat surprised, wondering what Lu Miaoyun wanted from her. Then, Lu Miaoyun invited Lu Miaoge into her room. "Sister Miaoge, do you have something you need from my husband?" Lu Miaoyun asked. "No, nothing in particular." Lu Miaoge shook her head. In front of Lu Miaoyun, she really didn't want to admit she had come to talk about a match for her sister. "Miaoyun, what was it you said you needed to discuss with me just now?" Lu Miaoge gently smoothed her hair and asked. "Sister Miaoge, what do you think of my husband?" Lu Miaoyun tilted her head and asked. "What do you mean by, how is he?" Lu Miaoge was slightly startled. Lu Miaoyun didn't understand the meaning of her words. "Just your impression of your husband, Sister Miaoge, in all aspects as a person, I mean." Lu Miaoyun directly sat next to Lu Miaoge, wrapped her arm around hers, and said with a smile brimming in her eyes. Because Lu Miaoge had been learning talismans from the fourth elder, she got along very well with Lu Miaoge. Changsheng is good in all aspects as a person. Lu Miaoge didn't know why Lu Miaoyun was asking this and spoke softly. Her impression of Lu Changsheng was indeed favorable. In terms of looks, abilities, and character, he was truly outstanding. Of course, his faults were also very clear. As a cultivator, he was too indulged in the company of women. If Lu Changsheng could focus on his cultivation and hold the great Tao in his heart, her opinion of him would be even higher. "It seems that your husband has made a good impression on you, Sister Miaoge. So, Sister Miaoge, would you be willing to marry your husband?" Lu Miaoyun asked jokingly. When Lu Miaoge heard this, her heart suddenly stirred. She had not expected Lu Miaoyun to say such a thing. She spoke softly, "Miaoyun, don't joke about this." "Sister Miaoge, I'm not joking." Lu Miaoyun looked at her usually calm and gentle clan sister, now showing such a demeanor. She became more certain that something had definitely happened between Lu Miaoge and her own husband. It was likely just as she had guessed. "Sister Miaoge, I can see that my husband likes you very much. And you, Sister Miaoge, you also have some feelings for my husband in your heart," Lu Miaoyun continued. When Lu Miaoge heard this, she pursed her lips, signaling her to stop talking. "Sister Miaoge, if I'm not mistaken, something must have happened between you and my husband, right? You seem to have a bit of an avoidance complex when facing me and when facing my husband. Sister Miaoge, are you worried about something because of me? If it's because of what I've said, I think you don't need to care, because I don't mind it." Lu Miaoyun looked at Lu Miaoge and said it outright. "Miaoyun, I..." Lu Miaoge had never expected that Lu Miaoyun would guess the matter between her and Lu Changsheng. And that she would say it so candidly. It left her at a loss for words. "Sister Miaoge, apart from me, do you have other concerns? If it's about Sister Miaohuan, I believe she wouldn't mind either. Is it about cultivation? I know Sister Miaoge, you are devoted to cultivation, but marrying my husband wouldn't affect your practice. In fact, seeing that you and my husband already have feelings for each other, instead of letting these emotions hinder your practice, it would be better to become Tao companions and cultivate together. If you are worried about childbirth, my husband will not force anyone on this matter. If you don't want to have children, you can just tell him directly." Seeing Lu Miaoge like this, Lu Miaoyun knew she must have guessed correctly and said everything all at once. Lu Miaoge pursed her lips and found herself unable to speak. Chapter 246, 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _3. Chapter 246, Chapter 124, Spiritual Field, Shop, Cave Dwelling, _3. She never expected that her affair with Lu Changsheng, as well as the turmoil in her heart, would all be laid bare by Lu Miaoyun. "Sister Miaoge, if I said that I wasn't a bit disappointed with our husband's philandering ways, it would certainly be a lie. But our husband really treats us well and doesn't play favorites, so you can rest assured. And you've also seen what happened before with our husband and that foundation establishment great cultivator. I think such incidents may occur again in the future, and although I can't stop our husband, I just want to avoid it as much as possible. So, I also have my own selfish desires, hoping that Sister Miaoge and Sister Miaohuan would marry our husband to lessen his dalliances outside. Lu Miaoyun continued to speak with a tone of sincerity. Lu Miaoge pressed her lips together and remained silent. She also thought about Meng Xiaochan's matter. In her heart, she knew that Lu Changsheng possessed a fateful secret. Under such circumstances, if Lu Changsheng could focus on his cultivation and concentrate on the talisman path, maybe he really could achieve foundation establishment. She had always hoped that Lu Changsheng would devote himself to cultivation. Not always to be so indulgent in the pleasures of women. Lu Miaoyun, seeing the look on Lu Miaoge's face, discerned that her heart was already wavering, caught in a dilemma. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, Sister Miaoge, if you still have concerns, you be the senior, and I'll be the junior. Miaoyun, don't be like this. Lu Miaoge was already feeling somewhat flustered by Lu Miaoyun's words. This statement completely dumbfounded her. She hadn't expected Lu Miaoyun to make such a sacrifice. Does this mean you agree, Sister Miaoge? Seeing Lu Miaoge like this, Lu Miaoyun asked with a mischievous smile. Lu Miaoge wanted to say that she had not agreed at all. But Lu Miaoyun had gone so far, and she felt that she had no reason to refuse. Indeed, as Lu Miaoyun had said, she already had feelings for Lu Changsheng, and it was impossible to cut ties with him. Avoiding it wasn't a solution either. It might be better to marry Lu Changsheng and cultivate together. She could also encourage Lu Changsheng to be diligent in his cultivation. Moreover, she also knew that if she did not accept, Lu Changsheng would not easily give up. Furthermore, she had previously thought to herself that if Lu Changsheng really did come to propose marriage, she would agree and not refuse. Immediately after, Lu Miaoge lowered her eyes and nodded gently. That's wonderful. Seeing Lu Miaoge nod, Lu Miaoyun's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. She then asked, by the way, Sister Miaoge, now you can say what brought you here, right? She didn't believe Lu Miaoge had come without reason. Would one just wander over and linger at the door without entering? It's about Huan. Lu Miaoge sighed slightly and said, Miaoyun, you can see that Huan is quite fond of Changsheng, and back in Red Leaf Valley, Changsheng mentioned the matter of proposing. Thus, Huan has been preoccupied with it these past few days. So I came to discuss this with Changsheng and to settle his and Huan's affair. Lu Miaoge said as much. Sister Miaoge, did our husband also use spiritual communication to ask you this question? Lu Miaoyun nodded, inquiring. At that time, Lu Changsheng had called after Lu Miaoge and then fell silent. But Lu Miaoyun could tell that her husband was speaking through spiritual communication. And she guessed what the contents of that communication might be. At this point, Lu Miaoge had nothing to hide and nodded somewhat bashfully. So Sister Miaoge, you were at the doorway just now because you didn't know how to reply to our husband, right? Lu Miaoyun's face showed a look of realization. She quickly spoke up, Sister Miaoge, don't worry about it. Given the situation, I'll take care of things for you and Sister Miaohuan with our husband. I'll speak to him. Lu Miaoyun said so. She knew the character of her clan sister well. She understood that for Lu Miaoge to discuss such a matter with Lu Changsheng, it would indeed be embarrassing and difficult. And after everything she had just said, Lu Miaoge must surely be somewhat unsettled in her heart. She would need some time to calm down. Truly letting her tell Lu Changsheng by herself, her thoughts might change again. Then I'll trouble you, Miaoyun. Lu Miaoge breathed a sigh of relief and said so. Then she said her goodbyes and left. In this short time, her heart, which she had finally calmed down a few days before, became chaotic again. We're going to be family after all, Sister Miaoge, there's no need to be so formal. Lu Miaoyun immediately got up to see Lu Miaoge off. Humph, you rotten husband, you better make it up to me later. After sending Lu Miaoge out the door, Lu Miaoyun couldn't help feeling a bit sour as she thought about how she, as a wife, was actually helping her own husband find another woman, and snorted softly. And after Lu Miaoge had left, she gradually came back to her senses. She hadn't expected that coming over to speak on behalf of her sister would result in losing herself in the process. Lu Miaoge, having already agreed, said nothing more, only letting out a light sigh. However, at this moment, she felt a certain sense of liberation and relaxation. For the past half year, this matter had been hanging over her, making it hard for her to concentrate on her cultivation. Inside the study. Sister Miaoga agreed too. Lu Changsheng, hearing Lu Miaoyun's words, couldn't help but express his surprise. He wasn't worried about Lu Miaoyun's side at all. Knowing her immediate attitude at the time, she had essentially agreed. His thoughts had always been on Lu Miaoga, wondering how to unravel her emotional knots. He hadn't expected his sweet little wife to solve the problem. Yes, Sister Miaoga has agreed. So, husband, how do you plan to reward me? Lu Miaoyun pouted and said in a soft voice. What reward do you want, Yuner? Lu Changsheng, seeing his sweet little wife's demeanor, instantly scooped her up to sit on his lap, his hands wandering. Lu Miaoyun's beautiful eyes half closed, her gaze flowing, she bit her lower lip and breathed somewhat rapidly. She then leaned weakly against the desk. As a thoughtful and considerate man, Lu Changsheng also tenderly held his delicate wife's waist. At that moment, spring was abundant in the study. 2 days later, the Lu family ancestor came to find Lu Changsheng, expressing that thanks to him, their attack on Red Leaf Valley had been a success. Therefore, as a reward for his contributions, they granted him 100 acres of spirit farmland. Additionally, it was announced that before long, Red Leaf Valley would be jointly managed by the Lu family, Yu family, Bai family, and Jing family, and it would be established as a cultivation marketplace. At that time, the Lu family would allocate a shop and a cave dwelling for Lu Changsheng in Red Leaf Marketplace. Thank you, ancestor. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng bowed his thanks. This reward was indeed generous. Firstly, the 100 acres of spirit farmland from Qingzhou Mountain would bring Lu Changsheng a considerate and stable income. Once the Red Leaf Valley Marketplace was established, as long as it got bustling, a shop would become a money tree. So this one shop and one cave dwelling were effectively 2 money trees. Lu Changsheng knew in his heart that he could obtain such a rich reward entirely because of Meng Xiaochan. Otherwise, with how he and Lu Miaoyun had been previously getting by, participating just for the sake of it, being rewarded with 100 or so spirit stones would have been considered a large reward. How could such an abundant reward be possible? Like the spirit farmland of Qingzhou Mountain, it was managed by the Lu family elders, who let the spirit farmers take care of it. Now, however, they had given out 100 acres as a reward to him. Lu Changsheng guessed this was also the Lu family's way of adding another layer of ties to him. Our Lu family never treats its own members poorly, this is what you deserve. Changsheng, if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. The Lu family ancestor said cheerfully. Chapter 247, 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach 1. Chapter 247, Chapter 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach 1. Ancestor, I have no other requests, I just need to trouble you with one matter. Lu Changsheng paused slightly after hearing the words of the Lu family ancestor and spoke with a respectful bow. A couple of days ago, after Lu Miaoyun had told him that her sister, Lu Miaoga, consented to marry him, he planned to go to Lu Yuanding to propose. To take both sisters as his wives. But when he was about to propose formally, Lu Changsheng felt stuck. He somewhat didn't know how to broach the subject. After all, whoever proposes marriage by asking for 2 daughters of a family at once? Even though Lu Changsheng's face had thickened quite a bit, he truly did not know how to start the conversation with Lu Yuanding. In the end, he decided, just as his wife Lu Miaoyun suggested, to ask the Lu family ancestor to bestow the marriage. He and Lu Miaoga, as well as Lu Miaohuan, were mutually fond of each other. So having the Lu family ancestor play matchmaker was quite in line with reason. It would not involve anything forceful. Oh. You need my help. The Lu family ancestor was mildly surprised to hear that Lu Changsheng needed assistance from him. He then said directly, what is it? Speak freely. I am fond of the family head's daughter and would like to ask the ancestor to play matchmaker for me. Lu Changsheng said with respect. Fond of Yuanding's daughter. The Lu family ancestor smiled upon hearing this. He thought it was some major issue. He did not expect it to concern the affairs of young men and women. But knowing about Lu Changsheng's preference for marrying and having children, he felt reassured. He cheerfully said, since there is mutual affection between you two, I will take on the task and play matchmaker for your marriage. But I recall that Yuanding has 2 daughters, with which one are you mutually fond? Could it be Miaoga? The Lu family ancestor asked thus. He did not meddle in family affairs. But he was very clear about many things within the family. He knew of Lu Yuanding's 2 daughters. Especially Lu Miaoga, who was not only talented in cultivation but also a high-quality talisman master. Lu Changsheng's manner made him guess that Lu Changsheng wanted to marry Lu Miaoga. Ancestor, I am mutually fond with both daughters of the family head. Lu Changsheng said somewhat sheepishly. What, you are mutually fond of both of Yuanding's daughters? The Lu family ancestor was taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect Lu Changsheng's request for matchmaking involved not 1, but 2. To marry away both of Lu Yuanding's daughters. He instantly understood. No wonder Lu Changsheng requested his help to play matchmaker instead of proposing himself. If Lu Changsheng personally went to propose, declaring he wanted to marry both of Lu Yuanding's daughters, not to mention being kicked out, but for sure Lu Yuanding would not give him a good expression. Fine, since there is mutual affection, I will play matchmaker for you. The Lu family ancestor didn't say much more and simply agreed. Setting aside that Lu Changsheng spoke of mutual affection. Even if there had been no mutual affection, so long as Lu Changsheng asked and his descendants did not oppose him, he would be willing to match them with Lu Changsheng, a man of great destiny. After all, Lu Changsheng was also one of the Lu family's own. Marrying several Lu family women was of no concern. It wouldn't only prevent talent from leaving the family, but it would also bind Lu Changsheng even closer to the Lu family and integrate him further into the family. Many thanks, ancestor. Seeing the Lu family ancestor agree so readily, Lu Changsheng also breathed a sigh of relief and bowed immediately in thanks. No need for such formality. Do you have any other matters? Don't be shy, you may bring them up. The Lu family ancestor said to Lu Changsheng with a cheerful smile. Ancestor, I have no other matters. Lu Changsheng responded respectfully. All right, since there are no other matters, then I will go and speak on your behalf. As for whether it will be successful, I cannot guarantee. Of course, if, as you say, there is mutual affection, there should not be any problem. The Lu family ancestor said. He would not make such promises outright and guarantee success. I understand, thank you for the trouble, ancestor. Lu Changsheng said as he bowed. He had asked about Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan. It was just that he simply didn't dare to face Lu Yuanding, his future father-in-law. Afterward, the Lu family ancestor did not stay long and said a few words before departing. Lu Changsheng saw him off with great respect. Husband, did you mention the matter of sister Miaoga and Miaohuan to the ancestor just now? After Lu Changsheng had seen off the Lu family ancestor, Lu Miaoyun stepped forward and asked. She had already thought it through, if Lu Changsheng truly couldn't broach the subject, she would trouble the 4th elder. To have the 4th elder speak on behalf of Lu Changsheng. The ancestor has already agreed. Lu Changsheng nodded and did not hide it. He also shared the reward the Lu family ancestor had given him. 100 mu of spirit farmland, a shop and a cave dwelling in Red Leaf Valley Market. Lu Miaoyun was startled upon hearing about the reward, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Because the reward was quite substantial. 100 mu of spirit farmland, even if used to grow the most ordinary spirit rice. After deducting for seeds, fertilizers, and the like, leaving everything else to spirit farmers to manage, would yield over 1,000 spirit stones a year. 1,000 spirit stones a year was no small income wherever one might be. Even for the current Lu Changsheng, it represented a significant income, which would also greatly lighten his burden in raising children. And once Red Leaf Valley Market was established and bustling, the shop and cave dwelling would also bring in a handsome income each year. So it was not an exaggeration to say that the Lu family ancestors' reward was generous. However, Lu Changsheng only realized the specific value of the 100 mu of spirit farmland after hearing Lu Miaoyun's explanation. Because he had not cultivated spirit land before, he was not aware of the concept behind 100 mu of spirit farmland. Does this mean, from now on, I could also live off collecting rent? Chapter 248, 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Wan _2? Chapter 248, Chapter 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Huan _2? Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly. 100 acres of spirit field and a shop, a cave dwelling, just by collecting rent, can allow 90% of cultivators to live a comfortable life. He also roughly understood why property could occupy one of the spots in the spell of wealth and partners. Many loose cultivators dream of owning a piece of spirit land. Not just because they need spirit land for cultivation, but also because owning a piece of spirit land means having the means of production and endless income. No need to wander around for a living anymore. Yuner, when the spirit field reward is granted, I'll trouble you to take care of it. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Miaoyun. He had to cultivate, make talismans, and spend time with his wives and children every day, and he simply had no time to worry about too many things. Matters like the spirit field and other internal affairs were naturally entrusted to his wives to manage. And he was very confident in Lu Miaoyun. Husband, rest assured, you focus on cultivation, let your concubine handle such matters. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng entrust her with the 100 acres of spirit field, Lu Miaoyun felt trusted and sweetly agreed. Although she didn't know much about farming, she knew that the Lu family had a mature system in this area. She didn't need to manage anything personally. All she needed to do was oversee it occasionally and wait to collect the money. After leaving Lu Changsheng, the Lu family ancestor went straight to Lu Yuanding's place. Ancestor, what brings you here? Upon learning of the ancestor's visit, Lu Yuanding didn't dare to delay and rushed over immediately. Compared to Lu Changsheng's respect, everyone in the Lu family revered the ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Changsheng has asked me to be his matchmaker, so the ancestor has come to propose a marriage on behalf of Lu Changsheng, said the Lu family ancestor. Regarding his own descendants, the Lu family ancestor was straightforward. Ancestor must be speaking of Changsheng and Huaner, right? I was also thinking of speaking with Lu Changsheng about this matter, but I never expected that the ancestor would come personally. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanding immediately showed a smile. He had planned to deal with his daughter Lu Miaowan's affairs after finishing his hectic schedule in the coming days. After all, he had seen his daughter's feelings for Lu Changsheng with his own eyes. He had even caught them in an intimate moment last time. He thought it was time to settle the matter. Despite Lu Changsheng having many wives and being quite amorous, which displeased him, he feared his daughter would suffer if she married into such a situation. But putting that aside, he was quite satisfied with Lu Changsheng in other respects. Moreover, since his own daughter liked Lu Changsheng, what else was there to say? Lu Yuanding had not expected that Lu Changsheng would have the ancestor come to propose marriage personally. Far from being annoyed, he felt somewhat relieved. Because in his view, such an action showed Lu Changsheng's affection and value for his daughter. Oh! It seems that what Lu Changsheng said is also true. However, Lu Changsheng has asked me to come here to say that both of your daughters are mutually in love with him, the Lu family ancestor said with a chuckle. What? Both? He asked the ancestor to come and propose, not only to Huaner but also to Sister Miaoga. Lu Yuanding, who had been showing a relieved smile, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing this. He was mentally prepared to marry his daughter Lu Miaowan to Lu Changsheng. But now, hearing that Lu Changsheng wanted to marry his eldest daughter as well, it was difficult for him as a father to accept at the moment. Yes, it seems to be so. This youngster didn't have the face to come and propose in person, so he asked the old man to be the matchmaker, explained the Lu family ancestor, shaking his head slightly at Lu Yuanding's reaction. This, sigh. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuanding let out a deep sigh. He knew Lu Changsheng's character well. Lu Changsheng was not one to take advantage of others or bully by virtue of his position. If he asked the ancestor to come and propose marriage, it was probably because he had genuine feelings for his daughter Lu Miaoga. Even so, thinking about Lu Changsheng wanting to take away both his daughters made him quite upset, his fists clenched involuntarily. When did Changsheng and Miaoga start having feelings for each other? Lu Yuanding couldn't help thinking. He was so busy with his duties that he failed to notice that his eldest daughter had also become involved with Lu Changsheng. But the next moment, he immediately guessed that it must have been when Lu Miaoga and Lu Changsheng were managing the spiritual talisman shop together at the Nine Dragons Market, and then she was misled by that youngster. Thinking this, Lu Yuanding's expression turned sullen, and he felt a wave of disappointment. Ancestor, I still want to ask about Miaoga's thoughts on this matter," Lu Yuanding said through gritted teeth. As for his younger daughter Lu Miaohuan, he felt there was nothing to ask about. Her heart was already with Lu Changsheng. But for his eldest daughter Lu Miaoga, he thought he still wanted to ask. To see if his daughter truly liked Lu Changsheng. If she really did, then it was fine. But if not, even if the ancestor came to propose, he, as a father, would stand up for his daughter. The ancestor would also like to know how this youngster managed to steal away the pearl of our Lu family. The Lu family ancestor nodded, saying with a chuckle. After a while, Lu Miaoga arrived in the hall. "Dad. Did you call for me?" Seeing the Lu family ancestor drinking tea in the hall, she immediately greeted him respectfully. "Miaoga, Lu Changsheng says that you and he are mutually in love, and so he has asked me to come here to propose marriage. Is this true or false?" The Lu family ancestor looked at Lu Miaoga and asked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Miaoga's lovely cheeks blushed anidily. After what Lu Miaoyun said the day before yesterday, she had been somewhat restless when she went home, thinking about the possibility of Lu Changsheng coming to propose. She never expected that Lu Changsheng would actually ask the ancestor to come and propose. Chapter 249, 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Wan Wan, _3. Chapter 249, Chapter 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Wan Wan, _3. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuanding had wanted to ask some questions. But seeing his daughter like this, he suddenly felt there was nothing to question anymore. He knew that the relationship between his daughter and Lu Changsheng was not just about mutual affection but was also extraordinary. All right, if that's the case, 1 month from now is an auspicious day. Let's hold the wedding then. I will personally preside over the marriage and share in the joy with a toast. Seeing this, the Lu family ancestor also found his answer and didn't inquire further, immediately making the decision. He was also somewhat curious about what kind of capabilities Lu Changsheng possessed. After all, he had won the affections of both of Lu Yuanding's daughters. It reminded him of how a foundation establishment great cultivator in Red Leaf Valley had fallen for Lu Changsheng. This matter remained unfathomable to him even now. After all, it was utterly impossible to captivate so many female cultivators solely with one's appearance. There must be something exceptional about him in other aspects. But during his visit to Lu Changsheng's residence, he could tell that Lu Changsheng wasn't using any heretical methods. His aura was upright and serene, his wives and concubines radiant, with nothing amiss. Miaoga will follow the arrangements of the family ancestor and father, Lu Miaoga said softly with a shy bow of her head. At this moment, all the unease in her heart dissolved. All that remained was shyness and a hint of joy. Good, Yuanding, you arrange this. Just let me know when it's time, said the Lu family ancestor. Yes, family ancestor, Lu Yuanding responded helplessly with a cupped fist salute. After all, at this point, what more could he say? Afterward, the Lu family ancestor took his leave. Miaoga, when did you and Changsheng begin? Lu Yuanding sighed slightly and asked his daughter after seeing off the family ancestor. He still felt somewhat unwilling to let go. He wanted to know when exactly Lu Changsheng had stolen away his eldest daughter. It was when I encountered a robber cultivator, and Changsheng saved me, Lu Miaoga said softly with her head bowed, not hiding anything from her father. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanding felt somewhat relieved, and it eased his mind significantly. He knew that if not for Lu Changsheng, his eldest daughter would have perished then. He then had a chat with his eldest daughter before going to inform his younger daughter. He told her that her marriage with Lu Changsheng was settled and would take place in a month. Lu Miaohuan was initially shocked, not expecting the arrangement to be made so swiftly and feeling suddenly bashful. But learning that Lu Changsheng was not only marrying her but also her sister, she was stunned for a moment. However, after Lu Yuanding's explanation, she silently pondered for a moment and then came to terms with it. She quickly accepted the situation. After all, she had already accepted Lu Changsheng's numerous wives and concubines, and naturally wouldn't mind her own sister. Before long, half a month passed. The news that Lu Changsheng was about to wed the Lu family's eldest miss and the second miss spread across Jingzhou Mountain, stirring up much discussion. Damn, what the hell, Lu Changsheng is getting married again, and to both Sister Miaoga and Sister Miaohuan. Our Lu family's two beauties are being swept away by one man. How can you call it being swept away? This is clearly keeping the resources within our own field. Yeah, marrying Lu Changsheng is still marrying within our Lu family, right? The family had actually agreed to this marriage. I heard that Sister Miaoga and Sister Miaohuan are indeed in love with Brother Changsheng, so the family head could only agree. SSS, truly worthy of being our Qingzhou Mountain's #1 romantic. Not only did he charm a foundation establishment great cultivator before, but now he's silently won over both Sister Miaoga and Sister Miaohuan. In this regard, I respect no one but Lu Changsheng. I'm not surprised that Lu Miaohuan is marrying Lu Changsheng, but I didn't expect Sister Miaoga to marry him as well. Yeah, I thought Sister Miaoga would remain unmarried for life. I support this marriage. That's right, I also support it. If not for Lu Changsheng, when we in the Bai family attacked Red Leaf Valley, we might have been outplayed by the Yu family. As the news of Lu Changsheng's upcoming marriage to Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan circulated, Qingzhou Mountain buzzed with excitement, with many people discussing it. If it was just Lu Miaohuan getting married, people wouldn't have much to talk about. At most, they would remark in amazement that Lu Changsheng was taking a wife again. But Lu Changsheng was marrying both sisters at once. Especially Lu Miaoga, who not only had a great talent for cultivation and a good reputation but was also a top-quality talisman master. Many Lu family disciples thought Lu Miaoga would remain unmarried for life. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Miaoga was going to marry Lu Changsheng. And she was marrying him along with her sister Lu Miaohuan. So this made everyone feel incredibly moved. But it was just a sentiment and discussion, without any real objection. After all, by now, Lu Changsheng had thoroughly integrated into the Lu family. He had shared in their trials and tribulations, contributing to their victories, making him one of their own. The immortal seedlings who had originally come to Qingzhou Mountain with Lu Changsheng, upon hearing this news, felt a mix of envy and awe but no longer had any strong emotions or other feelings on the matter. Having been in Qingzhou Mountain for over a decade, they had gradually accepted reality and come to terms with their ordinariness. They understood that not everyone with a spiritual root stepping onto the path of immortality could achieve success in cultivation. The path of immortality was difficult, filled with countless dangers. 99% of cultivators spent their lives inconspicuously in the qi refinement realm. Now, Lu Changsheng was growing farther and farther away from them. He had reached a point where they no longer compared themselves to him or discussed him on equal terms. Sometimes they would reminisce about their initial arrival at Qingzhou Mountain with Lu Changsheng as a son-in-law and regret not having formed a good relationship with him. As for the discussions in Qingzhou Mountain, Lu Changsheng was unaware and unconcerned. During this time, he devoted his time to accompanying his wives and concubines. Chapter 250, 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Huan 4. Chapter 250, Chapter 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Huan 4. After all, I was about to take another wife, and I needed to properly comfort the women in my harem. Also, because of the issues between the Lu family and the Chen family, I was worried about accidents, which was why I hadn't let my wives and concubines bear children for some time. Now that the storm had passed, the Lu family had returned to tranquility. I could continue to live in peace, so naturally, it was time to get busy with childbearing. In the past half a month, with Lu Changsheng's continuous efforts, the concubines Xiao Yuyao and Xiao Yueru became pregnant. As for Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin, Lu Changsheng was taking it slow with them, thinking of letting the two women rest more and spend some time on cultivation. After all, one had given birth to 3 children for him, and the other to 4, they deserved more breaks. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. It was the day of Lu Changsheng's wedding with Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan. The ceremony was extremely grand and lively. One could say it was a celebration for the entire clan. The whole of Qingzhou Mountain was joyous, draped in colored lights, adorned with large red lanterns. Early in the morning, Lu Changsheng, with the care of his 2 beautiful wives, Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin, was adorned with a golden crown and dressed in a red groom's brocade. With a big red flower on his chest, he rode a spiritual horse, leading the wedding procession with drums and gongs to the residence of Lu Yuanding to welcome the bridal sedan. I pay my respects to my father-in-law. As soon as Lu Changsheng entered the door, he saw family head Lu Yuanding and immediately dismounted to respectfully perform a salute. Changsheng, Wanner has a somewhat willful disposition. I hope you can be more understanding. Lu Yuanding, the family head, said with slightly red eyes, patting Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Even though he was somewhat displeased that Lu Changsheng had married both his daughters, he still hoped that Lu Changsheng would treat his daughters well. Please rest assured, father-in-law, Lu Changsheng said earnestly as he clasped his hands together. Good. Lu Yuanding nodded, and once again patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder, saying, I believe in you. After a while, supported by two bridesmaids, Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaowan appeared. Both were dressed in phoenix crowns and rosy clouds robes, their exquisite faces veiled by the tassels hanging from the fiery red phoenix crowns, hiding their stunning visages from view. But their graceful figures, adorned in those gorgeous phoenix robes, were stunningly beautiful and dazzled all who saw them. Lu Changsheng looked at the two women before him, a smile on his face, and felt a surge of pride and joy well up from within. After all, Lu Miaoge was the first fairy he had encountered in the cultivation world. A woman who had caused his heart to flutter. Back then, to him, Lu Miaoge was a woman to be admired from afar. But at this very moment, she was about to become his wife. Not just that, both Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaowan had middle-grade spiritual roots. They were to become his only two wives with middle-grade spiritual roots. This gave him hope that the spiritual roots of his future children could reach an even higher level. Lu Changsheng stepped forward to assist the two women onto the bridal sedan. He could feel that both women had somewhat stiff palms, obviously nervous. Even Lu Miaowan was more nervous than Lu Miaoge. This brought a smile to Lu Changsheng's face, and he gently pinched the tender palm of this second young miss. After sending the two women into the bridal sedan, Lu Changsheng mounted his horse and led the wedding procession grandly back. Since both families resided within Qingzhou Valley, the procession circled the entirety of Qingzhou Mountain, much like the time he had married Lu Miaoyun. I still remember when Lu Changsheng married Sister Miaoyun. Who would have thought he'd be marrying both Sister Miaoge and Miaowan today? Yes, I still remember Lu Changsheng from 10 years ago, when he came to our Lu family as an immortal seedling. In 10 years, from a son-in-law taken in through marriage to a top-notch talisman master, marrying Miaoyun, as well as Miaoge and Miaowan, he's reached the peak of life. Everyone makes their own choices. Lu Changsheng's way of life, I suppose, leaves him with no regrets. 10 years, how many decades does one have in a lifetime, eh? In 10 years, Lu Changsheng went from a son-in-law to this point, yet over my 10 years, Many people, looking at Lu Changsheng riding atop the spiritual horse with a face full of pride and satisfaction, couldn't help but feel touched and introspective. Over the past decade, most of the Lu family disciples had also come to accept Lu Changsheng. But remembering how Lu Changsheng had arrived at Qingzhou Mountain as a son-in-law years ago, it felt like a lifetime had passed, a feeling that made them sigh with emotion. Thus, Lu Changsheng, riding his spiritual horse, leading the bridal sedan and the wedding procession, made a full circuit around Qingzhou Mountain and arrived at the Qingzhou Grand Hall. The Qingzhou Grand Hall was originally the central hall for the Lu family's meetings. It was in consideration of the Lu family ancestor personally overseeing the wedding ceremony, and the face of the family head Lu Yuanding, that this place was chosen for the wedding. For this wedding, even the normally plain hall had been decorated sumptuously. Lu Changsheng dismounted and escorted the two brides, each in their phoenix crown and rosy clouds robes, from the bridal sedan. Together, they held a red silk ribbon and entered the great hall. To the sound of harmonious music, the three of them entered the main chamber. Familiar faces met their gaze. The Lu family ancestor sat in the main seat, wearing a smile, personally presiding over the wedding. Lu Yuanding and the fourth elder sat nearby, serving as the elders from both sides. Begin the ceremony and exchange vows. The Lu family ancestor's voice bellowed clearly. Thereupon, Lu Changsheng, along with Lu Miaoge and Miaowan, came before Lu Yuanding and the fourth elder. First salute to heaven and earth. Second salute to the high hall. Couple bow to each other. Under the witness of the Lu family's high-ranking members, Lu Changsheng and the Miaoge sisters completed the ceremony and exchanged vows. Following was the procession to the bridal chamber. However, after taking the two women to the bridal chamber, Lu Changsheng still had to return to receive guests. Changsheng, I once told you that as my son-in-law, you should treat Qingzhou Mountain as your own home. But now I have something more to say to you. Chapter 251, 125, Sister Miaoge, why don't you teach Wan_5? Chapter 251, Chapter 125, Sister Miaoga, why don't you teach Wan_5? At this moment, the Lu family ancestor, with his somewhat clouded eyes, looked at Lu Changsheng, and spoke in a gentle voice. Ancestor, please speak. Lu Changsheng said respectfully upon hearing this. I know you have your own opportunities and secrets, which is why I've always been guarded. But I hope you remember one thing, you are the son-in-law of the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. We are one family, so Qingzhou Mountain is your support. You are not alone. If there's anything, you can always talk to me. The Lu family ancestor spoke, his elderly voice exceedingly gentle, like that of an ordinary senior teaching his junior. He could feel the sincerity in the words. He could tell that now the Lu family ancestor was exuding an aura of death. He knew that the battle at Red Leaf Valley had taken a toll on the already limited years of the Lu family ancestor. Whether it was the previous rewards, the matchmaking, or now these words, there was an undeniable element of coaxing. Hoping that he would stay with the Lu family. But regardless, the old man's actions and words touched his heart deeply. The young one understands, please be at ease, ancestor. As long as I am the son-in-law of the Lu family, I will not fail the family, Lu Changsheng said to the Lu family ancestor with unwavering conviction. Now that his relationship with the Lu family had reached this stage, he naturally could not let them down. Even if he were to leave the Lu family in the future and establish his own clan, the ties with the family could not be easily severed. After all, he was not a person of heartless and ungrateful nature. He always remembered those who were kind to him in his heart. He patted Lu Changsheng lightly and said, go on, go to the bridal chamber, don't keep them waiting. Lu Changsheng smiled and bowed his hands slightly. After making a quick toast, he headed to the bridal chamber. Having been through the experience several times, the bridal chamber was now familiar territory for Lu Changsheng. With the maid Kuei-si attending, Lu Changsheng used the jade balance beam to lift the red veils of the two brides and remove their tasseled phoenix crowns. Suddenly, two extremely beautiful faces that even phrases like national beauty and heavenly fragrance were insufficient to describe were revealed to Lu Changsheng's eyes. Miaoga, who was originally ethereal and otherworldly, now had her cheeks tinted with makeup, making her fair, snowy complexion blush with a warm luster, coquettish and touching, radiant and charming, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Miaoga's dreamy, mesmerizing eyes met Lu Changsheng's intense gaze, and she immediately became like a panicking deer, her beautiful head lowered shyly, a wave of bashfulness rising in her heart. This scene was an unparalleled beauty to Lu Changsheng, the most stunning landscape on earth. And the usually aloof and noble second young mistress, today, had completely melted her ice mountain demeanor. Her eyes brimming with emotion as she looked at Lu Changsheng, her delicate features now adorned with a hint of adorable shyness, charming and bewitching. Sister Miaoga, Huan, you are truly beautiful. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and praised generously. If he hadn't been through so much, seen so many things, just looking at his two charming brides in front of him might have been too much to handle, and he wouldn't be able to maintain such calm and composure. Then, taking the wedding cup from the tray held by the maid Kuei-si, he said, Sister Miaoga, Huan, today we become husband and wife, and from now on we shall journey through life together. Come, let us drink this cup to the full. Immediately after, the three of them drank the joint cup wine together. After finishing the wine, Lu Changsheng suddenly chuckled and said to Miaoga, life is unpredictable. When I first saw Sister Miaoga, I thought of you as an untouchable fairy, high above. I never imagined that one day I could marry you. Turning his gaze to Miao Huan, he continued, when I first saw Huan, I thought she was both cold and fierce. And now? Miao Huan, hearing Lu Changsheng describe her sister as a fairy and herself as cold and fierce, immediately objected with pouted lips. Her lips pursed, glistening and fresh as the most tender petals in the world, tempting Lu Changsheng to taste them carefully. From now on, you are flawless. Lu Changsheng gazed at the second young mistress before him and said, before promptly tasting those petals. Miao Huan let out a soft moan, reminded that her sister was still there. But her body tingled all over and she began to tremble, unable to utter a sound. Then a series of rustling noises commenced. Lu Changsheng. The second young mistress wrapped her snow-white arms around Lu Changsheng's neck involuntarily, her eyes slightly squinted, murmuring softly. Lu Changsheng gently clasped her creamy skin, trailing off with a drawn-out tone. Miao Huan called softly, then her beautiful eyes closed tightly, her delicate features slightly furrowed, her head tilting back. Her exquisite, beautiful face blushed, her breath heaving with soft moans, her body shaking unceasingly. Miaoga, abashed beside them, didn't know how to react upon seeing her sister in such a state. But seeing her sister's plaintive behavior, she awkwardly comforted her while feeling somewhat flustered and shy. She could clearly feel her sister's body incredibly soft and scorching at this moment. Lu Changsheng turned to Miaoga, taking her delicate hand and slowly moving it. That gesture made Miaoga's heart surge with unending shyness. Her breathing quickened, her clear and lovely cheeks flushing like the rosy sky at sunset, becoming more radiant under the candlelight. As the older sister, why don't you teach Huan Huan? Said Lu Changsheng, taking in the fragrance from Miaoga and whispering softly. Then, the scene fades to black. That year, Lu Changsheng was 28 years old, with 7 wives, 11 concubines, and 24 maids. Chapter 252, 126, The Young Lady and Second Miss Are Pregnant, _1. Chapter 252, Chapter 126, The Young Lady and Second Miss Are Pregnant, _1. The next morning, Lu Changsheng awoke. Looking at the 2 newlywed wives beside him, whose features were about 70 to 80% similar and whose sleeping faces were stunningly beautiful, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This too is the motivation for my diligent cultivation, he said. The heights are cold, and the path to immortality stretches endlessly. Cultivators are also human, with emotions and desires. If one were to practice cultivation by casting aside all emotions and desires, and enduring nothing but arduous cultivation, even if one were to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path and live a long and plentiful life, what joy would there be? Lu Changsheng ruminated in his heart. At this moment, he experienced a feeling of enlightenment, a sense of spiritual satisfaction. It was as if his body and soul had both been sublimated. This was his Tao. The way of cultivation is manifold, different people follow different paths. As for him, his path was to traverse amid the chaos of the mundane world. He sought to satisfy his own desires and to cultivate an unobstructed mind and a relaxed spirit. At this moment, Lu Miaoga's eyelashes quivered as she slowly awoke, opening her clear and bright eyes. Looking at Lu Changsheng, her face revealed a trace of happiness and shyness, mixed with a faint joy. Huan Huan is still asleep, let's sleep a bit longer, she said. Lu Changsheng, watching Lu Miaoga wake up, drew her enticingly fragrant and jade-like body into his arms. Bending his head slightly, he gazed at her fair, creamy neck, and spoke softly. Now married, Lu Miaoga no longer put on the airs of an elder sister as usual, she responded with a light and nestled into Lu Changsheng's embrace. Her beautiful eyes were half opened, her lips slowly parting with breaths that tugged at the heartstrings. Huan Huan is about to wake up, later we need to go see father, she said. The eldest mistress, noticing that Lu Changsheng's actions were becoming more intense, grabbed his hand, her hazy beautiful eyes looking towards her husband as she softly spoke. Even after the wedding night and becoming husband and wife, she tried to maintain the image of an elder sister in front of her younger sister. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng also stopped his movements. He knew the eldest mistress was shy. He had great respect for Lu Miaoga. Or it could be said that this kind of thing was mutual. Immediately afterwards, Lu Miaoga got up, draped on a dignified and elegant white gossamer gown, and tidied up the clothing scattered beside the bed. Soon, Lu Miaohuan also awoke. Thinking of last night's scene, this second young mistress was even more shy than her sister Lu Miaoga. This was also because Lu Miaoga and Lu Changsheng had already had marital relations. By this time, Lu Miaoga had already finished dressing and applying makeup. Seeing that her younger sister had awakened, the gentle and graceful elder sister got the 2 of them out of bed, suggesting that they should go to serve tea and greet their father Lu Yuanding. Hearing this, the 2 of them did not delay. They immediately got dressed and went with Lu Miaoga to meet their father-in-law. After greeting their father-in-law and having breakfast, they returned home, and Lu Changsheng called over Lu Miaoyun, Chu Zhenzhen, and the others to start unpacking wedding gifts. This wedding was so grand, officiated by the Lu family ancestor, that everyone from Qingzhou Mountain had brought gifts. However, most were just token gestures. It was only the gifts from a few of the Lu family elders that were somewhat more substantial. To Lu Changsheng's surprise, the gift from the Lu family ancestor was actually a dual cultivation secret technique. Is the ancestor concerned about my multitude of wives and the depletion of my energy? He wondered, somewhat astonished. Nonetheless, he could tell that in terms of value, this dual cultivation secret technique was the most valuable of all the wedding gifts. But he possessed the yin-yang harmony technique. Contained within were many dual cultivation techniques, and he had no regard for the dual cultivation secret technique in the gift. But a true master always keeps the heart of an apprentice. With a learning mindset, Lu Changsheng flipped through the illustrated manual of the dual cultivation technique. Lu Miaohuan boldly took a few glances. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng directly pulled the women together and they all began to study it with keen interest. After all, it was one thing to understand dual cultivation. But none could be as simple and direct as the teachings in these illustrated manuals. He could talk about how to dual cultivate, but his wives might just think he was deceiving them. Now, with the dual cultivation technique gifted by the ancestor, there could be no doubt. Lu Changsheng first went to comfort Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjun, teaching the two women the dual cultivation technique and helping them with their cultivation. After all, one must not forget old love in the face of new. Late into the night, he then went to find Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaohuan for cultivation. Now, naturally, the two women did not share one room and had separate chambers, which made Lu Changsheng feel a bit regretful. But he was not in a hurry. He knew such things needed to be approached gradually. It was better for them to be separate now, allowing both sisters to let go and relax. Otherwise, like last night, they would both hold back, and that would diminish the fun. Lu Changsheng first entered Lu Miaoge's room, where the eldest mistress was not asleep but meditating. She was still clad in a simple and elegant white gown, but with a bit more decoration than usual. Her black hair was tied up high, adorned with a green jade hairpin, and two earrings dangled from her delicate earlobes, adding a few touches of noble and refined charm to her transcendental beauty. Changsheng. Seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoge opened her beautiful eyes and softly called out his name. Sister Miaoge, I finished reading the dual cultivation technique given by the ancestor today, and there are some parts one don't quite understand. I was hoping Sister Miaoge could enlighten me, Lu Changsheng said as he approached. Lu Miaoge blushed at his words. She wasn't foolish enough to believe what Lu Changsheng said. Not understanding cultivation. Clearly, it was just an excuse. Changsheng, matters between men and women should have limits. If one overindulges, it can impact cultivation and also harm the body. Lu Miaoge gently pursed her lips and advised tenderly, like a wise woman and a good wife. Previously, she didn't feel it was her place to advise Lu Changsheng too much. But now that she was married to him, she felt it was important to properly supervise Lu Changsheng's cultivation. Sister Miaoge, you know me, from today on, I will exercise restraint. But I really have come to seek guidance in cultivation, he replied. Chapter 253, 126, The Young Lady and Second Miss Are Pregnant, _2. Chapter 253, Chapter 126, The Young Lady and Second Miss Are Pregnant, _2. Moreover, dual cultivation benefits both of us. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that Lu Miaoge wanted what was best for him. But he practiced the 100 refinements treasure body art, and his body was comparable to a middle-grade magic artifact. To say he was as tough as iron was not an exaggeration. Watching her husband's appearance, Lu Miaoge's beautiful eyes brimmed with affection. She heaved a helpless sigh, knowing she had to take persuasion slowly. Her pearly teeth nibbled lightly on her tender lips, leaving a faint white mark as she nodded gently. Immediately thereafter, accompanied by the rustling sound of shedding garments, the two began their dual cultivation. Sister Miaoge, how do you feel? Is my tiger step like what is described in the books? Even though Lu Miaoge was good-natured and as gentle as water, upon hearing this, she turned her face away and did not respond, ignoring him. After all, how could she respond to something like this? To this, Lu Changsheng did not mind and continued the dual cultivation, talking to himself. His way of speaking was simply to tease Lu Miaoge. Just like the novel he read in his previous life, where Ling Xiaodong conquered Jing Yiyun, there was a process of conquest from body to heart. Even after marrying her, there still needed to be this gradual and cyclical process. About half an hour later, sentiments surged, and the dual cultivation came to an end as they embraced each other tightly, clinging together. Changsheng, it's time to rest. Lu Miaoga's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of seductiveness as they opened and closed. She breathed quickly, holding onto Lu Changsheng's neck tightly, her breath sweet as she spoke. Sister Miaoga, I don't quite understand the techniques of blowing the jade flute and koi sucking water mentioned in the dual cultivation methods. Lu Changsheng, seeing the young mistress looking like this, gently caressed her sweaty, fair face and said. Even though Lu Miaoga hadn't taken a close look at the dual cultivation methods during the day, she vaguely understood the meanings upon hearing his words. Her eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful forehead dropped slightly, not speaking. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng just smiled and held Lu Miaoga quietly. He hadn't thought that with just a word, Lu Miaoga would obey him. It still required a process, after all. After resting with Lu Miaoga for a while, Lu Changsheng then hurried on to his next engagement. After all, having multiple wives and concubines came with its own troubles. There was another young mistress waiting for his comfort. When Lu Changsheng arrived at Lu Miaowan's room, the light was already out. But Lu Changsheng could feel that the second young mistress had not yet gone to bed. He immediately knew that he had made the second young mistress wait too long and that she was in a bit of a mood. In the past, Lu Changsheng naturally wouldn't have indulged such a mood. But now that she was his wife, he found a little mood to be nothing serious, considering it a bit of flirtation. Entering the room, Lu Changsheng approached the bed and coaxed Lu Miaowan, who was under the covers. The second young mistress now was all too easy to coax. It didn't take long before she was appeased. As he lifted the covers, he saw that Lu Miaowan was still wearing a sparkling gown, as though flowing with stars. It was exactly the dress he had expressed during the day his desire to see her wear, the one from when they first met. Lu Miaowan's graceful figure was perfectly displayed under this gown. Her fair and delicate skin seemed even more tender and soft like snow. Under the hem of the starry night-like gown, the contour of a pair of beautiful legs was visible yet hidden. With one glance, Lu Changsheng spotted that on these beautiful legs were wrapped a layer of thin, cicada wing-like black silk stockings. This made her legs appear even more slender and temptingly sensual. This caused Lu Changsheng to inhale sharply, and he immediately seated himself on the bed, lifting the second young mistress into his embrace and resting her straight, tempting legs on his own thigh. He spoke warmly, Huan, it's all my fault for making you wait so long. Your feet are a bit cold, let me warm them for you, he said as he gently stroked them, suddenly grasping her round calf and slender ankle with genuine concern. Even through a layer of stockings, he could still distinctly feel the whiteness and delicacy of her skin. Lu Miaowan heard his words and looked at Lu Changsheng with eyes that were both reproachful and delighted, giving him a look. She thought to herself that she hadn't guessed wrong after all. Lu Changsheng indeed had peculiar tastes. But at that moment, she did not feel disgusted. Instead, she felt a sense of pride, believing herself to be alluring. It was Lu Changsheng who had fallen for her first. In a flurry of sweet nothings from Lu Changsheng, it didn't take long for Lu Miaowan to don a body-hugging gown aglow with starlight, her tall and graceful figure leaning against the windowsill. Her shapely, long legs, sheathed in black stockings, were perched atop a pair of stiletto heels that complemented her dress, with a nebulous starry design. The heels, slender and 3 to 4 inches tall, not only accentuated the perfect, alluring contours of the young mistress's legs but also added to her overall statuesque height. Under the soft glow of the moon, her dark and lustrous hair cascaded down her back, smooth and reaching the waist of her gown, resting above her shapely hips, making Lu Miaowan's beauty breathtaking at that moment. Lu Changsheng stood behind her, embracing the undulating, alluring body of his wife, together admiring the moon. A moment later, Lu Miaowan bit her lip, her delicate and stunning face flushing with a rosy glow. The blush stretched to her exquisite earlobes, along the length of her swan-like neck, and her cool and proud demeanor could no longer be maintained. In a voice as faint as a mosquito's, she said to Lu Changsheng behind her, You better not ruin my clothes. Huan, when the time comes, I will buy you new ones. Lu Changsheng whispered softly. As noble and aloof as an iceberg, the second young mistress began to thaw and let herself be manipulated. Rip. Following the sound of tearing cloth was a series of whimpers that were at once resentful and longing, plaintive and complaining. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaowan quickly integrated into the big Lu family. And just as Lu Changsheng had expected. Seeing so many children in the courtyard, neither Lu Miaoga nor Lu Miaowan had the heart not to have a few of their own. They both expressed a willingness to have children. But only one each. Lu Miaoga's reason was that she still needed to consider her cultivation. And she had to manage the affairs of the spiritual talisman shop. As for Lu Miaohuan, she was simply a bit scared of childbirth. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng naturally accommodated their wishes. And during this month, both Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan became pregnant. For Lu Changsheng, this was a source of immense joy. One reason was that for the wives and concubines he loved, he indeed held a partial fondness for their children. He couldn't manage to be entirely equitable. Additionally, both Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan had middle-grade spiritual roots. And he himself now had a 6th-grade spiritual root. Therefore, Lu Changsheng had some expectations for the children in the bellies of the two women. After Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan became pregnant, Lu Yuanding came to visit, bringing many nutritional supplements. They included both his personal gifts and those representing the Lu family. Even though Lu Changsheng wasn't exactly short on money now, he naturally accepted the heartfelt gifts. At the same time, Lu Yuanding also told Lu Changsheng to take charge of the 9 Dragons marketplace. With the family crisis resolved, all external businesses naturally needed to be quickly revived and operational. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng naturally agreed. But mentioned that he still had some matters to attend to in the mortal world. After all, it had been a year and a half since he had visited his wives and children in the mortal world, due to the series of events involving the Lu family. He also told Chu Jinjin about the true culprit behind the murder of her family and planned to take her to the mortal world to resolve the matter and pay respects to her parents. For this, Lu Changsheng truly felt he had not done enough. All these years, he had never taken Chu Jinjin home to pay tribute to her parents. Hearing this, Lu Yuanding didn't say much, only urging Lu Changsheng to make it quick. After all, they could hire someone to manage the shop. But due to the former hurried circumstances, the businesses had fallen behind. It was crucial to have one of their own take charge and swiftly restore operations. Immediately, Lu Changsheng, without delay, requested a flying boat from Lu Yuanding. Because this trip to the mortal world, he was not only taking Chu Jinjin with him, but he also planned to send some of the children to the mortal realm. Although he owned a flying boat, it was considered ill-gotten gains and might attract the attention of the Yu family. So, Lu Changsheng had no intention of using it publicly for the time being. For 300 family contribution points, Lu Yuanding approved a flying boat for Lu Changsheng. Immediately after, Lu Changsheng, accompanied by Chu Jinjin and 6 children old enough to travel, set off for the mortal realm. Chapter 254, 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_1. Chapter 254, Chapter 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_1. The sky is clear for thousands of miles, and the azure is spotless. A flying boat slowly descended from the sky and landed outside of Ri County City. Lu Changsheng took out a transmission talisman and sent messages to Hong Yi and Li Feiyu. About a quarter of an hour later, Hong Yi and Li Feiyu hurried out from the city. Brother Hong, Feiyu. Lu Changsheng greeted the two men. He then introduced Chu Jinjin and the children to Hong Yi. After a brief introduction and exchange of greetings, Lu Changsheng asked Chu Jinjin to take the children onto a carriage and head into the city. Changsheng, I heard from Brother Hong that the Lu family has destroyed Red Leaf Valley. At this moment, Li Feiyu turned to Lu Changsheng and inquired. He had been closely following the events concerning Qingzhou Mountain and Red Leaf Valley. By now, after so much time had passed, he had also gathered news about the Lu family and the Qin family. Learning that the Lu family had obliterated the Qin family of Red Leaf Valley came as a tremendous shock, and he had no clue what was going on. That's correct. He did not conceal the truth. He briefly recounted the matters between the Lu family and the Qin family. At the same time, he asked Li Feiyu about his future plans. Whether he intended to stay in the secular world or return to Qingzhou Mountain. He could tell that Li Feiyu's cultivation level was still at the 4th level energy refinement. In the secular world, even with the minor spirit gathering array he had set up, cultivation was exceedingly difficult. It was completely incomparable to cultivating in a place with a spiritual vein like Qingzhou Mountain. No, the children are much older now, and my parents can take care of them. I plan to finish out the year and then go to the cultivation world to try my luck and see if there's an opportunity, said Li Feiyu. His determination to pursue cultivation had never wavered. He knew that with his current circumstances, if he didn't take a leap of faith now, let alone foundation establishment, he'd have no chance of reaching the energy refinement late stage in this lifetime. Red Leaf Valley has been destroyed, and the Lu family, Bai family, Yu family, and Jing family will establish a marketplace in Red Leaf Valley. Once the marketplace is completed, and everything comes to life, it will be a decent place to go, Lu Changsheng spoke up. From what he knew, the Red Leaf Marketplace would be completed in 1 or 2 years. Once it was built, to attract Lu's cultivators and businesses to settle there, the 4 major families would offer various favorable policies. During this phase, for Lu's cultivators, it would be a good time. If Li Feiyu were to go to Red Leaf Marketplace, he could also look after him to some extent. After all, venturing out to explore ancient ruins and secret realms, in his view, was still too dangerous. It was almost a sure path to death. But he also knew that for ordinary loose cultivators like Li Feiyu, the only way to make progress in cultivation was to take this one path. Okay, I'll consider it when the time comes, responded Li Feiyu after hearing this. Red Leaf Valley is going to have a marketplace. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi too was somewhat surprised, seeing a business opportunity. Yes, Brother Hong, if you're interested, you can go and have a look when the time comes. If you want to purchase a shop, I can also help make introductions, Lu Changsheng said to Hong Yi. Now that his wives and children were settled in the secular world, and the Rui Marquis mansion was looking after them, he naturally wanted to return the favor. After the establishment of the Red Leaf Marketplace, the major families would release some of the shops and residences to be sold cheaply. If Hong Yi was interested, he could obtain a quota from the Lu family for him. Thank you, Brother Lu. I will discuss this matter with my father when I return home, expressed Hong Yi, his face lighting up with joy. He knew that the shops and dwellings available at the start of such a marketplace were not easy to get hold of. One needed to qualify. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng would actually offer to facilitate this for him. This made him inwardly marvel at Lu Changsheng's current status and position within the Lu family. He had never imagined that in just a short decade, the rural boy whom he had once overlooked would rise to such heights. He felt fortunate that his attitude had changed swiftly back then, and that he had established a good relationship with Lu Changsheng. Brother Lu, you asked me to investigate the mastermind behind the murder of your sister-in-law's family, and now they are being detained in the Marquis Mansion dungeon, said Hong Yi. Lu Changsheng looked at the carriage where Chu Zhenjun was present, and nodded. From a previous letter from Hong Yi, he had already learned the details of the matter. As he had suspected, the cultivator was a parasitic cultivator. Because he practiced an energy drain technique, he served as a household protector in a small family. Relying on draining energy from women for cultivation, and directing people in the secular world to seek out girls with a spiritual root. Therefore, the incident involving Chu Zhenjun had unfolded. Bringing Chu Zhenjun with him on this trip was also to deal with this issue. All right, Brother Lu, you can get in touch with me when you're ready to come over. My father has also been wanting to meet you, Hong Yi added, nodding. Then, the three of them continued to chat casually, discussing recent events as well as matters related to the cultivation world. By the way, Brother Lu, do you stay in touch with Daoist Xiao, Daoist Zhao, and Daoist Han? Hong Yi asked at that moment. I have corresponded with Han Lin a few times, but I have had little contact with Daoist Xiao and Daoist Zhao, replied Lu Changsheng as he shook his head. After their 3-year agreement, although they made another 10-year pact. 10 years was ultimately too long. A slight friendship from back then might not stand the test of time. And Lu Changsheng wasn't someone who particularly enjoyed social interactions. So for many years, he had only corresponded a few times with Han Lin. He learned that the other party had become an artifact refiner. And found out that Xiao Xie was taken as a disciple by a nascent soul immortal. Afterward, Lu Changsheng wrote a congratulatory letter to Xiao Xie who replied briefly. Then there was no further interaction. I, on the other hand, correspond frequently with the three of them, Hong Yi began to speak. His personality differed from Lu Changsheng's. Upon returning to the secular world, he maintained active communication with others. He also constantly endeavored to sustain this network connections. He then shared the recent situations of the three individuals. Chapter 255, 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_2. Chapter 255, Chapter 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_2. Xiao Xie was accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul immortal, had already broken through the energy refinement late stage, and had the prospects of reaching foundation establishment in the future. Zhao Qingqing, with her 6th grade spiritual root, became a pharmacist. But not long ago, through correspondence with Han Lin, he learned that Zhao Qingqing had awakened a latent spiritual body, the Veg body. This type of spiritual body does not enhance cultivation but is adept at nurturing spiritual medicine and performing healing. Therefore, Zhao Qingqing caught the eye of an elder who managed the medicinal garden at the outer sect and was taken in as a disciple. Han Daoist has become an artifact refiner, and now Lu Daoist is also a top-grade talisman master, leaving only me and Brother Li to waste our days in the mundane world. Hong Yi voiced his feelings. Back then, among the 6 of them, he was the one with the most privileged identity and background. Although he was doing fairly well now, when compared to Lu Changsheng and others, the difference became obvious. He was only a little better off than Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu sighed softly beside him but did not speak. At the time of their 3-year agreement, he had already become the worst off among the 6. Now, more than 7 years later, he was still the worst off. And the gap with the others was growing wider and wider. This was also the reason he was thinking of venturing into the cultivation world to make a stand. Feiyu. Lu Changsheng, seeing his good brother like this, patted his shoulder. I'm fine, just feeling a bit emotional seeing you all doing so well. Li Feiyu said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Now, we only have 2.5 years left until the 10-year agreement we made back then. In a while, I'll write to ask Daoist Xiao and the others if they want to gather together. Hong Yi continued. I'm fine with it. He wanted to maintain these friendships if possible. But he didn't force it, preferring to let things take their natural course. After all, with the system by his side, he did not need Hong Yi's approach. Li Feiyu also nodded slightly. Although he did not entertain the idea of relying on others for help. He knew that maintaining these connections would be beneficial to himself. Just like now, his good relationships with Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi provided him with many conveniences in terms of cultivation resources and information. While the 3 of them were chatting leisurely, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Lu residence. Lu Lanqiu, Lu Zier, Lu Qing'er, and Xia Zhiyue, along with a group of children, were standing at the entrance of the residence. It was clear they knew about Lu Changsheng's arrival and were waiting at the entrance. Lu brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your family reunion. Hong Yi said as he got up to take his leave seeing the situation. All right, see you tomorrow. Lu Changsheng nodded and then turned to look at his wives and children. Husband, father, Zhenzhen, Auntie Chu. The wives and children, seeing Lu Changsheng, immediately showed the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Lu Wuyo and Lu Shila even rushed over to embrace Lu Changsheng. Ha ha ha, did you miss Daddy? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng held the children and ruffled their heads, a smile also spreading across his face. We missed you. After not seeing them for over a year, the children had all grown taller. From their stature and movements, it was evident that they had a solid foundation in martial arts. Such minor improvements in martial arts also boosted Lu Changsheng's ability. However, this boost was too insignificant. For Lu Changsheng, who was cultivating the 100 refinements treasure body art, it was almost negligible. Lanqiu, it has been hard on you all these days. Lu Changsheng said to his wives. Husband, it wasn't hard. The women shook their heads, their eyes filled with tenderness. Let's go inside. Lu Changsheng didn't linger to catch up at the entrance. He patted his eldest son, Lu Ping'an, who had nearly grown as tall as his chest, and went inside with his wives and children. Now, the Lu residence had changed considerably from 1.5 years ago. The house now employed many protectors, martial masters, servants, and maids. Following Lu Lanqiu's instructions, upon seeing Lu Changsheng, the head of the household, they all respectfully paid their respects, calling out, "Old master, family head." Hee hee. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was still getting used to this title. But in the mundane world, after establishing a family, being called Old Master was also normal. And being 28 years old, he was indeed not young anymore. After settling the children, Lu Changsheng spent time with his wives and children, joyfully having a reunion meal. Lanqiu, Zier, Qing'er, do you want to go back to Qingzhou Mountain for a visit? Lu Changsheng asked, embracing his wives. Sending his wives to the mundane world partly for the children's care, and partly as preparation for escape. Now that the situation of the Lu family had stabilized, if the three women wished to return to Changsheng Mountain, he could take them back to live there on this trip. Husband, we'll just stay here with the children. All three women shook their heads. They did not necessarily want to leave Changsheng Mountain. But they understood that with Lu Changsheng's busy affairs, rather than going back to Changsheng Mountain, it was better to stay here. Moreover, they also knew that Lu Changsheng wouldn't bring the children back with them and didn't want to be away from the children. All right, I'll come back often whenever I have time. Lu Changsheng said warmly. He still had quite a bit of affection for his first three wives. And, following his words, he expressed his love through his actions. Zhenjin, why don't you stay at home, and I'll go alone? Lu Changsheng said to Chu Zhenjin. Although this trip was meant to bring Chu Zhenjin along for revenge. She had never dared to kill even a chicken, let alone take a life for revenge. Moreover, he could see that over the years, Chu Zhenjin had been forgetting and shedding the hatred in her heart. If she were to see her enemy, it might bring back painful memories. Husband. Chu Zhenjin looked at Lu Changsheng, pursed her lips, and her eyes were determined, clearly wanting to go. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng held her hand and did not say much else. Chapter 256, 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_3. Chapter 256, Chapter 127, A 10-Year Pact, Revenge_3. Accompanied by Chu Zhenjin, he arrived at the Rui Royal Mansion. Upon learning of Lu Changsheng's arrival, the doorkeeper immediately went to report it. Not only Hong Yi came out to greet them. Hong Yi's father, the Marquis of Rui, also personally came out to greet them. This Rui Marquis appeared to be in his 50s. However, through Hong Yi, Lu Changsheng knew that this Rui Marquis was actually over 70 and had more than 40 children. 7th level energy refinement. Lu Changsheng recognized the cultivation level of the Rui Marquis at a glance. Such cultivation strength was considered to be that of a master in the secular world. Spirit Gathering Array, a minor spiritual land. After entering the inner courtyard of the mansion, Lu Changsheng immediately sensed that there was a spirit vein beneath it. Similar to the one in Bullhead Mountain, it belonged to the less influential spirit veins. But in the secular world, even a minor spirit vein like this was rather impressive. After a brief conversation with the Rui Marquis, Lu Changsheng followed Hong Yi to a subterranean palace. Young Master Yi. At the entrance of the subterranean palace, two innate masters stood guard and greeted Hong Yi with a bow. Open the door, Hong Yi commanded outright. Upon entering the subterranean palace and walking through a tunnel, it was clear that this was a prison. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell, and many people were confined. Any martial arts experts or cultivators who cause trouble in Rui Prefecture are dealt with by the Rui Marquis Mansion and imprisoned here. Gongsuan Hong is detained in the depths, Hong Yi explained to Lu Changsheng. Gongsuan Hong was the cultivator behind the scenes who had killed Chu Zhenjin's entire family. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, holding Chu Zhenjin's hand as they followed Hong Yi deeper into the dungeon. Many cells on both sides were empty, some containing prisoners. Tight bindings in a cross shape, iron chains piercing through the arm bones, tendons in the hands and feet severed, and fetters and chains wrapped around the wrists and ankles indicated that the inmates who were detained here were generally formidable. They were either cultivators or at least innate masters. Hearing footsteps, many prisoners opened their eyes. Seeing Hong Yi, their eyes turned blood red as if looking at the murderer of their fathers, they struggled vehemently, gnashing their teeth and howling in anger. Seeing such a scene, Chu Zhenjin felt frightened and hugged Lu Changsheng's arm tightly. Although she was a cultivator at the 3rd level energy refinement, her timid nature hadn't changed much. It's okay. Lu Changsheng said to his petite wife while gently comforting her. Not to mention Chu Zhenjin, even he felt somewhat uncomfortable with the scene before him. After all, the most tragic scene he had witnessed was the killings in Red Leaf Valley. But that was not as revolting as what he saw now. Brother Lu, sister-in-law, this person here is Gongsuan Hong. Hong Yi stopped and pointed at a door to a cell, announcing. Inside sat a man in his 60s, with gray hair, a pale face, purple lips, and appeared to be at death's door. He was in a tight binding, iron chains piercing through the arm bones, tendons in the hands and feet severed, and fetters and chains wrapped around the wrists and ankles. Gongsu and Hong. Chu Zhenjin recognized that this was the very cultivator who had orchestrated the murder of her family. Hatred and anger surged in her heart. But at the same time, the thought that her parents died because of her brought a wave of sadness. "Zhenjin, let me do it." Lu Changsheng sighed softly upon seeing his wife in such a state. He knew Chu Zhenjin's personality well. He had anticipated that even with the murderer before her, Chu Zhenjin's heart would only be filled with sadness and confusion. She would hardly experience the sensations of anger and hatred, the satisfaction of revenge. One reason was her personality. The other was that over the years, much of her hatred had been buried. Chu Zhenjin's eyes turned slightly red as she nodded. She had felt unwell ever since entering the dungeon. Even feeling nauseous. At this moment, asking her to take action to relieve her hatred by killing someone was really beyond her. Swish. Lu Changsheng snapped his fingers. A streak of white sword light burst forth, ending Gongsu and Hong's life and severing his head. When he had saved Chu Zhenjin, he was still worried that the cultivator behind the scenes might come after them. But now, over 7 years later, killing the enemy was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. "Wu, my husband." Chu Zhenjin trembled upon seeing Gongsu and Hong's death, tears streaming down her eyes as she held Lu Changsheng tightly. Although she felt some relief from revenge, there was more emptiness and sadness in her heart. Knowing that her parents and family could never return. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife, stroking her hair and comforting Chu Zhenjin. If it weren't for giving his wife closure. And since she had insisted on coming, he would not have wanted to bring Chu Zhenjin to such a place. After the vengeance was done, Lu Changsheng did not stay long. Picking up Gongsu and Hong's head, he bid farewell to Hong Yi and left. Carrying Chu Zhenjin, they rode on the Iron Feather Eagle toward Dongyang Prefecture, to Zhoushan Mansion. 1 day later, the couple arrived at Zhoushan Mansion. Father, mother, Wu. Looking at the desolate, weed-infested courtyard, Chu Zhenjin finally could not hold back her tears and cried bitterly. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng sighed softly. He consoled his fragile wife and erected a tombstone for her deceased parents. He then hired people to renovate the dilapidated mansion, arranging for someone to guard the place long-term. This was so that Chu Zhenjin wouldn't have to be so sad and distressed when she came to pay her respects in the future. He also thought that, should her elder brother who had taken up the demon path return, he would see that his sister was still alive and well taken care of. Chapter 257, 128, Giving Birth to a Spiritual Body, Double Lottery Draw _1. Chapter 257, Chapter 128, Giving Birth to a Spiritual Body, Double Lottery Draw _1. After paying respects to his parents with Chu Zhenjin, Lu Changsheng returned to Rui County City. He stayed in Rui County City for 3 days, accompanying his wives and children, before leaving with Xia Zizhu and Chu Zhenjin. He did not return to Qingzhou Mountain. Instead, he went directly to Nine Dragons Market. One reason was to avoid making an extra trip. Additionally, he would have use for this flying boat later on. He needed to send several maids and children from the marketplace into the mundane world. 5 days later, the flying boat descended outside Nine Dragons Market. After securing temporary identity plaques for the 2 women, Lu Changsheng entered the marketplace. Back when he left Qingzhou Mountain, 7 of the 9 pregnant women had already given birth. The remaining 2 would also give birth in a couple of months. Now I already have 18 children with a spiritual root, but I don't know if these 2 children will have spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng felt somewhat expectant in his heart. Both maids were purchased from White Jade Tower and possessed 9th grade spiritual roots. Therefore, there was a not so small chance that the children in their wombs would have spiritual roots. However, it was very unlikely for both to possess spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng did not pay too much attention to it. After settling Chu Zhenjin and Xia Zizhu, Lu Changsheng took Xia Zizhu to the neighboring courtyard. That was the courtyard where Xiao Long once lived. He wanted his daughter to see her father's former residence. Looking at the deserted courtyard covered in dust, and thinking of her deceased father, Xia Zizhu felt profound grief and her eyes reddened. Usually unable to bear such scenes, Lu Changsheng sighed as well. He could only comfort her as much as possible. He let her cry out for her father all night, filling the void in her spirit. The next day, Lu Changsheng went to the Lu family compound in the Eastern District. He met the already present second elder, and took back control of the spiritual talisman shop. In the half-year he had been gone, without the supply of supreme talismans from the fourth elder and a decrease in superior talismans, the shop's business inevitably suffered. Faced with this situation, the Liu family's approach was straightforward. Hold promotions and provide more superior and supreme talismans, allowing the business to begin to recover. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In these 3 months, only Xiao Huang, who had been left behind, was pregnant. It wasn't that Lu Changsheng didn't want to have more children. The maids with spiritual roots had just given birth not long ago and needed to recuperate. Xia Zizhu's cultivation had just broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Lu Changsheng planned to wait until she reached the 4th level of qi refinement and the middle stage before considering having children again. As for ordinary maids like Bai He and Haitang who lacked spiritual roots, now that he had so many wives and maids, Lu Changsheng planned not to have any more children with them. After all, he believed in quality over quantity. I've been out for over 3 months now, it's time to go back. In the spiritual talisman shop, after completing his meditation and cultivation, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. He prepared to return to Qingzhou Mountain and see his wives and children. He did not go directly back to Qingzhou Mountain. Instead, he steered the flying boat, taking Chu Zhenjian and sending maids like Bai He and Haitang as well as a group of children to the secular world. As for Xia Zizhu, he temporarily settled her in 9 Dragons Market. One reason was that 9 Dragons Market needed someone to look after it. Additionally, having just married Lu Miaoge and Lu Miaohuan not long ago, it seemed somewhat improper to bring someone back from outside the house so soon. After settling the maids and children into the mundane world and staying for 2 days, Lu Changsheng took Chu Zhenjian back to Qingzhou Mountain. Upon returning to Qingzhou Mountain, Lu Changsheng gave the spirit boat back. He stayed at home for 3 days, accompanying his wives and children. The yin-yang harmony technique's 5 aggregates proliferation method also came into play at this moment. However, the 5 aggregates proliferation method was not a sure hit. It merely increased the odds. Lu Changsheng didn't know how effective it had been over these 3 days. 3 days later, amidst the reluctance of his wives, Lu Changsheng rode the Iron Feather Eagle, taking Jiang Loyue back to 9 Dragons Market. Caiyun Peak, Mingyue Residence. Xiao Xie was dressed in a long, white gown, with a cool and ethereal demeanor, resembling a fairy from the Moon Palace. Clouds are heartless, the moon is heartless. She looked at the supreme forgetful love technique she was cultivating. She had completely understood the methods in the technique and even cultivated it to the 9th level of qi refinement. But when it came to the states of mind and the artistic conception of the technique, she could never grasp the essentials and failed to comprehend them. After pondering for a long while, Xiao Xie let out a soft sigh, took the cultivation technique, and went to the highest palace at the top of Caiyun Peak. Upon reaching the palace, she saw a tall, slender, and breathtakingly beautiful figure in colorful garments standing in a daze at the railing, gazing into the distance. From the side, one could discern her magnificent curves under the loose colorful garments, resembling a valley among rolling hills. Her long, silky, jet-black hair hung down to her waist, almost covering her mature and full curves. "Master." Xiao Xie called out respectfully. She couldn't remember when it started, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, her master began to enjoy standing alone, gazing into the distance. You've come. Is there something you need?" Yun Wanzhang turned her head to look at her, her stunning face revealing a gentle smile. "Master, I've disappointed you. I'm still unable to grasp the state of mind of the supreme forgetful love technique." Xiao Xie held out the technique in her hand and spoke softly. Yun Wanzhang looked at her disciple who once was lively and clever, now cool and indifferent due to the supreme forgetful love technique, her beautiful eyes tranquilly impassive, and her demeanor pure and saintly, and she let out a slight sigh. The first layer state of mind of the supreme forgetful love technique is, clouds are heartless, the moon is heartless. What's your understanding of it?" Yun Wanzhang asked. Both the clouds and the moon are in the sky, yet the moon is thousands of miles away from the clouds, with no interrelation between the two. Naturally, the clouds are heartless, and so is the moon. Xiao Xie replied, explaining her understanding. Chapter 258, 128, Giving Birth to a Spiritual Body, Double Lottery Draw _2. Chapter 258, Chapter 128, giving birth to a spiritual body, double lottery draw _2. Shiyu, clouds embrace the light of Yuer, casting the shadow of a colorful cloud upon the ground. To those on earth, it appears the moon rests among the clouds as they wrap around each other, coexisting in reliance. Therefore, to achieve the essence of the supreme forgetful love technique, one must aspire to become heartless and forget emotion, yet one must first face the emotional trials, joy, sorrow, separation, and reunion, to gain a profound enlightenment and a deep understanding of the mysteries of forgetting emotion. Previously, your teacher had asked Elder Yun to refine the red dust elixir, hoping that with its aid, you would comprehend the chaos of mortal life and could skip this step. But now it seems that, in the end, you must rely on yourself. Yun Wansheng uttered these words. Although she had not practiced the supreme forgetful love technique herself, as a nascent soul immortal, her vision was naturally exceptional. She knew the profound mysteries of the supreme forgetful love technique. To face the emotional trials. Xiao Xie naturally knew what it meant to face emotional trials. It meant experiencing worldly love, joy, sorrow, separation, and reunion. However, as she practiced the supreme forgetful love technique, she could feel herself becoming more and more indifferent. Rarely moved by emotions or disturbed by feelings. Under such circumstances, to experience joy, sorrow, separation, and reunion was extremely difficult. As for love, having practiced the supreme forgetful love technique, Xiao Xie no longer knew what love was. Shiyu, if you cannot succeed, then you need not continue practicing the supreme forgetful love technique. To indulge in such a cultivation technique without success may lead you astray into a demonic path, wasting your potential. With your talent and aptitude, even without practicing the supreme forgetful love technique, you can still build a flawless Tao foundation. Yun Wansheng spoke, saying so. She had been hesitant at first to allow Xiao Xie to practice the supreme forgetful love technique. But 5 years ago, after undergoing an emotional trial herself, her mindset and thoughts also changed. She gradually realized that emotional trials were not so easily overcome. One lapse could ensnare one completely. After being silent for a long while, Xiao Xie softly said, "Master, I wish to try again. I will give you 3 more years. If you do not succeed within this time, you will give up the supreme forgetful love technique," said Yun Wansheng to her disciple. "You shall heed Master's words." In Xiao Xie's cool eyes, a gentle and lively smile appeared. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun supported Lu Miaoga outside the birthing room. Lu Yuanding was also nearby. The family head paced back and forth. He clenched and unclenched his fists, his expression extremely tense. Lu Miaohuan was about to give birth. Father-in-law, with Miaohuan's 6th level energy refinement cultivation level, there should be no problems, Lu Changsheng consoled, seeing the family head for the first time with such an expression. Lu Yuanding nodded. But he still focused on the birthing room, filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't know what else to say. Saying too much would seem as if he, as a husband and soon-to-be father, did not care for his wife and child. Wah! A loud cry of an infant burst forth from the room. It caused everyone outside to shudder and their faces to beam with joy. At that moment, Lu Changsheng felt a strong surge within him, an indescribable sensation. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for fathering 20 children with spiritual roots, you have earned 1 chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for the first birth of a child with a spiritual body, you have earned 1 chance to draw a lottery. What, a spiritual body? Hearing the notifications, Lu Changsheng's heart was overwhelmed, and he was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the child born of Lu Miaohuan to not only have a spiritual root but also a spiritual body. A spiritual body was 1 in 10,000. At the current stage, he had never even dreamed that any of his children might possess a spiritual body. Having a spiritual root was already more than enough for him. But unexpectedly, the surprise was so unforeseen. The 90th child was the first to be born with a spiritual body. Seeing Lu Changsheng's excited and ecstatic demeanor, Lu Yuanding nodded approvingly, thinking Lu Changsheng wasn't so bad after all. In seeing such joy and excitement on the face of his son-in-law while his daughter gave birth, it showed he cherished and adored Lu Miaohuan. It's born, Changsheng, quick, go in and take a look," urged Lu Yuanding to Lu Changsheng. Without checking the system for his child's spiritual root and spiritual body details, Lu Changsheng immediately pushed open the door and entered. "Congratulations, son-in-law, it's a young master," the midwife said to Lu Changsheng, beaming with happiness. "Good, good, good," Lu Changsheng nodded happily, handing out 2 spirit stones as a token of celebration, and then he approached the bed. Looking at Lu Miaohuan, who was a bit weak from holding the child, he took her hand and said, "Huan, you've worked hard." "Lu Changsheng, it hurt a lot," Lu Miaohuan said with a look of grievance as soon as she saw Lu Changsheng. "It's my fault, letting you suffer," Lu Changsheng immediately soothed. Then he looked at the child and said, "This is our child, so adorable. Ordinary children are all wrinkled at birth." But Lu Changsheng knew that children born to cultivators were different, with skin smooth and radiant, never wrinkled. Such children, even without a spiritual root, would be martial prodigies if they practiced martial arts in the future. "Hee, so tiny," Lu Miaohuan said, smiling happily as she teased their little one in her arms. The baby didn't cry but peered around with round, curious eyes, gazing at the world. "Let's go see father-in-law," suggested Lu Changsheng. Not wanting to keep Lu Yuanding waiting outside any longer, the couple carried the child and stepped out of the room. "Oh, my dear grandchild, let me have a look," Lu Yuanding, who had been waiting impatiently outside, was thrilled to see Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaohuan with the baby and eagerly moved closer to hold the child, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Chapter 259, 128, Giving Birth to a Spiritual Body, Double Lottery Draw _3. Chapter 259, Chapter 128, Giving Birth to a Spiritual Body, Double Lottery Draw _3. He bore none of the composure that the patriarch of the Lu family usually displayed. He reached out to touch and pinch the baby's small face, causing the infant to cry out with a wah. "Ha ha ha, you Shu, Huaner's child is born. Your grandson is born, did you hear that?" Lu Yuanding, however, started laughing, his eyes moistening as he did. Hearing this, everyone knew that Lu Yuanding was missing his wife, the mother of Lu Miaohuan and Lu Miaoga. Oh, there, don't cry, don't cry." Lu Yuanding began to soothe the child again. "Changsheng, let's name the child Changsheng," Lu Yuanding said aloud. He had previously mentioned the naming of the child. Thinking of the names for the children of Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaohuan. A boy would be named Changsheng, and a girl, Changzhu. As father-in-law wishes. He had been through so many names already. He wasn't particularly concerned about naming, feeling that it was all the same regardless of who chose it. He also knew that the name Lu Yuanding had chosen carried the meaning of Qingzhou Mountain. In this manner, with everyone making merry and soothing the baby, Lu Changsheng finally found some free time after dinner. System. Lu Changsheng entered the study and silently called out in his mind. Cultivation level, 8th level energy refinement. Lifespan, 29/155. Talents, 6th grade spiritual root, Gengjin body constitution, medium grade spiritual body. Cultivation techniques, 100 refinements treasure body art, 7 luminaries great freedom sword scripture, yin-yang harmony technique, immortal beauty technique. Spells, 7 luminary sword beam, 7 luminary sword shield, 7 luminary sword flight. Items, golden light brick talisman treasure, black dragon magical bead, book of malevolent curses and fates, life substituting talisman, profound origin bead, 2nd rank puppet. Descendants, 90/97. Gengjin body constitution. Is this my child's spiritual body? Lu Changsheng saw that an additional Gengjin body constitution was listed under his own talents. Immediately, he knew this was his son, Lu Qingshan's spiritual body. He instantly looked toward the descendants section, his spirit stirring slightly. Name, Lu Qingshan. Lifespan, 184th. As expected. Lu Changsheng saw the panel for his son and inwardly said as expected. Not only did he possess a 6th grade spiritual root, but also the Gengjin body constitution. The Gengjin body constitution is one of the more common types among the 5 elements spiritual body. I wonder which attribute my son's spiritual root leans towards. If the spiritual root also leans toward the metal attribute, even with a 6th grade spiritual root, as long as he cultivates metal attribute cultivation techniques, his cultivation speed will not be any weaker than those with higher grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng felt a surge of excitement and joy. Out of curiosity about spiritual bodies and because of Xia Zizhu's spiritual body, he had looked through a lot of information about them. He knew some of the more common spiritual bodies. This Qingjin body constitution was one of them. Although it wasn't considered a rare spiritual body, it was still a spiritual body. Knowing that this type of spiritual body, when paired with a spiritual root of the same attribute and cultivating metal attribute cultivation techniques, could match the cultivation speed of a higher grade spiritual root. Moreover, it didn't just enhance the cultivation speed. Cultivating the corresponding attribute techniques, spells, and divine skills would also be more powerful, surpassing those of the same rank. It would be best if it's a metal attribute spiritual root, but it doesn't matter if it's not. Moreover, I have the 7 Luminaries' Great Freedom Sword scripture, so there's no need to worry about any attribute of cultivation techniques unless my son has a mutant spiritual root. There was now an added anticipation for the future of this child. He was the first prodigy of the Lu family. All the children before had lower-grade spiritual roots. This one not only has a middle-grade spiritual root, but also possesses a spiritual body. Immediately after, Lu Changsheng began his cultivation in a seated position. He personally experienced the effects of this Qingjin body constitution. Is it because the child has just been born, and the spiritual body is still growing? After briefly cultivating, Lu Changsheng could feel his intake and outflow of spiritual energy during qi refinement was smoother with the metal attribute. But the effect was not as astounding or transformative as one might imagine. He guessed in his heart that it was because the child was newly born. Like the spiritual root, this Qingjin body constitution was still growing. It needed to reach a certain age to be fully developed. I cultivate the 7 Luminaries' Great Freedom Sword scripture, and this Qingjin body constitution mainly enhances the lethality of my spells somewhat, not contributing much to cultivation itself. The quickness of metal attribute spiritual energy might even affect the balance I maintain while cultivating the other attributes. Unless in the future I have more children, providing me with one of each of the 5 element spiritual body types, Lu Changsheng mused to himself. He knew that such a spiritual body is best paired with corresponding attribute cultivation techniques. If one cultivates other attribute techniques, it might even be detrimental. And the 7 Luminaries' Great Freedom Sword scripture that he cultivated required maintaining a balance among the 7 attributes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Lu Changsheng didn't pay too much attention to this. Thinking of the 2 additional draw chances he had, he silently invoked, System Draw. Immediately, the system's spinning wheel appeared. Seeing the roulette wheel, Lu Changsheng didn't overthink it. With a thought, he directly initiated the draw. Suddenly, a beam of golden light swiftly moved around the wheel, eventually settling on elixir medicines. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 3rd rank coagulation crystal elixir. Reward has been issued to the system space, available for host to check at any time. An elixir medicine icon emerged from the spinning wheel, accompanied by a system notification. Coagulation crystal elixir. Lu Changsheng was surprised to see what he had drawn. He naturally knew what the coagulation crystal elixir was. It was somewhat similar to the foundation establishment elixir. But it was many times more precious than a foundation establishment elixir. An elixir that could help foundation establishment cultivators increase their chances of reaching core formation and enhance the quality of their core. For most cultivators, even a foundation establishment elixir was a luxury, hard to come by. And this coagulation crystal elixir that aids in core formation, its preciousness could be imagined. Elixir medicine, coagulation crystal elixir. Quality, 3rd rank. Description: when a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment attempts core formation, consuming this can increase the chances of core formation by 30% and also improve the quality of the core formed. Within the system space, information about the coagulation crystal elixir appeared. 30% increase in the chances of forming a core, and it even has some benefits to the core's quality. It seems this coagulation crystal elixir is just like the lifespan extension pill I drew before, belonging to the supreme category, which is why it has such effects, Lu Changsheng thought. With this coagulation crystal elixir, I won't have to worry about core formation once I have established my foundation, Lu Changsheng said with a joyful expression. He had initially wanted to draw a foundation establishment elixir. Unexpectedly, his draw turned out to be a coagulation crystal elixir, which was of a higher grade and more precious than a foundation establishment elixir. But core formation is still quite far off for me, Lu Changsheng sighed lightly, deciding not to dwell further on the coagulation crystal elixir. He planned to just store it in the system space. He would take it out when the time came to use it. Continue with the draw. Lu Changsheng looked at the system spinning wheel in front of him and proceeded with the draw. This was his first time doing consecutive draws. Having just drawn a coagulation crystal elixir, his heart was filled with the expectation of drawing something that he could actually use. Even though coagulation crystal elixirs were precious, at his current stage, they were not immediately usable and would just collect dust. As the draw continued, the golden light on the spinning wheel moved, eventually stopping at the pets category. Chapter 260, 129, Li Feiyu leaves, the Lu family ancestor passes away, _1. Chapter 260, Chapter 129, Li Feiyu leaves, the Lu family ancestor passes away, _1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a six-winged golden silkworm larva. The reward has been delivered to the system space, the host can check at any time. A golden insect pattern with a shining glow and a pair of wings on its back emerged from the big roulette wheel, accompanied by the sound of a system notification. Six-winged golden silkworm. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward drawn by the system, his eyebrows raised. He hadn't expected that among pet beasts, there were not only beasts but also bugs. This means that the pet lottery encompasses everything: feathers, fur, scales, insects, plants, and so on. If that's the case, in the future if I draw a plant demon pet, I won't have to worry about the spirit plants for cultivating the heavenly longevity technique. He had not forgotten the heavenly longevity technique he had acquired from Xiao Long. He had always thought that once he had the strength and conditions, he would have his wives and children plant trees for cultivation. Without further thought, Lu Changsheng's mental spirit gave a slight stir as he looked towards the six-winged golden silkworm he had just drawn. Magical bug, six-winged golden silkworm. Rank, heaven rank superior. Description: one of the ancient rare insect species, lays eggs once every 100 years, hatches into larvae after another century. Newly hatched larvae have only one pair of wings, but mature ones have 3. They are fearless against divine skills and magic, but are ferocious, with low intelligence and difficult to tame. SSS, a heaven rank superior magical bug. Even a rank higher than the 9 Netherhound's bloodline. I wonder how long it will take for this six-winged golden silkworm to mature and develop 6 wings. Lu Changsheng considered the information about the six-winged golden silkworm, thinking to himself. What concerned him most was how long it would take for the six-winged golden silkworm to grow. After all, at the moment, the most challenging part about pet beasts was their cultivation phase. Cultivation times spanning dozens or hundreds of years were truly testing. For example, the 9 Netherhound had been at first-grade primary level for many years. Only about half a year ago, when Lu Changsheng finally had some surplus funds, he bought some spiritual beast pills for Lu Ping'an to feed it regularly. It's now almost reaching the first-grade middle stage. Regarding the system's description that the six-winged golden silkworm is ferocious, unintelligent, and hard to tame, Lu Changsheng didn't take it to heart at all. What does difficulty in taming have to do with him? With a flicker of his mental spirit, Lu Changsheng took the six-winged golden silkworm out of the system space. Instantly, a golden silkworm about an inch long, as thick as a little finger, appeared. This silkworm had a pair of thin, cicada-like wings behind it. The wings shimmered with a faint golden light and emanated a violent and murderous aura. The six-winged golden silkworm lays eggs every 100 years, hatches in another 100, and when the larvae hatch, they are as hard as iron, comparable to magic artifacts, and immune to primary-level techniques. To grow from a larva to a 4-winged silkworm, it takes 200 years, equivalent to 3rd-rank strength. To grow from 4 wings to 6 wings, corresponding to 4th-rank peak, it needs 1,000 years. Lu Changsheng looked at the 6-winged golden silkworm in his hand and developed a general understanding of its condition. Impressive, indeed. Just hatched larvae had almost the strength of the first-grade later stages. After raising it for a few decades, it would have the strength of a 2nd-rank foundation establishment. Once it went through its first metamorphosis and grew its 2nd pair of wings, it would have 3rd-rank strength. Another 1,000 years of growth to sprout the 3rd pair of wings and it would be at the peak of 4th rank, comparable to 5th rank. For a demon beast, this time frame is not long. But for Lu Changsheng, it was way too long. Pet beasts are of little use to me at my current stage, they can't directly enhance my strength. However, if these pet beasts can be cultivated and grow, they will all be formidable indeed, probably invincible at their respective ranks. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, shaking his head. He then tried to sense the six-winged golden silkworm before him. Just like with the 9 netherhound and the peach blossom goo, he felt a connection with this six-winged golden silkworm. But just as the system description said, this six-winged golden silkworm was ferocious, not intelligent, and it was impossible to communicate properly. He could only transmit some simple commands. For example, to kill. If it weren't for the system having tamed it for me, this six-winged golden silkworm would probably kill anyone it saw. For now, let's just raise it. If I can find the corresponding methods to control and tame insects, the growth of this six-winged golden silkworm could be sped up quite a bit. Lu Changsheng thought to himself without lingering further. He then put the six-winged golden silkworm into the spiritual pet bag that held the Lockhart goo. The Lockhart goo, which looked listless and as if it was on its last breath, suddenly became alert as if it was frightened by the six-winged golden silkworm. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of Meng Xiaochan. She was clearly proficient in the art of insect control. He wondered if she knew how to cultivate the six-winged golden silkworm. If there were corresponding cultivation methods, then its growth rate could be greatly increased. But Lu Changsheng didn't ponder on it too much. His only connection to her was through the Lockhart goo. He had no idea where she had gone now. Moreover, for a rare magical insect like the six-winged golden silkworm, it was feared that cultivation methods were hard to come by. Jin Kingdom, the southern border mountains. In the bleak and wild swamps of the mountains, a girl in a purple dress commanded a swarm of insects to kill several snake demon beasts. After letting the swarm of insects and a blood-colored spider consume the bodies of the snake demon beasts, the girl continued on her way. When she emerged from the swamp and saw the peak shrouded in purple-black clouds, mysterious and towering into the clouds ahead, her face showed a look of surprise. Grandma said that my great-grandma was once the heaven spider emissary of the 5 poisons cult, one of the 3 great demon sects of the southern border of Jin Kingdom. The 5 poisons cult is skilled in the arts of goo poison and spiritual beasts. I have the 1,000 poisons body and can hold great-grandma's token to join the 5 poisons cult. If only I hadn't lost the Lockhart goo, with it, I might have been able to become the holy maiden of the 5 poisons cult. Chapter 261, 129, Li Feiyu departs, the Lu family ancestor enters eternal rest, _2. Chapter 261, Chapter 129, Li Feiyu departs, the Lu family ancestor enters eternal rest, _2. Meng Xiaochan looked at the spiritual vein mountain in front of her, feeling a sense of regret in her heart. The thought of the Lockhart goo caused a slight throb in her heart. She remembered that handsome young man with the upright figure. It said that the unique phoenix goo of the 5 poisons cult can cultivate the phoenix nirvana technique, which allows one to undergo a nirvana of fire, to be born and extinguished in the blink of an eye, washing away all the worldly impurities. I wonder if it could remove the effects of the Lockhart goo. This thought suddenly occurred to Meng Xiaochan. But as soon as the idea surfaced, her heart fluttered uneasily. She shook her head gently, dispersing the thought. Who goes there? In front of the towering mountain gate, 2 disciples in black stood watch. Seeing Meng Xiaochan, they stepped forward to inquire. The 5 poisons god mountain was the domain of the 5 poisons sect, naturally not just anyone could approach freely. My name is Meng Xiaochan, a descendant of the heavenly spider envoy of the 5 poisons sect. Meng Xiaochan produced a token from her sleeve and handed it to one of the disciples. A descendant of the heavenly spider envoy. The 2 disciples examined the token, exchanging glances. One of them promptly said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait here, I shall go and report this." About the time it takes an incense stick to burn. A purple escape light shot down from the 5 poisons mountain, appearing before Meng Xiaochan in the blink of an eye. Disciple pays respect to the heavenly spider emissary. The remaining purple-clothed disciple rushed to bow and pay respects upon seeing the newcomer. So you are the descendant of my master. The newcomer was a 28 or 29-year-old woman in purple. Her face was stunningly beautiful and seductive, her skin as fair as snow. A pair of long, shapely legs, full and symmetrical. 2 crystal-clear feet, white throughout without a single flaw, like jade carvings, they seemed like pieces of art that one couldn't help but want to hold and carefully admire. Hers was a figure that seemed frail and slender in her sumptuous purple gauze, curvaceous in all the right spots yet appearing as if she couldn't withstand a strong wind, endlessly alluring. Her narrow, phoenix-like eyes were deep and dark, emanating a bizarre charm as she surveyed Meng Xiaochan before her. Beneath the corners of her phoenix eyes, a single tear mole added a pity-invoking allure to her already enchanting appearance. Junior greets senior. Meng Xiaochan respectfully nodded. She took some insect eggs from her storage bag, then released a blood-colored spider. Blood jade spider, it looks like you are indeed the master's descendant. The woman in purple slightly nodded, her expression turned much softer as she said, "You've come to Five Poisons Mountain, are you looking to join our Five Poisons sect?" "Yes, senior, I wish to join Five Poisons Mountain," Meng Xiaochan said respectfully. "Since you are the master's descendant, would you be willing to be my disciple?" The woman in purple looked at Meng Xiaochan, saying with a smile, "Xiaochan is willing." Meng Xiaochan responded immediately upon hearing this. "Good, from today on, you are now a disciple of Nangong Mili," Nangong Mili said with a light laugh. Afterward, Nangong Mili swept her sleeves and brought Meng Xiaochan into the Five Poisons Mountain. 10 days after Lu Miaowan gave birth, the child in Lu Miaoga's belly was also born. It was a girl. This child also had a spiritual root. But it was only a 7th grade spiritual root. Since Lu Miaowan's child had come first, it had raised Lu Changsheng's expectations. Seeing that the child only had a 7th grade spiritual root, there was a slight sense of disappointment in his heart. However, he immediately adjusted his mindset. After all, having a spiritual root was already quite impressive. How could everyone be exceptionally talented? This must be the result of good breeding, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The fact that both Lu Miaoga and Lu Miaowan had given birth to children, although luck played a part, also showed that the higher the cultivation level of the parents, the higher the quality of the spiritual root, and thus the higher the probability of their children possessing spiritual roots. The quality of the spiritual root was also likely to be better. After Lu Miaoga gave birth, Lu Changsheng stayed in Qingzhou Mountain for 3 days before returning to Nine Dragons Market. Since both women had given birth, he had been on leave for a while, so it was not good to delay any further. Back in Nine Dragons Market, Lu Changsheng searched for some books about insects. He also purchased various spiritual materials to try and nourish the 6-winged golden silkworm, and pondered what to feed it. Blood. The 6-winged golden silkworm could consume blood, whether it was meat or vegetables. This made Lu Changsheng think to himself that the 6-winged golden silkworm was truly of a brutal nature. Lu Changsheng returned to the mundane world, to visit his wives and children. That day, Li Feiyu also came to bid farewell to Lu Changsheng. He indicated that he was ready to leave Rui County City and wanted to make a name for himself in the cultivation world. "Feiyu, where do you plan to go for your cultivation journey?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng asked. He had previously mentioned Red Leaf Valley Market and said it would be built and open in about half a year. But seeing Li Feiyu's demeanor, he clearly was not planning to go to Red Leaf Valley Market. Lu Changsheng had a rough understanding of his friend's thoughts. He knew Li Feiyu had his own pride and stubbornness. He did not want to rely on others for an easy life. Knowing that going to Red Leaf Valley Market, there would be little chance for encounters or achievements. "I haven't decided yet, but I'm planning to check out Azure Phoenix Immortal City," Li Feiyu said with a carefree and casual look. Azure Phoenix Immortal City. Lu Changsheng paused for a moment when he heard this. He certainly knew of Azure Phoenix Immortal City. Jiang Country had 3 great immortal cities. Jiuxiao Immortal City in the central part, the #1 immortal city in Jiang Country, with incredibly prosperous cultivator marketplaces. Great Dream Immortal City located at the northern border, backed by the Great Dream Marsh. This marsh was boundless, shrouded in mist all year round, blocking the divine sense of cultivators. It was said that even nascent soul immortals who entered would never come back. Therefore, no one knew what lay beyond the Great Dream Marsh. Some rumors said it was a forbidden land of absolute death. Others claimed it was an even vaster and more affluent cultivation world. Chapter 262, 129, Li Feiyu departs, the Lu family ancestor passes away, _3. Chapter 262, Chapter 129, Li Feiyu departs, the Lu family ancestor passes away. _3. The Azure Phoenix Immortal City is located on the southern border of Jiang Country, close to the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and borders Yu Country. Not only can one go to the mountain range to temper oneself and hunt demon beasts for money, but one can also go to Yu Country to interact with Yu Country cultivators. At ordinary times, many Yu Country cultivators gather in the Azure Phoenix Immortal City, which is considered a holy land for loose cultivators. Many loose cultivators who aspire to make a name for themselves will go to the Azure Phoenix Immortal City to take their chances. But likewise, such a place is incomparably dangerous. The level of danger is estimated to be tens of times that of the Nine Dragons Market. Every year, countless cultivators are buried in the wilderness, unknown. The cultivation world is so vast, one must see it. I heard the Azure Phoenix Immortal City is a holy land for loose cultivators, and as a loose cultivator myself, naturally, I should go and see. I'm not saying I'll make something big out of it, but at least I'll witness the cultivation world. Li Feiyu said with a smirk. He had made inquiries about the Azure Phoenix Immortal City and naturally knew its dangers. But danger and opportunity coexist. For an ordinary loose cultivator, if one wishes to rise above others, this is the best place. Otherwise, with his 7th grade spiritual root, rolling in the secular world or small marketplaces, it would be difficult for him to achieve much in this lifetime. There's a year and a half left in our 10-year pact, will you come then? Previously, Hong Yi had written to inquire of Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin about the 10-year pact. All three had agreed, expressing that they would get together at that time. I'm not planning to head directly to the Azure Phoenix Immortal City, but instead to travel around first. After attending the pact, then I'll truly head to the Azure Phoenix Immortal City. Li Feiyu didn't hide his thoughts either. He knew the Azure Phoenix Immortal City was extremely dangerous. And he wouldn't just head there blindly. Although he had gained considerable understanding of the cultivation world over the years, he had not truly stepped into it. Most of his time was spent on Qingzhou Mountain, and his knowledge of the cultivation world wasn't direct enough. He planned to spend this next year and a half facing and adapting to the cruelty of the cultivation world. Changsheng, if I don't come back by then, please help take care of my home. Li Feiyu continued to speak. He had said this before. But now, just before leaving, he said it again. I've agreed to this, but I believe that situation will not arise. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, without the mood for jokes. He took out a stack of talismans, a first-grade middle-grade puppet, 300 spirit stones, and a storage bag. Feiyu, take care of yourself, keep these things for self-defense. When you return, we'll drink and revel together. Lu Changsheng said this. Li Feiyu was his first friend in this world. He had even saved his life once. Now that the other was about to venture out for training experiences, one could imagine how hard and dangerous it would be. Naturally, he hoped his good brother would have smooth sailing. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Li Feiyu immediately shook his head when he saw the nearly 100 talismans, a puppet, and so many spirit stones. When he was in Qingzhou Mountain, relying on his own hard work, he could earn 5 or 6 spirit stones a month. Now in the secular world, by teaching Lu Changsheng's children and working with Hong Yi, he earned an average of about 10 spirit stones a month. What Lu Changsheng was offering was a considerable sum of money for him. If you still consider me a brother, then keep it. I can afford it now, and you will need some magic artifacts when you go out. Use these spirit stones to buy a few artifacts for self-defense. Lu Changsheng spoke with a solemn expression. Li Feiyu was only at the 4th level of his qi refinement. Even though he had the strength of a martial Dao innate grandmaster. But against a cultivator in the energy refinement middle stage wielding magic artifacts, he could easily suffer. If he had talismans and magic artifacts by his side, he would be much safer. He didn't offer his own magic artifacts because, apart from the green face sword and a few others, all were of high grade or exquisite quality, which Li Feiyu couldn't utilize. Okay, I'll just owe you then. Li Feiyu, looking at Lu Changsheng's expression, took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Then he said with a carefree attitude, "Don't worry." Li Feiyu began adventuring through the world at the age of 12, traveling to all corners. It's not that easy for me to stumble and fall. Just to repay this debt, I will also make sure to live well. Li Feiyu said this. Subsequently, the two chatted for a long time. More than a decade of cultivation life had many memories worth reflecting upon. Especially since this might be the last time the two of them talked. The next day, Li Feiyu called Hong Yi over, and the three of them had a meal together before parting ways. At the moment of departure, Hong Yi also presented a lower-grade flying sword to Li Feiyu, advising him to take good care of himself. Lu Changsheng watched Li Feiyu's retreating figure and sighed deeply. His heart was laden with the heavy feeling associated with life's separations and death's finality. With the talisman and puppet by his side, and relying on Feiyu's own strength and means, he should be able to fight against cultivators at the energy refinement late stage, or at least escape. Moreover, in the cultivation world, anything can happen. From cliff diving to find treasures to accidentally entering the secret realm of an ancient cultivator's cave, who knows, Feiyu might just stumble upon an opportunity. Lu Changsheng consoled himself in his heart. He didn't indulge too much in sorrow or sentimentality. He discussed with Hong Yi about the Red Leaf Valley market. It would be almost half a year before it would be completed and open. He had already alerted the Lu family about the matter of the market's entry spots. However, as for the shops, only ordinary ones with mediocre locations were available to them. The desirable shop locations had been mostly retained by the four major families or allocated to other powers. Lu Changsheng learned that to establish the Red Leaf Valley market, the Lu, Bai, Yu, and Jing families had all invested a great deal of thought and energy. Not only had they made expenditures to appease Jingyan sect, but they had also semi-gifted some shops and cave dwellings to certain powers. To this, Hong Yi minded not the slightest. Because for the better shops, the Rui Marquis mansion lacked enough spirit stones and simply couldn't afford them. If it weren't for the light cast by Lu Changsheng, they might not have even secured such an ordinary shop. The second elder sought out Lu Changsheng and informed him that he must immediately return to the family. The Lu family ancestor had passed away. The ancestor has passed away. In the past, Lu Changsheng had seen hints of the deathly aura upon the Lu family ancestor and knew his end was near. But he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly, so suddenly. Recalling how just a year ago this elder had presided over his wedding, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The ancestor had always hoped to see the Red Leaf Valley market completed, to take a good look at it, but sadly, he didn't make it to that day. The second elder said with a sad expression. Those high within the Lu family ranks understood the Lu family ancestor's health more acutely than Lu Changsheng. After the great battle at Red Leaf Valley, the Lu family ancestor knew his days were numbered and had started making arrangements for after his demise. His only lingering regret was his wish to see the Red Leaf Valley market. Yet in the end, the Lu family ancestor did not live to see that day. Soon after, Lu Changsheng followed the second elder and several Lu family disciples back to Qingzhou Mountain. The Lu family disciples gradually returned to Qingzhou Mountain. All over the mountain, everyone's mood was somber with sorrow. Cultivation families are maintained through the bonds of blood and kinship. All of the family disciples, from a young age nurtured by the family, practicing cultivation, marrying, bearing children, spreading branches and leaves, all on this land. And the Lu family ancestor was the sky within the hearts of all Lu family disciples. Now with the ancestor's passing, it was natural for all to be engulfed in profound grief. Several days later, in the Lu family ancestral hall. Alas, the ancestor lived a life of diligence, dedicated to our family. Now that his soul has returned to the heavens and earth, we the younger generations of the Lu family are filled with inconsolable sorrow. Lu Yuanding mourned with a face full of grief. He spoke of the Lu family ancestor's contributions and merits to the family. After the eulogy was delivered, Lu Yuanzhong stepped forward. He escorted the Lu family ancestor's spirit tablet into the ancestral hall, then lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed solemnly. He announced loudly, Lu Yuanzhong of the Lu family bids farewell to the ancestor as his soul returns to the heavens and earth. The Lu family disciples bid farewell to the ancestor as his soul returns to the heavens and earth. At this moment, all the Lu family disciples together echoed the call, bowing in salute. This must be the transmission of the family bloodline, right? Compared to the Lu's cultivators who are like duckweed in the wind, the Lu family ancestor was able to pass away at home and be buried in the family spirit land, his spirit tablet placed in the ancestral hall with his life's achievements recorded in the family records. His life can be considered fulfilled. After all, not all cultivators can live long and prosperous lives. It is through this manner that one's bloodline, one's spirit, continues to be passed down and endure. Lu Changsheng also bowed and chanted along, his emotions stirred. He began to understand why family ties in this world were so deep. On one hand, it's maintained by the bonds of blood and kinship. On the other, it's about how one is irrevocably bound to the family from the moment of birth, bound for life. Within the entire family, everyone is striving for a shared goal, a common belief. Chapter 263, 130 Uncle returned, _1. Chapter 263, 130 Uncle returned, _1. Cultivators care less about the trivial formalities of the secular world. After worshipping the spirit tablet of the Lu family ancestor, the ceremony is considered over once everyone has offered 3 sticks of incense. The crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to leave, Lu Yuanding, the newly advanced ancestor, called out to him. "Changsheng, how is your cultivation progressing?" Lu Yuanzhong had a scholarly appearance, bearing some resemblance to Lu Yuanding. Lu Changsheng also knew that this ancestor Yuanzhong was indeed the blood brother of his father-in-law, Lu Yuanding. Therefore, he should address this ancestor as uncle father-in-law. However, in cultivation families like Qingzhou Mountain, as soon as one succeeds in foundation establishment, their generational status automatically rises to that of an ancestor. Reporting to ancestor, I am currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and I estimate it will take 3 more years to reach the peak of the 6th level, Lu Changsheng replied. That was what Lu Changsheng said, having declared 2 years earlier that he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement and naturally not daring to overstate his progress. Very good, Lu Yuanzhong commented with a slight nod after hearing this. After giving Lu Changsheng a few appraising looks, he took out a jade scroll. I've heard that you have been cultivating the Changchun technique, and this greenwood art is a high-grade cultivation technique treasured by our Lu family. You should take it and cultivate it, Yuanding said. If there's anything you don't understand, you can also ask Yuanding, he cultivates this greenwood art as well, Yuanzhong added. He had not expected Lu Yuanzhong to stop him just to give him a cultivation technique. Having been busy in Red Leaf Valley Market over the past year, Lu Changsheng had rarely interacted with the newly advanced ancestor. They had only met briefly a couple of times. He hadn't expected that immediately following the death of the Lu family ancestor, the latter would express goodwill toward him. Thank you very much, ancestor. Lu Changsheng immediately expressed his gratitude with respect. Although he already possessed the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture and did not need this greenwood art, it was nevertheless a gesture of kindness. After all, to his knowledge, the highest level techniques treasured by the Lu family were a few high-grade cultivation techniques. Now that they're willing to pass on one to him, they have effectively accepted him as one of their own. Remember, this technique is for your cultivation only and must not be passed on, Lu Yuanding cautioned. Ancestor, please rest assured, Changsheng understands, Lu Changsheng nodded and replied. Having spent so many years in Nine Dragons Market, he had come to understand why the inheritance of techniques in the cultivation world is so scarce and precious. These inheritances originate from immortal sects, families, or loose cultivators. Immortal sects, as the primary suppliers, prohibit the sale of high-grade cultivation techniques and skill inheritances within their territories to continuously harvest excellent disciples and affordable labor. This is why they are forbidden from selling advanced methods. And why would any cultivation family want to sell the very foundation that sustains them? They prefer to abide by this rule, preventing leakages of such inheritances and partaking in the benefits. Loose cultivators are no different. It's improbable for them to selflessly risk censure by selling high-grade techniques, most choose to deal privately instead. Thus, most loose cultivators who wish to obtain higher-order techniques or inheritances are either reliant on fortunate encounters or, should they possess a decent talent, join a cultivation family or a faction under an immortal sect. This has become an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. Primary-level techniques and first-grade skill inheritances are commonplace and can be purchased with a few spirit stones. But if one wishes to advance further without fortune, they must find a way to join a power and be exploited. This is why the third young master of the Yu family once offered high-grade techniques and insights into foundation establishment to tempt Lu Changsheng. All right, you may go about your business now, said Lu Yuanzhong, patting Lu Changsheng on the shoulder without much else to add. Yes, ancestor, Lu Changsheng replied, bowing slightly before taking his leave. Lu Changsheng, Lu Yuanzhong muttered the name to himself as he watched Changsheng's retreating figure, recalling the last wish of the Lu family ancestor and the value he had placed on Changsheng. He exhaled softly. 3 days later, the second elder informed Lu Changsheng to return to Nine Dragons Market. Changsheng, do you want me to look after the spiritual talisman shop? Lu Miaoge asked, holding her daughter, Lu Qingzhu, and speaking softly. Having recovered from childbirth, she was ready to take on some of Lu Changsheng's burdens. No need, Sister Miaoge, you should stay at home and cultivate, and learn talisman making with Grandma. If you go to the marketplace, it will distract you and hinder your cultivation. Besides, Qingzhu is still small and needs your care, Lu Changsheng said, pinching his daughter's chubby cheek with a smile. Lu Miaoge's talisman-making skill was currently transitioning from an upper-grade talisman master to a top-level talisman master. Therefore, he did not want his wife to run back and forth between two places and be overburdened. All right, Lu Miaoge replied with a tender smile. Having become a mother, her clear and ethereal countenance was now often adorned with a gentle and maternal smile. She continued, Changsheng, the Red Leaf Valley Market will open in a few months. The family plans to open a talisman shop there, and they want me to oversee and manage it. If you find Nine Dragons Market too far, I can go there, and you can take my place in Red Leaf Valley Market, she suggested. Despite being a wife, her disposition remained as gentle as water, nurturing an almost motherly kindness. Sister Miaoge, the Lu family ancestor had given me a shop in Red Leaf Valley, and I'm planning to set up a talisman shop there. So for Nine Dragons Market, I intend to let Grandma find someone to manage it, Lu Changsheng said, pondering slightly. The Lu family ancestor had rewarded him with a shop and a cave dwelling in Red Leaf Valley Market. Now that the market was about to open, Lu Changsheng did not want to simply rent out the shop and dwelling. He was thinking of establishing another talisman shop there. Chapter 264, 130, Uncle Returned, _2. Chapter 264, Chapter 130, Uncle Returned, _2. After all, Red Leaf Valley Market just opened, and it's a great time to seize market share. Now that the kids are getting older, in a few years they will start cultivation one after another. And then the expenses will increase significantly. If we have a talisman shop, that would mean another stable source of income. Open a spiritual talisman shop. Lu Miaoge paused slightly when she heard this, then nodded and said, that's doable. With your talisman-making skill, you're already capable of opening your own shop. However, about this matter, you need to give fourth Grandma a heads up. Not long ago, Lu Changsheng had taken his talisman skills up a notch, demonstrating the prowess of a first-grade top-level talisman master. With such a level of skill, coupled with the Lu family supply channels, sustaining a talisman shop should be no issue. I've already mentioned this to Grandma and plan to talk to her about it more later. All right, second elder is still waiting for me. Sister Miaoge, I'll head over now, Lu Changsheng said. He didn't linger to talk more with Lu Miaoge. After kissing his daughter and wife on their cheeks, he waved his hand and took off. Arriving at the entrance of Qingzhu Mountain, he boarded the second elder's spirit boat and set off for Nine Dragons Market. Lu Changsheng returned to Nine Dragons Market. As soon as he arrived home, Xia Zhiyue joyfully brought him good news. Husband, I think I'm pregnant. 2 months ago, she had broken through from the 3rd level qi refinement to the 4th level. After Xia Zhiyue reached the 4th level qi refinement and expressed her willingness, Lu Changsheng didn't practice contraception anymore. But whether it was bad luck or due to her spirit-nurturing physique, it took so long for Xia Zhiyue to conceive. You're pregnant, let me see. Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard the news, placing his head against Xia Zhiyue's lower abdomen. He immediately confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Zhiyue, you should rest and take good care of yourself at home from now on. Lu Changsheng gently stroked her smooth black hair and spoke softly. Even though Xia Zhiyue only had a 7th grade spiritual root, her spirit-nurturing physique made him quite expectant of their child. He could feel his own spiritual root was almost at the juncture between 6th and 5th grade. Having another child with a 6th grade spiritual root should promote his own from 6th to 5th grade. If they were to have a child with a 4th grade spiritual root like Xia Zhaoyang, that would be a direct leap to success. Yes, of course, Xia Zhiyue nodded obediently. Thinking about the plan to open a spiritual talisman shop in Red Leaf Valley Market, Lu Changsheng went next door to Gao He's house and knocked on the door. The door was opened by A 17 or 18-year-old girl with a delicate visage, dressed in a moon-white embroidered garment. It was Gao He's daughter, Gao Xiaoya. The former little Lolita had grown into an elegant young lady. Xiaoya, is your dad at home? Lu Changsheng asked. He's not, Uncle Lu. Is there something you need from my father? Gao Xiaoya asked, tilting her head. It's nothing urgent. Let him know when he gets back that I have something to discuss with him, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. All right, Uncle Lu. Won't you come in for a cup of tea? Gao Xiaoya asked politely. No, I have other matters to attend to, Lu Changsheng declined and waved his hand. Gao He only returned home after nightfall. As soon as he got home, he came to inquire about Lu Changsheng's business. Brother Gao, you must have heard of Red Leaf Valley Market, haven't you? Lu Changsheng asked. Of course, it's the marketplace established by your Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Yu family from Bai Lake Mountain, the Wugong Ridging family, and the 100 Birds Lake Bai family, Gao He responded, nodding his head. As a talisman master, he also had his own information channels. Therefore, he was aware of the annihilation of Red Leaf Valley and the subsequent transformation into a marketplace by the 4 major families. I am planning to open a talisman shop in Red Leaf Valley Market and wanted to ask if you're interested in coming over as the resident talisman master, Lu Changsheng got straight to the point. Although he intended to open a spiritual talisman shop in Red Leaf Valley, having managed a talisman shop in Nine Dragons Market for so many years, he knew that it was difficult to run a shop alone. Especially in the initial stages, there are many tasks that require attention. He alone would definitely be overwhelmed. So, he would undoubtedly need to hire help. Having known Gao He for many years, Lu Changsheng was aware that aside from his occasional indulgences and pleasures, his character was reliable. A reliable person indeed. So Lu Changsheng thought of hiring Gao He to manage the shop for him. The position of the resident talisman master. Gao He heard this and didn't immediately answer, showing a contemplative expression. He was content with living a stable life. With no ambitious aspirations, he only wished to raise his daughter well and live out his life in peace. Currently a resident talisman master at a spiritual talisman shop in Nine Dragons Market, his life was very stable. Heading to Red Leaf Valley Market would surely be less secure than here. If you are willing, Brother Gao, you only need to manage the shop, create some talismans, and occasionally mentor apprentices. I will mostly stay out of the shop's affairs. In terms of salary, it will be increased by 50% based on your current rate, and additionally, in Red Leaf Valley Market, I have a second-order cave mansion with a spirit vein, which I can rent to you at a base price. This will also greatly improve your and Xiaoya's cultivation, Lu Changsheng continued. Since he was looking to recruit someone, he had to offer a price that was enticing enough, otherwise, why would someone agree to work for him? With you putting it this way, Brother Lu, I don't have any reason to refuse, Gao He said with a beaming smile that made his face even more prosperous. Just the 50% increase in salary was tempting to him. Adding on the second-order cave mansion, he had no reason to refuse at all. For ordinary loose cultivators, aside from joining a force, they generally had no means of securing a second-order mansion. Chapter 265, 130, Uncle Returned, _3. Chapter 265, Chapter 130, Uncle Returned, _3. Alright, let's settle it like this. The Red Leaf Valley Market will be open in a few more months, and I'll notify Gao He then. Seeing the other party agree, Lu Changsheng also nodded. Okay, no problem. Gao He nodded in agreement. Gao He, how are you doing with superior grade talismans now? Gao He had also become a superior grade talisman master. But the specifics, he wasn't too clear on. Although he had chatted with Gao He about talismans over the years, it was not exactly frequent. I have about a 50% success rate with golden light barrier talismans. As for nectar talismans, only a 30% success rate, and for escape talismans, merely 10%. Gao He shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately spoke out, discussing and offering guidance to Gao He about talismans. After all, the man was considered his own family's resident talisman master. So, spending some time guiding him was not a big deal. Additionally, by doing this, it allowed Gao He to serve him better. 3 months flew by in a blink. During this time, the fourth elder also learned of Lu Changsheng's intention to open a talisman shop in Red Leaf Valley. She didn't say much about it, but instead supported Lu Changsheng's idea. After all, with his talisman-making skill, it would indeed be a pity to rent out the shop. She soon arranged for another talisman master to preside over the spiritual talisman shop in Nine Dragons Market. This allowed Lu Changsheng to stop going there and return to Qingzhou Mountain to rest. Qingzhou Valley, inside the practice room. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged with hands positioned towards the heavens, cultivating. 7 sharp sword chi swirled around him gracefully, making his skin feel cold. It's almost 3 to 4 months away from the 9th level energy refinement. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, concluding today's routine cultivation. He could clearly feel that his spiritual power was likely to reach perfection in a few months, at which point he could challenge the 9th level energy refinement. For him, advancing from the 8th to the 9th level was not an issue, the process was as natural as the flow of water. Leaving the practice room, Lu Changsheng went to his study to draw talismans as usual. After creating 1 supreme talisman and 2 superior-grade talismans, Lu Changsheng went to the courtyard to spend time with his wives and children. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu could now walk. Lu Qingshan, while possessing a spiritual body, seemed no different from any normal child. If anything, he was just more lively and active. This made Lu Changsheng secretly wonder if his son would inherit his mother's personality as he grew up. If he were to become like the second miss in temperament, he would probably bring a fair amount of trouble for his father. At that moment, Lu Changsheng received a message. The Red Leaf Valley Market was going to open in 10 days. 10 days. Upon hearing this message, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He sent letters to inform Hong Yi and Gao He about the news. He planned to go there once the Red Leaf Market opened. Although the marketplace would not attract many cultivators when it just opened. And it would need some time before the traffic picked up. Opening a shop required advance arrangement and preparation. Upon a solemn, hallowed, and eerie high platform. Hoo. The platform was surrounded by golden flagpoles. The black flags flying from the poles were embroidered with various vivid and lifelike demons. Now, the flags flapped loudly, turning into billowing demonic chi, which caused visions of terrifying demons to emerge. At that moment, the white-haired young man sitting cross-legged on the platform suddenly opened his stunning eyes. They were dark and profound, with a crescent lotus pattern surfacing at his brow. The crescent lotus was blood-red, exuding an evil charm, and wrapped him in a powerful and boundless aura, like a ferocious tiger or dragon. Ketsukadu, Sami, Prajnaparmitha Sami, Ketsukadu Prajnaparmitha Sami. The white-haired young man abruptly voiced a deep and mysterious chant. The low resonating sound summoned a blood-colored figure with 3 heads and 6 arms behind him to slowly take shape. This blood-colored figure also seemed to chant, causing the voice to grow increasingly eerie and tremendous. It sounded as if countless voices blended together, causing the platform to tremble continuously as the flag's demons submitted to the blood figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Not bad, befitting my disciple, you have not disappointed me. As he spoke, a youth in a black robe, with aged eyes and a sinisterly handsome face, appeared on the platform. He looked down at the white-haired young man, smiling satisfactorily as he clapped his hands. You once promised me that if I were to establish the Demon Tao Foundation, you would let me return once. Chu Chang'e looked toward the youth before him with a detached expression, his voice somewhat husky. As your master, I will not break my promise. The black-robed youth laughed softly, then called out, Hey Chiu. After a short while, a surge of chi that resembled a black serpent came rolling in. It transformed into a muscular man in black armor, his body covered in black demonic patterns, his features deep with evil intent. Heichio pays his respects to the ancestor master. The bald man's demonic patterns seemed to move like little serpents, imposing a terrifying sensation. However, upon seeing the black-robed youth, he knelt down with a devout salute as if on a pilgrimage. You will accompany the young master to Jiang country. The black-robed youth stated indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually faded away into nothingness. Young master, when do you plan to embark for Jiang country? The bald man, seeing the youth vanish, immediately turned to Chu Chang'e on the platform, an ingratiating smile spreading across his face. At odds with his ghastly appearance, the smile created a jarring contrast. Jiang country. Chu Chang'e paused slightly, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. His husky voice then declared, "Now." Chapter 266, 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _1. Chapter 266, Chapter 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _1. Red Leaf Valley Market. After its reconstruction into a marketplace, Red Leaf Valley still cultivated its mountains of red leaves and spiritual fields. Because the market had just opened, it was quite desolate. There were only people from the 4 major families and a few other forces. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge strolled through the market, familiarizing themselves with the situation. Although the mountains were still covered with red leaves, the interior layout had been reorganized, completely different from its original appearance. The planned layout bore some resemblance to the 9 Dragons market. It was divided into 4 areas, east, west, south, and north, designated for residential and commercial use, respectively. Shops used by the major families were basically located in the best spots within the commercial area. The location of Lu Changsheng's shop wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. On the commercial street. When purchasing the shop from Hong Yi, Lu Changsheng had also become aware of its price. It was worth roughly 3,000 spirit stones. In a few years, maybe even a few decades, once the market's foot traffic increased, its value could potentially rise substantially. As for Hong Yi's shop, its location was quite ordinary. It was situated on a rather secluded street. One reason was that only shops at this level were still available for external sale. Another was that the Rui Marquis mansion had limited financial resources. They could at most bring out 1,800 spirit stones. While wandering with Lu Miaoge, Lu Changsheng received a transmission from Gao He. "Sister Miaoge, I have something to take care of, I need to go over there," Lu Changsheng said to Lu Miaoge. Go ahead." Lu Miaoge replied, her white dress and gentle demeanor giving her an air of serenity. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng went to meet Gao He at the market entrance and brought him to his own shop. This shop wasn't big, barely 200 square meters in size, with a 3-story structure. "Brother Gao, this shop will be in your care from now on," Lu Changsheng said to Gao He. "For now, I can supply 3 supreme talismans and some superior grade talismans every month. As for stock and inventory." Lu Changsheng explained the shop's essentials to Gao He. Having spent many years in the 9 Dragons market, his experiences hadn't been in vain. He was quite familiar with the operations of a spirit talisman shop. "Brother Lu, this shop isn't owned by the Lu family, it's yours?" Gao He asked in astonishment after hearing Lu Changsheng's words. He had originally thought that Lu Changsheng invited him to Red Leaf Valley Market to act as the resident talisman master on behalf of the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. To his surprise, Lu Changsheng had opened his own shop. This left him both astonished and envious. Many Lu's cultivators spend their entire lives in the cultivation world and still may not be able to afford a residence in a marketplace. Most can only choose to return to the secular world to settle down. Even for him, an advanced-level talisman master, buying property in a larger market wasn't easy. A shop like Lu Changsheng's could support 3 generations if Red Leaf Market didn't run into trouble, and that wasn't an exaggeration. "Hey, that's right, the Lu family also has a shop here," Lu Changsheng chuckled. "However, this shop isn't owned by the Lus, it's my personal business. Therefore, I won't have much time to manage it, which is why I requested your assistance," he continued, not hiding the truth. He planned to spend his time cultivating in Qingzhou Mountain like the 4th elder, accompanying his wife and children. After completing the talisman-making tasks for the Lu family each month and supplying the spiritual talisman shop, he would come to check on the shop and see Lu Miaoge. "All right, rest assured, boss," Gao He said without further questions, giving a respectful bow. After taking a look at the shop and glancing at Lu Changsheng, he added, "But this shop needs a name. Why don't you choose one, boss? Since it sells talismans, let's just call it Peace Talisman Hall," Lu Changsheng suggested after some thought, coming up with a rather uninspired name. Gao He's mouth twitched slightly. Such shop names were basically cliché. But that's how it was for most shops, except for some major families and powers. They could only build a reputation by slowly accumulating good reviews and growing the business. Subsequently, Gao He discussed the initial preparations for the spirit talisman shop with Lu Changsheng. Having been briefed on this by Lu Changsheng, he had made ready preparations. Lu Changsheng knew that Gao He had put in the effort when he heard this. He had even thought that if it didn't work out, he could ask the Lu family for support. After all, it would be foolish not to use resources that were readily available. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng also discussed the second-order cave mansion with Gao He. He had seen the mansion. It wasn't big, just 100 square meters. But for rent, it could fetch 80 to 90 spirit stones a year. Once the foot traffic increased, he estimated it could be rented out for 100 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng then rented it to Gao He for a base price of 80 spirit stones per year. "Thank you, boss." Gao He gratefully accepted the offer. He planned to clear a path in the Nine Dragons market and, at the same time, bring over his daughter, Gao Xiaoya. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng left and went to the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. This shop's layout and decorations were similar to those in the Nine Dragons market's Lu family spiritual talisman shop, only larger. "Changsheng, you've finished your business." Lu Miaoga came forward as soon as she knew Lu Changsheng had arrived. Apart from being at home, she still maintained a sense of grace and inaccessibility when outside. "Yes, I've finished," Lu Changsheng said, nodding with a smile. He shared the details of his discussion with Gao He with Lu Miaoga. This is what being husband and wife was like. It wasn't every day that there were fresh and interesting stories to share. Often, much of the time was spent talking about the little things happening around them. The night deepened. Red Leaf Valley was already quiet, now enveloped in silence. Apart from the guards tasked with patrolling, most had entered the realm of dreams. On the third floor of the Lu family spiritual talisman shop. Inside the simple bedroom, the bed's curtains hung down. The candlelight flickered gently, as if a full moon had sunk into the water. Waves gently lapping. "Sister Miaoga, how long do you need to break through to the 9th level of energy refinement?" Chapter 267, 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _2. Chapter 267, Chapter 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _2. Lu Changsheng embraced the warm, soft jade and asked softly. Due to the previous assassination attempt and because of her pregnancy and childbirth, Lu Miaoga had only broken through to the 8th level of energy refinement 3 months ago. It should take about 5 or 6 years. Lu Miaoga was still immersed in the afterglow of her cultivation session, her cheeks flushed with a beauty that seemed beyond compare. 5 to 6 years. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded slightly. He understood that at Lu Miaoga's current pace of cultivation, waiting for her to reach perfection in energy refinement and then to attempt foundation establishment would likely take more than a decade. In more than 10 years, by then, maybe I could get a genuine foundation establishment elixir. Moreover, after I reach foundation establishment, I can consider passing on the split sword technique. Now that Lu Miaoga was his wife, the mother of his children, he naturally paid more attention to her cultivation and foundation establishment. "It's nothing, I was just asking. I want to help you with your cultivation, to reach foundation establishment sooner." Lu Changsheng whispered to the beauty before him. Then, capturing her tender lips, they continued their cultivation. Among all his wives and concubines, only Lu Miaoga, who was also at the 8th level of energy refinement, produced the best results when dual cultivating with him. A single session of dual cultivation was almost equivalent to half a month of solitary cultivation. Lu Miaoga's cheeks were flushed, her brows gently curved, her eyes gleaming like water, her teeth biting down on her cherry lips. After spending half a month with Lu Miaoga in Red Leaf Valley Market, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhou Mountain. The distance between Red Leaf Valley and Qingzhou Mountain made his travels much more convenient. On the 3rd day after returning to Qingzhou Mountain, the maid Jiang Loyue gave birth to a child. This child did not possess a spiritual root, but at the moment of the child's birth, a system prompt arrived as expected. "Congratulations, host, the number of your offspring has reached 100, you are awarded 1 advanced lottery draw." Advanced lottery. Previously, when he had 50 children, he received a designated draw, which allowed him to choose any category for the draw. He hadn't expected that reaching 100 children would warrant an advanced lottery draw. If the regular lottery is this powerful, won't the advanced lottery skyrocket? At this moment, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel excited and anticipatory. He immediately rushed to his study to start the lottery draw. Instantly, a deep red virtual lottery wheel appeared. It was different from the previous lottery wheels. This wheel had only 4 sections: cultivation technique classics, elixirs, heaven and earth treasures, and spiritual pet treasures. The regular lottery can draw orthodox level cultivation techniques. Could the cultivation technique classics drawn from the advanced lottery be above the orthodox level? And if the pets from the regular lottery are heavenly grade bloodline pets, wouldn't the advanced lottery possibly give true spirit beast cubs? Lu Changsheng looked at the advanced lottery wheel in front of him and couldn't help but look forward to it. That feeling of anxious anticipation for the lottery had arisen again. Curious about what reward he would receive this time. System, draw the lottery. Lu Changsheng didn't think too much, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. With a mental shift, the brilliant gold light appeared on the advanced lottery wheel and began to spin rapidly. After 5 seconds, the light gradually slowed. Finally, with Lu Changsheng's heart pounding, the gold light settled on the spiritual pet treasure section. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a heavenly spiritual treasure, 9 treasure jade rui. The reward has been distributed to the system space, the host can check it at any time. A green rui image, inlaid with what looked like 9 stars, emerged from the lottery wheel accompanied by a system notification tone. Heavenly spiritual treasure. 9 treasure jade rui. Lu Changsheng, seeing the reward he obtained, was immediately delighted. He hadn't imagined that he would draw a heavenly spiritual treasure. The treasures used by cultivators are categorized from low to high as magic artifact, spiritual artifact, magical treasure, spiritual treasure, and heavenly spiritual treasure. Heavenly spiritual treasure, the supreme treasure that only nascent divine cultivators could wield and use. It was rumored that treasures of this level had their own artifact spirits, with autonomous consciousness and the ability to think. Unexpectedly, through the advanced lottery, he had drawn a treasure of this level. If a heavenly spiritual treasure has an artifact spirit, it should automatically bond with its master just like a pet does. I wonder if the grand old artifact spirit can give me a boost. Lu Changsheng thought hopefully to himself. Then he turned his attention to the heavenly spiritual treasure in the system space. Spiritual treasure, 9 treasure jade rui. Grade, heavenly spiritual treasure. Description: before the demise of the divine Lord of 9 heavens, he gathered the essence of all heavenly stars, infused it into the myriad spirits jade, and finally refined it with his 9 great divine abilities. It contains 9 great divine abilities, mysterious and unfathomable, and possesses immense power. Only a person with great magical power can activate it. So the grade is just heavenly spiritual treasure, without detailed grades. Lu Changsheng looked at the information of the treasure and felt surprised. This made him recall something he read in an ancient tome. A heavenly spiritual treasure is fundamentally superior to even the finest of the supreme spiritual treasures. Therefore, it is beyond the categorizations of low, middle, high, and supreme. Regardless of whether it's categorized or not, the 4 words, heavenly spiritual treasure, are enough. Lu Changsheng didn't dwell too much on this point. With a mental spirit, he extracted the heavenly spiritual treasure from the system space. A beautifully crafted, glossy jade rui about the size of a baby's arm appeared. The glossy jade rui shimmered with light, glimmering like galaxies flowing, beauty beyond words. 9 stars of crimson, blood red, golden yellow, sky blue, deep blue, purple, black, dark black, and pure white were inlaid on it, so exquisite that they seemed to emit their own profound mysteries. Chapter 268, 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _3. Chapter 268, Chapter 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _3. HM. No artifact spirit. Having just extracted the 9 treasure jade rui, Lu Changsheng had already gleaned a basic understanding of the information about this high-level spiritual treasure. This high-level spiritual treasure was indeed formidable. The 9 treasure jade rui contained 9 great divine abilities, known as the 9 treasures. The first treasure enhanced one's physical strength. The second treasure amplified mana and divine skills. The third treasure boosted the soul and divine sense. The fourth treasure increased speed, enabling one to ride the wind with incredible swiftness. The fifth treasure held healing divine light, repairing the physical body and treating the primordial spirit. The sixth treasure was protective divine light, shielding one from all methods of attack with its divine light. The seventh treasure was sealing divine light, capable of sealing another's mana or one's own aura. The eighth treasure was unsealing divine light, able to break through all sorts of formations and restrictions with a sweep of its light. The ninth treasure was nine-colored disaster light, capable of obliterating everything on its path. As for the first four enhancements like vigor, mana, soul, and speed, they could be amplified up to 10 times. While the fifth treasure's healing power could not bring the dead back to life. As long as there was a breath of life, it could generally save and prolong one's life. It could even consume one's origin source to instantly recover from all injuries. With just these effects, the 9-treasure Jade Rui could be considered a truly precious treasure. Not to mention the latter 4 divine lights, each an unparalleled divine skill. This high-level spiritual treasure did not possess an artifact spirit, as Lu Changsheng had imagined. According to the system introduction, this high-level spiritual treasure was at the stage where it had just been refined by the God of the 9 heavens, still yet to pass through the heavenly tribulation and nourish an artifact spirit to form an autonomous consciousness. If one had to categorize it, it could only be considered as an almost high-level spiritual treasure. Without an artifact spirit, this high-level spiritual treasure is just a powerful magical treasure to me. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. It was not too disappointing for him. After all, the system's rewards were too advanced for him at this point. Incapable of being transformed into strength quickly. This 9-treasure Jade Rui was just even more advanced. To him, its essence was about the same as the Black Dragon magical bead. Luckily, I have the 100 refinements treasure body art, otherwise, having such a heavy treasure, I could only watch and let it gather dust. Lu Changsheng let out a breath. He possessed the 100 refinements treasure body art. With this art, he could utilize any magical treasure or spiritual treasure for cultivation, incorporating them into his body to enhance the speed of his 100 refinements treasure body art's cultivation. With the aid of the middle-grade Black Dragon magical bead, his treasure body technique advanced with incredible speed. In about another year, he could break through to the 3rd level. If he refined a high-level spiritual treasure into his body, his 100 refinements treasure body art's cultivation speed would likely skyrocket. Moreover, once the treasure body technique is cultivated to the 5th level, the treasure bone technique can melt the magical treasure into a life-bound treasure bone. Once a life-bound treasure bone is formed, one can wield the magical treasure's divine effects without the need for the Black Dragon magical bead's origin nurturing, unlike talisman treasures that have limited power and need to be nurtured again after each use. If I were to melt this 9-treasure Jade Rui into a life-bound treasure bone, then I'd command the 9 great divine abilities of the 9-treasure Jade Rui. At this moment, Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, thinking about the treasure bone technique in the 100 refinements treasure body art. The current treasure bone technique could only consume a magical treasure's origin to nurture the bones, thereby exerting part of the magical treasure's power, but each time the power was drained, it would need to be nurtured again. But once the 100 refinements treasure body art was cultivated to the 5th level, and the physical body comparable to a spiritual artifact, he could then melt a magical treasure or spiritual treasure with the skull, sternum, spine, and limbs, the 7 treasure bones, into a life-bound treasure bone. Once the life-bound treasure bone was formed, the magical treasure and treasure bone would meld into one. From then on, the magical treasure's divine effects would become the cultivator's life-bound divine abilities, innate divine abilities. With the system by his side, ordinary magical treasures, which had average power and limited potential, Lu Changsheng was not too willing to melt them into life-bound treasure bones. Because once a magical treasure is cultivated into a life-bound treasure bone, that particular life-bound treasure bone can no longer assist in cultivation, nor can it refine other magical treasures into the body. Therefore, one must be extremely cautious with the 7 life-bound treasure bones of the treasure body technique. Otherwise, if one casually melds 7 life-bound treasure bones, and can no longer refine magical treasures to assist in cultivation in the future, then the 100 refinements treasure body technique would become practically useless for Lu Changsheng. But this 9-treasure Jade Rui was different. Its grade was that of a high-level spiritual treasure, with an extremely high potential, and contained 9 great divine abilities. Once he mastered these 9 divine abilities, his strength would receive a comprehensive boost. It's absolutely worth melting it into a life-bound treasure bone. However, my 100 refinements treasure body art is only at the 2nd level. Even with the help of magical treasures for cultivation, it will take a long time to break through to the 5th level. Lu Changsheng shook his head and exhaled a long breath, not thinking about such long-term matters. Soon after, he sat cross-legged, wanting to see how long it would take for the 100 Refinements treasure body art to refine this high-level spiritual treasure. Even the creators of this cultivation technique from 100 Creation Mountain had never tried to use the Chi refinement realm to refine a high-level spiritual treasure. Having magical treasures refined into the body at the Chi refinement realm, which could then be used to assist in cultivation, was already remarkable. How could a high-level spiritual treasure possibly be used for such refinement? In Zhoushan Mansion City, Chu Changge walked through the city. He was dressed in a black wide-sleeved robe, his normally white hair had been dyed black and was held up with a hairpin. With a stern face that, besides seeming quiet and reticent, didn't appear much different from an ordinary person. But he was followed by a tall and muscular bald man in black attire. The bald man radiated a compelling majesty, inspiring fear and trembling in those who looked upon him, deterring anyone from getting too close. Chu Changge stopped walking, staring at the dazzling facade of the Chu residence in front of him, taken aback and showing a look of astonishment. Chapter 269, 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _4. Chapter 269, Chapter 131, Advanced Draw, Heavenly Spiritual Treasure, _4. He clearly remembered that the last time he returned home, his house was desolate and dilapidated, overgrown with weeds. How had it now returned to the appearance he remembered in his memories? Could it be, the scene I saw before, was it all an illusion? In fact, my parents, they might not be dead. Chu Changge's heart skipped a beat. The heart that had long been deadened was now roiling with emotion, and tears almost spilled out. But he didn't step forward to knock on the door. With his foundation establishment cultivation, he was able to clearly sense that within the residence, there was only one elderly person. There were no other signs of life. So he knew that the derelict state of the Chu residence he had seen before was not any illusion. The residence before his eyes must have been rebuilt for some reason. At this moment, the elder inside the Chu residence, seeing Chu Changge standing at the door, couldn't help but ask, "Young sir, do you need something? I thought the Chu residence had been raided by bandits." After a moment of silence, Chu Changge replied with a somewhat hoarse voice. "Yes, the Chu family. I don't know what sins we had committed. 10 years ago we were raided by bandits, and the courtyard was left desolate, but then last year." The elder spoke with a hint of melancholy. The old man was of an advanced age, rambling on, but he helped Chu Changge understand the situation. He learned that a man and a woman had come to erect a tombstone for his parents and had renovated the residence. Zhenjin is still alive. Chu Changge immediately knew that the woman the elder spoke of was his sister, Chu Zhenjin. Knowing that his sister was still alive, his body couldn't help but tremble. But he soon calmed down again, nodded, and left with the bald man. They had not gone far before the two transformed into an escape light, concealing their forms and entering the courtyard of the Chu residence. Looking at the courtyard, which closely resembled the one from his past yet lacked the vibrancy of life, Chu Changge seemed somewhat bewildered as he walked around. Then, in the back courtyard, he saw the tombstones and spirit hall. Father, Chu Qingsong, Mother Zhao's tomb. Son-in-law, Lu Changsheng, daughter Chu Zhenjin in tribute. Zhenjin is married. Chu Changge looked at the tombstone before him. The image of his sister, Chu Zhenjin, as he remembered her, surfaced in his mind. Knowing that his sister was still alive and now married, he felt joy and relief but also a complex mix of emotions. Time really does fly. It's good that she's married. With Zhenjin's temperament, it would be difficult for her to be alone. I wonder how Zhenjin is doing these days. Chu Changge stared at the tombstone before him, lost in thought, his expression extremely complex. "Young master, if you have living relatives you wish to see, I have a secret technique that can trace them through your bloodline," said the man in black armor next to him, attempting to please him. His obsequious demeanor instantly swept away any semblance of his authoritative presence. "Forget it, given my current situation, it's better not to disturb her life," Chu Changge said, gently shaking his head. He was acutely aware that he had embarked on a perilous path, one far different from that of ordinary people. If he were to visit his sister, it might disrupt her life. Moreover, he couldn't stay for long on this visit back home. Chu Changge then knelt before the tombstone, went to the spirit hall, and offered incense and tribute. "Still, I should go have a look, as long as I don't disturb his life," he sighed as he prepared to leave the Chu residence to investigate the true events of the Chu family's past. he still couldn't let go of his sister in his heart. He decided to check on how his sister Changsheng was doing these days. "What should I do?" Changsheng asked, looking toward the men in black armor beside him. "Young master, you only need to give me a drop of your blood, and I can use it to trace the bloodline and perform the secret technique," the men in black armor said. Upon hearing this, Changsheng promptly forced out a drop of bright, clear, scarlet blood. Although in the demon path, there were many techniques that used another's blood to perform spells, even to attack stealthily. But he harbored no such worries. Knowing that his master had certain intentions for him, his life was no longer in his own hands. The men in black armor took the blood and formed hand gestures, turning the blood into a miniature, dark red snake. "Young master, this blood-guiding snake will automatically seek out those related to you by blood," said the men in black armor. "Let's go," Changsheng said indifferently, nodding his head as he watched the blood-guiding snake, and he disappeared with the men in black armor from the courtyard. Qingzhou Mountain. Zhenjian has also stepped onto the path of cultivation. Changsheng and the men in black armor followed the blood-colored snake and arrived outside Qingzhou Mountain. He immediately discerned that Qingzhou Mountain was a cultivation family's residence. He had not expected that his sister would come to the residence of a cultivation family and walk the path of a cultivator. "Young master, I sensed just now that this is but a small family, inside is only one foundation establishment cultivator," said the men in black armor. "Young master, would you like to enter directly or sneak in?" he asked, his voice still carrying a fawning tone. Chapter 270, 132, Breakthrough in Cultivation Level, Spiritual Root Promotion, _1. Chapter 270, Chapter 132, Breakthrough in Cultivation Level, Spiritual Root Promotion, _1. Changsheng and the men in black armor walked through Qingzhou Mountain. The two seemed invisible, unperceived by the Lu family's watching disciples. Following the blood-guiding snake, Changsheng arrived at White Deer Mountain Villa. He immediately saw a group of the Lu family's people, picking up their children from school. From the crowd, he instantly spotted a woman in her 20s, with a gentle and beautiful face, wearing a pink and white dress. The woman was holding a child, walking alongside a man in his 20s wearing a blue robe. There were also 8 or 9 children following them, chatting and laughing. Even though it had been 10 years since they last met, Changsheng recognized at a glance that this woman in the pink and white dress, with her gentle and dazzling face, was his own sister, Zhenjian. "Zhenjian," he called out in his heart. But he didn't make a sound, fearing to disturb her peace. Who would have thought, the once little girl has now become a mother? Changsheng watched Zhenjian holding a child, chatting and laughing with the men, and talking gently with the children nearby, his deep, silent eyes revealing a mix of happiness, relief, and heaviness, as well as timidity and confusion. He could tell that his sister was doing well here. Not only did her face carry a joyful and blissful expression, but she had also set foot on the path of cultivation. However, her cultivation level was somewhat low, only at the 4th level energy refinement. Then, his gaze shifted to Lu Changsheng beside her. He knew this must be his brother-in-law. As for his first impression of his brother-in-law, he found him quite favorable. Firstly because he erected a monument for their parents and renovated the Chu residence. Furthermore, his appearance was handsome, matching his sister well. While speaking with his sister and the children, his demeanor was gentle, showing the attitude of a husband and father. He took a glance at Lu Changsheng's cultivation level. He found that he couldn't discern Lu Changsheng's cultivation level at all. He did not care much about this. After all, the cultivation world had many techniques and treasures to conceal one's cultivation level and spiritual power. Having such a treasure indicated that his brother-in-law must hold a decent status and identity within the family. He didn't use any spells to probe, either, lest Lu Changsheng sense his presence. Are all these children Zhenjian's? Changsheng turned his gaze toward the groups of children beside the couple, his heart skipping a beat. The children were mostly 5 or 6 years old, the oldest no more than 8 or 9. He remembered that it had only been a total of 10 years since he left home. In 10 years, his sister couldn't possibly have so many children, could she? The next moment, he looked carefully. He could feel a blood connection only with the infant Zhenjian was holding, as well as with an 8 or 9-year-old boy and a 6 or 7-year-old girl, which made him feel a kinship as their uncle. He knew only these 3 were his sister's children. Seeing there were only 3, he nodded slightly. If she had given birth to 10 children in 10 years, he feared he might have had thoughts of drawing a sword. Only this child has a spiritual root, huh? Chu Changa's eyes fell on the 3 children to whom he felt related by blood, focusing on Lu Quanjin. Chu Zhenjin had given birth to 4 children. Among them, the first child, Lu Quanjin, and the third child, Lu Caizhen, possessed a spiritual root. However, Lu Caizhen was still not of schooling age and was playing at home. I wonder what kind of spiritual root this child has. Chu Chang'e thought to himself. Throughout these years, although he had been constantly forced to cultivate in the darkness, he had also acquired a general understanding of the cultivation world. He knew that compared to the secular world, the cultivation world was even more brutal. A stark world of survival of the fittest, selection of the superior and elimination of the inferior. If his nephew's spiritual root was mediocre, he would face many hardships when he began cultivating as he grew up. Chu Chang'e sighed. His heart had become numb and silent over the years. But at that moment, he couldn't help feeling sentimental. He was not only worried about his sister's life but also, by extension, concerned about his nephew's situation. He shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell further on these thoughts. Aware of his current situation, how could he afford to care about others? Watching Chu Zhenjin and others chat and laugh as they gradually moved away, he closed his eyes. Chu Chang'e reopened his eyes, determination shining within them. He turned and walked toward the exit of Qingzhou Mountain. Now that he had seen his sister and knew she was living well, he felt at ease. He was acutely aware of his current circumstances. If he had too much contact with his sister, he would only bring harm upon her. What he needed to do now was to live well, strive to survive, and improve himself. Until he possessed the strength to control his own destiny. No matter how dangerous the future might be. Whether it was fortune or calamity, this was his only choice, his only path. Just as his master had said. In this world, only one's own strength is eternal. A breeze blew through, rustling the bamboo, causing a sense of utmost comfort and peace. Chu Zhenjin, who was talking to Lu Changsheng, seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned her head, looking in the direction of Chu Chang'e. But there was nothing there. Zhenjin, what's the matter? Lu Changsheng asked Chu Zhenjin. Nothing. Chu Zhenjin gently shook her head, dismissing the indistinct feeling. Lu Changsheng was unaware of Chu Chang'e's visit. His daily life continued as usual, cultivating, making talismans, and spending time with his wife and children. There was just one more thing he did, refining the 9-treasure jade ruby. Indeed, the 9-treasure jade ruby, a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, proved to be 100 times harder to refine than the black dragon magical bead had been. Even with the profound origin bead in his possession, and spending 1 or 2 hours a day on its refinement, it would probably take 3 to 5 years. Although this period was long, he was very much looking forward to the effects of fully refining the 9-treasure jade ruby and integrating it into his body. Chapter 271, 132, Breakthrough in Cultivation Level, Spiritual Root Promotion, _2. Chapter 271, Chapter 132, Breakthrough in Cultivation Level, Spiritual Root Promotion, _2. Before one realized, 2 months had gone by. Lu Changsheng, I think I'm pregnant again. That day, Lu Miaohuan ran over and said to Lu Changsheng. Initially, she had said she would only have 1 child, yet now, barely a year after the first child's birth, she was pregnant again. She revealed a look of helplessness and frustration. Did you forget to force it out using your spiritual power? Lu Changsheng was slightly taken aback upon hearing the words of the second mistress, before immediately responding. Even if not for the purpose of having children, the two of them often cultivated together. In such cases, if he did not control himself and Lu Miaohuan forgot to force it out, there was a not-so-small chance of getting pregnant. What should I do then? Lu Miaohuan pouted her red lips, and spoke somewhat innocently. If you're pregnant, then let's have it. This will be the last one. Lu Changsheng said softly, gently stroking her head with a tender expression. MHM. Lu Miaohuan nodded heavily. After spending some quality time accompanying the second mistress, Lu Changsheng saw that it was already the end of the month. He then left the house and rode the Iron Feather Eagle to the Red Leaf Valley market. By now, Red Leaf Valley had been open for over 3 months. Yet, the popularity was still average, and the streets looked desolate. In such a desolate state, the business of his Peace Talisman Hall was also very bleak. If it were not for the shop being his own, with the current situation, it would be operating at a loss. After all, not only was the foot traffic low. At this stage, all the major shops were selling at promotional prices of 60 to 70% off for the sake of reputation and business, leaving hardly any profit margin. Lu Changsheng walked around his own shop and checked the monthly account book for income and expenditures. Sigh, after deducting all sorts of raw materials and labor costs, we've only made 31 spirit stones in profit. It's not even enough to pay the rent, we actually have to put in money. Fortunately, in a year or two, the marketplace's foot traffic should gradually increase, and profits will recover somewhat. As Lu Changsheng looked at this month's accounts, he couldn't help but feel speechless. This made Gao He, who was nearby, somewhat uneasy. Although it's common for there to be no foot traffic when the market first opens, and businesses are promoting to capture the market. But for a shop on the main street to make just over 30 spirit stones in a month. It was indeed embarrassing for him, as the talisman master and shopkeeper who presided over the shop. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and did not say much more. He knew this was normal. Because Lu Miaoga's spiritual talisman shop on the other side was the same. Due to its location and the franchise brand, their situation was slightly better than his. Shortly after, Lu Changsheng visited the Lu family spiritual talisman shop at Qingzhou, where he normally cultivated with his wife, Lu Miaoga, to enhance their bond and cultivation level. Inside the Qingzhou mountain practice room, Lu Changsheng was sitting in meditation, practicing the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture. Suddenly, within the spiritual power sea of his dantian, the energy surged tumultuously. Sword qi encircled him, sharp and vigorous, as dust scattered and an indistinct spiritual pressure filled the air. 9th level qi refinement. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. He was not overly surprised by this breakthrough. After all, cultivating the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture, he had a rough idea of his own progress in cultivation. And such a breakthrough was natural for him, smooth and seamless. Lu Changsheng took a look inside at his 7-colored den lake and felt the changes after the breakthrough. The spiritual power inside his body had increased by almost 30%. As his cultivation level broke through, the profound origin bead floating above the Dan lake began to rotate slowly. This magical artifact, too, had its effects enhanced as Lu Changsheng's cultivation level advanced. Relying on the profound origin bead, could I now contend with an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator? Lu Changsheng pondered, feeling the spiritual power boosted by the profound origin bead. Based on what he had seen in Red Leaf Valley, he felt that his current strength would allow him to withstand a few moves against a foundation-building great cultivator. If he were to employ all his techniques, he might even have a chance at killing a foundation establishment great cultivator. However, Lu Changsheng merely entertained the thought without any real intention of pursuing it. Who in their right mind would seek out a fight with a foundation-building great cultivator? He vividly recalled Ancestor Chen's desperate self-destruction, wielding spiritual artifacts and heavenly thunder pearls. If not for absolute strength, both parties would end up wounded in a clash of spells. At this rate, I estimate that in 3 to 5 years, I will be ready to make a push for foundation establishment. With the foundation establishment spirit objects and foundation establishment elixir at my disposal, foundation establishment should be almost a certainty for me. Lu Changsheng briefly settled the restless spiritual power and stood up, stretching his limbs and waist. He pushed open the door and stepped out of the practice room. Because the breakthrough had taken a long time, it was now deep into the night. Lu Changsheng, looking at the moonlight, felt no urge for late-night moon-gazing or sentimental musings. He went to Lu Miaoyun's room. Seeing that she had already fallen asleep, he lifted the blanket and got into bed. Holding the lady in his arms, he too gradually drifted off to sleep. Lu Changsheng's 102nd child was born. This child had a spiritual root. It was his 23rd child to possess a spiritual root. With the birth of this child, Lu Changsheng felt an indescribable, profound sensation coursing through him. He knew that his own spiritual root had ascended. It had advanced from a 6th grade spiritual root to a 5th grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng was not surprised by this advancement of his spiritual root. Previously, he had sensed that his spiritual root was at the brink between the 6th and 5th grade. If another 6th grade spiritual root appeared, it might prompt an immediate promotion. It had been a while, and with the growth of his child's spiritual root, along with the recent birth, the child probably had a 7th grade spiritual root. Thus, his spiritual root had naturally improved. Lu Changsheng silently called out in his mind. Cultivation level, 9th level Qi refinement. Chapter 272, 132, Breakthrough in cultivation level, spiritual root promotion, _3. Chapter 272, Chapter 132, Breakthrough in cultivation level, spiritual root promotion, _3. Lifespan, 30/156. Talent, 5th grade spiritual root, Gengjin body constitution, medium grade spiritual body. Cultivation technique, 100 refinements treasure body art, 7 luminaries great freedom sword scripture, yin-yang harmony technique, immortal beauty technique. Spell, 7 luminary sword glow, 7 luminary sword shield, 7 luminary sword escape. Items, 9 treasure jade rui, golden light brick talisman treasure, black dragon magical bead, book of malevolent curses and fates, life substituting talisman, profound origin bead, 2nd rank puppet. Spiritual pets, 9 netherhound, peach blossom goo, 6-winged golden silkworm. Offspring, 102/107. A 5th grade spiritual root, the same as Sister Miaoga's, another step closer to the heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, it also helps me a bit more with foundation establishment. Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual root level on the system's interface and smiled. Looking at the talent column that listed the Gengjin body constitution. As time passed, he could feel that this Gengjin body constitution was also improving in effectiveness as his son, Lu Qingshan, grew up. Spiritual body should fully form along with physical development, probably around the age of 11 or 12. A question suddenly occurred to him. Now that he himself possessed the Gengjin body constitution. If he were to have another child with the Gengjin body constitution, what would happen? Could the Gengjin body constitution advance and become a high-grade spiritual body? And what if the next spiritual body was conflicting with the Gengjin body constitution? Could it cause a conflict of spiritual bodies and problems with his own body? Lu Changsheng's mind wandered with these thoughts. After a while, Lu Changsheng figured this was something he'd only know after the birth of his 2nd spiritual body child. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Lu Changsheng saw his age. He suddenly remembered he had inadvertently turned 30. 30 years old, 9th level energy refinement, this cultivation level, in a cultivation family like Qingzhou Mountain, would also be considered a genius. Yet, he wasn't overly proud of this. At this age, being at 9th level energy refinement might be considered genius in a family like Qingzhou Mountain. But within the immortal sects, it would only be considered average. However, he didn't mind this aspect. After all, his forte was having a solid foundation and being a late bloomer. Having this speed was already good enough. Not striving for the short term, but aiming for lifelong achievements. Besides, starting from scratch as the son of a poor farmer with a 9th grade spiritual root and having a system, he was quite content with his achievements after relentless efforts over just 12 years. There's a saying, at 30, one should stand firm. Now with 7 wives, 11 concubines, 24 maids, and 107 children, I guess I can say I've established something, right? Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Changsheng's spiritual root children increased by 2. Both of these children also possessed spiritual roots. This brought the total number of his offspring with spiritual roots to 25, earning him a chance to draw a prize. Unfortunately, his luck with the draw was not very good. He drew a 2nd-rank Spirit Slaughterer skill from the 100 cultivation skills. The Spirit Slaughterer skill allowed Lu Changsheng to skillfully handle most demon beast carcasses without causing waste or damage during skinning, deboning, tendon extraction, and marrow retrieval. But for Lu Changsheng at the moment, this skill was quite superfluous and destined to be unused. After all, he had the skill of talisman making, which meant he didn't need to rely on the Spirit Slaughterer skill for a living. He never went out to hunt demon beasts for a living, because he did not need to rely on selling their materials. However, among the 2 children that were born, the child of Xia Zhiyue possessed a 6th grade spiritual root. This delighted Lu Changsheng immensely. After all, among his more than 100 children, there were 25 with spiritual roots. But only Lu Qingshan had a middle grade spiritual root. The child of Xia Zhiyue was his second child to have a 6th grade spiritual root. However, when Xia Zhiyue was pregnant with this child, Lu Changsheng did not let her consume her own origin source to nourish the fetus excessively. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng felt that Xia Zhiyue, who was in the energy refinement middle stage, could have given birth to a child with a 5th grade or even a 4th grade spiritual root. But with the precedent set by the mother of Xia Zhiyue, Lu Changsheng would not do such a thing. He could never bring himself to let a child's mother consume her origin source to the point of depletion and death for the sake of childbirth. He also planned not to let Xia Zhiyue have any more children in the short term and instead to let her rest and cultivate properly. He would wait until she reached the energy refinement late stage to discuss this matter. Even Lu Changsheng was thinking, if Xia Zhiyue broke through to the foundation establishment stage, could she rely on her spirit-nurturing physique to conceive a child with a high-grade spiritual root? There's about a month left until the day of the 10-year agreement. I wonder how Fei Yu is doing. On this day, after Lu Changsheng completed his routine cultivation and talisman making, he remembered that there was about a month left until the 10-year agreement they had made. He was also curious about the current situation of Han Lin, Xiao Siye, and Zhao Qingqing, who were cultivating in the immortal sects. Curious about how they were doing after these 10 years, whether the gap was gradually widening. At the same time, he thought about Li Feiyu, who had been out adventuring for so long without any news, and wondered how he was faring. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed by. Just as Lu Changsheng was preparing to go to the Rui County city for a gathering, he received a letter. It was a letter from Li Feiyu. In the letter, Li Feiyu first talked about his own situation, stating that all was well with him. Thanks to the talismans and spirit stones that Lu Changsheng had given him, he had also broken through to the 5th level energy refinement. He was currently exploring a precursor's cave with others and was not sure he could rush back in time for the 10-year rendezvous. Therefore, he had someone deliver the letter in advance. If he did not return in time, he asked Lu Changsheng not to worry or miss him. He also urged Lu Changsheng to inform Han Lin, Xiao Siye, and Zhao Qingqing about this. Alas, Fei Yu has ultimately chosen this path. Lu Changsheng sighed lightly as he read the letter. He had previously guessed that Li Feiyu, by venturing out, would eventually follow a path similar to Xia Long's. Obtaining resources by hunting demon beasts, exploring precursors' caves, and secret realms. Or rather, this was the only way for most loose cultivators to stand out and seize the chance for foundation establishment. But such endeavors came with great risks. After all, it was akin to risking one's life at every turn. And a single encounter with danger or mishap could result in death and a forgotten grave in the wilderness. However, there was nothing Lu Changsheng could do to dissuade this. Not everyone can live like him, safely marrying wives and concubines and having children, with the expectation of the great Tao unfolding before them. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng felt that the reason Li Feiyu might not come to the rendezvous was not just because he was held up by matters but also because the gap among the 6 of them had grown too vast. Li Feiyu was once promising in his youth. But 10 years ago, among the 6, it was Li Feiyu who was in the worst situation. Now, 10 years later, Li Feiyu had still spent most of his time in vain. How could his proud nature endure that? Alas! Lu Changsheng sighed again, hoping that Li Feiyu was safe and well. Flames appeared in his hand, and he burned the letter to ashes. After informing his wives and concubines, he mounted the Iron Feather Eagle and set off towards Rui County City. Chapter 273 133, Xiao Siye's Request _1. Chapter 273, Chapter 133, Xiao Siye's Request _1. Inside the Lu family estate, Wanxiang Garden. Huff, huff, huff. In the picturesque garden with its cobblestone paths, several martial masters were leading a group of children in martial arts practice, a morning exercise routine. Although these children were young, their movements were extremely agile as they swung their fists and kicked their feet. Wherever there was an issue, the nearby martial masters would immediately correct them, meticulous in every detail. A few of the children, around 10 years old, created gusts of wind with their fists and feet as they moved, signs of their growing strength. A little farther away, Lu Changsheng, dressed in a blue robe with a jade-like countenance and a gentle expression, watched the children practicing martial arts. Now, under his arrangements, these children had begun martial arts practice to fortify their bodies. His eldest son, Lu Pingyan, due to his diligence in the martial path, had already cultivated internal qi. According to the secular martial arts circles, which divided martial prowess into categories such as unranked, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and innate, he was already considered a 2nd grade expert. A 2nd grade expert at the age of 12 was not unheard of in the secular martial arts circles, but it was exceedingly rare. Aside from a few individuals with exceptional talent, only descendants of cultivators could nurture children to such a level. After all, they were raised in lands with a spiritual vein, consuming spirit rice and spirit food. Their bodies contained little impurities. Such children learning martial arts were all seen as martial prodigies. Moreover, after sending these wives and children to the secular world, Lu Changsheng still regularly sent them spirit rice. However, such strength of a martial arts 2nd grade expert was still beneath the notice of the system. Lu Changsheng checked his son Lu Pingyan's panel information through the system. In the strength column, it still displayed a single character, none. If in the early days he harbored some hope of improving his own strength through his children's martial practices, now, he did not entertain such thoughts much. He was more interested in them practicing martial arts for self-defense and maintaining good health. "Daddy, how well did I do?" After the morning practice session, Lu Weio cheerfully ran over to Lu Changsheng, calling out and asking with eyes full of adoration and dependency for her father. "You're the one who always slacks off." Lu Changsheng responded with a smile and ruffled his daughter's hair. Then, with a purification art, he turned it into a breeze that dried and cleansed his daughter's sweat-soaked clothes from training. Of course, he didn't play favorites. He did the same for all the children. Witnessing this, the nearby martial masters were filled with reverence. "All right, everyone's tired, let's go have a meal." Lu Changsheng patted the children's heads and led them to have breakfast. The breakfast was very rich and nutritiously balanced. After all, this was a time when the children were growing. In this aspect, Lu Changsheng never stinted, he also wasn't short on money. After eating, Lu Changsheng took Lu Pingyan and the other children to the backyard to feed the 9 nether hound. Raised for so many years, the 9 nether hound had grown as robust as a bull. Its mouth full of intersecting sharp fangs and its body covered in jet black fur that shone like satin. Last year, the 9 nether hound had progressed to a 1st grade middle stage demon beast. But for Lu Changsheng, it meant little. To expect the 9 nether hound to give him a lift was clearly impossible. Unless he was willing to spend a vast amount of resources to cultivate the 9 nether hound and accelerate its growth. But the cost was too great. Lu Changsheng, despite having plenty of spare cash, could not afford such expenses. He planned on raising it slowly. In the future, it would serve as his family's guardian spiritual beast, to accompany his children and protect them on their journeys. "Dad, Uncle Hong is here." While Lu Changsheng was chatting in the backyard with his wives and children, a little one ran over and exclaimed, "You guys keep playing, I'll head over there." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng guessed it might be Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin who had arrived, so he left to greet them. After seeing Hong Yi, the latter indeed confirmed that Han Lin, Xiao Xie, and Zhao Qingqing had arrived and were outside the city. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded and went with Hong Yi to receive them from outside the city. As the two approached the city gates, they immediately saw 2 women and 1 man, 3 figures coming their way. It was Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin. Xiao Xie was dressed in pale moon white, with long black hair cascading down to her waist. Her strikingly beautiful face had not changed much in the past 10 years. Skin fair as jade, features delicate and elegant, she was breathtaking. But her overall appearance and demeanor had undergone an earth-shattering transformation compared to 10 years ago. Back then, she was characterized by her forthrightness and vivacity. Her face wore a bright smile that was as warm as the spring sun, easily inviting favor from those around her. The current Xiao Xie, however, had a cool countenance. Her aura was like that of the pure, untouchable moon shining high above, serene, noble, detached from the world. She was someone people would admire from afar, wary of approaching her without due reverence. Lu Changsheng, observing Xiao Xie's transformation, felt somewhat astonished. He was curious about what she had encountered over the past 10 years that had led to such a drastic change. Although she looked similar, she seemed like a completely different person. If it weren't for her presence with Zhao Qingqing and Han Lin, Lu Changsheng would hardly be confident that this was Xiao Xie. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingqing and Han Lin, aside from appearing a few years older and more mature, had not changed much from 10 years earlier. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Zhao, Daoist Han. Lu Changsheng did not ponder further but greeted them with a smile and a clasped fist. Hong Yi also seemed surprised by Xiao Xie's change but did not scrutinize further. With an open and natural smile, he clasped his fists and said, "My fellow Daoists, you've been well, I trust." Daoist Hong, Daoist Lu. Xiao Xie and her companions nodded to Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi, greeting them in return. They looked at Lu Changsheng, their eyes reflecting a similar surprise as they observed his demeanor, much like how Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi had reacted to seeing Xiao Xie. Chapter 274, 133, Xiao Xie's Request _2. Chapter 274, Chapter 133, Xiao Xie's Request _2. 10 years had passed, and their appearances and demeanors had all changed more or less. Take Hong Yi, for example, who now wore a purple, luxurious brocade robe and a purple gold crown on his head, and had grown a beard at the corners of his lips. Compared with 10 years ago, the whole person seemed countless times more mature and composed. Yet Lu Changsheng still had the appearance of a 20-year-old. His handsome and vibrant face still vaguely reflected the contours of 10 years prior. But his entire being appeared even more ethereal and graceful, refined beyond the mortal realm. Beholding him was like seeing a graceful, flawless beauty, noble and unsullied, like an orchid or a jade tree in spring, bestowing upon others a sense of serenity and detachment. If not for knowing Lu Changsheng's situation, they would have believed him if he claimed to be a core disciple of an immortal sect or a descendant of a grand cultivation family, given his temperament and looks. As Xiao Xie approached and saw Lu Changsheng, an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart, causing it to suddenly flutter. The supreme forgetful love technique that she was cultivating involuntarily began to circulate. This is. Xiao Xie paused slightly in surprise. She noticed that upon seeing Lu Changsheng, her heart, which was as tranquil as the bright moon, began to ripple slightly. After cultivating the supreme forgetful love technique, her heart had become like the moon in the sky, undisturbed by emotions and untrapped by feelings. No matter the event, it was difficult for anything to move her or cause a disturbance within her. However, at this moment, seeing Lu Changsheng made her heart flutter, involuntarily initiating the circulation of the supreme forgetful love technique. Could it be, this is the opportunity, the catalyst for my breakthrough? Xiao Xie's eyes, as cold and moving as the stars and the moon, reflected her thoughts. Having cultivated the supreme forgetful love technique, her cultivation level had reached the perfection of qi refinement. Yet due to her state of mind, she had always been unable to break through. Her master Yun Wanzhang had given her 3 years. Now, half of those 3 years had passed. She had also realized that she could not break through on her own. She must venture out, temper her heart in the mortal world, and use external forces to facilitate the breakthrough. That was the purpose of her coming down the mountain for this meeting. Thinking of the remaining year and a half, she planned to travel in the mortal realm in search of that breakthrough opportunity. Unexpectedly, she had just left the mountain and met with old friends, which had caused her heart to quiver and the supreme forgetful love technique to activate automatically. Why isn't Li Feiyu here? Where has Brother Li gone? Han Lin, seeing only Lu Changsheng and Hong Yi, asked aloud. Feiyu went out for experience last year and has been held up by some matters. He might not be able to make it back in time, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf. Lu Changsheng said, bowing his hands. I didn't expect Brother Li to have gone out for experience. Hearing this, Han Lin nodded slightly and didn't say much else. The 3 of you have had a tiresome journey. I have already made arrangements at the Rui Tower, still the same condensing immortal pavilion as before. Hong Yi said, stepping forward to lead the way. Presently, the 5 of them walked and talked on their way to the Rui Tower, the condensing immortal pavilion. Please take a seat. Hong Yi said with a cheerful smile after everyone was seated, serving spiritual tea and spirit fruit to the guests. Compared to 10 years ago, this reunion clearly lacked the same ease and familiarity. One reason was that their relationships had only been average to begin with. Having not seen each other for 10 years and with only the occasional exchange of letters. Another was that 10 years ago, there were those who livened up the gathering and steered the conversation. But now, with Xiao Xie's cold and fairy-like demeanor, she hardly spoke. And with Lu Changsheng, Han Lin, and Zhao Qingqing naturally not being talkative people, and the absence of Li Feiyu. However, under Han Yi's lead, Lu Changsheng, Han Lin, and Zhao Qingqing became actively engaged in searching for topics, gradually warming up and having a harmonious and congenial conversation. In the course of the interaction, Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing mentioned some of the happenings within the Qingyun sect and great events of the cultivation world. While Lu Changsheng and Han Yi spoke of some worldly matters, events within the marketplaces. During this, Lu Changsheng also mentioned his brother-in-law, Xia Zhaoyang. Lu Changsheng hadn't paid much attention to this brother-in-law. He had only occasionally heard about his sister-in-law Xia Zizhu's brother in her letters. When Xia Zizhu sent letters, he had included a few dozen spirit stones as a gesture. It wasn't much, just a token of consideration as a brother-in-law, a simple investment. Xia Zhaoyang, I've heard of him. I never thought he'd actually be a relative of brother Changsheng. Han Lin expressed surprise upon hearing this. Working in the Qingyun sect's artifact refining hall, despite being relatively unknown, he was well informed. Since Xia Zhaoyang possessed a 4th-grade spiritual root and had entered the inner sect and been taken as a disciple by a Foundation establishment elder, he was familiar with him. At this moment, the others also spoke of their recent conditions, which revealed to Lu Changsheng that Han Lin had reached the 6th level of energy refinement, and that Zhao Qingqing, having recently exchanged for a high-rank breakthrough elixir from the sect, had broken through to the 7th level of energy refinement with the help of the elixir. This level of cultivation strength made Lu Changsheng sigh with admiration. They were truly worthy of being immortal sect disciples. Likewise, Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing were both outer sect disciples of the Qingyun sect. They were also tied up with side jobs and distracted by various skill-related tasks at times. Yet under these circumstances, one had reached the 6th level, and the other had reached the 7th level of energy refinement. One must know, Lu Miaoge, as the young lady of the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain with a 5th-grade spiritual root, had also only broken through to the 7th level of energy refinement at the age of 29. As for Hong Yi and Li Feiyu, having lower-grade spiritual roots, one was still at the 4th level of energy refinement, and the other had only recently broken through to the 5th level. As for himself, Lu Changsheng chose to exclude himself from comparison. After all, he had an advantage. Externally, he claimed to have only recently broken through to the 6th level of energy refinement. Brother Changsheng seems to have the most leisurely life, embraced by the family of cultivators, marrying and having children, while steadily improving in both cultivation and the talisman path. Han Lin remarked with a sense of emotion. He had been the closest to Lu Changsheng since the beginning. Although they had grown distant, he still felt some affinity for him. Haha, I can't compare with your prospects of the immortal path. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and chuckled in response. Then, turning to Xiao Xie, who had a cold and celestial appearance beside him, he inquired, I heard that Taoist Xiao has been taken as a disciple by a nascent soul immortal. May I ask how your recent cultivation has been? Chapter 275, 133, Xiao Xie's request _3. Chapter 275, Chapter 133, Xiao Xie's request _3. Lu Changsheng asked this out of curiosity about Xiao Xie's situation. Additionally, he felt that Xiao Xie seemed to be sizing him up continuously. Over the years, I have been cultivating in stillness, and now I have achieved qi refinement to perfection. This descent from the mountain is also a trial to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough, Xiao Xie said gently, her voice clear, cold, and touching. Upon hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but express their surprise, drawing in sharp breaths. Qi refinement to perfection, searching for the chance of a breakthrough. It was clear that she was looking for the opportunity to break through to Foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years, Xiao Xie had cultivated to qi refinement perfection and was preparing for Foundation establishment. The gap between her and the others could only be described as heaven and earth. Not only were Hong Yi, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin surprised, but Lu Changsheng was also somewhat astonished. However, Lu Changsheng was more bewildered. He remembered that Xiao Xie had only a 4th-grade spiritual root. A 4th-grade spiritual root, even within immortal sects, couldn't possibly have such a fast cultivation speed. Could it be that Xiao Xie possesses some sort of spiritual body? Lu Changsheng immediately speculated in his heart. He had a simple reason for such a guess. Xiao Xie was accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul immortal. If it were just a 4th-grade spiritual root, it was highly unlikely to be favored by a nascent soul immortal to become a disciple. At most, she would attract a foundation establishment elder to accept her as a disciple. After all, within the entire Qingyun sect, nascent soul immortals are few in number. Unless it was an earth spirit root or a heavenly spiritual root with truly extraordinary talent, they would not easily accept disciples. Or could it be the practice of a certain cultivation technique? Lu Changsheng thought of another reason. He, practicing the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture, knew the significant help a good cultivation method could offer to a practitioner. Without that scripture, which could refine elixir toxicity and ignore minor bottlenecks, his cultivation speed would certainly not have been so fast. Therefore, he conjectured that Xiao Siye was likely also practicing such a technique. But this technique came with side effects. He had read in ancient tomes that many powerful techniques come with side effects. Like masculine becoming feminine, drastic changes in appearance, major changes in character and temperament. Xiao Siye's current appearance, which had changed, made him suspect it was a case in point. Otherwise, how could there be such a dramatic change after just 10 years of cultivation? However, despite his speculation, this was not the kind of thing Lu Changsheng would inquire about further. In the cultivation world, one's constitution and cultivation methods are exceedingly private matters. Then let me extend an early congratulations to Taoist Xiao on a successful foundation establishment. Hong Yi immediately picked up his teacup in a daze and said so. When the 6 of them first took part in the Immortal sects examination together, he pursued Xiao Siye with feelings of admiration and love. 13 years have passed, and he has achieved some success in the mortal world. Yet foundation establishment still seemed to him an elusive term. But now, Xiao Siye was already preparing for foundation establishment, which left him feeling particularly moved. Wishing Taoist Xiao the opportunity and success in foundation establishment. We also wish Sister Xiao success in foundation establishment. Lu Changsheng, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin also raised their glasses to offer congratulations. Xiao Siye's cool gaze softened somewhat as she raised her glass to drink with everyone. But her eyes involuntarily fell upon Lu Changsheng once again. She discovered that whenever she looked at Lu Changsheng, her heart experienced a faint, almost imperceptible flutter. If not for the operation of the supreme forgetful love technique, even Xiao Siye herself might think it was an illusion, hard-pressed to grasp this emotional flutter. To break through, do I really need to go through this emotional tribulation? Xiao Siye murmured to herself as she looked at Lu Changsheng. She thought of her master's teachings. To truly cultivate the supreme forgetful love technique to a state of heartlessness and forgetfulness, one must experience emotional tribulation to comprehend the essence of the supreme forgetful love. Although she didn't know why, facing Lu Changsheng, why such a flutter arose in her heart. But the spiritual mechanism within told her that her chance for a breakthrough might well lie with Lu Changsheng. Thinking that her opportunity for a breakthrough fell upon Lu Changsheng, requiring an emotional tribulation with him, her heart was somewhat in disarray, clueless. Over the years, she had been cultivating a Qingyun sect, with little understanding of matters of affection. She had only glimpsed such matters in books a few times. What's more, after practicing the supreme forgetful love technique, her heart had grown more indifferent, almost forgetting affection. Now, to face an emotional tribulation, she indeed didn't know how to proceed or where to start. Didn't I come down the mountain just to find this opportunity? Now that the chance is before my eyes, why should I hesitate? At that moment, Xiao Siye's conflicted heart became resolute. When she initially chose to practice the supreme forgetful love technique, she knew it was a path of no return. She understood that without the mindset of hearing the way in the morning and being ready to die in the evening, her progress in life would be halted, with no hope for the great Tao. Now that the opportunity was right before her, it was naturally not to be missed. Moreover, from the recent chat, she had also learned that Lu Changsheng had numerous wives and descendants and rich experience in matters of affection. Perhaps it was for that reason that her breakthrough chance was connected to Lu Changsheng. Soon after, Xiao Siye gradually began to speak and joined in on some of the group's topics of conversation. Taoist Hong, Taoist Lu, you who cultivate within the turmoil of the mortal world and tainted with the breath of mortal concerns, it may affect your cultivation. However, if you temper your purity amidst the mortal world, it will assist in cultivation, mindset, and overcoming bottlenecks. When the conversation turned to cultivation, Xiao Siye spoke out, providing a few suggestions on their cultivation. She often had guidance from her nascent soul master and practiced the supreme forgetful love technique, which focuses immensely on mindset, hence she had many insights into this matter. Thank you for the guidance, Taoist Xiao, Hong Yi said, visibly moved by the honor. Thank you for the guidance, Taoist Xiao. Chapter 276, 133, Xiao Sie's request _4. Chapter 276, Chapter 133, Xiao Sie's request _4. Lu Changsheng also bowed slightly, roughly understanding that this concept was not far off from his own initial thoughts. It's not about guidance, just a few suggestions, he said. Although Xiao Sie's visage was cold and detached, like a fairy from the moon palace above the 9 heavens, her words carried no arrogance and were very gentle. Thus, with Xiao Sie's participation, the atmosphere of the conversation became even more harmonious. Especially in the aspect of cultivation, Xiao Sie, a fairy who had achieved perfection in qi refinement, often illuminated the path for others with just a few words, leading to great epiphanies and gains. This also made Lu Changsheng realize the importance of companionship within wealth, companionship, law, and land. In the lengthy process of cultivation, nearly everyone would face some difficulties and doubts. If one were to work in isolation, it would be hard to get far. But with a mentor and a group of like-minded Taoist friends to exchange thoughts with, things would be much better. During the conversation, Xiao Sie also occasionally asked Lu Changsheng about some matters and questions of everyday life. This was also her reason for engaging in the conversation and chat. From Lu Changsheng, she saw the opportunity for her own breakthrough. However, she couldn't directly bring up emotional tribulations or matters of cultivation. She needed to observe and understand Lu Changsheng's situation first. After all, emotional tribulations could harm oneself and others if not handled well, and affect others. Although her emotions had gradually become indifferent, she wouldn't become cold-hearted just for the sake of cultivation. Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised by this concern. But hearing that Xiao Sie's descent from the mountain was mainly for mortal heart tempering, he didn't mind. After all, they had all experienced many worldly affairs. However, Xiao Sie and her 2 companions had always been cultivating in immortal sects and rarely dealt with mundane chores. There is no feast that doesn't come to an end in this world. Seeing that the sun was setting, everyone concluded the gathering and bid each other farewell. Zhao Qingqing mentioned that she had a mission to do. And Han Lin was heading home to visit his relatives. Lu Daoist, I have descended the mountain to wander the secular world in search of opportunities, she said. But I am not very familiar with many worldly and cultivation world matters, and I have no specific destination in mind. May I ask you to take me with you for a while, if possible, she asked. Before departing, Xiao Sie didn't leave immediately but turned to Lu Changsheng and spoke. She was clad in white robes purer than snow, her complexion cold and peerless, like the bright moon in the sky, calm and indifferent, with an aura of otherworldliness. Lu Changsheng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. However, from their recent conversation, he knew that Xiao Sie's descent was for mortal heart tempering and to break through foundation establishment. Such a request didn't seem abrupt to him. I usually just travel between Rui Prefecture, Qingzhou Mountain, and the marketplace. If Taoist Xiao temporarily has no destination, I am certainly willing to take her along for the journey, Lu Changsheng said after a moment's consideration. As a disciple of an immortal sect and moreover, a disciple of a nascent soul immortal, Lu Changsheng naturally wished to maintain a good relationship. Just taking her along for a part of his journey, as far as he was concerned, was not a troublesome matter, so he agreed without hesitation. Whether or not it bore fruit, he would still be owed a favor by her. The favor of a disciple of a nascent soul. Immortal from an immortal sect also counted as a connection and backing. Especially since his Qingzhou Mountain was under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. Thank you, Lu Daoist, Xiao Sie said, her cool eyes revealing a hint of warmth, like a night blooming Sirius unfolding. I've always been in the secular world and have some understanding of the cultivation world. Why didn't you ask me? Hong Yi remained silent on the side but couldn't help feeling a tinge of sourness in his heart. Chapter 277, 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _1. Chapter 277, Chapter 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _1. Under the envious gaze of Hong Yi, Lu Changsheng left with Xiao Sie. I wonder how Taoist Xiao plans to travel on this trip. Lu Changsheng asked Xiao Sie. Since he had agreed, he naturally wouldn't just let the other stay at his home or in the marketplace without caring for her. He ought to show some hospitality as a host. To travel in all directions, observe all life, amidst the tumult of the mortal world. Xiao Xie said softly. Her words were not entirely empty. Indeed, to cultivate the supreme forgetful love technique truly required such experiences. However, she had skipped this step by using the red dust elixir. But the red dust elixir was, after all, an external object and had not brought her mind to a state of complete perfection. All life, the chaos of the mortal world. Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. He felt that the cultivation technique practiced by the other must be no simple matter. After all, ordinary cultivation techniques like the returning origin technique and Changchun technique have no requirements in terms of mental state. Only cultivation techniques of the exquisite level and above have such requirements. This is also why the more advanced the cultivation technique, the harder it is to practice and the higher its threshold. I wonder if Taoist Lu has any suggestions. Xiao Xie asked with a calm and clear expression. Lu has no particularly good suggestions, but in the coming days, I can accompany Taoist Xiao to walk and see this mundane world. Later, we can also go to the cultivation marketplace for a visit. If Taoist Xiao wishes to hunt demon beasts or explore some cave heaven secret realms, I am of too low a cultivation level to be of help, Lu Changsheng said. In the cultivation world, many people facing bottlenecks choose to hunt demon beasts or explore secret realms. By tempering themselves between life and death, comprehending the great terror within it, and stimulating their potential, they seek to break through their limitations. Although Xiao Xie did not share this situation, he still had to say this up front. Thank you for the trouble, Taoist Lu. Xiao Xie said, nodding slightly. Then, she looked toward Lu Changsheng and asked, as ripples crossed her calm eyes, Taoist Lu, your youthful appearance, is it because you practice wood or water elemental cultivation techniques? She was still unaware of why her heart fluttered in front of Lu Changsheng, prompting the imperceptible love technique to activate automatically. But looking at Lu Changsheng's handsome and youthful features, she couldn't help but wonder if it was related to the cultivation technique he practiced. The change in Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament was indeed dramatic. 13 years had passed. She had almost forgotten what Lu Changsheng used to look like. Yet she faintly remembered that he was once unremarkable in a crowd. But now, even by her standards, she had to admit that Lu Changsheng was incredibly handsome. Not just handsome. His skin, physique, and temperament were all in perfect harmony, beyond reproach. One would feel at ease and a natural fondness looking at him. Xiao Xie naturally knew that many wood and water elemental cultivation techniques included effects that preserved youth and beauty. But in the qi refinement realm, ordinary cultivation techniques absolutely could not achieve the effect that Lu Changsheng had. Indeed, I am but a 9th grade spiritual root, so I chose to practice a wood elemental life-nourishing cultivation technique. As for preserving youth, I have also taken some elixir medicines for that purpose, Lu Changsheng said, without a blink or a quickened heartbeat. He had become quite adept at such talk. And because he cultivated the immortal beauty technique and was affected by the peach blossom goo, his appearance and temperament did indeed seem like someone who practiced wood elemental techniques for preserving beauty. However, Xiao Xie's inquiry also made him more vigilant. He wondered if the fairy Shiyu could see something in him. After all, he was very aware of the changes in his own appearance and aura. If someone was observant enough, they might notice something. Therefore, he always used a treasure to conceal this aura in his daily life. Otherwise, with many years of cultivating the immortal beauty technique and the effects of the peach blossom goo, just walking down the street would be enough to captivate mortal women with a single glance. It even had a considerable effect on cultivators. I had no idea Taoist Lu was so concerned with his appearance. Xiao Xie said with a slight nod and a tinge of teasing in her voice. She realized that when she was with Lu Changsheng, her state of mind was no longer as undisturbed as usual, like the 9 heavens' bright moon, free of ripples. This made her aware that she could use this to temper her own mindset. Since we are cultivating immortality, we should indeed have the appearance of cultivators. After all, with my talents and abilities, I have no hope for the great Tao in this lifetime, so I can only focus on such things, Lu Changsheng said casually. In the path of cultivation, what one fears is the loss of confidence. If Taoist Lu retains a thread of belief, there will surely be a glimmer of hope, Xiao Xie said to Lu Changsheng. I have taken your lesson to heart. Lu Changsheng said courteously with a slight bow, acknowledging her good intentions without being stubborn about it. Then the two walked and talked together as they approached the Lu family mansion. In front of the mansion doors, Lu Shila sat on a small stool, eating a candied haw. Seeing Lu Changsheng return, she immediately got up and excitedly shouted. Then, the little girl's gaze shifted to Xiao Siye and she asked, "Daddy, is this the new auntie?" "Fairy auntie, hello, my name is Lu Shila," the little girl said, looking adorably at Xiao Siye with her crisp voice. "Ahem, this is Daddy's friend. You can call her Aunt Shiyu," Lu Changsheng said, coughing lightly after hearing his daughter's words. He didn't blame the child for speaking out of turn. Then he turned to Xiao Siye and said, "Please do not take offense, Taoist Xiao. No worries, your daughter is very cute." Xiao Siye shook her head slightly. Despite her usually cold and proud expression, her eyes and voice were gentle. Gracefully smoothing her moon-white dress, she crouched down to admire Lu Shila's charming stance and asked softly, "Little sister, how old are you this year?" Chapter 278, 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _2. Chapter 278, Chapter 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _2. I'm 10 years old this year. Lu Shila bit off half of her candied hawthorn on a stick in one bite. Then she offered it to Xiao Siye. "Auntie Shiyu, Daddy said when guests come over, we should treat them well, so I want to treat you to candied hawthorn." Xiao Siye was slightly taken aback. She couldn't help but think back to her own childhood. Once upon a time, she, like the little girl in front of her, had a lively face and loved to eat candied hawthorn. Her eyes curved into a smile, and a gentle look appeared on her face. She opened her enticing, rosy lips and took a bite from the half-red fruit on the little girl's stick. Really delicious. Xiao Siye touched Lu Shila's head and said, her quiet state of mind rippling slightly. This reinforced her certainty that Lu Changsheng was her chance to break through delusions and advance her state of mind. A glowing, moon-white jade pendant appeared in her hand, which she handed to Lu Shila. "This is a gift from your auntie." Lu Shila did not accept it immediately but looked toward her father. "Since it's a gift from auntie, you should keep it." He could tell that this was not an ordinary jade pendant, it was a spirit jade. As for its value, he couldn't discern it at a glance. But since it was for his child, he didn't decline it. He also knew that by giving a gift to his child, Xiao Siye was expressing her gratitude for bothering him. "Thank you, Auntie Xiao." The little girl gleefully accepted the jade pendant. She saw that the jade pendant was translucent and sparkling, very pretty, and she liked it very much. She then talked to Xiao Siye even more warmly, asking if Xiao Siye had eaten and if she would like to go out and play. In the face of the little girl's enthusiasm, Xiao Siye did not decline and went with the flow. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't say anything. He just let his daughter take her out for a chat and a walk. What exactly is the situation with this Xiao Daoist friend? Watching Lu Shila taking Xiao Siye away, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. From their conversation along the way, he was almost certain that there was something off about Xiao Siye. Asking him for company was definitely not as simple as she claimed, just wandering the mortal world with no particular destination in mind. She must have some kind of purpose in mind concerning him. He believed that Xiao Siye's descent from the mountain was indeed to wander the world, tempering her heart in the mortal realm, looking for an opportunity to break through. But to say she had no destination and asked him for company felt far-fetched to Lu Changsheng. After all, as a disciple of a nascent soul immortal from the Qingyan sect, how could she have no destination when going out for training experiences? She would definitely have had someone plan her journey, or even have company. Moreover, he felt that Hong Yi might be more suitable than himself for this kind of wandering temperament. This reason felt strange to Lu Changsheng but was, at most, passable. But along the way, Lu Changsheng had been observing Xiao Siye closely. He noticed that Xiao Siye's gaze often lingered on him. And he keenly perceived that her eyes and demeanor were changing. This change was subtle, and he couldn't describe it exactly. If he had to say, it was that she was not so cold, not so indifferent anymore. Today, when he and Hong Yi went to meet the three of them, he saw Xiao Siye's first glance and noticed the cool, holy aura about her. Like a fairy from the heavens, calm and indifferent, unapproachable. It was still the case when they arrived at Rui Building. Only after a long conversation did Xiao Siye's indifference gradually recede a bit. At that moment, Lu Changsheng realized that Xiao Siye was sizing him up but didn't think too much of it. After she proposed that he accompany her, Lu Changsheng became more cautious, so all along the way, by observing, he could confirm that Xiao Xie must have some purpose for him. Wait a minute, when she's with me, her expressions and attitudes change. Could this be? Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like it might be akin to a goddess showing interest in someone, only then letting go of her usual aloofness. Although I'm quite charming now, it couldn't be this easy. Lu Changsheng stroked his chin. He was someone with a fair sense of self-awareness. He knew well that his charisma could be quite lethal to the opposite sex. But it was unlikely to make Xiao Xie, a fairy of her stature, fall head over heels and take the initiative to throw herself at him. Could it be? A flash of enlightenment struck Lu Changsheng's mind. His mental spirit stirred, tuning into the peach blossom goo spiritual essence within his forehead. He wanted to see if this thing was once again stirring up romantic fortunes for him. After all, his relationship with Xiao Xie was nothing extraordinary. Now that she had come down to wander the mortal realm with such an unusual behavior, he couldn't help but speculate if romantic fortune was at play. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint activity arose from the peach blossom goo between his brows, conveying a sense of awareness. As if to tell Lu Changsheng, it was indeed about romantic fortune. Good heavens! Receiving this feedback from the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng inwardly exclaimed in surprise. Understanding that Xiao Xie's abnormal behavior was indeed related to romantic fortune, he was at a loss for words for a moment. But it also eased his mind quite a bit. Knowing that Xiao Xie's request to accompany him carried no ill intent, no ulterior motive. Nevertheless, this romantic fortune is not so easy to deal with. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled softly. To say he harbored no thoughts about Xiao Xie would be impossible. After all, this fairy Xiao was not only exquisitely beautiful but also possessed a fourth-grade spiritual root. She even had some kind of spiritual body. If she were just an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Qingyun sect, that would be one thing, with some hope of a connection. But she wasn't just any disciple from the immortal sects. She was a disciple of a nascent soul immortal. With such status and identity, if he were to impregnate her and have children, chances are it would bring trouble. After all, being accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul immortal implies exceptional talent, and she would be entrusted with high expectations by the immortal sects, fully devoted to her cultivation. Chapter 279, 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _3. Chapter 279, Chapter 134, My Cultivation with the Fairy, _3. If I end up having several children, that would delay the prime of my early years. Qingyun sect might, for the sake of letting their disciples focus on cultivation and sever worldly ties, just sever me instead. By then, what was supposed to be a streak of romantic luck would turn into a calamity. So Lu Changsheng was very clear in his heart that a woman like Xiao Xie, he currently could not resist. Under the guidance of Lu Shila, Xiao Xie met the other wives, concubines, and children of Lu Changsheng. She knew that Lu Changsheng had married numerous wives and concubines, and had many children. But when she actually saw so many wives and children all at once, she still felt a bit surprised. However, she didn't know that these 20-plus children were only a small part. After separating from Lu Changsheng and spending some time chatting and playing with Lu Shila and a few children, Xiao Xie found her mindset gradually returning to tranquility and indifference. She reverted to her usual state of the supreme forgetful love technique. Is it really so? Xiao Xie murmured to herself, her eyes clear as water, detached and calm as she looked into the distance. She was almost certain that only Lu Changsheng could help her see through illusions and break through to the next realm. As for how to see through them, she had some idea in her mind. When she was by Lu Changsheng's side, her mental state was affected, causing the supreme forgetful love technique to operate automatically. If she could be unaffected in any way, keeping her heart tranquil and detached no matter what, she thought that would be seeing through the illusions and achieving a great state of mind. However, she still needed to continue to confirm this. In this manner, Xiao Xie stayed at the Lu residence. Lu Changsheng had planned to return to Qingzhou Mountain after the gathering. But due to Xiao Xie's presence, he changed his plans. He spent his time, taking Xiao Xie to wander around Rui Prefecture, observing the so-called afflictions of life and the chaos of the red dust. Lu Changsheng himself didn't know what these afflictions and chaos specifically entailed. And Xiao Xie couldn't explain clearly either. So, considering that she came from a literary family and had entered Qingyun sect for cultivation at the age of 15, he decided to show her some of the suffering of life, the hardships of the lower class. Like the women who were forced into brothels, the roadside vendors in the streets and alleys, the roughnecks, the beggars with disabilities, the dock workers who labored in hard and toilsome jobs, the tea houses, the wine lodges, the restaurants, patrons of all different stripes, the gangs of the Jianghu, killing and fighting over interests. One day, Lu Changsheng took Xiao Xie to a village in Rui Prefecture. It was a very poor and backward village. Yellow earth facing the sky, the mud roads pitted and uneven. Fields lined the sides of the road. The crops in the fields had been completely harvested. But one could still see some emaciated and frail farmers in ragged clothing, with children, carrying baskets on their backs, picking up the grains missed during the harvest in the fields. Among them were some women who had just given birth, carrying infants who were crying for food, with faces of sheer exhaustion. When they saw Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie, fear and humility showed in their eyes, with stiff, ingratiating smiles. Lu Changsheng sighed deeply at the sight. He did not know how Xiao Xie's state of mind had been these days. But the hardships of this world genuinely made him feel a heavy heart. He felt somewhat relieved, apprehensive, and panicked. Fortunate to possess a spiritual root, he had initially obtained a celestial fate. He was able to go to Qingyun sect to participate in the Immortal sects examination. Otherwise, a peasant boy like him, even if he awakened his memories and had a system, would still face great difficulties. It would take an unknown amount of time, energy, and effort to struggle up from this lowly position. Xiao Daoist, have you gained anything in these past few days? Lu Changsheng sighed lightly and asked Xiao Xie. Seeing all the hardships made him cherish his current life even more and gave him the motivation to keep striving. All living beings suffer. These days, she had seen much with Lu Changsheng, and her heart was deeply touched, reaping no small gains. But she could feel that these were not greatly helpful for her own breakthrough. The main focus was still on Lu Changsheng. However, through the days of being together, Xiao Xie's heart had also sunk into the influence of Lu Changsheng. Whenever they came into close contact, Xiao Xie felt herself enveloped in a spring breeze that swayed her mental spirit, prompting the supreme forgetful love technique to activate. But she also realized that just this was not enough, not sufficient for her to see through illusion, for her mental state to break through. She knew in her heart that she needed to go further with Lu Changsheng. Only by experiencing the so-called love trial could she truly refine her mental state, achieve great enlightenment, and see through illusion with the supreme forgetful love. Lu Daoist has worked hard these past few days. Xiao Xie looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Her voice was no longer so cold, but much gentler. Soon after, the two returned to Rui Prefecture to prepare for their visit to the cultivation marketplace the next day. Because they were leaving tomorrow. Lu Changsheng naturally spent a good time with his wives and concubines. Xiao Xie sat cross-legged in her room. Her mind was in turmoil, she couldn't fall asleep or enter a state of cultivation. Love trial. Xiao Xie understood that she had been refining her mental state and seeing through illusion with the help of Lu Changsheng. Yet, at the same time, these days had also made her troubled by the cage that was Lu Changsheng. Although her mental state had improved, she had sunk deeper and had to rely on the love trial for great enlightenment. She operated the supreme forgetful love technique and suppressed her distracting thoughts. She stepped out of her room, her skirt fluttering, landing on the roof, and quietly gazed at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight spilled over her, bathing her moon-white dress and flawless body, making her even more immaculate and noble, like the Guanggan fairy in the Moon Palace. The gentle night breeze lifted a corner of the moon-white dress, revealing the fairy's smooth, round legs, like ivory-white jade without an ounce of excess flesh, naturally perfect, unrivaled in grace and beauty. The wind also lifted the fairy's black hair. Strands of black hair in the moon-white dress swayed in the wind, dancing with the breeze, reflecting the owner's current mood and state of mind. Her bright, moon-like eyes gazed absently at a courtyard in the residence. Xiao Xie took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She knew that without a mental realization, she would never be able to refine the supreme forgetful love technique. Immediately, a look of determination appeared in her eyes as she floated towards Lu Changsheng's courtyard. She was ready to tell him directly that she needed to experience the love trial to completely see through illusion. And not just to casually observe the myriad aspects of the world, amid the muddled and tumultuous mortal life. Chapter 280, 135, Shao Xie, so this is the love tribulation, _1. Chapter 280, Chapter 135, Shao Xie, so this is the love tribulation, _1. Above the pitch-black night sky, a silver moon hung high. Its faint moonlight cascaded onto the pavilions and towers of the Liu family estate, as if draping them in a layer of silver gauze. The entire Liu family estate was engulfed in darkness and silence. The only exception was a courtyard within the inner house, still brightly lit. In the glow of frost-like radiance, a figure clad in white, resembling the celestial fairy of the bright moon above, drifted towards this courtyard, her sashes fluttering in the night breeze. Before even alighting, Shao Xiyu, like the Guangan fairy of the moon palace, suddenly heard a plaintive sound, sorrowful yet enchanting, filled with 1,000 graces. The sound caused Shao Xiyu's exquisite features to slightly startle, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This hastened pulse speeded the practice of her supreme forgetful love technique. What sound is this? Shao Xiyu furrowed her pretty brows, somewhat perplexed in her heart. Why did such a simple sound cause such a throb within her? The supreme forgetful love technique ran its course, suppressing this inexplicable emotional pulse. She then followed the sound into a room within the courtyard. The shadows reflected by the window allowed her to instantaneously guess what was happening inside. This made her heart start thumping again. She realized her behavior was inappropriate. Her arrival was ill-timed. But a tremor of excitement surged within her, a tantalizing sensation, compelling her to channel a sliver of spiritual power into her beautiful eyes and peer through the window. Inside the chamber, she saw several Liu family ladies she had met during the day with Liu Changsheng. In an instant, Shao Xiyu felt as if struck by lightning. Her stunning face instantly flushed with crimson, almost letting out an alarmed cry. This single glance brought an unprecedented and intense impact to Shao Xiyu. The Tao heart that had just been calmed by the supreme forgetful love technique exploded at this moment. Her Tao heart shuddered, and the supreme forgetful love technique nearly failed, causing her delicate body to momentarily weaken. At the age of 15, she had entered the immortal sects, embarking on a single-minded path of cultivation. Though she had heard of the matters between men and women, and had read some relevant books, she was still naively ignorant. Such scenes were foreign to her. Let alone such stimulating and shocking imagery. Under the moonlight, Shao Xiyu's skin shone like luminous jade, reflecting with the cool moonlight. Her serene and holy visage, usually as cool as the 9 heavens' bright moon, was now flushed like the rosy dawn, a beauty beyond compare. Her emotions rose and fell tumultuously, leaving her dazed and at a loss. Could this be the emotional trial I'm to endure? Shao Xiyu bit her lip lightly, the supreme forgetful love technique running at full speed, suppressing the roaring tides within her heart. Just now, the shock of the imagery she witnessed caused her heart to accelerate and her body to go weak. But simultaneously, the supreme forgetful love technique also spun wildly. The robust and impermeable barrier at her bottleneck seemed to subtly loosen at this moment. She faintly realized what her emotional trial was. Before this, she had only known that she must endure an emotional trial. That trial fell upon Liu Changsheng. Liu Changsheng was the opportunity for her breakthrough. But as for the specifics of the emotional trial, she herself was unclear. Because the word emotion is too broad. It could be familial love, friendship, romantic love, or the affection between a man and a woman. And each of these emotions can be divided into many types. In this moment, she vaguely understood. It was about the emotions between a man and a woman. The emotions that include desire between a man and a woman. What she needed to do was suppress emotions, forget desires. Thus, to know emotions yet forget them, to have emotions yet remain detached. Upon realizing her emotional trial, Shao Xiyu's eyes, as pure as the bright moon, flickered indecisively, trembling slightly. Not only was her heart in disarray, but her mind was also in chaos, feeling lost and dazed. And at the same time, inside the courtyard room, the diligently busy Liu Changsheng acutely sensed a spying presence. He frowned slightly. Although his estate lacked a great formation for protection, there were protectors patrolling the outer estate, and a 9 netherhound guarding the inner estate. In the mortal world, it would be extremely difficult for any master to infiltrate. His gaze pierced through the doors and windows, looking outside. He immediately spotted a white silhouette as ethereal as a fairy. Xiao Shiyu. Lu Changsheng looked at the white silhouette, somewhat surprised. He wondered what business the fairy, Shiyu, could have with him in the dead of night. Not cultivating or sleeping at night, did she come to chat or share her heart? However, seeing that the eavesdropper was Xiao Shiyu, not some malevolent figure, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel reassured. Yet this moment of inaction caused his wife, Lu Lanqiu, to suddenly feel abandoned. Her elegant features from the daytime, now flush and bewitching, looked back at her husband. Her half-lidded eyes brimming with allure, her voice soft and sultry, she asked, "My lord, what is it?" The three other wives also turned their gaze towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, noting Xiao Shiyu hurriedly departing as soon as he looked out, didn't dwell on it further. Presumably, Xiao Shiyu had some urgent matter with him to come at such a late hour, thus stumbling upon such a scene. Besides, he couldn't very well stop what he was doing now to go ask Xiao Shiyu what the matter was, right? Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyu, amidst her inner turmoil, sensed the gaze of Lu Changsheng upon her. Even though she cultivated the supreme forgetful love technique and possessed a pure nature, unfamiliar with worldly affairs, in such a situation, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Almost as if fleeing, she left the courtyard and floated back to her own. Returning to her room, Xiao Shiyu ran the supreme forgetful love technique swiftly, allowing her exquisite complexion to gradually return to its aloof coolness. But recalling that scene, she still felt a trembling deep within her soul, her delicate body burning with heat. So this is my emotional trial, no wonder I have always been unable to perfect the supreme forgetful love technique. My state of mind is still far from sufficient. Chapter 281, 135, Xiao Xie, so this is the love tribulation, _2. Chapter 281, Chapter 135, Xiao Xie, so this is the love tribulation, _2. Xiao Xie murmured to herself. Without realizing it, she reached out to touch her cheek, which was slightly warm. She didn't even know what had just happened to herself. Was she bewitched? She was clearly aware of what Lu Changsheng was doing. And yet, she still stole a glance. If I could completely control and suppress this emotion, perhaps that would be the time when my state of mind reaches completion and I can see through illusions. As she practiced the supreme forgetful love technique, Xiao Xie's emotions gradually stabilized. But the thought of having to completely control these emotions made Xiao Xie sigh quietly. She looked up at the bright moon hanging in the night sky through her window. Somehow, the scene she had just witnessed appeared again before her eyes. It caused her freshly calmed heart to flutter slightly. Xiao Xie did not dispel the embarrassing image from her mind. Instead, she chose to confront it directly. And even tried to imagine herself in it. Because, for her, it was also a way to temper her state of mind. If she couldn't even control such emotions, how could she talk about transcending the emotional tribulation and seeing through illusions? It was unclear how much time had passed. Xiao Xie found she could now look at the scene without any perturbation. Face the image that challenged her Tao heart. By then, daylight had come. Xiao Xie stood up, straightened her moon-white dress, and applied a cleansing technique to herself. She prepared to find Lu Changsheng and have a frank discussion, to reveal the issues of the emotional tribulation. And explain last night's events. Lu Daoist. Xiao Xie went to the front courtyard and found Lu Changsheng. Because of last night's events, the sight of Lu Changsheng caused a faint ripple in her heart. However, after a whole night of tempering her state of mind, she didn't show any unusual signs. "Xiao Daoist, let's have breakfast before setting off," Lu Changsheng said casually. He didn't bring up last night's events. After all, it was somewhat awkward to discuss such matters. The best approach was to act as if nothing had happened. "It's not about that. I have something to discuss with Lu Daoist," Xiao Xie said, shaking her head slightly and speaking earnestly. Seeing her serious expression, Lu Changsheng knew she must have some important matter to discuss. Perhaps this was also why she came looking for him last night. Lu Changsheng immediately escorted Xiao Xie to a secluded side hall. He inquired, "May I know what Xiao Daoist would like to discuss?" "Lu Daoist must have noticed a clear change in me compared to 10 years ago," Xiao Xie said softly, looking at Lu Changsheng. He was unsure as to why Xiao Xie was suddenly broaching this subject. "It's because of the cultivation technique I have been practicing," Xiao Xie continued. Having spent the last few days with Lu Changsheng, experiencing life lessons and observing the lives of mortals, she had been observing him. Through her observation, Lu Changsheng had passed her tests. That's why she thought of revealing the matters of the emotional tribulation. If she was to reveal the tribulation, she needed to explain the whole context. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he thought to himself, as expected. As he had suspected, Xiao Xiye's changes were due to the practice of a particular cultivation technique. But he still didn't know why Xiao Xiye was mentioning this to him. Not waiting for Lu Changsheng to speak, Xiao Xiye continued, "The cultivation technique I'm practicing is called the Supreme Forgetful Love Technique. To fully master this technique, one must experience the trials of the mortal world, understand grief and joy, separation and union, to comprehend the essence of supreme forgetfulness. My master crafted elixir medicines for me to skip this step and master the technique. But my state of mind still has flaws, and I find it difficult to break through." Xiao Xiye said slowly, maintaining an indifferent expression and a calm demeanor. "Supreme Forgetful Love Technique." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew that profound techniques like these have such requirements, therefore, they are very difficult to practice. Like the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture he practiced, there were requirements for one's state of mind. However, he was an exception, having a shortcut to overlook this aspect. My state of mind is incomplete, and I gradually realized that I must overcome the emotional tribulation to break through the illusion and reach the fulfillment of my state of mind. My main purpose for descending the mountain is to undergo this emotional tribulation. And when I met Lu Daoist, I sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough from you. The emotional tribulation is likely related to Lu Daoist. That's why I asked Lu Daoist to accompany me on part of my journey. Xiao Xiye spoke with a cool countenance and a tranquil tone. Emotional tribulation, Lu Changsheng uttered, his heart suddenly enlightened upon hearing this. Before, he only knew that Xiao Xiye was close to him and asked him to accompany her for a part of her journey because of the peach blossom goo. But as for the specifics, he had no idea. Now, hearing Xiao Xiye's words, he suddenly understood. The so-called emotional tribulation must involve experiencing matters of affection. Xiao Xiye left the mountain, intending to experience emotions to overcome her bottleneck. But just after meeting him, the peach blossom goo made these emotions fall upon him. Xiao Xiye had also realized this, which is why she had been observing and sizing him up continuously at the Rui Tower. And she took the initiative to say that she was planning to travel without a particular destination in mind and asked him to accompany her. The goal was to try to overcome her emotional tribulation through him and thus make a breakthrough. Now that she was being upfront, she likely wanted him to do something. As a good friend, helping Xiao Daoist with her troubles is naturally my unquestionable duty. I'm not sure how Xiao Daoist intends to undergo this emotional tribulation, but if I can be of help, Lu would naturally help. Since the other party had put it that way, Lu Changsheng felt it would not be good to refuse and thus spoke. As for this matter of emotional tribulation, I am not very clear about it myself. Originally, when I was beside Lu Daoist, my thoughts would become disordered, and my cultivation technique would operate automatically. Therefore, I would like to ask Lu Daoist to cooperate with me in an attempt, but last night. Xiao Xiye, with a cold expression, seemed as ethereal as a fairy from the Moon Palace, her demeanor supremely pure and holy as she explained her situation. After all, when she decided to practice the Supreme Forgetful Love Technique, she possessed the resolve to ask about the way in the morning and be prepared to die in the evening, determination. Now that the way lay in front of her, she naturally wouldn't be coy like a young girl. This. After hearing Xiao Xiye's words, Lu Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Although he had thoughts about Xiao Xiye, he had suppressed these ideas for the time being due to her status and identity. But what she was talking about now, this undergoing of emotional tribulation, was entirely a proactive offering. In such a situation, saying he would cooperate was possible, and maybe with some deeper persuasion, he could even get Xiao Xiye to have a child with him before she returned to Qingyun's sect. But Lu Changsheng did not harbor these thoughts. The identity of a nascent soul immortal disciple made him apprehensive. Regarding this matter of emotional tribulation, Lu also has some views, feeling that it may not necessarily require my involvement. Xiao Daoist can do this. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking tactfully. If it were anyone else offering such an opportunity, he, Lu someone, would naturally not refuse. But Xiao Xiye's status and identity were something he couldn't afford to provoke. Acting on it would not bring him much advantage, and it was likely to cause him endless embarrassment. Therefore, if she could resolve this emotional tribulation on her own, owing him a favor would be ideal. Is that really possible? Xiao Xie, after a moment of silence upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, asked. Evidently, her heart was not entirely calm either. After all, her supreme forgetful love technique would be affected in front of Lu Changsheng. She couldn't achieve a state of absolute detachment. Xiao Daoist can give it a try. Lu Changsheng handed her a soft-cushioned meditation mat. Immediately, the plan for both to tour the marketplace was revised. Inside the room, Xiao Xie, with a cold countenance, sat cross-legged on a pink meditation mat. Suddenly her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Then, on her cold and holy face, a hint of blush appeared, rendering her stunningly beautiful. The blush spread at a visible pace. It made her beautiful face flushed like the rosy clouds, her red lips slightly parted, and her breathing somewhat hurried. After a few breaths, the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, making her delicate and lovely ears thoroughly red, and her snow-white, graceful neck also gradually reddened. The perfect and delicate body inside the fairy's moon-white dress also started to tremble slightly. The embroidered shoes covering her round and petite jade feet trembled lightly, restless and uneasy. A suppressed heavenly sound emanated from the fairy's throat, causing her to furrow her brows in pain, then look befuddled, her red lips parted, as she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Xie's bewitching eyes looked confusedly at the eaves, carefully observing the changes in her heart. In a daze, she realized the state of her heart at that moment. In that overwhelming, dreamlike instance, was somewhat similar to last night when she witnessed the scene that impacted her Tao heart. To break through illusions, one must control these emotions. She could feel that this method indeed helped her, bringing a hint of ease to her heart. It felt as if much of the irritability and stray thoughts regarding her cultivation breakthrough had diminished. Even her realm seemed to have loosened a bit. But it's still not enough. Xiao Xie operated her supreme forgetful love technique, her eyes cold and calm as she murmured to herself. Propping up her body with her fair arms, she straightened her dress, then Xiao Xie pushed open the room door and went out to find Lu Changsheng. Chapter 282, 136, Yun Wanzhang. Could something have happened to Shi Yu, _1. Chapter 282, Chapter 136, Yun Wanzhang. Could something have happened to Shi Yu, _1. Lu Changsheng hadn't expected Xiao Xie to return to seek him out so soon. Looking at Xiao Xie in front of him, wearing a moon-white long dress with delicate features and an exceptionally ethereal and cool demeanor, Lu Changsheng couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty. After all, looking back on it now, his idea seemed a bit off. Who would ask someone to cultivate like that? However, thinking about the unearthly beauty standing before him, as if she were a fairy from the Guanggan Moon Palace embarking on cultivation trials as he had suggested, a faint fire of irritation began to smolder in Lu Changsheng's dantian. Xiao Daoist, is the method I proposed effective? Lu Changsheng gathered his mental spirit, calmed his restless mind, and asked earnestly. Xiao Xie replied softly. Her cold and succinct words were filled with temptation, stirring the imagination. If it's been of any help to you, that's good. Although he felt a little disappointed. He had at least managed to deal with the troublesome matter concerning Xiao Xie. After all, if he were to actually intervene, the loss would outweigh the gain, and it would easily cause trouble. However, you can feel that this effect is not enough to break through the bottleneck, so I will still need Lu Daoist's help. Xiao Xie's chest heaved slightly, and she spoke with her lips barely parting. A ripple appeared in her cool and calm eyes. Clearly, her heart was not as tranquil as her outward appearance suggested. After all, the supreme forgetful love technique is not about being truly without emotion, but about being so immersed in the great Tao that one remains unaffected by emotions and desires. Furthermore, she had not yet cultivated to such a level. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. He had not expected Xiao Xie to still require his assistance. This meant that what he had proposed had some effect, but it was not sufficient. He did not speak. It went without saying, he could help. But the benefits did not balance out the costs. More loss than gain. Xiao Xie noticed the hesitation in Lu Changsheng. Although inexperienced in worldly affairs, she wasn't entirely naive. She knew that her request made Lu Changsheng apprehensive. Probably because he was worried that such a matter would bring him trouble. Lu Daoist, Xiyu knows this matter is making it difficult for you. If Lu Daoist is willing to help, she would be immensely grateful and ready to offer thanks, or if Lu Daoist has any requirements, please feel free to make them. Also, Xiyu is willing to make a Dao heart vow that, regardless of the outcome of this emotional trial, success or failure, I will not involve or blame Lu Daoist. All consequences will be borne by Xiyu alone, so Lu Daoist can rest assured. Xiao Xie said, her eyes locked onto Lu Changsheng. A trace of heartfelt crimson flashed through her icy eyes but was quickly replaced by a look of determination. Now that the opportunity for her breakthrough was within reach, even her Moon Palace serene heart of the supreme forgetful love technique could hardly suppress this sense of urgency. Lu Changsheng, upon hearing these words, pursed his lips. He could tell that Xiao Xie was sincere. And he was quite pleased with her proactive approach. A Dao heart vow might not be infallible. But for someone like Xiao Xie, who was single-minded in her cultivation, it was a reliably safe course of action. Since she had said so much, he felt he could agree to the arrangement. After all, he wasn't planning to make her bear children right now. Having made up his mind, Lu Changsheng said to Xiao Xie, since Xiao Daoist has put it that way, how can I refuse? There's no need for any lavish gifts, I only hope that in the future you can help me with one thing. I have yet to decide what it is, I will let you know once I have figured it out. Lu Changsheng stated. In his view, having helped Xiao Xie with such an intimate act as surmounting an emotional trial, Xiao Xie might as well be considered the mother of his future child. It was not convenient for him to take her home to be the mother now. But it would be no issue once he had the strength to do so. Considering Xiao Xie's current cool demeanor, if she continued to progress in her cultivation, she might become an icy statue. So, it was necessary to plant a seed earlier on. After all, he, Lu Changsheng, never forced anyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie's eyebrows knitted slightly. She would not have agreed to such a condition from anyone else, as it was akin to a sword hanging over one's head, making it difficult to cultivate in peace. But considering this was related to her great Dao opportunity and the cause and effect of her emotional trial, and given her interactions with Lu Changsheng over these days, she felt relatively confident about his character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have disclosed her emotional trial to him. She nodded and said, as long as it does not go against the Dao heart, she will do her best to fulfill it when the time comes. Xiao Xie spoke, and then solemnly raised her hand to take the vow. She vowed that she would not blame Lu Changsheng whether the emotional trial succeeded or failed, and that she alone would bear the consequences of any event. Bearing a few children shouldn't count as going against the Dao heart, right? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, watching Xiao Xie make her vow. He nodded slightly and said to Xiao Xie, how do you plan to start? At these words, Xiao Xie blinked in surprise. She knew her emotional trial was related to the affections between men and women, her own desires. But how to begin, or what to do next, she found herself at a loss. After all, in this matter, she was truly clueless. The next moment, she saw Lu Changsheng's handsome face drawing closer. A warm, moist breath approached her lips and enveloped them. A blush like blooming snow lotuses crept onto Xiao Xie's face. Her heart pounded furiously, wanting to push Lu Changsheng away. But the surging shyness and desire within her, controlled by the supreme forgetful love technique, suppressed her instinctive reaction. Her eyelashes quivered as she hid her embarrassment, her face filled with bewilderment and helplessness, allowing him to take the lead. Chapter 283 to 136, Yunwanzhang, could something have happened to Xiyu, _2. Chapter 283, Chapter 136, Yunwanzhang, could something have happened to Xiyu, _2. The fervent breath pried open her clenched teeth, intensifying her emotions to an overpowering degree, rendering her nearly incapable of self-control. No, this can't happen. Moments later, Xiao Xie felt the supreme forgetful love technique almost fail, and a languid moan escaped from her nostrils as she lightly struggled. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with a rosy hue, her delicate body going limp in waves. She seemed powerless to resist, almost collapsing in Lu Changsheng's arms. After a while, Lu Changsheng embraced Xiao Xie's tall and graceful figure, and in a gentle voice, he said, Daoist Xiao, is this the desired effect? Xiao Xie's eyes were slightly downcast, her lips tenderly pink as she softly murmured an The sunlight outside streamed through the lattice windows, sprinkling over the fairy's jade-like face. It bloomed on her beautiful cheeks like trees laden with snow and brought a hint of shallowness and enchantment to her holy and charming appearance. With the circulation of the supreme forgetful love technique, Xiao Xie gradually suppressed and extinguished the tide of carnal desire. Would Taoist Xiao like to continue? Lu Changsheng, holding her waist and smelling the fragrance from her hair, asked, looking at Xiao Xie in such a state. He found the fairy Shiyu's appearance quite amusing. Normally, she seemed cold and aloof, like the 9 heavens bright moon high above, serene, sacred, indifferent, and calm, provoking only distant admiration without daring any desecration. Yet with the slightest intimacy, she would become like a little girl, her face flush with shyness, her body going weak. Once it stopped, she would slowly revert to the ethereal fairy demeanor. Wait, just a moment. Xiao Xie, with eyes enchanting as the moon, allowed the man to wrap his arms around her waist and smell her dark silky hair as she whispered softly. She could feel that just being held like this, breathing in the masculine scent of Lu Changsheng, made her heart restless. Lu Changsheng, hearing this, remained silent. He simply held her, quietly embracing the tall, exquisite softness, relishing her beauty. After all, he was helping someone in her cultivation. They say that doctors possess compassion, and saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. In Lu Changsheng's view, assisting someone in their cultivation was much the same. A man and a woman, like a pair of celestial beings, quietly embraced each other. It was unclear how much time passed. Xiao Xie's emotions stabilized. She had gradually become accustomed to Lu Changsheng's breath and embrace. Suddenly, the fairy pursed her lips and took the initiative to lift her cold jade-like face, the moon-white embroidered shoes elevating slightly. Their lips met, eyes closed gently. During this process, Xiao Xie's cheeks began to blush once again. It was her first kiss just now. And now, it was her first time initiating a kiss. During this, she remained shy and passive, allowing the actions to happen to her without taking the lead. Desire surged wildly within her, making the supreme forgetful love technique circulate rapidly, her stunningly beautiful cheeks radiating with allure, a blush spreading from her face to her ears and neck. Moments later, the raised tips of her toes inside the moon-white embroidered shoes began to weaken along with her delicate body. And just then, Xiao Xie, who was lost in the intoxication as if savoring fine wine, suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. With a soft yelp, her entire delicate body went limp, and she began to tremble. This caused the effect of the supreme forgetful love technique to directly fail. No, this mustn't happen. The beautiful face of the fairy flushed red as blood, experiencing an odd sensation on her chest, her legs going weak. She quickly gasped for breath and spoke out to stop Lu Changsheng's actions. As their lips parted, Xiao Xie gasped for air, her breath as fragrant as orchids. She pursed the corners of her lips and, pretending to be composed, lifted her hand to wipe away the traces. At the corner of her mouth, and said, Lu Taoist, let's call it a day. She felt that things were moving too fast, and she had to take time to properly digest it. But having said that, her body had yet to recover from its trembling, still leaning in Lu Changsheng's arms. All right, as Taoist Xiao wishes. Lu Changsheng looked at the radiant beauty in his arms, her lips lustrous and full, at the fairy who was struggling to maintain self-control, and a hint of amusement crossed his mind. He thought to himself that this fairy's combat strength was really too weak. If this were the case, her path to cultivation would indeed be very long. After a while, Xiao Xie's demeanor calmed down a bit, she gave Lu Changsheng a salute, and staggered away. Watching the hastily departing fairy, Lu Changsheng chuckled softly, twirling his fingers and bringing them to his nose to sniff. He could still smell a fragrance like a blossoming garden of flowers. He couldn't help thinking, the fairy indeed carried her own weight, certainly not one to leave her children hungry in the future. Having just assisted the fairy in her cultivation, Lu Changsheng felt that it had also affected him, his mind a bit disordered. He would need to find his wives and consorts to help with his own cultivation. After returning to her room, Xiao Xie had a maid fill a tub with water for her to bathe. She soaked alone in the bathtub scattered with flower petals. Is it worth it? During the recent cultivation session, which nearly nullified the supreme forgetful love technique, her state of mind seemed to revert to her once genuine and lively self, her heartstrings beginning to quiver. She questioned herself, whether it was worth it to do this for the sake of cultivation. A trace of confusion flashed in Xiao Xie's eyes. She recalled joining the Qingyun sect, her master Yun Wansheng imparting the supreme forgetful love technique to her, and her own resolute choice of the supreme forgetful love technique without any hesitation. She remembered the years of hard cultivation, the leaving of the mountain for experience, and clarifying Lu Changsheng's emotional calamity with him. She was acutely aware that all this was her own choice, following her true nature. It's worth it, all of it. Xiao Xie's eyes were clear, the confusion, retreat, and regret in her heart clearing away. As the supreme forgetful love technique circulated, her beautiful eyes became as cold as the moon. She murmured to herself, "I can certainly do it." Her cold and touching voice was very calm. Chapter 284, 136, Yun Wansheng, Could Something Have Happened to Shi Yu, _3. Chapter 284, Chapter 136, Yun Wansheng, Could Something Have Happened to Shi Yu, _3. But it revealed an unwavering determination. With the clarity of her Tao heart, she felt as if her realm had also loosened somewhat. In the following days, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie did not venture out, but continued their cultivation practice within the residence. During these days, under the guidance of Lu Changsheng, Xiao Xie's practice of the supreme forgetful love technique improved rapidly. She no longer closed her eyes and simply endured his verbal sparring, letting things happen, but would now slightly shyly collaborate a little. Although her proud chest still fluttered when caressed, it no longer caused the supreme forgetful love technique to lose its effect, and gradually she was able to control and restrain the surge of desire. Pitifully, this made things difficult for Lu Changsheng. Initially, Lu Changsheng thought he was merely helping a fairy with her practice, as if helping the future mother of his child. But once he truly assisted, this was not mere fairy cultivation. It was also a cultivation for himself. Thankfully he had his wives in the residence, otherwise, who could withstand it? While Lu Changsheng was practicing with the fairy at Qingyun sect, Caiyun Peak, within a magnificent palace, Yun Wansheng was seated, engaged in alchemy. A green jade pill furnace, brimming with vitality and lush greenery, slowly rotated above her head. As a nascent soul immortal, she naturally knew some skills in terms of alchemy, although not extremely profound. She was also a second-rank alchemist. Coalesce. As she formed hand seals, she sent a spiritual art towards the pill furnace. Elixir medicines flew out one by one from the pill furnace, landing in her hands. Out of 10 elixir medicines, half were dull and scorched, clearly failures. What's wrong with me today? My mental spirit is somewhat restless during alchemy. Could it be that something has happened to Shi Yu? Yun Wansheng frowned slightly as she looked at the elixir medicines in her hand. Her first thought was whether her disciple, Xiao Xie, had encountered trouble. But through the soul guide on Xiao Xie's body, she knew that Xiao Xie was not in mortal danger. Immediately, a jade token appeared in her hand. This was an information-transmitting jade token, divided into a pair of master and subordinate tokens, although it could not convey specific information. During its creation, one could inscribe general information for simple communication. Yun Wansheng used the master and subordinate communication tokens to reach out to Xiao Xie, inquiring about her situation within the Lu family residence. In a room of a courtyard, the sound of walla walla could be heard. Xiao Xie sat in a bath bucket, her black hair lightly tied up. She scooped up the hot water tinged with flower petals with her delicate hands, gently rubbing away the non-existent saliva mark on her snowy skin. The clear serene beauty on her face was calm, but her eyes that were as bright as the full moon, trembled from time to time, clearly not as tranquil as she appeared. She had thought that after so many days of cultivation, her mental state would have greatly improved, allowing her to control these emotions. Yet, under Lu Changsheng's childlike behavior, her Tao heart was once again challenged. But inside, she did not reject such behavior. Or rather, she did not reject such behavior from Lu Changsheng. She knew that Lu Changsheng was helping her with her cultivation. And the effects of such cultivation methods also made her even more certain that Lu Changsheng was indeed the opportunity and key to her breakthrough. At that moment, Xiao Xie's mental spirit stirred slightly, and with a beckoning gesture, she pulled out a jade token from the nearby storage bag. Seeing the caring message from her master on the jade token warmed Xiao Xie's heart, and a touch of softness appeared in her eyes. She also knew that her master was worried about her discipleship and training outside the mountain, and immediately replied through the jade token, indicating she was well, and asked her master to be at ease, not to worry. Although she had things she wanted to say to her own master, the jade token could only convey simple messages. In Azure Phoenix Immortal City, within a second-order cave mansion, Caiyun True Immortal's disciple Xiao Xie is out on a solo training expedition. A young man around 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a crimson brocade robe, with a somewhat sinister and cunning face, looked at the message in his hand. Back then, my cheap master went to ambush Yun Wanzhang, only to never return. Now they send a message, wanting me to go and ambush this disciple of Caiyun True Immortal, hee. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up in a cold smirk. However, for the sake of this heavenly pure water, I might as well make a trip. After all, she's just a little chi refinement girl. Moreover, if this girl was taken as a disciple by Yun Wanzhang, she must have an exceptional talent. Looking at the self-destructing jade slip in his hand, greed flickered in his eyes as he stepped out of the mansion. Within the Lu family residence. Zing zing zing. In a courtyard, Xiao Xie played the ancient zither in her white dress and skirt, her demeanor cool and ethereal. The sound of the zither was lingering and extremely beautiful. But to those proficient in rhythm, it was evident that the music was somewhat chaotic. Clearly, the player's heart was not at peace. Xiao Xie stopped playing the zither, sighing deeply. Her stunningly beautiful face momentarily lost in thought, with a blush creeping up her cheeks. Just recalling the events of the previous day caused desire to surge uncontrollably within her, and the supreme forgetful love technique began to circulate rapidly. That day, during their cultivation, Changsheng had lifted and slid off her moon-white dress, and then feelings of shyness, shame, panic, confusion, and palpitations tormented her, a sensation like gnawing bones and scorching hearts, making her tremble and unable to compose herself even now. She felt as if she were ruined. It was nothing like when she did it herself in the past. As a result, she hadn't been able to calm her emotions entirely. And then yesterday. Xiao Xie looked toward her jade foot wrapped in plain white silk stockings inside her moon-white embroidered shoes. Her eyes, usually cool and indifferent like the bright moon, were now like a lake disturbed by falling drizzle, rippling slightly. Just as Xiao Xie's emotions were in turmoil and she was about to use the supreme forgetful love technique to calm herself. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Xiao Xie knew it was Changsheng. This courtyard was only ever visited by Changsheng. Is it time to start cultivating today? Xiao Xie felt a tinge of restlessness in her heart, mixed with faint anticipation. Xiao Daoist. Changsheng looked toward Xiao Xie in front of the zither, who was clad in white, surpassing the snow, resembling the bright moon above or the Guangan fairy, and called out with a smile. Lu Daoist, you've arrived. Xiao Xie's expression was cool, yet pleased as she looked toward the young man. She didn't know how Changsheng would cultivate with her today. Xiao Daoist, I'll be away for a while, as there are matters to attend to at Qingzhou Mountain, so I need to make a trip back. Thus, for the upcoming period, it might be inconvenient to cultivate with you, Changsheng said up front to the fairy before him. His trip to Rui County City for the appointment had already been earlier than scheduled, as it had been 1 or 2 months since he'd been outside. He needed to return home briefly to inform his wives and concubines and to handle affairs at the spiritual talisman shop. Although the days spent cultivating with the fairy brought both pain and pleasure, he couldn't forget his home or neglect his duties. Moreover, the cultivation with the fairy couldn't be completed in a short time, and he couldn't stay with Xiao Xie here to cultivate at a leisurely pace. Going back. Xiao Xie nodded at his words. She was aware that Changsheng spent most of his time in the cultivation world, only occasionally visiting the secular realm. That he had stayed for so long in the secular world this time was because of her cultivation matters. You've had a hard time these days, Lu Daoist, Xiao Xie said softly. You're too courteous, Xiao Daoist. When I return, probably next month, I should be able to come over, Changsheng replied with a smile. Though it was painful and joyful, he had also tasted its sweetness, which he found quite acceptable in his view. I'll go with Lu Daoist. I remember that Red Leaf Valley Market is near Qingzhou Mountain. That way it would be convenient for you to go back and forth, Lu Daoist, instead of the trouble of traveling to and fro. Besides, during this time I've had some insights and want to go see the cultivation world, Xiao Xie spoke out. She felt indebted for Lu Changsheng's assistance. Alright, since that's the case, let's set off right now. Lu Changsheng felt this would be better and much more convenient upon hearing her words. After all, the trip from Qingzhou Mountain to Red Leaf Valley was only half a day's journey. Spending days in the secular world was not only troublesome with the traveling back and forth but without the spirit vein, it also hindered and affected his cultivation. Xiao Xie, hearing Lu Changsheng mention setting off right away to handle proper matters, felt an inexplicable hint of slight loss in her heart upon not hearing anything about cultivating together. However, she didn't show this emotion and immediately smoothed over and erased these feelings. She nodded lightly and said, "All right." Immediately, Lu Changsheng informed his wives, concubines, and children and then set off with Xiao Xie, riding flying mounts and leaving Rui County City for Red Leaf Valley Market. Chapter 285, 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _1. Chapter 285, Chapter 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _1. The vast clear sky was a washed azure blue. A black iron feather eagle and a majestic immortal crane with pure white feathers were soaring swiftly through the air. On the backs of the iron feather eagle and the immortal crane, there stood a handsome young man with a stalwart figure, and a cold-faced, tall, and graceful woman. It was Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie who had departed from Rui County City and were heading towards the Red Leaf Valley Market. Lu Changsheng, utterly bored, watched Xiao Xie atop the crane, her tall and graceful figure draped in a moon-white dress, standing there like an ethereal fairy. Her cool and detached visage bore the pure aura of the bright moon in the sky, exuding an air of immortality. Beneath the caress of the wind, her long black hair and the hem of her dress fluttered, occasionally revealing a small section of her fair and round jade-like legs. This sight involuntarily caused Lu Changsheng to think back to the moments of her cultivation over the past several days. Indeed, to hold an esteemed and inviolable fairy beneath oneself and indulge as one pleases is the deepest desire hidden in the heart of every man. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, exhaling lightly to suppress the restlessness within his heart. For Xiao Xie, these days were for cultivation. For him, they were likewise a form of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Xiao, in about 2 days, we should reach the Red Leaf Valley Market. Seeing a landmark range of mountains and having a rough idea of their location, Lu Changsheng sent a message to Xiao Xie. Xiao Xie replied. Whether she was in the state of cultivation or not, she was usually not very talkative, somewhat reticent. However, if a topic was brought up to her, Xiao Xie would always respond. Like during these days, Lu Changsheng had asked Xiao Xie numerous questions. Even to some of the more personal questions, she would answer. The iron feather eagle and the immortal crane continued to glide rapidly through the air. Xiao Xie suddenly exclaimed. She abruptly turned her gaze to the right where an ancient chain appeared in her hands. Alerted by her exclamation, Lu Changsheng quickly turned and looked in the same direction. He immediately saw a stream of rainbow light slashing through the sky far away, speeding directly toward them. The little girl is not simple, indeed, to have detected my presence. Truly worthy of being a disciple of Tsayun true immortal. In the next moment, the rainbow light appeared mere zhongs away from the two. A man in his late 20s, with a sinister, effeminate face and dressed in a crimson brocade robe, materialized. Standing on a black cloud, he radiated a powerful aura of spirit pressure. It caused Lu Changsheng's iron feather eagle below him to flap its wings frantically and shiver in fear. A Foundation Establishment cultivator. Lu Changsheng's pupils shrank, and his gaze narrowed slightly. From the man's speed and the spirit pressure he emitted, Lu Changsheng immediately knew he was faced with a Foundation Establishment great cultivator. And from the look of it, this Foundation Establishment great cultivator bore no good intentions. Senior recognizes my master, is there something you require? Xiao Xie looked toward the young man and spoke. Her fair hand rested on the chain, poised and ready to strike, clearly perceiving the ill intentions of their adversary. I am here for you this time, as for the reason, you shall know in a moment. The man in the crimson robe spoke as he stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a glint of dark red light. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of dark red murderous aura appeared beside him, transforming into the head of a ferocious python and roaring as it lunged toward Xiao Xie. Xiao Xie, prepared for such an event, plucked a string on the chain, and a resonant sound arose, followed by a gust of wind. It was clear to see ripples of sound waves emanating from Xiao Xie at the center, rolling out like a series of circular blades and crushing the murderous python with their force. But the next moment, the shattered murderous python, like mist, reassembled and continued its ferocious onslaught. Realizing the situation, Xiao Xie understood that this foundation-building great cultivator was an enemy, not a friend. Even with her exceptional talent, she stood no chance against a foundation establishment great cultivator. Especially since this great cultivator was evidently no ordinary one. Immediately, she took out a second-rank, ice-blue talisman from her storage bag and activated it swiftly. A terrible frost and cold wind arose as if intending to freeze the heavens and earth, aiming to encase the murderous python in ice and form a giant wall of ice. Xiao Xie didn't linger, immediately shouting to Changsheng. Without hesitation, she retracted the immortal crane into her spiritual pet bag and conjured a cloud veil. Her graceful figure in white dress alighted on the cloud veil, reached out to Changsheng beside her, and brought him onto the cloud veil. Together, they turned into a beam of escape light, attempting to flee. "You think you can escape?" The man in the crimson robe watched this unfold, his lips curling up in a slight smile, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. He, a foundation establishment great cultivator, set on interdicting a mere chi refinement miner, couldn't possibly let them get away. Even with the addition of Changsheng, it only meant another chi refinement cultivator, hardly worth his concern. Scowl. The men in the crimson robe formed hand seals and shouted coldly. Suddenly, his life-bound spiritual artifact, the red phoenix pearl, flew out from his dantian and hovered above his head, radiating a red glow. A beam of light shot out, casting a red glow that caused the figure of Xiao Xie, maneuvering the cloud veil to escape, to stiffen abruptly. Immediately after, a chilling white flying sword appeared out of nowhere, its sword chi roiling and sharpness menacing, making a beeline for Xiao Xie. Realizing the imminent threat of the flying sword, Xiao Xie knew escape was likely impossible. Quickly, she slapped her storage bag and summoned a 5-colored tortoise shell. The tortoise shell shot into the air, unfolding a 5-colored radiance while exuding an aura of impregnable defense. Then, a colorful sword bead appeared. The sword bead spun wildly, surrounded by terrifying sword light, seeming capable of slicing through everything. Xiao Xie formed hand seals and shouted crisply, propelling the sword bead viciously towards the men in the crimson robe. Chapter 286, 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _2. Chapter 286, Chapter 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _2. Changsheng was slightly taken aback by Xiao Xie's decisive actions and strategies in combat. He hadn't expected Xiao Xie to be so resolute, possessing such fighting techniques. She didn't seem like someone who was experiencing her first time outside for training at all. He couldn't help thinking to himself that the disciples taught within the immortal sects were truly different. They didn't just know how to cultivate, in terms of combat techniques, they were completely superior to many ordinary loose cultivators. Furthermore, looking at the cloud veil, tortoise shell, and sword bead, which were obviously of superior and top-grade magic artifacts, she seemed to be very wealthy. Despite his astonishment, Changsheng didn't just stand by and do nothing. He took out a stack of talismans, all of middle and superior grade, and threw out more than a dozen in one go. After all, as a talisman master, it was only natural for him to carry extra talismans for self-defense. The talismans emitted a diffuse light, turning into streams of fire clouds, fire serpents, ice spikes, wind blades, and lightning, bursting forth wildly. Clang clang clang. The stark white flying swords struck against the 5-colored tortoise shell, the swords vibrating, and the tide-like sword chi roaring tumultuously, as if to shred to pieces anyone it touched, causing faint cracks to appear on the tortoise shell. As for the onslaught of the colorful sword beads and talismans, the young man in the red robe just let out a disdainful sneer. He lifted his right hand, crystal clear like jade and shimmering with a demonic luster, and directly grasped the sword bead. Crack, crack. The sharp sword beads made a teeth-grating crack sound against the crystal-like jade palm. A murderous python bursting with sinister chi leapt from his shoulder, directly neutralizing and shattering Changsheng's talisman's offensive. This is definitely not an ordinary foundation-building great cultivator. Seeing this scene, Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say much about his own stack of talisman attacks. It was quite normal for them to be neutralized, being merely middle and superior grade talismans. But Xiao Xie's tortoiseshell and sword bead were clearly not simple. Yet, under the techniques of this young man in the red robe, the tortoiseshell cracked, and the sword bead was even pinched in his hand. Although the young man's palm seemed to use some kind of spell, it still made him very alarmed. He knew that the strength of this young man in the red robe was not that of an ordinary foundation-building great cultivator. His power far exceeded the Lu family ancestor, Chen family ancestor, Bai family ancestor, and Meng Xiaochan that he had encountered before. Xiao Xie's countenance paled slightly as the two artifacts she summoned were broken, and she let out a muffled groan. She took out a silver talisman from her storage bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng. She quickly transmitted her voice, "Lu Daoist, this matter started because of me, he must be tracking me through some kind of technique. This is a second-rank escape talisman. I'll hold him off for a moment, you can use the talisman to escape from here," Xiao Xie said urgently. Practicing the supreme forgetful love technique helped her keep her mind calm even in the face of various crises. She knew that the young man in the red robe, a foundation-building great cultivator, was after her. This kind of encounter was certainly no coincidence. It was highly likely that the opponent possessed some secret technique that could find her. Thus, in this situation, it was extremely difficult for her to escape from the hands of a foundation-building great cultivator. She also didn't want to get Lu Changsheng involved at this time. Lu Changsheng did not take the talisman. He had such second-rank escape talismans himself. If he had wanted to escape, he could have used the talisman to do so during the first opportunity in the gap between their fights. But faced with this situation, leaving Xiao Xie behind and escaping alone was something he found rather difficult to do. Sigh, with this kind of nature, I'm really not suited for the cultivation world, for these times, he thought to himself. However, after tasting both the sweet and the savory, and she being the future mother of my children, I can't just stand by and do nothing, Lu Changsheng sighed softly in his heart. He decided to fight back fiercely and see if he could save Xiao Xie. His boldness wasn't completely ungrounded. He had a certain confidence. He felt that if he truly gave it his all, he could take down a foundation-building enemy. Though this particular foundation builder was somewhat strong. Moreover, even if he was no match, he had the life-substituting talisman on him to cling to life. In the blink of an eye, with thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Changsheng made a decision, his palms subtly retracting into his sleeves. One hand held a talisman, the other gripped a talisman treasure emitting golden light. "Hurry up," Xiao Xie pressed, looking at Lu Changsheng with some anxiety. She urged him to take the talisman and escape quickly. "Xiao Daoist, under these circumstances, how could I abandon you and leave?" Lu Changsheng responded with a light chuckle. At a time like this, still indulging in romantic sentiment. But make no mistake, you two are doomed not to become lovebirds on the run. The young man in the red robe's eyes flashed fiercely as he abruptly exclaimed. In a pair of deep-set eyes, a crimson light glowed, striking fear into the heart. The next instant, Lu Changsheng's brow peach blossom goo roared furiously. It felt as if his brain had been hammered by something, his head dizzying, which made him let out a muffled groan. The pendant artifact he wore on his neck emitted a cool breeze at that moment. Xiao Xie, on the other hand, turned deathly pale at the instant, and suddenly spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, clutching her white forehead. "Ah! You brat can actually withstand my divine sense attack." The young man in the red robe was quite surprised seeing this scene. He never expected that under his divine consciousness secret technique, Lu Changsheng would remain unscathed, merely grunting. He knew that ordinary cultivators affected by his divine sense attack either fell immediately or ended up like Xiao Xie. Additionally, he could tell that Lu Changsheng was not a foundation establishment cultivator. He was likely just an energy-refining cultivator. For a minor energy refiner to withstand his divine consciousness secret technique indicated the possession of some kind of protective treasure for the sea of consciousness. That made his eyes gleam with greed. Chapter 287, 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _3. Chapter 287, Chapter 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _3. After all, treasures that can protect the sea of consciousness are all highly cherished. No matter what treasure you have, it's all mine now. The red-robed youth laughed heartily, his palm closing as the red phoenix pearl hovering above his head radiated a dazzling light, shining towards Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie. The ghostly white little sword broke through the five-colored tortoiseshell and, with a whoosh, charged towards Lu Changsheng. The brilliance from the red phoenix pearl caused Lu Changsheng's figure to suddenly stiffen, feeling as if his surroundings were sealed off and his spiritual power flowing sluggishly within him. He knew this was the gap between the realms of Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Not daring to hold back any longer, he slapped his storage bag. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall metal puppet appeared in front of him, its body pitch black, wielding a knife in one hand, a shield in the other, and carrying 5 dark javelins on its back. It was the second-rank puppet he had forged, which had been lying dormant in his storage bag gathering dust. Facing the ghostly white flying sword, the metal puppet stepped forward, shield at the ready, creating a metallic clang and sparks flying in all directions. Immediately after, the black gold long knife in the puppet's hand fiercely swung out, mighty and unyielding, striking the ghostly white flying sword with another deafening clang. You also have a second-rank puppet. Seems like you're not as simple as you look, kid. The red-robed youth watched this scene, chuckled lightly, still appearing nonchalant and unconcerned. But the next moment. A talisman treasure. He saw that in Lu Changsheng's hands, an aura was spreading. A golden, rectangular object shot out, rapidly enlarging in the air, shining brightly, causing his expression to change subtly. Even as a foundation-building great cultivator, facing a talisman treasure like this, he felt a bit troubled. It seems you really aren't simple, kid. Since that's the case, then go to your death. The red-robed youth, seeing that Lu Changsheng had both a second-rank puppet and a talisman treasure, dropped the cat-and-mouse attitude. His hands formed a spiritual art, and one by one, evil pythons appeared, their momentum fierce as they charged towards Lu Changsheng, prepared for a quick battle. Xiao Xie, with a pale face and blood spilling from her mouth, was astonished by Lu Changsheng's actions. Her beautiful face showed disbelief. Having been in close contact for so long, she naturally realized that Lu Changsheng was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He surely had hidden his abilities, his secrets. For this, she did not question or care about it too much. After all, which cultivator does not have some fortune and secrets on them? But she never would have guessed that Lu Changsheng had hidden his powers so deeply, producing a second-rank puppet and a talisman treasure unexpectedly. Especially when Lu Changsheng activated the talisman treasure, with the aura of spiritual power surging around his body. It allowed her to approximately perceive that Lu Changsheng's cultivation level and strength must be the same as hers, at Qi refinement perfection. However, seeing that Lu Changsheng had such strength and measures to escape on his own, yet chose to fight by revealing himself in order to save her, it made her heart flutter, spawning an inexplicable emotion. But at this moment, she did not pay attention to this feeling, taking out a golden talisman paper from her storage bag. Buzz buzz buzz. Xiao Xie stimulated the talisman paper with her spiritual power, causing a small golden sword to appear, emitting a terrifying might. This turned out to also be a talisman treasure. Another talisman treasure. The red-robed youth saw this, his eyes flickered, and his expression darkened. Before he acted, he had guessed that these Qi refinement juniors would certainly have treasures to defend themselves. But he did not expect that there would be this additional complication. 2 Qi refinement juniors, each possessing a talisman treasure. But they are just 2 Qi refinement juniors, even with talisman treasures, how can they unleash their full power? The red-robed youth scoffed, smacked his belt, and a set of black armor appeared, which he put on. After all, even though it was just talk, the unleashed power of 2 talisman treasures could potentially injure him if he was careless. Roar roar roar. Meanwhile, the 9 evil pythons had already furiously charged right in front of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was fully focused on activating the golden brick talisman treasure when he saw this sight, his fingers squeezing an activated supreme talisman, a thunder talisman. At this moment, as he activated the golden brick talisman treasure and controlled the second-rank puppet, he found it difficult to use another second-rank talisman. Under his puppet control technique, the second-rank puppet, which was clashing head-on with the ghostly white flying sword, suddenly had all 5 javelins on its back shoot up into the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like thunder and lightning, they turned into 5 black bolts of lightning, and together they rushed toward the 9-headed evil python, fiercely and powerfully. Every one of the 5 javelins, each as powerful as a strike from someone of the Foundation establishment stage, collided with the 9-headed evil python, causing an explosive booming noise. But during this collision, Changsheng could distinctly feel that the middle-grade spirit stones within the puppet's core were being rapidly consumed, unable to keep up with the onslaught of the enemy's attacks. We must end this battle quickly. Changsheng also knew that in this situation, his side could not afford to drag the fight out. Every casual attack from his opponent forced him to use all his techniques. Looking up at the sky, where the golden brick now resembled a small mountain, Changsheng's mind shifted slightly. He poured his entire mental spirit and spiritual power into controlling the talisman treasure. The mountainous, radiant golden brick, with its heavy and pure aura, plummeted down towards the red-robed youth. Faced with the surging momentum of the falling golden brick, the youth dared not underestimate it and let out a low shout. The red phoenix pearl above his head spun rapidly, radiating intense red light, making the surroundings appear as if engulfed by a blazing cloud, rising to meet the golden brick bearing down like a formidable mountain. Rumble, rumble. The 2 treasures collided, their might surging, locking the golden and red light in a standoff midair. And at that moment, Xiao Xia's talisman treasure, the golden little sword, also burst forth. This little golden sword, nearly pushed to its limit by Xiao Xia, displayed an incredible might and suddenly closed in on the red-robed youth. Chapter 288, 137, Foundation Establishment. Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _4. Chapter 288, Chapter 137, Foundation Establishment Ambush, Treasure Bones Emerge, _4. The youth was combating the golden talisman treasure brick when he saw the small sword coming to kill him. He slapped his hand, and a puppet in the form of a tiger appeared. In just a moment, the golden small sword pierced through the tiger puppet, shattering its core. But in that instant, the youth wielded a pair of blood-colored scissors from his hand, which transformed into a blood-colored flood dragon, colliding with the golden small sword. The golden small sword and the blood-colored flood dragon continuously clashed. At this moment, the youth in the red robe was somewhat strained facing the second-rank puppet and 2 talisman treasures. He saw that Xiao Xia was already at the end of her tether. Under the initial offensive and divine sense attack, her mental spirit had already been damaged. Now, as she desperately stimulated the talisman treasures, both her mental spirit and mana were barely holding on. He prepared to deal with Xiao Xia first, then handle Changsheng. With a flicker of his mental spirit, the sun-white flying sword entangled with the second-rank puppet suddenly turned and charged towards Xiao Xia. Daoist Xiao, be careful. Changsheng, upon seeing this, immediately shouted. He took control of the second-rank puppet to intercept the flying sword. However, after the 9-headed evil python was shattered, it regrouped, indomitable, forcing the puppet to block its way. Xiao Xia's complexion turned pale as she saw the small sword coming to kill her. She bit her silver teeth, spitting fresh blood onto her ancient zither. Twang! Immediately, the ancient zither soared into the sky, its blood-stained strings plucked autonomously, emitting a sound like that of warhorses and ironclad soldiers, as wave after wave of sound wave blades were unleashed. The sun-white flying sword collided with the ancient zither, making Xiao Xia's face even paler. Daoist Lu, you must go quickly. Xiao Xia said aloud. She could see that even if Changsheng was hiding his strength, possessing a second-rank puppet and talisman treasures, this Foundation establishment great cultivator was not an ordinary one. They were no match for him. If they persisted, both of them would die here. After speaking, she fully stimulated her mental spirit and spiritual power, propelling the golden small sword to create an opportunity for Changsheng. The sword emitted bursts of golden light around itself, and with a fierce slash, it cut a deep gash in the body of the blood-colored flood dragon, causing the spiritual artifact to revert to a blood-colored pair of scissors and fall from the sky. At that moment, the golden small sword also dimmed considerably but still charged towards the youth in the red robe. The youth in the red robe, seeing his spiritual artifact damaged, let out a cold snort and formed a hand seal. Black armor around him surged with a ghostly light, and at the same time, the blood-colored scissors flew up again, transforming into a blood-colored flood dragon, colliding with the golden small sword. But at this moment, the blood-colored flood dragon was clearly much dimmer than before. Changsheng, watching this scene, also had an estimate of the youth in the red robe's strength. He knew the latter was also running low on strength. He propelled the talisman treasure golden brick with all his might while controlling the second-rank puppet to attack the youth in the red robe. The treasure bones in his chest were poised and ready. This was his last trump card. The youth in the red robe, seeing the puppet coming to kill, also looked somewhat sullen and ugly. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie, although both were in the stage of qi refinement, summoned talisman treasures with incredibly astonishing power. Especially the golden light brick, which completely entangled his life-bound spiritual artifact, crazily draining the mana within his body. He gritted his teeth, formed a hand seal with both hands, and slapped his chest to use a secret technique. It allowed him, under such circumstances, to split a part of his mental spirit and mana to control his magic artifact. Immediately, a purple bell magic artifact appeared, gently swaying in the void and emitting a series of soul-stirring sounds. This sound made both Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie unable to help but feel dazed, somewhat dizzy and swollen-headed. The young men clearly saw that both were fully controlling the talisman treasure, thus expending a great deal of their mental spirit. A disturbance would inevitably lead to an opening. The second-rank puppet reached the young man in the red robe, and the black gold long knife in its hand slashed out explosively. The young man wasn't a body cultivator, so naturally he wouldn't forcibly resist such a close-range attack. An armor surrounded by dim light materialized a ghostly shield in front of him, blocking the strike. The purple bell continued to ding, unsettling the mind, causing Xiao Xie, who was barely holding on, to completely faint. Now's the moment. Lu Changsheng's eyes flashed fiercely, knowing that the young man in the red robe had also reached his limit. Now, without Xiao Xie's help, he couldn't delay any longer. If the opponent had the chance to recover, there would be no opportunity. He immediately patted the spiritual pet bag and summoned the six-winged golden silkworm. This six-winged golden silkworm had been raised for almost 2 years now. But regardless of its size or appearance, there was no difference from when he first obtained it. It was still in the larval stage. However, at this moment, as long as it could be of use, that was enough. Lu Changsheng had the six-winged golden silkworm prepare in secret. Then, while putting all his strength into stimulating the golden light brick, he unleashed the treasure bones that he had nourished for many years with the black dragon magical bead. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, dragon roars resonated through the void. Straight from Lu Changsheng's chest, a tide of dark light spread unceasingly, like a rolling river with surging waves, emitting a terrifyingly powerful aura. What kind of technique is this, and how does it have the aura of core formation? And how can this youngster, with only qi refinement strength, having already stimulated one talisman treasure, still unleash such a powerful technique? The young man in the red robe screamed, somewhat panicked. The next moment, from Lu Changsheng's chest emerged a flood dragon enveloped in glistening black light and shrouded in black mist, giving off a bizarre and evil roar as it emerged. What on earth is this technique? This youngster is clearly just a minor qi refinement cultivator. The young man in the red robe stared at the menacing, roaring flood dragon, his expression also becoming somewhat vacant. Not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Why, while fully controlling a talisman treasure, could he still unleash a technique with a forceful presence not weaker than that of a foundation establishment aura? Before he could think further, the rolling black mist and the roaring evil spirit of the flood dragon made the young man in the red robe feel his body sluggish and the spiritual light in his mental spirit dim. The black dragon magical bead, upon initial activation, burst forth with black light capable of suppressing the flesh and corrupting the soul. This spirit of the evil flood dragon naturally possessed such an effect. The young man, already in a state of deadlock, couldn't withstand the soul of the evil flood dragon at all and was directly engulfed and devoured by the approaching black mist. Chapter 289, 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, _1. Chapter 289, Chapter 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, _1. Rumble. The evil Jiao's soul engulfed and drowned the young men in the red robe. A terrifying radiance filled the void, causing the entire space to boom and explode. Oh! A shrill scream sounded amidst the waves. This strike, lit by the explosive energy of the treasure bones, also made Lu Changsheng's face somewhat pale, with a faint pain in his chest. Through the red bead that had clashed hard against the golden light brick, he knew that the young man in red was not yet completely dead. Lu Changsheng issued an order to the six-winged golden silkworm, lest the opponent still had some strength left. At the same time, he continued to control the golden light brick with his mental spirit. At this moment, he could clearly feel the might of the red bead resisting the golden light brick had greatly diminished, falling steadily. This indicated the dire situation of the young man in red, who was unable to resist. As the golden light brick continued suppressing the red phoenix pearl, a blood-red light burst out from the soul of the evil Jiao. It was indeed the young man in red. By now his black armor was ragged, his hair disheveled, his appearance was utterly wretched. "Ah, you wait for me, this grudge." The young man in red ranted bitterly, attempting to escape using a secret technique. But before he could finish speaking, the hovering golden light brick came crashing down like a mountain. Puff! Simultaneously, a golden line shot out like an arrow, piercing his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. It was the six-winged golden silkworm. The next moment, the golden light brick also thundered down, pressing both the red phoenix pearl and the young man in red toward the ground below. Upon seeing this, Changsheng embraced Xiao Xia's delicate body and, piloting the flying artifact, descended swiftly. With a thunderous roar, the golden light brick pinned the young man directly onto the mountainous terrain, causing the ground to shake. Phew, truly fitting for a Foundation establishment great cultivator, so hard to kill. The treasure bones I've nurtured for years are not the least bit weaker than a full-force strike from a talisman treasure, yet he almost got away. Changsheng could sense that the opponent's vitality had nearly extinguished with the six-winged golden silkworm's strike. But just to be safe, he had followed up with a blow from the golden light brick. Through the golden light brick, he could detect that the young man in red pinned underneath was thoroughly devoid of life. However, to be on the safe side, Changsheng still took out 3 superior-grade talismans and 1 supreme talisman, setting them up around the golden light brick. After he finished, Changsheng slightly stirred his mental spirit, allowing the golden light brick to rise slowly. Upon seeing the mangled corpse within the large pit, Changsheng finally felt at ease. He retracted the golden light that had engulfed the brick, which had become as large as a small hill, and watched it shrink, reverting to the form of a talisman and flying back into his hand. But now, this talisman treasure was quite dim, its paper even appearing somewhat damaged. This talisman treasure is probably going to be completely scrapped after one more use. Changsheng looked at the dim golden light brick talisman treasure in his hand and mused inwardly. This talisman treasure had been used by him multiple times, already depleting much of its power. The recent battle, though brief, had been greatly taxing due to his full-powered activation. If this Foundation establishment great cultivator was a pauper, then this would be quite the loss for me. Changsheng gazed into the large crater made by the golden light brick, at the torn body within it, and exhaled lightly. However, the likelihood of this was slim. The red bead, the pale white sword, and the blood-colored scissors alone were of considerable value. Changsheng did not ponder long to avoid drawing others to the site of the recent battle. He embraced Xiao Xia's tender body, collected the young man in red's mangled corpse, and quickly gathered the scattered treasures around before swiftly departing. After an hour, Changsheng found a cave in the mountain range. He gently placed Xiao Xia down inside. From his storage bag, he took out the Heavenly Canopy 5 Elements formation and set it up. This formation had the effects of trapping enemies and isolating aura, very practical, and was always on Changsheng's person. After setting up the formation, Changsheng took a recovery elixir medicine from the storage bag and used a healing talisman on him, which made him feel much better. He then checked Xiao Xia's condition. She seemed to have just suffered damage to her mental spirit and had overconsumed her spiritual power, nothing too serious. After making a preliminary assessment, Changsheng passed a healing pill into her lips. He then applied another healing talisman to her. He immediately saw her pale complexion improve considerably. The biggest difference between the Qi refinement realm and the Foundation establishment stage, aside from the qualitative change in spiritual power and mana, is divine sense. Foundation establishment cultivators give birth to divine sense, which affords great convenience in both combat and cultivation. If it weren't for the peach blossom goo shielding me from divine sense attacks, I fear I would have suffered damage to my mental spirit just like Xiao Xia. Changsheng looked at Xiao Xia's form and realized the most undefendable aspect of encountering Foundation establishment while being in the Qi refinement stage. Even if you have a magic artifact, defending against divine sense attacks is almost impossible. If he didn't possess the peach blossom goo, he might have been affected as well. Nevertheless, it was only now that Changsheng discovered the peach blossom goo had this effect. Immediately, he closed his eyes to introspect, inspecting the condition of the peach blossom goo between his eyebrows. Though it seemed somewhat listless, it wasn't of much concern. This was normal. After all, it was a divine spirit goo. And the growth of the peach blossom goo was remarkably fast. Under his flourishing peach blossom luck, it had grown to the extreme limit of the first transformation. If his cultivation level did not restrict it, it could have advanced to the second transformation. Seeing that Xiao Xie wouldn't awaken anytime soon, Lu Changsheng stripped the storage bag and storage belt from the young man in red. He began sorting through the spoils of the battle. I hope they yield a substantial return. Lu Changsheng looked at the storage belt and storage bag with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 290, 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, 2. Chapter 290, Chapter 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, 2. After all, the young man in the red robe didn't seem like an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. One would think he couldn't be too poor. At this moment, the six-winged golden silkworm was flying around Lu Changsheng. Its wings, thin as cicadas, fluttered, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Go ahead. Lu Changsheng naturally understood what the six-winged golden silkworm meant and chuckled lightly. He hadn't burned the young man in the red robe to ashes, precisely to leave the body for the six-winged golden silkworm. After all, this six-winged golden silkworm fed on blood. To it, the blood essence of a foundation establishment great cultivator like the young man in the red robe was naturally a great tonic. Having received Lu Changsheng's permission, the six-winged golden silkworm immediately burrowed into the young man's body and began to feast greedily. Isn't this a bit too much like the practices of the demonic path? Lu Changsheng watched the actions of the six-winged golden silkworm and smacked his lips. Very soon, he shook his head and said, but it's just resource utilization after all. If I didn't feed it to the six-winged golden silkworm, I'd have to burn it to ashes. Besides, this is far from what the demon path cultivators do. I read in a book before that some demonic path cultivators use any resource they can for cultivation, be it humans, demon beasts, or the souls of all living beings. Things like human skin books, white bone arrows, pools of blood and flesh, myriad soul banners, and even human emotions like joy, anger, and hatred can be used for cultivation. Lu Changsheng clicked his tongue in amazement. He had roughly read about the differences between the righteous path and the demonic path in books before. Although the descriptions weren't very detailed, he had a general idea. Demonic path cultivators are more extreme in their cultivation techniques and behaviors, showing less humanity for the sake of advancement. This consequently leads to some differences in the speed of cultivation and breaking through realms. But on the whole, there isn't much difference between cultivators of the righteous path and those of the demonic path. My cheap brother-in-law seems to have followed the demonic path, and I have no idea about his current situation or if he's still alive. Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered Chu Zhenjian's brother, Chu Changge. After all these years, he wondered how his cheap brother-in-law, who had entered the demonic path, was faring. After all, life wasn't easy for demonic path cultivators in Jiang country. Without further musing, Lu Changsheng began to check the storage bag. So many spirit stones, materials. Lu Changsheng immediately saw a pile of spirit stones and materials inside, and his face lit up with surprise. Even without counting in detail, he could tell at a glance that this was no small number of spirit stones. Among them were many lustrous middle-grade spirit stones. What's this? Lu Changsheng then looked at a crystal porcelain bottle. Inside was half a bottle of red crystal granules, resplendent like glazed glass. Just by the quality of the exquisite spirit bottle and the appearance of the crystals, Lu Changsheng could tell they were no mundane objects. Opening the porcelain bottle, he immediately felt an intense, scorching energy. Each grain of crystal shone with a precious light. Could this be something like the core formation spiritual object, heavenly fire glaze, as recorded in the books? If this thing really is the core formation spiritual object, heavenly fire glaze, then its value is at least 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng looked at the crystal porcelain bottle, his face filled with a smile, and he put it into his storage bag. A regular foundation establishment spiritual object might cost 2 to 3,000 spirit stones. But for a core formation spiritual object, the price increases 20-fold. And they are priceless on the market. Lu Changsheng continued his inventory. Seeing ordinary materials and magic artifacts didn't stir much emotion in him. Red Phoenix True Scripture, a peripheral sect-level cultivation technique. Seems like there's something worthwhile after all, to possess a peripheral sect-level cultivation technique. However, the technique is incomplete, only cultivable to the core formation stage, but I can study the 2 secret techniques recorded inside later. Lu Changsheng found several technique jade slips in the storage bag. After a brief glance, there were several high-grade cultivation techniques and the inheritance of 100 arts of cultivation. Only the Red Phoenix True Scripture notably piqued Lu Changsheng's interest. Is this a magic treasure embryo? Lu Changsheng saw a small black-red cauldron among the items, examining it in his hand. This small cauldron had only a rough outline of a cauldron shape. Neither the design nor the patterns were sculpted yet, resembling an unrefined embryo. But from inspecting the material of the small cauldron and the aura it emitted, even the worldly Lu Changsheng faintly sensed that this was a magic treasure. This kind of appearance made Lu Changsheng guess it was a magical treasure embryo. As far as Lu Changsheng knew, most cultivators' life-bound magic treasures are made from some rare and precious materials, which they refine themselves. They then shape it into an embryo, and gradually nurture and imbue it into a fledgling form, eventually turning it into a magic treasure. This has an advantage, as one could control the fledgling form of the magic treasure in the late stage of foundation establishment. And by nurturing the magic treasure embryo well in advance, one could let the magic treasure take shape immediately upon reaching core formation, significantly increasing its power. Could it be that this young man in the red robe is a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment? Otherwise, why would he have core formation spiritual objects and a magical treasure embryo? Lu Changsheng glanced at the corpse that was being drained of blood by the 6-winged golden silkworm and speculated. After all, how could an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator have such rare items? However, sifting through the spoils made Lu Changsheng somewhat relieved. For he had also found in the red-robed young man's storage bag 6 pieces of supreme talismans of the 2nd rank, as well as heavenly thunder pearls, white bone arrows, and other treasures. It became clear that the latter actually had quite a few trump cards. If he had made a determined attempt to take their lives from the beginning of their encounter with him and Xiao Xie, neither she nor Lu Changsheng would have had the chance to retaliate. There wouldn't have been any time to employ talisman treasures to suppress him. The same principle applies, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Otherwise, one might capsize in the gutter unexpectedly. Chapter 291, 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, 3. Chapter 291, Chapter 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, 3. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly, feeling a sigh. He stored the small cauldron away and continued the cleanup. Even if the cauldron was a magical treasure embryo, it wasn't of much use to him. It was merely a piece of valuable material. Besides possibly selling it in the future, it could also be used to cultivate the 100 Refinements treasure body art. After all, a magical treasure embryo still counted as a magical treasure. It could be refined into his body. The cleaning process that followed didn't reveal any high-value items to surprise Lu Changsheng. 128 middle-grade spirit stones. 3,894 lower-grade spirit stones. 1 suspected core formation spiritual object, 1 foundation establishment spiritual object. 1 magical treasure embryo, for spiritual artifacts, but one of them is worn, 1 is severely damaged, essentially scrapped, only suitable as waste material for the cultivation of the 100 Refinements treasure body art. 2 superior magic artifacts, 3 ultimate magic artifacts, 1 flying boat, 1 heavenly thunder pearl, 1 first-grade lifespan extension pill. Plus this pile of elixir medicines, talismans, and materials, the total value is over 100,000 spirit stones, right? After clearing everything up, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath while looking at this batch of spoils, and after roughly calculating their value, he exhaled long and deep. This batch of spoils was indeed the greatest haul he had ever had. The biggest gain he achieved previously was the Ko family's 5 vicious beasts, and that was just over 10,000 spirit stones when added to Meng Xiaochan's 2 foundation establishment spiritual objects. But now, the lone red-robed youth spoils directly approached an enormous sum of 100,000. This wealth made Lu Changsheng even more aware that this person was far from ordinary. From the earlier situation, he must have been targeting Xiao Xie, seeking to capture her alive. Lu Changsheng looked at the still unconscious Xiao Xie, smacking his lips. He felt the matter was far from simple. Keep in mind, Xiao Xie is a disciple of a nascent soul immortal from Qingyun sect. Now a Foundation establishment great cultivator, knowing Xiao Xie's identity, still came to seize her, which made him feel the situation was complicated. Alas, the more entanglements there are, the greater the cause and effect. Lu Changsheng shook his head, packed away the items, and took out 7 middle-grade spirit stones to recharge his puppet. In the recent battle, this second-rank puppet hadn't suffered any damage. But the consumption of spirit stones was vast, nearly 7 out of the 10 stones had been used up. After returning this time, if I have the time, I could also create a few more puppets. Even the materials he had obtained were almost enough to create another second-rank puppet. But the next moment, Lu Changsheng shook his head. The urgent matter at hand is cultivation, otherwise, with my current mental spirit, even if I had several puppets, I wouldn't be able to control them simultaneously. During the recent battle, Lu Changsheng had also realized his shortcomings in this area. Operating a single puppet had already reached a limit during combat. If he were to control multiple puppets at the same time, it would be difficult to concentrate on other tasks. Most cultivation techniques for mental spirit require the emergence of divine sense first. It's not something that can be rushed, unless the system can draw a relevant cultivation technique for this aspect. Lu Changsheng let out a sigh, grabbing 2 lower-grade spirit stones and began to sit in meditation for healing and recovery. The next day, Lu Changsheng glanced at the still unconscious Xiao Xie. Seeing the effects of the healing talisman on her nearly dissipated, he took out another and used it. As the talisman flowed through Xiao Xie's body like dew from a lotus, she let out a soft moan and woke up. Xiao Daoist, have you awoken? Upon seeing Xiao Xie waking up, Lu Changsheng immediately inquired with concern. Lu Daoist. Where are we, and where's the robber cultivator? Xiao Xie sat up, looked around the crude cave, and asked. She didn't know if they had escaped or if she had been imprisoned by the red-robed youth. Under the power of our 2 talisman treasures, that robber cultivator was also at his limit. I, Lu, had no choice but to play my last card and barely managed to slay him. Lu Changsheng sighed, his words tinged with a mix of distress and relief. As he spoke, he returned Xiao Xie's tortoiseshell, sword bead, cloud veil, and talisman treasures. He might be avaricious, but not to the extent of coveting these few things from the mother of his child. You actually slew him. Xiao Xie was somewhat incredulous. From their brief encounter before, she understood that the red-robed youth was not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. He was at least at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. She and Lu Changsheng might have suppressed him with the help of the talisman treasure. But suppression and slaying were entirely different concepts. She was stunned for a moment. Then, her somewhat pale face broke into a smile that was unlike her usual cold demeanor, blooming like a snow lotus. I didn't expect Lu Daoist to have hidden so deeply. She knew Lu Changsheng had secrets. But upon seeing the second-rank puppet, talisman treasure, and Lu Changsheng's cultivation level, she had already been amazed. Now, hearing that Lu Changsheng had slain the red-robed youth, her view of him was completely altered. Seeing Lu Changsheng slightly frown, Xiao Xie seemed to realize something. Her lips lightly pursed as she said, "Don't worry, Lu Daoist, every cultivator has their secrets. In Rui County City, you already perceived that you were different from ordinary cultivators, certainly possessing fortunate secrets. So rest assured, you can swear on my Dao heart that I will absolutely not divulge anything about Lu Daoist to anyone." Xiao Xie, being a smart person and cultivating the supreme forgetful love technique, was enlightened in her Dao heart. Having said that, she promptly swore an oath, indicating she wouldn't mention this matter to a third party. Xiao Daoist, there's no need for such formality, the situation isn't that serious. Lu Changsheng smiled, very satisfied with Xiao Xie's consideration. After all, revealing talisman treasures and cultivation levels like this was still somewhat risky. Chapter 292, 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, _4. Chapter 292, Chapter 138, 100,000 Spirit Stones, The Change in Xiao Xie, _4. He had been considering how to hint to Xiao Xie, but to his surprise, she brought it up herself. If it hadn't been for Lu Daoist, she would have been in danger this time. Previously, Lu Daoist helped Shiyu with her cultivation, and now he has risked his life to save her. Although he used his trump card to slay the robber cultivator, he must have suffered great losses himself, leaving Shiyu at a loss for how to repay him. Xiao Xie's gaze fell slightly as she spoke softly. During the battle with the robber cultivator, an inexplicable emotion had emerged in her heart. At this moment, these feelings were rapidly taking root in her heart. She did not use the supreme forgetful love technique to suppress these emotions, letting them fill her heart instead. Haha, Xiao Daoist, you are being too formal. Given the situation at the time, it would have been difficult for Lu to abandon Xiao Daoist and leave. Lu Changsheng's eyebrows raised slightly as he noticed a change in Xiao Xie's expression. Having interacted with her for such a long time, he knew that Xiao Xie's cool and ethereal demeanor would only disappear when she was cultivating. Once she stopped cultivating, she would quickly return to her usual cold and aloof appearance. But at this moment, Xiao Xie looked completely different from usual. It reminded Lu Changsheng of the lively and genuine, bright and charming Xiao Xie from 10 years ago. Furthermore, he keenly sensed that Xiao Xie was now referring to herself as Shiyu. Obviously, she felt much closer to him. He knew that experiencing life and death together, and a hero saving a beauty were things that greatly increased affections. Xiao Xie's delicate and incomparably beautiful face, slightly pale, took the initiative to move closer. Lu Changsheng immediately felt a warm, fragrant sweetness pass between their lips. He could smell an indescribably fresh and fragrant body scent in his nostrils. Suddenly, the two were kissing each other. This time, the fairy was very proactive. It gave Lu Changsheng a taste of something different. Lu Changsheng let go of the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms. After all, it wasn't good to get worked up in the wilderness. And there was still one matter to take care of. That was, the red-robed youth was clearly targeting Xiao Xie, and it remained to be seen whether they had other tricks up their sleeve to cause trouble. Xiao Daoist, that robber cultivator clearly came after you, under such circumstances. Lu Changsheng shared his thoughts. They must be targeting me, intending to use me against my master. Xiao Xie nodded her head with a deep look in her eyes, aware of this issue as well. There's no time to delay, she will go back and report this matter to the master. The matter of cultivation can only be set aside for now. I will return to Qingzhou Mountain to find Lu Daoist after I've dealt with this. Xiao Xie pursed her lips and spoke softly. She also knew that she was in a dangerous situation at the moment. Moreover, being with Lu Changsheng not only put herself in danger but could also involve him. The next time they encountered such an incident, they might not be so lucky. All right, do you need me to send you? He felt that with the support of a backer, one should naturally turn to that support in such situations. Shiyu can go back by herself. Lu Daoist, you must be preparing for foundation establishment, right? Xiao Xie asked. I still need to polish my skills for several more years before preparing for the foundation establishment. At this time, Lu Changsheng did not conceal too much. It had been less than a year since his breakthrough to the 9th level of energy refinement, and he needed several more years of cultivating his spiritual power before he could prepare for foundation establishment. All right, once Shiyu has dealt with the matter, I will return to assist Lu Lang with his foundation establishment. Xiao Xie smiled sweetly, her enchanting voice containing a hint of sweetness. After finishing her words, she kissed Lu Changsheng again. Chapter 293, 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _1. Chapter 293, Chapter 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _1. Suddenly so proactive. Watching Xiao Xie riding away on the immortal crane, with her clothes fluttering and full of immortal aura, Lu Changsheng touched his nose. He could still faintly smell the rich fragrance at his fingertips. He could clearly feel the change in Xiao Xie after she woke up from her fainting spell. Not only was her tone and demeanor no longer cold, but she also became much more proactive. This feeling was quite pleasant. Phew, I should head back too. This trip has also shown me the gap between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. I need to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Otherwise, without a talisman treasure or treasure bones, if I encounter another foundation building great cultivator, it would be troublesome. Lu Changsheng exhaled a long breath and rubbed his still faintly aching sternum. That strike from the treasure bones meant. He would need to recuperate for a while before he could fully recover. But what exactly did Xiao Xie mean when she said she would help me with foundation establishment? Lu Changsheng thought back to Xiao Xie offering to help him with his foundation establishment. But when he asked about it, Xiao Xie remained silent and mysteriously indicated it would be a surprise for him. Lu Changsheng speculated in his heart, could it be a foundation establishment elixir or perhaps some kind of secret technique that assists with foundation establishment? But I already have a foundation establishment elixir, and with my current situation, as long as I reach Qi refinement perfection, I have about a 90% chance of achieving foundation establishment. How else could she help? 99%. Lu Changsheng smacked his lips and didn't think further. After causing the cave to collapse and dealing with the scene, he rode the iron feather eagle and left. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng safely returned to Qingzhou Mountain. His wife Lu Miaoyun, Lu Miaohuan, and several other women asked him why he had stayed in the secular world for so long. Especially Lu Miaohuan, who was now about to give birth. Seeing that Lu Changsheng had not yet returned, she was so distressed that she needed a lot of comforting from him. He also explained why his trip took so long. After the gathering, a good friend was leaving the mountain to gain experience, but had nowhere to go, so he accompanied him for a while. Of course, he did not go into detail about how he provided the accompaniment. After all, discussing such matters of helping others in their cultivation with his wife felt a bit strange to Lu Changsheng. Especially since the second young mistress was about to give birth. Hearing this, Lu Miaohuan and Chu Zhenjin didn't think much of it. But Lu Miaoyun felt a strange sense of oddness when she heard that the Qingyun sect disciple who accompanied her husband was a woman. She always felt that her husband's popularity with women was a bit too good. Now, whenever she saw any woman with her husband, she couldn't help but suspect something might happen. However, she didn't say anything about it. She simply suggested that Lu Changsheng should cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Xie. After all, the cultivation world is also about personal connections and worldly wisdom. Being able to maintain a good relationship with an inner sect disciple of the Qingyun sect was also a good thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xie had also returned to the Qingyun sect. Senior Sister Xiao. Junior Sister Xiao. Senior Sister Shiyu. Along the way, many Qingyun sect disciples greeted Xiao Xie respectfully, paying respects or calling out to her. Xiao Xie was not only beautiful and talented, but she was also a disciple of the Peak Master of Caiyun Peak, a nascent soul immortal. Thus, she had a wide reputation within the Qingyun sect. She was the goddess in many disciples' hearts and was well liked. However, Xiao Xie was also known for her aloof and cold demeanor. Many talented disciples of the Qingyun sect sought her, but all were met with rejection. Xiao Xie, with her cool and indifferent demeanor, was like the distant moon high above, unapproachable. But she still retained her previous habit of responding simply to others' greetings. This was another reason many disciples liked her. Xiao Xie did not delay much, and upon entering the Qingyun sect, she flew swiftly towards Caiyun Peak on her Cloud Veil magic artifact. Arriving at the palace halls at the peak, she stood before a grand hall. Xiao Xie paid her respects in front of the great hall. The doors opened with a bang. Shiyu, why have you returned? Has something happened? Yun Wanshang's voice arose. She knew that Xiao Xie's trip down the mountain for her cultivation experience was to experience the trial of love and to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, without anything major, she would not return so soon. But now Xiao Xie had come back so quickly, and with her aura somewhat disordered, it made her realize that something must have happened. Reporting to Master. Xiao Xie walked into the great hall and related the encounter with the youth in red. However, she chose to conceal specific details. She changed the account of killing into escaping. After all, Qi refinement cultivators slaying a foundation-building great cultivator was truly astonishing. Especially since the red-robed youth was not a regular foundation establishment cultivator, her master might even know him. Yun Wanshang's brow furrowed sharply as she listened, and a chill enveloped her heavenly features. She had suspected that someone was intentionally meddling when Xiao Xie had been attacked by Red Luan, the old demon, on her way back with the purple spirit liquid. Now that her disciple, Xiao Xie, had been targeted so soon after leaving for her cultivation experience, and the attacker was targeting Xiao Xie and Nguyen Wanshang, it confirmed her suspicion that someone was targeting her from the shadows. This led her to believe that this person was very likely within the Qingyun sect itself. Yu, don't worry, leave this matter to me to handle, said Yun Wanzhang, suppressing the anger in her heart. Yes, master, responded Xiye with a nod. Then her mouth curved slightly as she said, Master, I have found the opportunity for a breakthrough on this trip down the mountain. Yun Wanzhang was taken aback, somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected that Xiye would find her breakthrough opportunity just a little over a month since she had descended the mountain. She knew that the trial of the supreme forgetful love technique was not easy to overcome. Especially since others who practice this technique usually experience the trial of love at the beginning, amidst the turmoil of the world, before they continued with their cultivation. Chapter 294, 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _2. Chapter 294, Chapter 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _2. Because of the red dust elixir, Xiye had first cultivated the supreme forgetful love technique. Now, even if she were to experience the trials of love again, it would be more difficult for her than for ordinary people. Because the supreme forgetful love technique allowed Xiye to remain unfettered and undisturbed by emotions, she found it extremely difficult to be moved by them. She locked gazes with the calm eyes of Xiye. Yun Wanzhang spoke, Yu, are you sure about this? Love is unfathomable, unknowable in its beginning, resting place, bond, solution, track, or end, which makes this love calamity not so easy to overcome. You invest deep feelings, yet you are naive about love, likely to become deeply entrapped. Yun Wanzhang voiced such words. Love is unknowable in its origin, indescribable, beyond words. This was her own realization. Now that her disciple was cultivating the supreme forgetful love technique and wished to transcend the love trial, it inevitably worried her as a master. Initially, under Xiye's persistence, she had agreed to a period of 3 years, secretly hoping that Xiye would give up. Master, Yu has made up her mind. Xiye's eyes were as clear as autumn waters under the moonlight, and she spoke softly. Her voice was calm, yet resolute. In these days, she had come to understand the nature of emotions and the meaning behind the supreme forgetful love. But her heart, set on pursuing the Tao and content with dying in the evening after hearing it in the morning, had not a single thought of surrender. It seems you have made up your mind, I won't dissuade you any further, said the master. Yun Wanzhang looked at Xiye and sighed softly. She knew that once her disciple made a decision, she would not easily change her mind. At the same time, she felt a tremendous sense of relief. She was heartened to see such a strong commitment to the Tao in her disciple. After all, cultivation isn't just about innate talent. It's also about a person's character, temperament, mindset, and understanding, among other things. She had taken on Xiye as a disciple, not just for her talent but also for her temperament and comprehension. Since Xiye spoke in such a manner, she chose to believe in her disciple. To believe she could pierce through the false and truly cultivate the supreme forgetful love. You've spoken of this matter, but is there something else you wish to tell your master? Yun Wanshang's face broke into a smile, and she reached out to touch Xiye's head. She sensed that the other had more to say. Master, the opportunity for my breakthrough lies in an old friend of mine, and it was thanks to his help that Yu was able to escape. So, Yu wishes to request Master to refine a golden crow elixir. Xiye pursed her lips and spoke. Golden crow elixir. Yun Wanshang's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. She immediately guessed what her disciple wanted to do. Golden crow elixir, second-ranked top-grade elixir medicines. Containing a strand of great sun essence. Immensely beneficial for those with yang constitutions in their cultivation. And this golden crow elixir has another effect, the essence within, coupled with Xiye's moonlight spirit body, could enhance each other's effect. If it is used during foundation establishment, there's a chance to build the Sun-Moon Tao foundation. However, to reach this step, one must engage in dual cultivation with a partner. Please grant me this, Master. Xiye said as she knelt before her silent master. Oh, my foolish child. Yun Wanzhang sighed. She helped Xiye up and said, the person owes you a debt of enlightenment and has also saved your life, naturally. You must repay this kindness. But afterwards, can you truly break through all this? Yun Wanzhang questioned. To forget with the supreme forgetful love technique, one must experience the trial of love. The deeper the love trial, the better the effect after shattering illusions. But Xiao Xie's situation also made her worry that her disciple might get lost in it. Master, I can. Xiao Xie assured, her cool and detached face showing a gentle smile. All right, you should go back and rest. I will ask Elder Yun to refine the elixir, and I'll inform you once it is ready. Yun Wanzhang touched Xiao Xie's head again, her voice tinged with pity. In this era, the status of a master-disciple relationship was extraordinary. She regarded Xiao Xie almost as her own daughter. Seeing Xiao Xie like this naturally left her feeling incredibly complex. Yes, master, she will take her leave now. Xiao Xie bowed and withdrew. After Xiao Xie left the hall, Yun Wanshang's expression turned indifferent. Then she transformed into a rainbow light and arrived at Qiyang Peak, a majestic golden magical sword appearing in her hand. With magical sword in hand, Yun Wanzhang slashed fiercely towards the peak's palace. Countless golden runes flashed, causing a golden divine thunder to strike down from the clear skies, alongside her sword. Yun Wanzhang, what are you doing? Inside Qiyang Peak, an authoritative and resounding voice spoke out. 9 red fire dragons soared into the sky, forming a barrier to block the sword. It's the Caiyun Peak Master. What is the Caiyun Peak Master doing, suddenly attacking our Qiyang Peak? Many disciples of Qiyang Peak suddenly looked up, staring in shock and confusion at the scene unfolding before them. Song Qingji, show yourself. Yun Wanzhang held her magical sword aloof, her expression unfazed. Caiyun junior sister, Qingji is in seclusion. What do you want from her? A middle-aged man donning a red magical robe with a dignified face emerged from Qiyang Peak. My disciple was attacked outside, and within the Qingyun sect, only your Dao partner, Song Qingji, has borne a grudge against me since the core formation affair. Her nature is dark, and she always likes to engage in sly tricks behind the scenes, so she must be involved in this matter. Yun Wanzhang declared coldly. Caiyun junior sister, you can't just make such accusations. For the past days, Qingji has been in seclusion. How could she have acted against your disciple? The true person of Qiyang spoke with a less than pleased expression, his voice grave. Chapter 295, 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _3. Chapter 295. Chapter 139, The Master and Apprentice Arrive Together, _3. And at this moment, another divine rainbow flew in, landing on Qiyang Peak and looking towards the 2 nascent soul immortals. Seeing the newcomer, Yun Wanzhang also sheathed her magical sword. Looking at Qiyang Immortal, she said coldly, whether it is or not, Brother Qiyang, you could ask Song Qingji. If my disciple encounters any more accidents, then this matter cannot be separated from you and your Qiyang Peak. When that happens, don't blame me for being impolite. After Yun Wanzhang had finished speaking, she turned and left without looking back, transforming into a rainbow light and returning to Caiyun Peak. Leaving behind the disciples of Qiyang Peak somewhat dumbfounded. Although among them, some had heard about the grudge between their peak's master's wife and the master of Caiyun Peak. But that was just what they had heard, rumors. Today's incident let them know that these rumors were true. However, they dared not discuss such matters. Qiyang junior brother, you also know Caiyun's temperament. You can also ask junior sister Song about this. If it has nothing to do with junior sister Song, then just clear things up with her when the time comes, said the Qingyun sect leader after seeing Yun Wanzhang depart. Sect leader brother, how could Qingji possibly do such a thing, and moreover, Qingji has been in seclusion these past few days, said Qiyang Immortal, cupping his hands. That's good then, replied the Qingyun sect leader, not saying more. He transformed into a divine rainbow and departed. Straight away, Qiyang Immortal's face turned somewhat somber as he approached a grand and luxurious hall. Inside the hall, on the bed, lay a woman around 30, her black silky hair coiled into a bun, wearing a green Taoist robe, lying on her side while holding an ancient scroll. Qingji, has the matter regarding Yun Wanshang's disciple anything to do with you? Qiyang Immortal asked the woman on the bed, speaking gravely. Could it be that, in your heart, I would do such a thing? The woman in green put down the scroll and sat up slightly, looking at her Dao companion. I hope not, the Qiyang Immortal sighed helplessly as he looked at his Dao companion's expression. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Since returning to Qingzhou Mountain, Lu Changsheng had kept a low profile. Other than 2 trips to the Red Leaf Valley Market, he seldom left the house. He focused on his cultivation, talisman making, and spending time with his wives. Half a month after returning, the second mistress gave birth to her second child. Fortunately, the child also possessed a spiritual root. But not as good as Lu Qingshan. It was only a 7th grade spiritual root. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng felt very satisfied. He could not help but wonder if the reason Lu Miaowan's children had spiritual roots both times was related to her consistently good nutrition. After all, there were such mystical sayings in the cultivation world. And during Lu Miaowan's pregnancy, Lu Yuanding always provided various nutritious supplements. One day, in the practice room, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, exhaling lightly as he looked at the black-red small cauldron floating in front of him. This black-red small cauldron was the magic artifact embryo he had acquired from the red-robed youth. Although this magic artifact embryo was precious and worth quite a bit of money, he found selling it troublesome and preferred to use it to enhance his strength. Thus, he had spent the time he would have used to refine the 9-treasure jade ruby on this magic artifact embryo. Now, at last, the refinement was complete, and it could be condensed into his body. I will condense this magic artifact embryo into the bones of my hand, Lu Changsheng decided as he looked at his right hand, already having chosen the spot for condensation. After all, the skull and spine were relatively dangerous and problematic, not to be considered for the moment, and with the black dragon magical bead in his sternum, only the limbs were left to choose from. Chhhh. Without further thought, Lu Changsheng activated the 100 refinements. Treasure body art, causing treasure light to flow through his palm, as if staining it gold. Under the concentration of spiritual power, the black-red small cauldron began to integrate bit by bit with his palm. Just like that, time trickled by, and the entire small cauldron completely integrated into Lu Changsheng's palm, solidifying within his hand bones. On the back of his hand, the pattern of a small cauldron emerged. At the same time, a mighty and overwhelming power began to wash over Lu Changsheng's flesh, meridians, and bones. This allowed Lu Changsheng's nearly breakthrough 100 refinements treasure body art to immediately advance under the force of this magic artifact embryo. Sounds reminiscent of mighty rivers surging and rushing echoed within Lu Changsheng. The noise grew clearer and more resonant, resembling a divine blacksmith forging a powerful weapon, strong and sonorous. Lu Changsheng's physique shone brighter and brighter, as if a layer of golden film were flowing over his skin, bursting forth with a dazzling radiance like a blood rainbow. After a long while, the divine light within Lu Changsheng's body gradually receded, revealing his flawless and robust muscular frame. 100 refinements treasure body art, 3rd level. Lu Changsheng felt the immense power within him, his lips curved upwards in a smile. Just as I suspected, integrating the second magic artifact into my body was less effective, which is likely because it's only a magic artifact embryo. However, it's still quite good. With the black dragon magical bead and this magic artifact embryo constantly nurturing and refining my body, I estimate that within 10 years, my 100 refinements treasure body art will break through to the 4th level. Moreover, once I have finished refining the 9-treasure jade ruby, this speed will increase even further. Lu Changsheng's face was filled with joy as he looked at the small cauldron pattern on his hand. With a slight movement of his mental spirit, the pattern vanished from sight. He then took out his green face sword from his storage bag and lightly slashed his arm with it twice. Seeing no effect, he chopped with more force, another 2 times. Noticing only faint white marks and red welts, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. My physical body is comparable to a high-grade magic artifact. With my physical strength alone, I can now easily slay energy refinement middle stage cultivators, and even some in the late stage, right? Lu Changsheng stored away the green face sword, quite pleased with his physical condition. He knew his fist was strong enough to clash head-on with middle-grade magic artifacts. As for high-grade magic artifacts, Lu Changsheng believed there was no need. After all, harming one's own flesh and blood was truly inadvisable. And he had cultivated the 100 refinements treasure body art for many years but had never used it to directly confront others, treating it more like physical training. It's been so long, I wonder how Xiao Xie is doing now. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of Xiao Xie. After all, she had said that after resolving her matters at Qingyun sect, she would return to cultivate with him. 3 months had passed by now. Meanwhile, at Qingyun sect. Shiyu, this is the golden crow elixir. Yun Wanzhang handed a porcelain bottle to Xiao Xie. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie revealed a hint of joy. She then opened the bottle and glanced inside. Immediately, she saw a dazzling elixir that looked like a flame alight. It was the Golden Crow elixir indeed. When do you plan to descend the mountain? Yun Wanzhang inquired. She knew that Xiao Xie had stayed on Ciyun Peak all these days, waiting for the Golden Crow elixir to be ready. Master, I plan to leave the mountain today. Xiao Xie pressed her lips together, her cool and aloof expression softening a little. Good, if you encounter any emergencies, send word to your master immediately. Yun Wanzhang sighed softly as she looked at her disciple's demeanor. Yes, Master. Xiao Xie's face broke into a slight smile. She then bowed deeply and walked out of the grand hall, taking flight on her Cloud Veil magic artifact and leaving Qingyun sect. Next, she rode a white crane, heading towards Qingzhou Mountain. Not long after Xiao Xie left, Yun Wanzhang stood quietly by the railing of her palace. Her heart couldn't help but worry about Xiao Xie. After all, the matter of the emotional tribulation greatly concerned her disciple's future and commanded her attention. Soon after, Yun Wanzhang gazed in the direction Xiao Xie had gone and transformed into a rainbow of light that also departed from Qingyun sect. Chapter 296, 140, Yun Wanzhang, How Could It Be Him, _1. Chapter 296, Chapter 140, Yun Wanzhang, How Could It Be Him, _1. The streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians, hardly bustling with activity. Lu Changsheng carried his daughter Lu Qingzhu while strolling through the market with his wife, Lu Miaoge. Little Bamboo, do you like this? Lu Miaoge, her hair piled up high, her features delicate and gentle, held up a small toy to ask her daughter. Oh. Lu Qingzhu gave it a few glances before responding. It seems you don't like it. Lu Changsheng, observing his daughter's reaction, said with a smile. The little girl was already 2 years old. She was as cute as a button, extremely adorable. It's just that she had a somewhat simple and straightforward personality. She was not fussy or noisy, quiet, and well-behaved. Even when Lu Changsheng pinched her lightly for no reason, she would just look up at him, her father, with a wronged expression. She was entirely different from the mischievous and active Lu Qingshan. Isn't that Miss Lu Miaoge? Your child has grown so big already. No wonder Mr. Lu, the talisman master, is so devoted to the Lu family. It seems your family's investments are quite substantial. At this moment, a group of men and women approached from not far away. One of the young men in blue robes, upon seeing Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge, had a smirk and spoke teasingly. Third young master, you, are we that familiar with you? Lu Changsheng turned his head, his expression impassive, and spoke indifferently. This young man in blue robes was none other than Yu Ningyuan, the third young master of the Yu family, who had once tried to recruit him at the Nine Dragons market. As for the third young master of the Yu family, he had no favorable impression of him. Or rather, he had no favorable impression of the entire Yu family. After all, based on his conjecture, the assaults on Lu Miaoge and himself during his return trip were very likely orchestrated by the Yu family. When the third young master of the Yu family had come to the Nine Dragons market to recruit him, the incident might have been related to them. All these matters were engraved in his memory. Once his strength was sufficient, he would settle these accounts. Yu Ningyuan saw that Lu Changsheng gave him no regard and his expression darkened. But he did nothing more than give a cold snort. After all, the Red Leaf Valley market was considered his family's marketplace. It was still in its initial phase of development. He wouldn't start a conflict within the market and risk tarnishing its reputation. Otherwise, faced with Lu Changsheng's slight, he would not have let it go so easily. After Yu Ningyuan left, he glanced back at Lu Changsheng once more. He knew in his heart that Lu Changsheng was no simple character. The man had saved Lu Miaoge before, and he had come out unscathed after the assassination attempts he had ordered. During the battle between the Lu and Bai families that led to the downfall of Red Leaf Valley, Changsheng played a significant role. He was aware that the latter was not someone easy to handle. Changsheng, you should still be careful with the Yu family, Lu Miaoge said softly to Lu Changsheng. Although the Lu, Bai, Zheng, and Yu families had collaborated to establish the Red Leaf Valley market, the relations among these four families had not significantly improved. After all, the incident in Red Leaf Valley had been quite unpleasant. Sister Miaoge, I know, Lu Changsheng nodded in response. He was now a core member of the Lu family, and was privy to some of the intricacies involved. After continuing their shopping for a while, the couple headed back to the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop with their daughter. As for Lu Changsheng's own Peace Talisman Hall, he would stop by monthly to check the accounts and replenish talismans. If he was too busy, he would let Lu Miaoge help out. Mainly because the foot traffic in Red Leaf Valley Market was still rather average. The monthly income primarily depended on his few supreme talismans, and there was not much to look into. Little Bamboo, haven't you fallen asleep yet? Upon returning to the third floor of the spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng, thinking his daughter had fallen asleep in his arms, looked down to find a pair of bright eyes gazing back. Daddy, I'm not sleepy, Lu Qingzhu said in her baby voice. The little head nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms, and her tender face gently rubbed against him. Are you hungry, then? Looking at his daughter's adorable manner, Lu Changsheng felt immense satisfaction and love, giving her milky cheek a playful nibble. Oh. The little girl pondered briefly and then nodded with her lips pursed. You're hungry and you don't say it yourself, you little simpleton, Lu Changsheng chuckled as he heard her. He immediately took out a milk bottle and a jade bottle from the storage bag. They contained spiritual dew, spiritual honey, and milk from spiritual beasts. As a father to over 100 children, he had long acquired a storage bag specifically for storing food for the kids. After mixing the milk, Lu Changsheng skillfully fed his child. Children of this age could already hold the milk bottle by themselves. Lu Miaoge, watching Lu Changsheng feed their child, lingered with a gentle expression for a moment before heading to the talisman room to make talismans. She had successfully created a supreme talisman last year, but her success rate remained low. Creating supreme talismans was still a losing business. Lu Changsheng naturally provided guidance in talisman crafting as well. But the effectiveness of such teachings was limited, it still depended on the individual. This made Lu Changsheng realize that teaching the children talisman making and puppetry would be somewhat difficult. You could invest heavily in the early stages, but without natural talent in these areas, it was hard to cultivate skills. As Lu Changsheng watched his daughter quietly drinking milk, he suddenly sensed something. He took out a talisman from his storage bag. Faint spiritual light flowed across the surface of the talisman. Shiyu has arrived at the Red Leaf Valley Market, he noted. This was a sensing talisman. Whenever a corresponding communication talisman was activated, the sensing talisman would perceive it. However, this was only a first-grade sensing talisman, its range of sensing was limited. Therefore, Lu Changsheng immediately knew that Xiao Xie had come to the Red Leaf Valley Market. Right away, he went to the talisman room, informed Lu Miaoge, who was making talismans, that he needed to step out. Then carried his daughter toward the entrance of the Red Leaf Valley Market. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng arrived at the market exit. He immediately saw Xiao Xie not far away, clad in a white dress, her tall and graceful figure exuding a cold and lofty air. Chapter 297, 140, Yun Wanzhang, How Could It Be Him, _2. Chapter 297, Chapter 140, Yun Wanzhang, How Could It Be Him, _2. Shiyu. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, calling out to Xiao Xie. When they had parted last, Xiao Xie had suggested they address each other as fellow Taoists, creating a sense of estrangement. Therefore, it was only natural that their form of address had changed. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng, Xiao Xie, with her cold, proud features, immediately revealed a gentle look in her calm and indifferent beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth also curled up. Is this also your daughter? Xiao Xie, seeing the baby bottle in the arms of Lu Changsheng who was holding Lu Qingzhu, asked. She knew that Lu Changsheng had many wives and children. But she hadn't expected that Lu Changsheng would come to the marketplace while also holding a child. It left her really not knowing what to say. She could only say that Lu Changsheng truly liked children. Yes, this is my daughter Lu Qingzhu. Little Zhuer, this is your auntie Shiyu. Lu Changsheng introduced them to each other with a candid expression. He, auntie. The little girl, clutching her baby bottle, paused, then spoke in a babyish voice. In Qingzhu Mountain, with so many lady mothers, she had learned to call out a bit. But her pronunciation was still not clear. Ah, what a cutie. Xiao Xie looked at the little girl drinking her milk and showed a faint smile on her face. One reason was that the child was indeed adorable. The other was love for the house and its crow. Straight away, the two of them walked into the Red Leaf Valley marketplace, laughing and talking. However, as the two chatted, "Is it him?" A hidden figure, camouflaged in the void, upon seeing Lu Changsheng, revealed expressions of shock, astonishment, embarrassment, anger, and disbelief in her dreamlike beautiful eyes. It was like when Duan Yu learned that the person he loved, unexpectedly, was his own half-sister from the same father but different mothers. But in the end, he was not the child of his biological father, instead born from his mother's secret affair. She used destined lover in her emotional tribulation. How could it be him? Yun Wansheng stood quietly in midair, wearing a colorful dress, her expression incredibly shocked, her feelings indescribably complex. Her heart felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned. After Xiao Xie had left, she had been somewhat worried about her. She also wanted to see for herself the person her pupil had chosen for her emotional tribulation. After all, this tribulation could significantly influence her disciple's future. As a teacher, she naturally had to take a good care of her. Therefore, she had followed Xiao Xie all the way here, ready to keep an eye on things. But she had never imagined that her pupil's lover would turn out to be the qi refinement cultivator with whom she had had a one-night stand. This left her brain in chaos, overwhelmed with shock, astonishment, embarrassment, anger, and even murderous thoughts, stunned to the core. A moment later. Truly, fate makes fools of us all. Yun Wansheng watched the receding figures, sighed helplessly and bitterly, a wry smile on her face. Under the surge of emotions just now, she had even thought of slaying Lu Changsheng with a single sword stroke. But recalling the past incident, she couldn't really blame Lu Changsheng. The cause lay with her. Moreover, she could not possibly do such a thing. Lu Changsheng was merely together with Xiao Xie. What reason did she have to kill him for that? Furthermore, judging by Xiao Xie's demeanor and attitude towards Lu Changsheng, it was clear that she had developed feelings. Love is born unknowingly. Once the emotional tribulation was triggered, the rest was up to Xiao Xie herself to overcome. If she, in a fit of rage, were to kill Lu Changsheng, it would be like severing her own pupil's future. Yun Wansheng sighed deeply once again. Her emotions were complicated beyond words. She had thought that if Lu Changsheng were promising enough to reach the foundation establishment within 20 to 30 years, she might give him a chance to bring him to the Qingyun sect for cultivation. Forming a true elixir would naturally be difficult, hopeless even. But with her help and nurture, forming a false core could be feasible. In such a case, the men would be worthy of being her partner. Later, by leveraging the spirit-nurturing energy she left within Lu Changsheng, a dual cultivation between them was not outside the realm of advancement. But now, upon seeing that Lu Changsheng had become Xiao Xie's destined lover in her emotional tribulation, she could only abandon such thoughts and plans. Even if Xiao Xie were to cultivate the supreme forgetful love technique and forget this romance after passing her emotional tribulation, as a teacher, she could no longer entertain such notions. Otherwise, what would be the propriety in sharing a husband between master and pupil? She, Yun Wansheng, being a nascent soul immortal, must she not care for her own dignity? But looking at him just now, with his child, has he given up on cultivation? Yun Wansheng thought of how Lu Changsheng had been holding a child and her eyebrows slightly furrowed. If cultivators could preserve their essential purity, not breaking their primordial yin and yang, it would provide some aid in their early cultivation. This is why most young cultivators would not consider marriage. He is but an 8th grade spiritual root. Even if he had an opportunity back then and had a breakthrough in cultivation level with me, the possibility for him to reach foundation establishment is extremely slim. Moreover, Shiyu visited Qingzhou Mountain some time ago, and I recall that Qingzhou Mountain is a foundation establishment cultivator family. If this child belongs to that family, with mediocre talent, indeed he can only marry and live out a peaceful life. Yun Wansheng muttered to herself. Seeing that Lu Changsheng already had a wife and child, she didn't know why, but she felt a pang of disappointment, displeasure. Already married with children yet still so close with Shiyu. Yun Wansheng's face showed a hint of coldness again. No, that's not right. Shiyu said that she managed to escape from robber cultivators thanks to him. Moreover, Shiyu asked me to refine the Golden Crow elixir for his foundation establishment preparations, which means his cultivation level has already reached qi refinement perfection. The next moment, Yun Wansheng suddenly looked up, realizing another incongruity. Since Lu Changsheng had her gift of the androgynous jade. Chapter 298, 140, Yun Wansheng, how could it be him, _3. Chapter 298, Chapter 140, Yun Wansheng, how could it be him, _3. So just now, she hadn't paid attention to Lu Changsheng's cultivation level. Also, because various emotions pervaded her heart and assailed her mind, she forgot about it for the time being. Now that she thought of it, a few traces of surprise and doubt appeared in her heart. Watching the almost departing pair, she quickly followed. Then, she looked toward Lu Changsheng, her eyes shining brightly, as if starry rivers flowed within them, suffused with the light of dawn. 9th level energy refinement. Moreover, the spiritual power aura throughout his body is majestic, faintly exuding a sharp and overbearing presence. The vitality of his physical body is also extremely vigorous, like a demon beast. This. Yun Wansheng used a technique and immediately discerned Lu Changsheng's cultivation level. She couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. It's only been 8 years, right? An 8th grade spiritual root, breaking through from the peak of the 6th level energy refinement to the 9th level energy refinement in 8 years. This speed is barely acceptable, but his entire cultivation, not only is his spiritual power robust, but it also clearly shows signs of magical dual cultivation. Yun Wansheng's eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. If this situation were applied to the talented disciples of Qingyun sect, it would be completely normal. But on Lu Changsheng, it seemed somewhat inconceivable. Yun Wansheng watched Lu Changsheng, making sure she wasn't mistaken, before exhaling deeply. As a nascent soul immortal, she typically remained unmoved even if Mount Tai were crumbling before her. Even when she learned about Xiao Xia's matters, her eyebrows only slightly furrowed, her expression turning cold. But today, having seen Lu Changsheng, her expression changed dramatically twice in a short period, stirring thousands of waves in her heart. While Yun Wansheng was observing Lu Changsheng's condition, Lu Changsheng also had a prickling feeling as if ants were crawling on his back. Suddenly, he turned his head, then scanned his surroundings. But there were only a few pedestrians scattered around. Nothing was amiss. However, Lu Changsheng trusted his intuition. He knew that this faint feeling, akin to thorns pricking at his back, must be due to someone observing him. Otherwise, without reason, he would not have this sensation. Could it be the patriarch of the Yu family? Because of the previous incident involving the third young master of the Yu family, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but suspect the Yu family. He remembered that the patriarch of the Yu family was currently stationed within the marketplace. Why would the other party observe him for no reason? Moreover, he had been in the Red Leaf Valley market for quite some time. If the patriarch really wanted to observe him, he would have done so already. Not wait until now. He then looked at Xiao Xia, wondering if someone had set their sights on Xiao Xia again. Changsheng, what's wrong? Xiao Xia also noticed that Lu Changsheng seemed out of sorts and inquired. I just had a faint feeling that someone is secretly observing me. Shiyu, did you encounter anything on the way here? Lu Changsheng stopped looking around, maintained his composure, and spoke through a voice transmission. Changsheng, are you saying someone is following me? I haven't noticed anything unusual on my way here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia quickly grasped the meaning behind Lu Changsheng's words and became alert, scanning her surroundings. Is that so? He knew that Xiao Xia practiced the supreme forgetful love technique. In terms of spiritual sense, she was even more sensitive than himself. Since Xiao Xia hadn't noticed anything unusual, it suggested that the person was unrelated to Xiao Xia. Or perhaps the observer's cultivation level was so profound that Xiao Xia didn't perceive it at all during her journey. Changsheng, let's meet up later. At that moment, Xiao Xia paused as if she'd come to a realization, pursed her lips, and spoke. She then headed towards the direction of the market's exit. Lu Changsheng saw Xiao Xia suddenly leave and was uncertain of her meaning, but quickly guessed that Xiao Xia must have realized something. All right, I will also take the child back. Lu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement and spoke aloud. He prepared to send his daughter home first to have Lu Miaoge look after her, for it would be inconvenient to handle any unexpected events while holding the child. Quite sharp and vigilant. It seems Shiyu has also guessed it's me. Hidden at the side of the street, Yun Wansheng, with her figure concealed, watched the two separate, her expression returning to calm. She knew her actions had made Lu Changsheng wary, causing Xiao Xie to guess that the person watching them covertly was herself. It's your master." To avoid causing her disciple any fear, Yun Wansheng didn't hide it and directly transmitted her voice to her disciple. "Master, why have you come?" Xiao Xie, hearing her master's voice, also let out a sigh of relief and spoke softly, almost as if talking to herself. But Yun Wansheng could clearly hear her voice. She spoke frankly, "Your earlier adventures led you into danger, and the matter of the trial by love is of great importance. I'm concerned about you, hence I came to have a look." Xiao Xie nodded gently, understanding her master's deep concern. "Find a place, your master has questions for you." Yun Wansheng continued to communicate telepathically. Immediately, Xiao Xie noticed an inn nearby, and promptly went in to secure a room. In such a way, Yun Wansheng followed Xiao Xie into the room under the cover of invisibility and then revealed herself. Upon seeing Yun Wansheng, Xiao Xie promptly bowed in a greeting. "The man just now, he's the one related to your trial by love, isn't he?" Yun Wansheng asked with a steady tone. Xiao Xie nodded. "Tell your master about the situation between you and him in detail," Yun Wansheng requested. Chapter 299, 141, The Different Levels of Foundation Establishment, from 3 to 6 to 9_1. Chapter 299, Chapter 141, The Different Levels of Foundation Establishment, from 3 to 6 to 9_1. In the room of ancient demeanor, Xiao Xie recounted to Yun Wansheng the general situation between herself and Lu Changsheng. Yun Wansheng listened quietly. During the conversation, she inquired about the matter of Lu Changsheng already having children. Xiao Xie then expressed that this was also a reason she chose Lu Changsheng as the target for her emotional tribulation, because the supreme forgetful love technique could potentially harm both herself and others in the end. Lu Changsheng was very affectionate, with many wives and children. Under such circumstances, even if she were to leave in the future, she wouldn't cause Lu Changsheng too much sorrow and suffering. Hearing this, Yun Wansheng's fists involuntarily clenched tight. It wasn't because she was angry at Xiao Xie's thoughts. Previously, when Xiao Xie asked her to refine the Golden Crow elixir, she had already guessed Xiao Xie's intention. She was thinking of using it to settle their karmic debts, in order to practice the supreme forgetful love technique. Her anger was due to the fact that upon hearing Lu Changsheng had many wives and children, she felt particularly uncomfortable. Recalling how after a night of passion with Lu Changsheng, he looked at her with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. At that time, she thought Lu Changsheng was an innocent and pure young man. But now, hearing Xiao Xie's words and learning that the man had already had a bevy of wives, and was the father of dozens of children, she felt an extreme sense of frustration and dissatisfaction. She almost wished she could strike Lu Changsheng with her sword right now. "Rest assured, Master, I have already spoken to Changsheng about this, and will explain everything to him when the time comes," Xiao Xie said, pressing her lips together as she looked at her master, thinking that Yun Wansheng was angry with her. Yun Wansheng, seeing her disciple like this, wondered whether Xiao Xie could truly overcome her emotional tribulation. She sighed deeply, not wanting to question or dwell on the matter further, because the matter of an emotional tribulation could only be dealt with by Xiao Xie herself. There was only so much she could help with. You just have to be clear about it in your own heart. If there's anything, you can send a message to your teacher, Yun Wansheng said with a faint sigh. At this point, there wasn't much else she could say. She just felt a profound sense of the whims of fate, which had disrupted her own state of mind. Xiao Xie's eyes revealed softness as she respectfully bowed in salute. Yun Wansheng waved her hand, indicating for her to leave. Xiao Xie bowed again and left the room of the inn. "Sigh, fate really toys with us," muttered Yun Wansheng to herself after Xiao Xie had gone, the room now left with only her. She sighed deeply again. Her heart was a mixture of emotions and she couldn't completely settle down. However, this Lu Changsheng, a mere farmer's son, was rejected in the Qingyun sect's entrance examination, became a son-in-law in a foundation establishment family, and within just over 10 years, he has grown to this extent. It seems he too has had great fortune and a formidable destiny. Yun Wansheng mused, her gaze casting towards the direction of the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop, her expression calm. She had been surprised by Lu Changsheng's level of cultivation when she saw it. She had regarded Lu Changsheng as nothing more than a cultivator with an 8th-grade spiritual root. Now, having understood more about Lu Changsheng through Xiao Siye, she adapted her thinking, feeling it made sense. After all, as a nascent soul immortal, her vision was naturally higher than that of ordinary people. Lu Changsheng's performance was indeed astonishing, but in the eyes of a nascent soul immortal like her, it was just so. After all, Yun Wanzhang herself, on her own cultivation journey, had achieved core formation before the age of 100, not solely because of her exceptional talent, but also due to having opportunities, a great chance and destiny. To think that in the mysterious workings of fate, I chose him, must have been due to some amount of destiny. But alas, fate makes fools of us all. Yun Wanzhang sighed softly. For some unknown reason, she felt a hollow restlessness within her heart. She then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared from the inn. Shiyu. Lu Changsheng sent his daughter back to the spiritual talisman shop, leaving her in Lu Miaoga's care, and then he returned to the crossroads. Soon after, he saw Xiao Siye coming out of an inn. Xiao Siye, upon seeing Lu Changsheng, quickly approached him. Then she spoke up to explain, "The one who was watching you just now was my master. She was worried about me, so she also came down the mountain." Xiao Siye said. "Your master?" He knew that Xiao Siye's master was a nascent soul immortal from the Qingyun sect. He hadn't expected that this nascent soul immortal would actually accompany Xiao Siye down the mountain. And that she had been secretly observing him. This sent a shiver down his spine. After all, if a nascent soul immortal took a dislike to him, he would have no hope of escape. "Did your master leave any instructions?" Lu Changsheng cautiously asked. He was unsure what this nascent soul immortal's attitude toward him might be. After all, the current situation between him and Xiao Siye might be displeasing to a master. "Don't worry, my master was just concerned about me and came to see for herself. Now that she's seen me, she should be leaving," said Xiao Siye, her lips curving slightly as she watched Lu Changsheng react. "I regret that I didn't get to meet the immortal," Lu Changsheng said, feeling relieved upon hearing that. He roughly understood that Xiao Siye's master was aware that Xiao Siye was using him to cultivate the supreme forgetful love technique. Therefore, she probably didn't mind the nature of his relationship with Xiao Siye. "If that nascent soul immortal knew that I wanted her disciple to bear a child for me, I am afraid she would strike me down with a single sword," thought Lu Changsheng inwardly. "Usually, my master doesn't like meeting people, but if there's a chance in the future, I will introduce you," said Xiao Siye. "I was just speaking off the cuff." Although he was curious about Xiao Siye's master, the nascent soul immortal of Qingyun sect, he had no real desire to meet her. After all, facing a great cultivator with such an immense gap in strength could truly be frightening. Chapter 300, 141, Foundation Establishments 369 ranks, _2. Chapter 300, Chapter 141, Foundation Establishments 369 ranks, _2. He still clearly remembered the first time he had met the Lu family ancestor. His heart was in a flutter. "Changsheng, is there a second-order cave mansion available for rent in the marketplace?" Xiao Siye asked Lu Changsheng. "Second-order cave mansion, there should be." Lu Changsheng knew that Xiao Siye was planning to temporarily reside here. He had a second-order cave mansion before. But since he didn't live here much, and when he did, it was with Lu Miaoga, so he rented the mansion to Gao He. However, if Xiao Siye needed one, he could still rent a mansion from the Lu family currently. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took Xiao Siye to the Lu family compound in Red Leaf Valley to find the Great Elder. Nowadays, the Great Elder of the Lu family presided over the Red Leaf Valley market. "Great Elder, my good friend here would like to temporarily settle in the Red Leaf Valley marketplace. I wonder if our family still has a spare second-order cave mansion for rent." Upon meeting the Great Elder, Lu Changsheng greeted him with a clasped fist and bow. "You've come at the right time, there happens to be one second-order cave mansion left," the Great Elder said with a chuckle. Then, he glanced at the aloof Xiao Siye standing by his side. He couldn't help thinking to himself, wondering where Lu Changsheng had acquainted such a girl. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor was also unapproachable. Her cultivation level made even him, the Great Elder of the Lu family, unable to see through her, feeling it enigmatic. He wondered if she could be another Foundation establishment great cultivator. Then I'll trouble the great elder, Lu Changsheng said, expressing his intention to rent immediately. Considering Xiao Siye probably wouldn't stay long, Lu Changsheng decided to rent the mansion for 1 year. Normally, such mansions were rented out for at least 3 to 5 years at a time. But after all, Lu Changsheng was considered one of their own. So, they rented it out for just 1 year. And it was for the lowest rental fee. After renting the cave mansion, Lu Changsheng bid farewell to the great elder. With the token in hand, he led Xiao Siye to the cave mansion area in the Red Leaf Valley Market. This mansion was just like the one Lu Changsheng had rented to Gao He. Merely 100 square meters, it was spacious and neat. The mansion was endowed with formations and restrictions, making it very quiet. Now, with a single man and a single woman sharing the same room, Lu Changsheng didn't pretend to be a paragon of virtue. "You, after not seeing each other for so long, let me see if your cultivation has fallen behind." Looking at the woman in front of him, dressed in white, her face cold and stunningly beautiful, reminiscent of the Guanggan fairy, Lu Changsheng pulled her into his embrace. Changsheng. After several months, the familiar scent that rushed over caught Xiao Siye off guard, making her whimper and her fair, snowy cheeks flushing with a soft rosy tint. "Looks like your cultivation has indeed been neglected," Lu Changsheng teased. Xiao Siye's long lashes trembled slightly, somewhat indignant, and she began to fight back. As they went back and forth, Xiao Siye gradually regained her state, matching Lu Changsheng's moves. "Changsheng, I have a gift for you," Xiao Siye said, sitting in Lu Changsheng's arms, slightly out of breath. Her clear, stunning face, like melting ice and snow, flowers beneath heaps of snow, was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Siye in his arms, raising an eyebrow. He immediately guessed that she was referring to what she had said before about helping him with his Foundation establishment. However, he didn't hold much expectation for this gift, as he was rather distracted by the beauty before him. After all, a gentleman keeps his tools of the trade to himself and takes action only at the appropriate time. "Changsheng, this is the Golden Crow Elixir. It will aid your cultivation, allowing you to quickly reach qi refinement perfection. Moreover, contained within the Golden Crow Elixir is a thread of Great Sun Essence, which not only can compensate for your losses in male-female affairs but will also assist you with your Foundation establishment." Xiao Siye took out a porcelain bottle from her storage bag. She opened the bottle. Instantly, a fiery medicinal fragrance filled the air, revealing to Lu Changsheng a round, golden elixir medicine, with what appeared to be strands of flickering flames on it. "You, isn't this elixir a bit precious?" Lu Changsheng had never heard of the Golden Crow Elixir. But from the appearance of the elixir and Xiao Siye's description of its effects, he knew it was extraordinary. After all, anything related to Foundation establishment was far from cheap. "You've saved my life before and helped with my cultivation. What is one elixir in comparison?" When Xiao Siye mentioned helping her with cultivation, her face turned slightly red. Back in Rui County City, when Lu Changsheng talked about helping with her cultivation, it was somewhat justifiable. But now, with the two of them in such a situation, talking about cultivation felt like she was deceiving herself. "If you're going to be like that, it would seem too formal. Since that's the case, I'll accept it," Lu Changsheng said, not shying away. Knowing that a woman like Xiao Siye was actually very independent and didn't want to owe him too much. Before she returned to Qingyun sect, aside from resolving the assassination incident, she had already thought of how to repay him. "If you're not occupied with anything, just consume the Golden Crow Elixir now. I'll protect you while you assimilate it," Xiao Siye continued. Lu Changsheng responded, nodding, his expression turning serious. He set down the warm, fragrant soft jade from his arms and swallowed the Golden Crow Elixir. As soon as the elixir went down, Lu Changsheng instantly felt a massive and pure force spreading throughout his body, warm and very comfortable. But before he could enjoy it, it was as if a great sun had exploded in his lower abdomen, turning into rolling flames, engulfing his whole body, burning his limbs and bones. Hot, hot, hot. Lu Changsheng felt blazing hot, as if he was on fire. On his flesh and muscles, golden flames started to ignite. "Changsheng, circulate your energy," Xiao Siye's voice rang out. Then, her lips, soft as clouds, landed on Lu Changsheng's. And at the moment he felt their warm softness, a profound and icy energy, through her red lips, slowly flowed into him. Yin and Yang, merged as one. Chapter 301, 141, The 369 Ranks of Foundation Establishment, _3. Chapter 301, Chapter 141, The 369 Ranks of Foundation Establishment, _3. Under the washing of this cool spiritual power, the violent and scorching medicinal force within Lu Changsheng gradually smoothed out. It also made the intense pain from his burning flesh and blood disappear by a large extent. At this moment, Lu Changsheng wasn't distracted by the fairy's fragrant lips. Instead, he began to perform the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture. He swiftly refined the huge and pure medicinal strength of the Golden Crow elixir. He could see the scorching medicinal force of the Golden Crow elixir, under the influence of Xiao Xie's cool spiritual energy, slowly transform into a firebird resembling a golden crow, leisurely wandering through his limbs and meridians. During this process, Lu Changsheng not only felt his cultivation level crazily increase. His flesh and blood, meridians, and inner organs were also being washed and condensed. If it hadn't been for his cultivation of the 100 refinements treasure body art, with his flesh having withstood thousands of trials, the effect of this force on his physical body would have been even more remarkable. Just like that, time ticked away bit by bit. Half a month passed. His eyes were bright and spirited, his body felt unprecedentedly comfortable. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Looking inward at his chi ocean core. The 7-colored den lake surged like an ocean, its aura robust. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. With just a few more months of polishing his spiritual power, ensuring it was well-rounded to his satisfaction, he could then prepare for the foundation establishment. This speed. Lu Changsheng also found the speed of his increase in cultivation level to be shocking. After all, according to his own forecast, even with the assistance of elixir medicines, reaching chi refinement perfection would still take 3 to 5 years. But now, after just a short while, his spiritual power had already achieved chi refinement perfection. This made him realize even more the extraordinariness of that Golden Crow elixir. Not just the Golden Crow elixir, but also the spiritual energy that Xiao Xie had transferred into his body. Why is this thing still here? Lu Changsheng noticed a small golden crow slowly moving within his 7-colored den lake. It was the fiery bird that had roamed through his meridians during the refinement of the Golden Crow elixir. Changsheng, you're awake. Xiao Xie, looking at Lu Changsheng waking up, revealed a faint, gentle smile. Perhaps due to transferring too much spiritual energy to Lu Changsheng, she looked slightly pale. You've worked hard. Lu Changsheng, seeing Xiao Xie looking like this, knew it was due to helping him refine the elixir. He held her hand, expressing his gratitude. He then inquired, why is there a small golden crow roaming about in my Dan lake? That is the most precious great sun essence of the Golden Crow elixir. When you break through to foundation establishment, this strand of great sun essence will solidify your base, ensuring you can gather an unblemished Dao foundation, and you might even have the chance to coalesce a great sun Dao foundation. However, the foundation of your spiritual power is several times more robust than I expected. Even without this strand of great sun essence, you'd be able to form a perfect foundation base on your own. Xiao Xie explained aloud. A perfect foundation base, a great sun Dao foundation. Does foundation establishment also have various levels? Lu Changsheng, upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised. He knew that once one's spiritual power was well-rounded and satisfactory after achieving chi refinement perfection, one could prepare for foundation establishment. Break through the 3 barriers of foundation establishment, transform the Dan lake into a true sea, raise a Dao platform, shed the mortal body, and build a Dao foundation, becoming a foundation establishment great cultivator. He cultivated in the 7 luminaries great freedom sword scripture, and after breaking through foundation establishment, a Dao platform constructed by the 7 luminaries spiritual power would be raised in the Dan lake. This Dao platform was also known as the 7 luminaries Dao platform. But now, from Xiao Xie's words, it seemed that there were indeed varying levels of Dao foundations. You don't know, Changsheng? Xiao Xie, on hearing this, looked somewhat surprised. But then she remembered the Lu family Lu Changsheng belonged to was only a foundation establishment family. And since Lu Changsheng had always been humble about his cultivation level, it was normal for him to not have come across this information. She proceeded to explain to Lu Changsheng, yes, when you strike for foundation establishment, after you break through the 3 barriers, a Dao platform rises from the Dan Lake. The platform radiates bright light, circulates throughout the body, sheds the mortal form. This is foundation establishment. But depending on the different cultivation techniques, one's own foundation, the resulting Dao platform also has levels of superiority and inferiority. If one is old, with declining vitality and blood, a baseless foundation, or if the divine sense is weak, even if they pass the 3 foundation establishment barriers and succeed, the raised Dao platform will have flaws and cracks. Such a foundation establishment is called a flawed Dao foundation, or even a shattered Dao foundation. If the platform is riddled with too many flaws and cracks, it not only affects the speed and power of cultivation but also makes it much more difficult to break through bottlenecks and to form a core later on. A Dao platform that rises flawless and perfect is called an unblemished Dao foundation, which offers a prospect of forming a core in the future. Above the unblemished Dao foundation lies the perfect foundation base. It is formed on the basis of being flawless and perfect by cultivating a technique that is in harmony with oneself, or with the help of foundation establishment spiritual objects or treasures that match oneself, allowing the individual Dao platform to ascend to greater heights. I am endowed with the moonlight spirit body and cultivate the supreme forgetful love technique, so if I succeed in foundation establishment, I can forge a perfect Moon Dao foundation. And the Great Sun Dao foundation also belongs to a perfect foundation establishment. Xiao Siye uttered these words. A flawed Dao foundation, an unblemished Dao foundation, a perfect foundation base. It was only now that he learned about the various levels of foundation establishment. But he wasn't surprised by this. After all, he hadn't heard the detailed classifications of foundation establishment, but he knew there were divisions such as true core and false core in forming a core. Under such circumstances, differing levels of the Dao platform during foundation establishment was quite normal. I cultivate the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture, and when I raise the Dao platform from the Dan Lake, it will be a 7 luminaries Dao platform. According to Shiyu's description, it should be considered a perfect foundation base, right? Chapter 302, 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _1. Chapter 302, Chapter 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _1. Is my Dao foundation a perfect foundation establishment? He felt that his 7 luminaries Dao foundation was most likely a perfect foundation. But he still asked for confirmation. After all, when it comes to foundation establishment, carelessness is not an option. Moreover, Xiao Siye had told him all her personal secrets like the supreme forgetful love technique and the moonlight spirit body. Revealing a bit of his cultivation technique information was nothing in comparison. 7 luminaries sword scripture, 7 luminaries Dao foundation. Xiao Siye naturally had not heard of this cultivation technique. But from the words 7 luminaries Dao foundation, she knew it was at least a top-notch peripheral sect-level cultivation technique. Because only techniques of this level could condense a Dao foundation that matched the technique itself. After pondering for a moment, she said, I'm not certain about this. But before, I noticed that your foundation is robust, Changsheng. If you succeed in foundation establishment, your Dao platform will undoubtedly be flawless. If this technique is compatible with you and you have cultivated it without issue, then it is very likely a perfect Dao foundation. Xiao Siye said somewhat uncertainly. After all, she was just an energy-refining cultivator. She only knew so much about foundation establishment because Yun Wanzhang was about to do it and had imparted much knowledge and experience to her. She had also read through a lot of information on the topic and was more knowledgeable. But she couldn't draw many conclusions from Lu Changsheng's brief description. If I was originally able to create a perfect foundation establishment, would this thread of Great Sun essence have any impact? So far, he had not felt any drawbacks from the thread of Great Sun essence. But he didn't know if it would have any impact. Changsheng, you can be at ease about this. Great Sun essence is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It will only make your foundation more robust, and it's beneficial for your foundation establishment. It might even take your 7 luminaries Dao foundation to a higher level. Xiao Siye declared at once. She then explained to Lu Changsheng many details about foundation establishment, sharing with him knowledge and her experience. For instance, what to pay attention to when striking at foundation establishment, passing through the 3 barriers. How to maximize the success rate of foundation establishment. During foundation establishment, how to choose foundation establishment spirit objects. How to select the foundation establishment spirit objects most compatible with oneself. In addition to the perfect foundation under the compatibility of one's cultivation technique, there are also the Great Sun Dao Foundation, Taiyin Dao Foundation, Gunmetal Dao Foundation, 5 Elements Dao Foundation, 3 Flowers Gathered Atop Dao Foundation, 5 Qi Towards Yuan Dao Foundation. Learning all this information about foundation establishment made Lu Changsheng widen his eyes. He couldn't help feeling amazed that even something as simple as foundation establishment had so many intricacies involved. No wonder countless loose cultivators would join a force in exchange for just a bit of insight into foundation establishment, essentially risking their lives for it. Because this knowledge is indeed important. It's greatly helpful for an ordinary cultivator's foundation establishment. And ordinary loose cultivators simply couldn't access this kind of information and had no choice but to commit themselves to a power. If I demonstrated the strength of a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement, the Lu family would also give me such insights into foundation establishment. But the understanding and insights of foundation establishment from the Lu family are definitely not as profound as Xiao Xie's, Lu Changsheng reflected inwardly. He realized once again at this moment the benefits of joining a major force. But the fact that Xiao Xie knew so much was also because behind her stood Qingyun sect, one of the 4 great immortal sects of Jiang country, and she had a nascent soul mentor. Otherwise, an ordinary disciple from an immortal sect wouldn't necessarily know so much. Shiyu, these are the foundation establishment spirit objects I have prepared for myself. Which do you think are suitable for me? At this time, Lu Changsheng took out 5 foundation establishment spirit objects from his storage bag. Since he was going to aim for perfect foundation establishment, he naturally wanted to lay the most solid groundwork possible. Although Xiao Xie had told him a lot just now, he still wasn't clear on how to choose the right spirit objects for foundation establishment. This is Blood Yang Fruit, Blood Lingji, Profounding True Water, Heavenly Heart Lotus, Jade Soul Flower. Xiao Xie looked at the 5 foundation establishment spirit objects that Lu Changsheng had taken out all at once and felt somewhat stunned. Although she was a disciple of a nascent soul immortal, she was not oblivious to the harshness of cultivation. She knew the difficulties of cultivation, and that foundation establishment spirit objects were very precious. An ordinary cultivator would be lucky to find a single one when establishing their foundation. But now, Lu Changsheng had actually produced 5 at once. And she could tell that Lu Changsheng's physical body, blood essence, and mana were incredibly robust. He could completely do without the assistance of foundation establishment spirit objects. At most, he would need one to assist with the divine sense during foundation establishment. Changsheng, with your robust body, vigorous blood essence, and powerful spiritual energy, you have no need for foundation establishment spirit objects to assist you. Using foundation establishment spirit objects might actually affect your blood essence and the purity of your magic aura. For the divine sense barrier, you could use the Heavenly Heart Lotus as an aid. Moreover, I have a secret technique that can assist you during your foundation establishment, so you don't need to rely on these spirit objects. However, this Jade Soul Flower has a warming effect on the mental spirit, so you can use it now to nurture your mental spirit, which might enable you to directly produce divine sense. Xiao Xie spoke, saying this. Although it said one's mental spirit evolves and divine sense is born only upon foundation establishment, this doesn't mean it's impossible to develop divine sense during the Qi refinement realm. Secret technique? What secret technique? Lu Changsheng's eyebrows rose upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that, aside from the Golden Crow elixir, Xiao Xie also had a secret technique to assist his foundation establishment. This was akin to having his meal spoon-fed to him. It was as if she was really worried that his foundation establishment would fail or be suboptimal. But the more Xiao Xie did this, the more Lu Changsheng felt she did not want to be indebted to him. She seemed intent on paying back her debt for the cultivation assistance and life-saving grace through these means. You'll know when the time comes. Xiao Xie pursed her lips and didn't reveal the technique. After all, she was aware that the method wasn't really a secret technique. Lu Changsheng, hearing this, did not fixate on the secret technique any further. Chapter 303, 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _2. Chapter 303, Chapter 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _2. He asked how to use the Jade Soul Flower. If the Jade Soul Flower is refined into a spirit-nourishing elixir, the effect would naturally be the best. However, to refine the spirit-nourishing elixir, one also needs to seek other auxiliary materials and request an alchemist to make it. Changsheng, you can simply swallow it directly once it's done. Xiao Xie opened her mouth and spoke. After she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something and asked, Changsheng, have you cultivated any spiritual training techniques? No. His source for cultivation techniques was all down to drawing lots. But so far, he hadn't drawn any techniques for cultivating mental strength. However, within the Red Phoenix True Scripture, there was a secret technique for divine sense attack. But he was incapable of cultivating it. I possess a Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique that can train the spirit and warm nourish the divine sense, which would aid you in refining the Jade Soul Flower. Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit Technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately asked, can this technique be taught to others? It was said that techniques should not be lightly transmitted. Originally, when Lu Yuanzhong gave him the greenwood art, he made him promise not to transmit it to others. Xiao Xie's Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique was most likely also learned within Qingyun sect. Within Qingyun sect, there surely would be strict rules against disciples transmitting techniques to outsiders. This technique was bestowed upon me by my master, so passing it on doesn't count as violating the sect rules. Xiao Xie explained. If you teach me, your master won't blame you, will he? Though he yearned for a technique to cultivate his spirit, he did not want to cause trouble for Xiao Xie because of a technique. In the Seven Luminaries Great Freedom Sword Scripture, on the second level, after condensing the Seven Luminaries Star Lamp, there was an effect that helped practitioners to see their true nature, which could be considered as a half-mental cultivation method. My master did not say it couldn't be transmitted, she won't blame me. Xiao Xie spoke softly. Logically, before transmitting a technique, one should inform their master. But under the current circumstances, she obviously couldn't go back just to report this. She also believed that her master wouldn't blame her. Thank you, Shiyu. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he stopped refusing. Shortly after, Xiao Xie began teaching him the chant of the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique and passed on the method of cultivation to Lu Changsheng. Under Xiao Xie's guidance, it took Lu Changsheng 3 days to grasp the basics of the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique. The entire person sat in meditation, his mind as quiet and dark as space. Transporting the blood and spiritual power throughout his body, it transformed into purple mist, pervading his body, lighting up the dark world. Amidst the darkness, a purple palatial divine mansion gradually emerged. Watching Lu Changsheng begin to cultivate the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique, Xiao Xie also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that Lu Changsheng had finally mastered it. Originally, under Yun Wanshang's teaching, she had grasped the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique in a single day. But seeing Lu Changsheng take 3 days to master it, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Was there some deficiency in her teaching? Why did it take Lu Changsheng so long to understand and comprehend this technique? She never doubted Lu Changsheng's aptitude. After all, the techniques that Lu Changsheng was currently cultivating were at least top tier at the peripheral sect level. Being able to master such techniques indicated that his comprehension and innate talent were definitely not poor, and could be considered extraordinary. It must be that I didn't explain the details clearly enough. Not like every word my master uttered was profound and enlightening. Xiao Xie thought to herself. Lu Changsheng, of course, did not know Xiao Xie's thoughts. He was also unaware of his own innate comprehension and talent. After all, aside from a copy of the Returning Origin technique and some primary level spells, he hadn't spent much time or thought in this area. Techniques like the Immortal Beauty technique, the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, and the 7 Luminaries Great Freedom Sword Scripture were fed to him by the system. He didn't have to spend any effort of his own. As for his own aptitude, he had no concept of it. Once Lu Changsheng's cultivation was almost complete, Xiao Xie softly woke him and told him that the process of the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit technique was actually nourishing the spirit through the essence of qi and blood, and that cultivation should not be overdone. Once immersed in it, it might damage oneself. Huff. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling full of spirit. But his body's qi and blood felt somewhat depleted. He realized that training the spirit also consumed physical support. Changsheng, take some time to recover now, then swallow the jade soul flower, and see if you can manifest divine sense by refining the jade soul flower with the purple mansion nourishing spirit technique. Xiao Xie said to Lu Changsheng. In her opinion, with Lu Changsheng's extraordinary talent and being at the 9th level of energy refinement, there was hope he could manifest divine sense. He took out an elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it to begin restoring himself and regulating his condition. Once his condition was fully restored, Lu Changsheng confirmed with Xiao Xie that there were no issues and then swallowed the jade soul flower, a foundation establishment spirit object that aided with impacting the barrier to foundation establishment, which could be extremely helpful. One foundation establishment spirit object was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. But now, Lu Changsheng had directly consumed it. This jade soul flower was cool to the touch, with a bitter taste that carried a hint of sweetness, not unpleasant to eat. But as he swallowed it, Lu Changsheng immediately felt a light and agile energy coursing through his body. It was like a breeze blowing across his flesh. Changsheng, Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit Technique. Xiao Xie's voice rose, reminding Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng immediately began to circulate the Purple Mansion Nourishing Spirit Technique. He warmed and nourished his spirit with the light and agile energy from the jade soul flower, along with the essence of qi and blood. The air around him was filled with purple mist, with auspicious clouds steaming. In the silent and dark world of his mind, an ancient and weighty purple palatial divine mansion appeared, starting to expel the darkness. Time trickled by. He was unaware of how long it had passed. Lu Changsheng saw the darkness in his mind nearly cleared by the purple mansion, his brain thundering. It made his brow begin to swell. It was as if an eye in his forehead was slowly opening. Chapter 304, 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _3. Chapter 304, Chapter 142, Purple Mansion Nurturing Divine Technique, Birth of Divine Sense, _3. Lu Changsheng immediately discovered that the eye on his forehead could see the surroundings. Or rather, this vision was not seen through the eyes, but perceived through the third eye on the forehead, and then transferred to the brain. It was even clearer and more direct than what he saw with his own eyes. And he could watch in all directions at the same time, a full 360 degrees without any dead angles. At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a figure sitting cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, face like jade, a handsome and spirited beautiful man. Hiss, is there really such a transcendently handsome man in the world? Lu Changsheng exclaimed, oh, it turns out to be myself, then it's fine. After glancing at his own handsome appearance twice, Lu Changsheng retracted his gaze and slowly opened his eyes. He also realized that this third eye must be what cultivators call divine sense. He hadn't expected a single jade soul flower to directly bring forth his divine sense. Isn't this a bit too simple? Could it be that because I have lived 2 lives, I am different from ordinary people in terms of spirit, so a jade soul flower directly birthed my divine sense? Without giving it much thought, he shared with Xiao Xie the phenomenon of his newly generated divine sense. He asked if this was the birth of divine sense. I knew that you, Changsheng, could generate divine sense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie wasn't too surprised. In her eyes, Lu Changsheng was now a genius. Even though his spiritual root was only 9th grade, he had other opportunities and might even possess some kind of spiritual body. Now, at the 9th level energy refinement of cultivation level, taking the jade soul flower and producing divine sense was also normal. Changsheng, how far can your divine sense reach? Xiao Xie inquired. About 10 feet or so. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes again to sense, and then spoke. Only 10 feet, that's already enough. A newly foundation established cultivator usually has divine sense coverage of about 30 feet. Changsheng, you don't need the aid of the heavenly heart lotus anymore when you attempt foundation establishment. Xiao Xie said with a tender look in her eyes. This is all thanks to your guidance and help, Shiyu. Lu Changsheng also showed a hint of delight. He wasn't concerned about his divine sense being only 10 feet. After all, he hadn't truly reached foundation establishment. Being able to generate divine sense without foundation establishment was already quite good. Shiyu, how is your cultivation going now? At this time, Lu Changsheng also showed concern for Xiao Xie's cultivation. Originally, he was supposed to help Xiao Xie with her cultivation. However, for so long, it had been Xiao Xie helping him with his cultivation. Lu Changsheng felt somewhat embarrassed. I need Lu Lang's help. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's concern, Xiao Xie's eyelashes trembled lightly. Lu Changsheng immediately embraced the beauty and pressed his lips to hers. Suddenly, their breaths flowed steadily like the tide, back and forth. Lu Changsheng knew that merely doing this would not have any effect on Xiao Xie's cultivation. Later, to repay the fairy for her help in cultivation, he humbled himself, willing to work hard for reciprocity. Time passed unknowingly, and after a while, Lu Changsheng and the fairy ended their cultivation, holding Xiao Xie's fairy-like body tightly. The fairy's ebony hair was slightly disheveled, with strands sticking to her beautiful and bright cheeks. Her cool and beautiful eyes twinkled, brimming with allure and charm as they opened and closed. Yu, it seems your cultivation still has a long way to go. Lu Changsheng, like a dog devouring the moon, nibbled on her tender snow-white flesh, his words muffled and soft. After tasting something salty, naturally, one craves a bit of sweetness to freshen the palate. Xiao Xie frowned delicately, lightly wrapping her arms around Lu Changsheng's shoulders, not wanting to move even a finger. The supreme forgetful love technique quickly circulated, calmly suppressing the surging desires. Feeling the stir of Lu Changsheng's noble instrument, she pursed her lips and leaned in closer with her head. Lu Changsheng was taken aback for a moment. He wanted to say there was no need for such measures. But the words reached his lips and were swallowed back down. Lu Changsheng's brows furrowed and relaxed unknowingly. He remembered how the fairy was once high above, like the 9 heavens' bright moon, unattainable, commanding reverence that forbade any irreverent thoughts. Yet now, she had descended to the mortal world, exposed to the elements. After a long while, Xiao Xie's fair face flushed red, her black hair cascading down around her temples, concealing her cold and stunning cheeks, her pretty brows slightly knitted. Yu, you don't have to force yourself if this is too much for you. Lu Changsheng said, embracing the beauty in his arms. I'm just cultivating, it's not a bother. Xiao Xie replied softly, her swan-like neck undulating, her voice trembling slightly. Although she didn't quite understand the matters between men and women, she wasn't entirely naive. She knew that all this time, Lu Changsheng had been restraining himself. Thus, she was also willing to take this step forward on her own. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng sighed softly in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the past with Lu Miaoge. After he had spent his life forced to save Lu Miaoge, their relationship had taken a step further. Back then, Lu Miaoge was utterly obedient to him. Yet, she was unwilling to marry him. Now, Xiao Xie's behavior gave him the same feeling. It felt as if she was also considering ending their relationship after the cultivation was complete, severing their karmic ties. Lu Changsheng didn't ponder over it for too long. He knew these things couldn't be rushed. After all, with the relationship having progressed this far, he was certainly going to marry her. He continued to cultivate with Xiao Xie for several more days. Lu Changsheng also remembered that since he and Xiao Xie had arrived at the cave dwelling, they had been cultivating the whole time. It had been almost a month already. All this time, he hadn't even spoken to Lu Miaoge. And usually, his daughter Lu Qingzhu lived on Qingzhu Mountain. Only when he came to Red Leaf Valley Market would he bring the child to keep Lu Miaoge company. During this time, Lu Miaoge had to look after both the shop and the child, leaving her no time to cultivate. Soon after, Lu Changsheng told Xiao Xie that he must return home and that he would come back later to accompany her in cultivation. Xiao Xie, having completed her cultivation and regained her composure, nodded gently. Seeing her calm demeanor, it was only at times like these that Lu Changsheng felt he might be too affectionate. The favors of a beautiful woman are the hardest to repay. Lu Changsheng sighed softly as he left the cave dwelling and quickly headed back to the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop. After Lu Changsheng left, Xiao Xie's countenance and expression turned cold and detached. Her eyes, like the bright moon in the heavens, carried a faint celestial aura, indifferent and tranquil. Lu Changsheng arrived on the 3rd floor of the spiritual talisman shop and saw Lu Miaoge lulling her daughter to sleep. A sense of guilt immediately surged in his heart. Changsheng, you're back. Lu Miaoge looked at Lu Changsheng, her face revealing a tender and warm smile, her aura gentle as water. Ever since becoming a mother, her once ethereal spirit had softened to a gentle and dignified grace. Sister Miaoge, I was delayed due to my cultivation. Lu Changsheng guessed that Lu Miaoge already knew about him and Xiao Siye renting the cave dwelling. He did not conceal anything, explaining what he had been doing these days with Xiao Siye. One reason was, he still had quite some time left to cultivate with Xiao Siye. Additionally, Xiao Siye would also be considered the future mother of his child. And Lu Miaoge was privy to many of his secrets. Therefore, there was no need to completely hide such matters. Chapter 305, 143, The First Offspring completes the introduction of Qi into the body, _1. Chapter 305, Chapter 143, The First Offspring completes the introduction of Qi into the body, _1. In this world, there actually exists such a cultivation technique, this way of cultivation. Upon hearing about Xiao Siye's affairs from Lu Changsheng, the cultivation of the fairy, Lu Miaoge was somewhat surprised and amazed. She did not doubt Lu Changsheng's words. After all, there was no need for Lu Changsheng to deceive her. Moreover, in this vast world, nothing is too strange. She had also seen in ancient texts that many profound cultivation techniques were very demanding and could even have side effects. It was just surprising to have a practitioner of such a technique appear right beside her. Yes, I was also very astonished when I first heard about it. This technique was also mentioned in ancient texts. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. He did not say too much about the cultivation technique. After all, this matter could be considered Xiao Siye's privacy, her secret. It's also because you are charming that Fairy Xiao would choose you as her cultivation partner. Lu Miaoge said gently, with a graceful look on her face. Although she felt somewhat jealous about this matter, she did not mind too much. After all, Lu Changsheng was known for being inconstant in love. Having married the two sisters and having not taken any more wives or concubines in the past 3 years, focusing instead on serious cultivation, had already made her very content. Besides, this matter was advantageous for Lu Changsheng and could be considered an opportunity. But Changsheng, after cultivating for so long, don't you have any thoughts about Fairy Xiao? Lu Miaoge looked at her husband with a smile that was not quite a smile. Ahem, if I say I don't have any thoughts at all, Sister Miaoge, you definitely won't believe me. But between her and me, it's only about cultivation after all. Moreover, our statuses are worlds apart. In the end, I'm afraid it's a relationship with no fate, and it cannot be forced. Lu Changsheng coughed softly and then shook his head with a sigh. Although in his heart, Xiao Siye was already the mother of his child. But such things were not necessary to discuss at the moment, nor did it fit his persona. Storms begin with a small ripple, waves form from gentle disturbances. In my heart, husband has great aspirations, and you will surely soar to great heights in the future, achieving success on the path of immortality. How can you belittle yourself? Lu Miaoge looked at Lu Changsheng, her voice was soft and sincere as she spoke. Having spent so many years with Lu Changsheng as his wife, she could naturally tell that her husband was not truly devoid of ambition, but rather held great aspirations in his heart. She did not like to see Lu Changsheng looking down on himself, belittling himself. Lu Changsheng was slightly startled. He did not expect that just by putting on a sighing face, his wife would comfort him. Like this. This warmed his heart and he felt very at ease. He then stepped forward and gently embraced his wife, preparing to assist her with cultivation. Little Zhu just fell asleep. Lu Miaoge, knowing what Lu Changsheng was about to do, her cheeks tinged with red, whispered softly. It's all right, with the peaceful spirit talisman and the silencing talisman, she won't wake up. Then he gently picked up his daughter, Lu Qingzhu, and placed her in the bedroom. He placed a peaceful spirit talisman on her to calm her mental spirit and ensure deep sleep. With a silencing talisman, he enveloped her in silence to block out any noise and prevent her from being disturbed. In the following time, Lu Changsheng spent most of his days in the Red Leaf Valley market. He went back to Qingzhou Mountain only once every month or two. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Because he spent most of this half year in the Red Leaf Valley market with the fairy, Xiao Siye, and dual cultivation with Lu Miaoge, his progress in having children was slightly delayed. Only 3 more children were added. However, his cultivation level had reached the perfection of qi refinement after half a year's cultivation and was polished to perfection. He was ready to attempt foundation establishment. Changsheng, in the next period of time, accompany me to travel around, and let's observe this bustling world. Xiao Xie said to Lu Changsheng with a pulled-in lip after knowing he had reached the perfection of qi refinement, his cultivation level smooth and perfect, and that he was ready for foundation establishment. In this half a year, she barely stepped out of her cave dwelling. When Lu Changsheng was there, she would cultivate with him. If Lu Changsheng was not around, she would cultivate alone. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Xie, who showed a hopeful smile, and he realized something in his heart and nodded. During this half-year, he and Xiao Xie had become incredibly close. Having cultivated together in every way possible except for the final step. And in this process, Xiao Xie not only became increasingly proactive but her entire demeanor became lively and charming. As if she had shed all pretense, washing away the natural coolness and pride of her being. Returning to the Xiao Xie from over a decade ago in his memory. Making Lu Changsheng puzzled about what was currently happening with Xiao Xie. How her cultivation was going. Yu, how's your cultivation coming along? He guessed that Xiao Xie's cultivation must be nearly complete. Otherwise, she would not suggest at this time that he accompany her out. It's almost done. Xiao Xie pressed her lips together and did not hide anything. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng internally said it was as expected. His feelings were somewhat complicated at the moment. If Xiao Xie's cultivation was coming to an end, and she was ready to overcome her emotional tribulations, it meant that his current relationship with her was also nearing its end. Congratulations, Yu. When do you plan to set out? Lu Changsheng let out a breath, not becoming overly sentimental. A warm smile appeared on his face. In his view, this was not some sort of eternal separation. Even if there was a parting, it was merely to make the eventual reunion all the more joyous. Whatever you arrange. Xiao Xie saw the smile on Lu Changsheng's face and also revealed a radiant smile, very enchanting. In that case, let's set off directly. He then walked out of the cave dwelling with Xiao Xie. He told Lu Miaoge that he would be away for a while. And handed her a stack of first-grade supreme talismans. Chapter 306, 143, The First Offspring Completes the Introduction of Qi into the Body, _2. Chapter 306, Chapter 143, The First Offspring Completes the Introduction of Qi into the Body, _2. His wife helped look after the Peace Talisman Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoge didn't ask any further questions. She simply asked Lu Changsheng to be more careful and vigilant. Afterward, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie disguised themselves, concealing their true appearance, and left Red Leaf Valley Market. Upon leaving the marketplace, the two roamed aimlessly. They slept in the wilderness, stargazed, admired the moon, listened to the rain, tasted tea, and practiced cultivation. In this manner, roaming without purpose and taking in the sights, they arrived at a worldly city. Disguised, the two, though still exuding an uncommon aura, did not shine too brightly or attract undue attention. Changsheng, I want to eat candied hawthorn on a stick. Changsheng, I want to eat mung bean cake. Changsheng, do you think those two sugar figurines look like us? Walking through the bustling city, Xiao Xie was like a lively and radiant young girl. Gone was her previous aloof and serene fairy-like demeanor. She held Lu Changsheng's hand, moving through the streets with delight etched across her face. Now looking here, now there. Whenever she saw something tasty or fun, she would grab Lu Changsheng's hand, a look of coquettish entreaty and hopeful expectancy on her face. Just like an ordinary young girl from the secular world. This must be Shiyu's true nature, Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he watched her. He mused that cultivation, especially practicing the supreme forgetful love technique, really had a significant impact on a person. All right, we'll buy, Lu Changsheng amiably responded to Xiao Xie's requests. There was not a trace of impatience on his face. He bought her anything she wanted. If Xiao Xie couldn't carry an item, he helped her carry it. If she took a few bites and left the rest, he took it to try. If it tasted good, he had some, if not, it was discarded. The two of them, just like a loving couple from the secular world, enjoyed themselves in the city. Last time, I spoke of how I used my life as an invitation card to respectfully welcome the young master into the martial arts world. The two wandered leisurely to a footbridge. Xiao Xie, upon seeing someone storytelling, immediately took an interest and pulled Lu Changsheng over to listen. Under the bridge, an old man in a robe was speaking animatedly. This prince of the Northern Territory, guarded by Sword Divine, stepped out of the northern territory and into the martial arts world, thinking that the sky was high and the birds could fly freely. Yet, this world of martial arts was not as splendid and colorful as it seemed to this young prince, but was fraught with dangers because the moment he entered the martial arts world. Today, this old man will leave the story here. If you want to know what happens next, come again tomorrow, said the robed old man before bowing out. Half an hour later, a young girl around the age of 12 came forward, carrying a copper basin, clearly expecting money. However, only a few well-dressed people scattered around tossed some copper coins into the basin, leaving the young girl looking disappointed. Xiao Xie, seeing this, gently tugged at Lu Changsheng's sleeve. Good performance deserves a reward. Lu Changsheng smiled, instantly turned a silver ingot into fragments. He then dropped a few silver fragments into the copper basin. The sound of the fragments hitting the basin drew attention from onlookers. No one expected such generosity. The little girl was stunned. She and her grandfather had never received such a substantial reward while storytelling at the footbridge. Arya, have you not thanked your benefactor yet? The storytelling elder saw this and quickly stepped forward, pulling the little girl to bow deeply, saying, "Thank you, young master, thank you benefactor." No need for that, Lu Changsheng gently waved off and, taking Xiao Xie's hand, turned to leave. Changsheng, what that old gentleman was saying was quite interesting. I wonder what will happen to that young master afterward, Xiao Xie said with a giggle, excitedly discussing the story's potential developments with Lu Changsheng. As she spoke, she spotted a fortune-telling stall nearby and, once again intrigued, pulled Lu Changsheng to have their fortunes told. But such fortune-telling would naturally not reveal any hidden great master from the dust of the world. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie as if they were a husband and wife, the fortune-teller offered a bunch of auspicious words. Xiao Xie, listening to these words, was also quite happy. So, the two of them spent more than half a month playing around the worldly city. That night, accompanied by soft mournful sobs, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie completed their cultivation. Changsheng, I'm ready for foundation establishment, Xiao Xie said, draped over Lu Changsheng's body like mud, in a quiet voice. Lu Changsheng was slightly taken aback. He had long anticipated this day. He asked, when are you planning to undergo foundation establishment? He knew that when Xiao Xie spoke those words, it meant she had made up her mind and had overcome the tribulation of emotions. 3 months later, on the night of the full moon, she replied. Then we will undergo foundation establishment together. Xiao Xie lifted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lu Changsheng, her face suffused with a blush, and she was stunningly beautiful. Okay, Lu Changsheng nodded and didn't say anything more. He knew too much talking was pointless. He also didn't want to say too much and affect Xiao Xie's mood or her foundation establishment. After all, in this world, cultivation is the paramount path. Given the current situation of their identities, there was no way he could bring this beauty home to raise children. So, once his own strength was about right, it would be all the same to bring her home as his bride. As for the supreme forgetful love technique, in Lu Changsheng's view, if he could melt her heart once, he could do it a second time. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Asked Xiao Xie, regarding Lu Changsheng's prompt agreement. She pursed her lips. Overcoming the emotional tribulation is a good thing. Moreover, I will respect your choice, Lu Changsheng said softly. Man is not vegetation, who can be without passion. Having spent a year with Xiao Xie, who was as cold as the moon yet lively and alluring, he was very fond of her. In these circumstances, he certainly wouldn't let her go. Chapter 307, 143, The First Offspring completes the introduction of Qi into the body, _3. Chapter 307, Chapter 143, The First Offspring completes the introduction of Qi into the body, _3. Moreover, he was still owed a favor by the other party. Thank you, Changsheng. Xiao Xie pursed her lips as she spoke. She too felt somewhat apprehensive in her heart, worrying that Lu Changsheng would ask her to stay. Fearful that under Lu Changsheng's persuasion, she would find it hard to cut through her emotional ties, to ascending beyond all affections. In this year of cultivation, she had realized that she had less of the stubborn obsession for breakthroughs. She had begun to grow more sentimental, prone to daydreaming. In Lu Changsheng's presence, she would feel joy, worry, sadness, grief, and affection. This had helped her thoroughly comprehend her emotional tribulation, to understand the concept of transcending all emotions. What she needed to do now was to unsheath her sword and sever her ties, to seek the path to the ultimate truth beyond the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Where do you plan to go for your foundation establishment? Foundation establishment couldn't be attempted just anywhere. At the very least, one would need a second-grade spiritual vein with an abundance of spiritual energy. Since he had always concealed his true cultivation level and strength, it was inconvenient for him to undertake foundation establishment in the Red Leaf Valley market. Moreover, the cave dwellings in the Red Leaf Valley market only held inferior second-grade spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was only sufficient for cultivation practice. To attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment, it was significantly lacking. Furthermore, the breakthrough to foundation establishment involved a large disturbance, which could affect the marketplace's natural spiritual energy. Most marketplaces would not readily agree to host someone's attempt to break through to foundation establishment. Previously, my master gave me a token so that I can go to Changsheng Market and rent a second-order top-quality cave mansion. A second-order top-quality cave mansion is more than enough for us to attempt foundation establishment. Xiao Xie told Lu Changsheng. She had already considered this matter thoroughly beforehand. For her own foundation establishment, she could return to Changsheng sect, where there was a third-grade spiritual vein. But Lu Changsheng was not a disciple of the Changsheng sect. He couldn't go there for his foundation establishment. For ordinary cultivators looking to rent a second-order top-quality spiritual vein dwelling, the only option would be to go to one of the 3 great immortal cities. However, the 3 great immortal cities were far away and exceedingly troublesome to reach. Thus, she considered the largest cultivation marketplace under the Changsheng sect. All right, then we shall head to the Changsheng market. Lu Changsheng nodded as he heard this. He too had heard of the Changsheng market. He knew it was the largest marketplace under the Changsheng sect. It was even larger than the 9 Dragons market where he had been before. Such marketplaces typically do not open their second-order dwellings to the public. If it were not for Xiao Xie, he would indeed have no way to rent such a top-quality second-order cave mansion. He might have had to go to an immortal city to undertake his foundation establishment. Shortly after, the two of them left the secular world behind and set out towards the Changsheng market. Lu Changsheng glanced at the map. From their location to the Changsheng market was a journey of over 10,000 miles. However, neither he nor Xiao Xie were in a rush. They continued on, enjoying their journey as if they were sightseeing or on a leisurely outing. When nearing the Changsheng market, the two of them, having disguised their appearance and concealed their cultivation aura, even ran into 3 robber cultivators. But these were only 3 energy refinement late-stage robber cultivators. Facing these 3 robber cultivators, Lu Changsheng naturally showed no mercy, earning a little extra on the side. Now at the peak of chi refinement, his strength was comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Together with Xiao Xie, as long as they didn't encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, they generally wouldn't run into any trouble. Besides, as long as they didn't come across foundation establishment cultivators like the red-robed youth they had encountered before, they could take down an average foundation establishment cultivator with their full strength and techniques. After a month's time, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xie arrived at the Changsheng market. The entire marketplace was centered around a precipitous mountain, surrounded by mist, reaching high into the clouds. The mountain was encircled by a basin-like area, bordered by several large mountains, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Changsheng market. Xiao Xie and Lu Changsheng looked at the distant peak, steering their flying artifact towards the marketplace entrance. The entrance was bustling with countless cultivators, much like the 9 Dragons market, with an endless stream of people queuing up. Just then, a surge of spiritual power flowed into Lu Changsheng's body, accompanied by the sound of a system notification. Congratulations to the host, your first offspring has completed the beginning phases of cultivation, entering the path of immortality. Bloodline effect, 5% increase in the likelihood of offspring having a spiritual root. Plus, 1 lucky draw chance. My first offspring has started his cultivation journey. Lu Changsheng was slightly startled upon hearing this sudden system notification before it dawned on him that his son, Lu Xianji, had completed the initial phase of cultivation. The last time he returned to Qingzhou Mountain, his wife Lu Miaoyun had mentioned that Lu Xianji was ready to start cultivating. At that time, Lu Changsheng didn't have the time, so he left Lu Miaoyun to handle it. As for his son completing the initial phase of cultivation so quickly, Changsheng wasn't surprised. Over the years, he hadn't visited the White Jade Tower, and aside from his own cultivation expenses, his biggest expenditure was on his children. For Xianji, everything had been of the spiritual kind since childhood, eating spirit rice, taking spirit meals. At the age of 6, he even began spending spirit stones to buy elixir medicines that consolidated and nourished the foundation. His conditions were far more privileged than those of the Lu family's ordinary descendants. If his son had taken as long as he, the father, had, 10 months, to complete the initial phase of cultivation, that indeed would have been strange. I didn't expect that the start of my child's cultivation journey would not only entitle me to a lucky draw but also increase the chances of my future offspring having a spiritual root. Although only by 5%, which is a bit little. But this probability can probably still be increased. Changsheng mused as he looked at the system notification. He wasn't overly excited about the lottery draw as he had done it many times before. However, he did find the passive increase in his offspring's likelihood of having a spiritual root appealing. After all, even with selective breeding, the chances of his children possessing a spiritual root were not especially high. Chapter 308, 144, Lottery, Dao Soldier Soy Mother, _1. Chapter 308, Chapter 144, Lottery, Dao Soldier Soy Mother, _1. Xiao Xie saw that Changsheng had suddenly fallen into a daze and asked aloud. It's my first time seeing such a huge marketplace, I'm a bit amazed. Changsheng immediately came back to his senses and responded offhandedly. He no longer looked at the system interface. I've only been to this Qingyun market once myself. I can't even imagine how bustling the 3 great immortal cities must be. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie said the following. Shortly thereafter, the two queued up to enter the marketplace. After paying 10 spirit stones and registering their information quickly, they received tokens and entered the market. Xiao Xie then started to introduce the layout of Qingyun market to Changsheng. The market is divided into the outer city, inner city, and core area. The outer city is a gathering place for poor and ordinary loose cultivators. As for the inner city, it depends on the area. The marketplace's shops, inns, stations, residential areas, and so on, are all concentrated here. As for the core area, it was the peak they had seen before that pierced the skies. A portion at the foot of the core area's mountain has cave mansions open to the public. The second-order top-quality cave mansion Xiao Xie spoke of was also on this mountain. The two made their way into the inner city. Looking at the bustling shops on both sides made Changsheng mentally prepare to deal with the young men in the red robes' illicit gains in the marketplace after his foundation establishment. He hadn't been to 9 Dragons Market in a year. So the red-robed youth's loot had always been on him, unprocessed. Furthermore, after foundation establishment, the 7 Luminaries' Great Freedom Sword scripture could break through to the 2nd level, and he could condense the 7 Luminaries' heart lamp within his body. This 7 Luminaries' heart lamp could also be cast into a physical magic artifact, serving as a life-bound spiritual artifact. The materials needed to cast a life-bound spiritual artifact might be directly available in this Qingyun market. After a brief stroll in the inner city, they headed towards the central peak of the marketplace. Caiyun Peak, Xiao Xie, needs to rent a second-order top-quality cave mansion. Upon reaching the core area and finding the person responsible for renting cave mansions, Xiao Xie showed her true face, presented her token, and spoke. Sister Xiao is renting a cave mansion, may I ask for what purpose? If you're secluding yourself to impact your cultivation level, we currently have an upper grade, a cave mansion available, but if you're merely practicing temporarily, a B-ranked cave mansion would be sufficient for Sister Xiao, said the person, whose surname was Han, and appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, a disciple of Qingyun sect as well. After checking the token, he immediately replied cordially. To impact my cultivation level, hence the need to rent a second-order top-quality, a cave mansion, said Xiao Xie. All right, Sister Xiao, a second-order top-quality, a cave mansion is 500 spirit stones per year, Han said. Even for their own people, they still had to pay with spirit stones to rent, though the price was already considered cheap. After all, the cave mansion Changsheng rented in Red Leaf Valley Market could almost be rented for 100 spirit stones. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Han. Xiao Xie took out the spirit stones. The other party didn't say much else, quickly helping them with the formalities and explaining some matters. I wonder if Sister Xiao is making this breakthrough to foundation establishment for herself, or is renting the cave mansion for a friend. If people found out that Shiyu Fairy of Tsaiyun Peak is actually spending time in the same room with a man. TSK. After Xiao Xie and Lu Changsheng left, this Han sighed and shook his head. Although he'd never met Xiao Xie, he had heard of her name and reputation. After all, she was a disciple of a nascent soul immortal. Not only was she incredibly beautiful, but she was also exceptionally talented and had a modicum of fame in Qingyun sect. However, since this person is a friend of Fairy Shiyu, he must also be quite young. To dare to go for foundation establishment at this age, he must be no ordinary person. I wonder if he'll succeed in foundation establishment. A trace of envy and a hint of melancholy appeared in Han's eyes. He'd been appointed to handle renting in this marketplace. Although his status and treatment were good, without an opportunity, foundation establishment was nearly hopeless. Therefore, seeing someone younger come to attempt foundation establishment, he felt quite sentimental. Xiao Xie and Lu Changsheng came to a misty part of the mountain waste. Utilizing the token for the restriction, they opened the gate of the cave mansion. The cave mansion wasn't large, roughly 100 square meters or so. Inside, the spiritual energy was dense and miasmic, nearly forming a thin mist. Is this what a second-order top-quality cave mansion looks like? Lu Changsheng took in the dense spiritual energy, feeling as if he were floating on air, his whole body suffused with a smooth sensation. It was his first time renting a second-order cave mansion. Whether in Qingzhou Valley or Red Leaf Valley Market, he had only used lower-grade spirit veins of the second rank. He could tell that this cave mansion was not merely second-order top quality but also had formations that gathered spiritual energy to the extreme. This ranked cave mansion is specifically used for cultivation breakthroughs, so it concentrates a lot of spiritual energy. Once the breakthrough is completed, the spiritual energy will thin out and need to be condensed again, Xiao Xie explained. Although she had never been to such a cave mansion, she had access to second-order top-quality spirit veins at Tsaiyun Peak. She knew what a second-order top-quality spirit vein was like. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and checked the interior of the cave mansion. He designated a bedroom and a practice room, with a simple stone table and stone bed. It was very Spartan. But this was typical for a cave mansion. As long as it was livable, it was acceptable. Since he had a little over a month until foundation establishment, they didn't practice day and night as usual. After a short time together, they both sat cross-legged and adjusted their qi, spirit, and mentality. Lu Changsheng wasn't in a rush to tune his state. In his mind, he silently called out, "System, I want to draw a prize." Immediately, the familiar system roulette wheel appeared. "Start the draw." Lu Changsheng's expression remained utterly calm, his mental spirit stirred slightly. And soon, a flash of golden light appeared on the wheel and began to spin rapidly. After a while, the golden light gradually settled on other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao Soldier, Golden Armor Bean Mother. The reward has been dispatched to the system space, the host can check it at any time. Chapter 309, 144, Lottery, Dao Soldier Soy Mother, _2. Chapter 309, Chapter 144, Lottery, Dao Soldier Soy Mother, _2. A golden bean the size of an egg emerged from the big wheel, accompanied by a system notification sound. Dao Soldier, Golden Armor Bean Mother. Lu Changsheng saw the reward from this lottery draw and his eyebrows raised slightly. He had no idea what this Dao Soldier was. He looked at the Golden Armor Bean Mother in the system space. Dao Soldier, Golden Armor Bean Mother. Description: a spirit plant class Dao Soldier cultivated by the Golden Armor sect, refined through secret techniques. It can transform into a second-rank Golden Armor warrior, and through planting and cultivation, it can propagate spirit beans. The beans germinate in 3 years, grow leaves in another 3, flower in the next, and bear beans in the last set of 3 years. A spirit plant class Dao Soldier that can turn into a second-rank Golden Armor warrior. Lu Changsheng, looking at the description of the Golden Armor Bean Mother in the system space, showed a hint of interest. Based on this introduction, he roughly guessed what this Dao Soldier was. It should be similar to a puppet or a demon beast. This Golden Armor Bean Mother could transform into a second-rank Golden Armor warrior, which in Lu Changsheng's view, should be equivalent to the strength of a puppet or demon beast at the foundation establishment stage. What interested Lu Changsheng the most was that this golden armor bean mother could propagate spirit beans through planting and cultivation. Although he didn't know what use these spirit beans had, he found it very interesting. After all, if it were just the combat power of the second rank, in Lu Changsheng's view, it certainly didn't match the quality of the third rank. But Xiao Xie was still there. It wasn't convenient for him to extract the bean mother from the system space out of thin air to check the detailed information now. He planned to take a closer look at this golden armor bean mother when he had time. Immediately after, Lu Changsheng gathered his mental spirit and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. He operated the 7 luminaries' great freedom sword scripture and began to adjust his condition. At the same time, his thoughts in his mind started to flow. Scenes from his youth before his memories awakened. Scenes after awakening his memories at the Qingyun sect's heart-questioning platform. The disappointment in his heart when he failed to be chosen by the immortal sects. The fear of death when he encountered the Qin family's ambush on his way to Qingzhou Mountain. The excitement and joy in his heart when he married Lu Lanqiu, Lu Zier, Lu Qing'er, and when his first son, Lu Ping'an, was born. With the system, obtaining second-rank talisman making, maintaining caution, and displaying his skills. These scenes, like fleeting glimpses, appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind, as vivid as if before his eyes. After a long while, Lu Changsheng's thoughts gradually calmed down. In his view, although the past decade had not been easy, it hadn't been particularly arduous either. He had no regrets or obsessions in his heart. He felt clear-minded, spiritually fulfilled, and full of hope for the future. Although Xiao Xie's situation had some impact on him. With the system by his side, he was full of confidence in his future. He didn't consider it a troublesome matter, nor one that needed too much worry. At worst, he would just wait until he achieved core formation. As long as he reached core formation, he could legitimately visit the Qingyun sect to ask for her hand in marriage. Furthermore, he, Lu Changsheng, also had a debt of gratitude to a nascent soul immortal. So past half a month. Lu Changsheng awoke from meditation, opening his eyes. He felt that his energy and spirit were at their peak, his condition perfect. He was ready to attempt foundation establishment at any moment. Changsheng, there are only 10 days left until the night of the full moon, which is when I plan to attempt foundation establishment. If you need more time to prepare, we can wait until next month. Xiao Xie also woke up, opened her beautiful eyes, and said to Lu Changsheng. Attempting foundation establishment was a major event. The condition was extremely important. Some people, in order to be cautious, would even sit in meditation for years, waiting for a soul-inspiring opportunity. She was waiting for the night of the full moon, the time when Yin energy condensed. But this timing wasn't necessarily suitable for Lu Changsheng. I'm already prepared, ready at any time, Lu Changsheng said with a light laugh. His voice was laced with a confidence that suggested he held a winning hand. In front of Xiao Xie, he didn't conceal his confident and spirited demeanor too much. Good, Xiao Xie responded with a faint smile, noticing Lu Changsheng's confident appearance. During this time, not only had Lu Changsheng gained a deeper understanding of her, but she had also seen a different side of Lu Changsheng. Yu, how are your preparations? Do you feel confident? Lu Changsheng asked Xiao Xie. He was almost completely confident about his own foundation establishment, full of absolute conviction. But he still didn't quite understand Xiao Xie's situation. 50%, Xiao Xie replied. Only a 50% chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's heart gave a slight jolt. 50% is already enough. Xiao Xie calmly stated, her entire being exuding an ethereal and transcendent charm. Since you say it's enough, Yu, it must be sufficient. Lu Changsheng did not probe further. He had long noticed that Xiao Xie would from time to time reveal that noble and sacred, cold and detached demeanor, akin to the 9 heavens' bright moon. He knew she was still influenced by her cultivation technique. This 50% confidence probably wasn't a problem with the 3 challenges in the foundation establishment, in lifting the Tao platform. It was likely about the emotional tribulation. Yu, is your cultivation nearing perfection? Lu Changsheng immediately inquired. I'm 1 step away. When establishing my foundation, I hope Lu Lang can assist me. Xiao Xie let her ethereal demeanor fade, revealing a sweet smile as she softly spoke. Shiyu, tell me the truth, does this step really exist? If it doesn't, I won't mind. Moreover, with my current situation, I don't need any secret technique to successfully establish my foundation. He naturally knew what his assistance entailed. When they were intimate before, Xiao Xie had mentioned that when striking at foundation establishment, it would also be the final step in her cultivation. At that time, she would also help him establish his foundation through a secret technique. But deep down, Changsheng vaguely felt that her cultivation was almost sufficient, and whether this step existed or not didn't really matter. Xiao Xie's lips revealed a pure and sweet smile, like that of an innocent young girl. Changsheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiao Xie to be so forthright. Since Lu Lang is asking, Shiyu naturally won't deceive you. Xiao Xie happily smiled, letting her delicate body fall into Changsheng's embrace, cuddling cozily into him. Resting her cheek against his chest, she spoke softly, but Shiyu simply wishes to do so, to help Lu Lang. Because Shiyu wants to tell Lu Lang that my love for you, although it started from cultivation, does not end with cultivation. Xiao Xie lifted her head slightly, her clear beautiful eyes meeting Changsheng's gaze. Then you should also know that the fate between you and me is now not something that can be severed just because you say so. Changsheng had restrained himself from speaking his mind before, worried that it would affect Xiao Xie's state of mind, not mentioning many things. Now that she had so candidly revealed her intentions, Changsheng felt less concern about these matters. Shiyu is well aware. Xiao Xie lifted her head, her face full of love as she kissed him and said, with Lu Lang having so many beautiful wives and concubines, in time, you will naturally forget about Shiyu. And if I can't forget. Changsheng, I'm sorry. Xiao Xie was taken aback, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. There's nothing to be sorry about, Shiyu. As long as you can successfully establish your foundation, I'll comply with whatever you wish. Changsheng quickly reassured her, worried he might affect her mentality, impacting her foundation establishment. After all, to him, these matters were not as important as cultivation at the moment. With cultivation, there would be a future, but if cultivation failed, there would be even more trouble ahead. Thank you, Changsheng. There's no need for such words between us. Changsheng held her delicate face, capturing her lips with his. At the core area of Qingyan Market, all grade cave dwellings are rented out. I remember there was one left before, wasn't there? A 24 or 25-year-old youth, handsome and majestic, with a spirited air about him, inquired of Steward Han in front of him. Young Master Meng, last month Fairy Shiyu from Cayun Peak came and rented that grade cave dwelling. Steward Han looked at the white-robed youth and respectfully replied. Shiyu junior sister, I recall she went down the mountain for experience, didn't she? Besides, if she wanted to strike for a higher cultivation level, she could have just returned to our sect and make the attempt under the protection of the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the youth furrowed his brows slightly. All right, since Shiyu junior sister has rented it, let it be. Arrange a B-grade cave dwelling for me. The young man didn't dwell on it and simply waved his hand, instructing directly. Yes, young Master Meng, please wait a moment, I will arrange it for you now. Steward Han immediately responded. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.